He had crossed into another world, yet the system that was supposed to accompany him had fled, and from the very beginning, he found himself on a black smuggling boat. Only after arriving in the so-called Hong Kong film world did he realize that what Hong Kong Island had in greatest abundance was not opportunity but triads. Hongxing Dongxing He Liansheng, every corner of Hong Kong Island was ruled by underworld codes and gang rules. Yet the real problem was what proper decent person would willingly become a triad member. He had no desire to be a thug, even less to take blades for others or sell his life for them. Thus a man who looked least like a gangster would by sheer obstinacy carve out his own path on Hong Kong Island. In the end, he would become a powerful figure, whom even the triads would not dare provoke lightly. "Young man, welcome to the other world. I am your great system," a voice had once said with a lewd chuckle. A sleazy voice echoed in Lin Chi's mind. Took the wrong person. This is bad, I'll be at a loss again. Young man, I wish you a pleasant life here. After a burst of chirping mechanical noise, everything fell silent. Night was as dark as ink and the sea lay in utter stillness. Only the roar of the engine thundered on as a small black boat sliced through the tranquil surface heading south. Inside the cabin, a crowd of people in plain, ordinary clothes wore bitter expressions, yet an excited gleam flickered in their eyes at the thought of a new world ahead. Their destination was Hong Kong Island. Before they boarded, the vicious snakehead had warned them that no sound whatsoever was allowed on the boat. Otherwise, for the safety of everyone on board, the offender would be thrown into the sea. Thus, the entire cabin was deathly quiet. Not a single person dared to utter a word. Among the group of stowaways, a woman in a blue shirt and khaki trousers, her hair tied in a long braid, anxiously watched the man lying at her feet. Ever since they had boarded, that man had lain sleeping in the cabin. At some unknown point, his body had begun to convulse in waves, frightening the woman half to death. The man lying there was Lin Chi. He was unconscious, his mind a chaotic jumble of unfamiliar memories, and the lingering impression of the system that had just vanished, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lin Chi was not dead. Hadn't he been shot through the brow by that stray bullet and died in such a hasty, ridiculous way? With his eyes still closed, he sorted through the memories of this new body. Damn it, he had returned to the 1980s. And it was now 1983. In this life, he was an orphan of the battlefield. Just a month earlier, Lin Chi had still been on the front lines with his comrades fighting Vietnamese soldiers. He had watched his old squad leader, who had always taken care of him, get stabbed to death in an instant by a Vietnamese woman in disguise, who then dropped the knife and knelt in surrender. The squad leader's death drove Lin Chi into a blind rage. Gripping his rifle, he emptied a full magazine into that female enemy soldier. Then he saw a group of Vietnamese of all ages pouring out from the village behind her, their eyes fixed on him with undisguised hatred. Lin Chi saw that these people who ought to have had nothing to do with war were all holding knives. His squad leader, who had treated him like a son, had died at the hands of such people. Alone, he gunned down more than a dozen women and children in that village. The consequences, of course, were severe for killing prisoners and slaughtering innocents. Lin Chi was originally to be tried by a military court. Yet all his comrades and superiors pleaded on his behalf. When the political instructor asked if he knew, he was wrong. Lin Chi stubbornly shook his head. The instructor sighed helplessly. Too many people knew what had happened. It could no longer be covered up. After several days in solitary confinement, Lin Chi was forcibly discharged from the army he had grown up in since childhood. In this era, he had neither father nor mother. Once he left the barracks, he no longer knew where he could go. Later, he followed a comrade to Pengcheng, drawn by talk of its booming development. Yet after half a month in Pengcheng, he had gained nothing. His prospects were bleak until someone told him that across the water Hong Kong Island was a land of promise where young men could make their fortune. Thus Lin Chi handed over all his money to the snakehead, and on a dark and windy night, he boarded a boat with a group of others under the snakehead's lead, heading for Hong Kong Island. All the fighting spirit in Lin Chi's heart had drained away after he left the army. As the boat rocked, he thought of his days in the barracks and the squad leader who had treated him like a son. Tangled in guilt and confusion, he slipped into death without a sound. At that very moment, another Lin Chi from the year 2024 was brought over by the fleeing system. This Lin Chi had been unlucky in his own way, born in the 1980s. He had gone to university, and then returned to his small county town to work as a teacher. Earning too little and egged on by a childhood friend, he resigned and went to Pengcheng to work on the assembly lines. For more than 10 years, he toiled conscientiously, and at last managed to settle down in Pengcheng with a home and some assets. Yet in his 30s, he still had not married, living freely and unrestrained on his own. Just before his death, he had seen on Douyin an advertisement for a trip to the Arctic where tourists could fire guns for fun. He and several friends signed up, heading to the land of polar bears. Over the course of a week, they indulged themselves, each person firing off thousands of rounds. Perhaps they played too wildly. After emptying one magazine in a furious burst, his childhood friend waved the AK around, showing off. Somehow neither she nor the safety officer noticed that a single round had jammed inside. As the two of them turned at the same moment, the muzzle of that AK swept across in front of Lin Chi. The final bullet shot straight into his brow. He did not even finish shouting a curse before everything went black. When he was next conscious, Lin Chi heard that lewd voice calling itself a system, and actually felt a surge of joy. At last the legendary transmigration had happened to him. Yet why had the standard issue system turned and run? Damn it, this was too tragic. He had crossed over, the system had fled, and he had been dumped back into 1983. Was that vibrant modern world simply gone for him? He would have to struggle anew from nothing, and at this very moment, he was still on a boat headed for the unknown Hong Kong island. Lin Chi even thought it might be better to just die. He felt he had no real attachments anymore. But this was 1983. How was someone accustomed to post-2000 life supposed to adapt? So weary of life, he did not want to open his eyes. He could not accept this outcome. After more than a decade of hard work, his life had finally started to look up. A flat in Pengsheng, several million in savings. He had planned to live freely and unrestrained on his own, yet now, he had been hurled into the 1980s, nearly penniless. He even felt that self-annihilation might be preferable. Lying there, Lin Chi genuinely wanted to die. This transmigration seemed worse than never crossing at all. Death would be a clean end. What was he supposed to do now? There were no smartphones here, no short videos of dancing internet starlets. At night, he would not even be able to fall asleep out of sheer restlessness. Just then Lin Chi sensed something in his mind. Focusing all his attention, he tried to see what it was. As he concentrated, the words "newbie gift pack" surfaced in his consciousness, and a burst of white light exploded in his mind. Ding ding. Newbie welfare body enhancement. Body enhancement in progress, body enhancement complete. After a while, Lin Chi felt a warm current surge through his new body from head to toe. He realized that his body now felt as though it contained boundless strength. Something neither his previous life nor this war-hardened body had ever experienced. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bajiquin Grandmaster level. A torrent of profound martial knowledge flooded his mind and body, as if this body had practiced Bajiquin for decades. He realized Bajiquin was far more than just a set of punches. Baji comprised the fundamental Vajra 8 postures as the opening gate Qingxue, a sudden bursting strike like an arrow loosed Ojianglong, a hammering thrust, as if 5 peaks piercing the heavens, Fuhu, a 6-fold pounce that pressed the opponent to the ground, Pishan palm cleaving down with the weight of a mountain axe, Tanma palm, advancing like a horse scaling a slope, Hubao encircling and seizing like a tiger's embrace, Xiongduan squatting and crashing forward with the weight of a bear, Habu push stepping like a crane to shove mountains aside. There were also the 6 great opening techniques. Dingbao Dan Ti Quachan, meant to open the gate first and only then enter with attacks. Training the 6 openings centered on 3 kinds of body impact and 3 forms of unity. Every move started from the hips. There were small frame and large frame Bajiquin sets as well as corresponding weapons routines. These included the Lioha Spear twin-turn spear drills and endurance spear sets, the Great Lioha Saber, Small Lioha Saber, Snowflake Saber, 10,000 Victories, Twin Sabers, Horse-blocking polearms, the Chuanqiu Great Halberd, the Moonhaze Sword, Qingping Sword, and the Jinshan Staff, among others. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Taijiquin Grandmaster level. All the methods of ancient martial Taijiquin poured into Lin Chi's mind and body. Taijiquin took Peng Lu Ji and Kai Lai Zhoukao, and the principles of advancing, retreating, guarding, looking, and stabilizing as its foundational methods. In real combat, it emphasized first listening to the opponent's force, probing emptiness and solidity with the hand, leading attacks into emptiness and striking back by borrowing force. The entire body moved as one. When one part moved, all moved. When one was still, all were still. The power ceased, but intent did not, erupting in an instant to strike with a single decisive blow. Lin Chi realized that this Taijiquin was vastly different from the gentle routines he had known in his previous life, especially the whipping strikes, pounding fists, and stomping kicks. Each was delivered with lethal intent, almost guaranteed to maim or kill. There was a saying in civil governance: Taiji brings peace under heaven. In martial affairs, Baji secures the cosmos. Others claimed 10 years of Taiji without leaving one's gate, 1 year of Baji, and a man is killed. One could say that Baji was fierce and domineering, but once Taiji was mastered, its depth was something Baji could never match. No wonder that, throughout history, the recorded masters of Taiji far outnumbered those of Baji. In modern times, however, Baji's reputation had grown ever larger, mainly because it was easier to get started than Taiji. Without inner strength, Baji's lethality among ordinary people was also greater than that of Taiji. Meanwhile, Taiji's open flowing movements and its health-preserving philosophy led many to assume it was not suited for fighting. Yet Lin Chi now possessed both arts at the Grandmaster level, seamlessly integrating every principle of Baji and Taiji. He found that true Taiji was terrifyingly formidable. More importantly, Taiji cultivated both inside and out, its movements relaxed, sinking, supple, round, and unimpeded, guided by intent rather than brute force. It could dissolve the clumsy, rigid strength practitioners once relied on and avoid injuries to muscles, joints, tendons, and ligaments. This body had grown up in the army learning military close combat techniques, and even some hard qigong from veterans. Yet like Baji, such methods were all about youthful ferocity. The more one fought and the harder one went in youth, the more one's body would crumble in old age. Taijiquan was different. It caused minimal damage to the body and even nourished it. Once inner strength was cultivated, one might grow more formidable with age rather than weaker. No wonder they said that after 10 years of Taiji behind closed doors, a fully accomplished Taiji master would find few rivals among any style of boxing. The more he browsed through the martial arts in his mind, the more excited Lin Qi became, as the two systems of Baji and Taiji fused within him at that very moment. To outsiders, Lin Qi's body simply convulsed continuously as his spirit and flesh were strengthened again and again, leaving the woman beside him completely dumbfounded. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xiao Li Fei Dao Ling Ling Qi version with infinite throwing knives included. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. We wish the host a pleasant life. Goodbye. The words goodbye appeared in Lin Qi's mind, then dissipated into nothing. Only then did he truly realize that the system had indeed slipped away without a trace. Stunned Lin Qi felt the excitement of gaining martial secrets vanish in an instant. Did the system think this was some kind of pure wuxia world? Of what use were these things in reality? If he felled someone with a single punch, wouldn't he just be blackmailed to death afterward? Lin Qi kept his eyes tightly shut the moment he realized something was wrong with his situation. He wished he could simply fall asleep, that perhaps the system might show some mercy and send him back to the year 2024. Yet his body and mind had been strengthened. In his current state, sleep was impossible. Thus, with his eyes closed, Lin Qi lay in the swaying black boat, letting his thoughts run wild as they headed toward Hong Kong Island. Hey, hey, wake up, we're almost there. A sweet voice sounded by his ear and his body was pushed twice. Lin Qi had no choice but to open his eyes. He jerked upright in one motion, startling the woman who had been about to push him again. Lin Qi raised his head and, seeing the woman who was trying to wake him, froze in place and blurted out, Zhu Xian. Ha! Zhu Xian. Who is that? My name is Wang Gangsheng. The woman looked at the handsome man before her, puzzled that he had called her Zhu Xian. Wang Gangsheng. Gangsheng. Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Qi muttered to himself when suddenly a spark of realization flashed through his mind. Could this be that very Gangsheng? Had he not come to the real 1980s after all? You know me. Hearing Lin Qi's muttering, Gangsheng blinked her large eyes at him. Lin Qi's body was lean. Although he had spent a long time on the battlefield, he was one of the rare few who were not particularly dark-skinned. His hair was kept short, his dark eyes clear and bright, his features handsome, and he wore a blue shirt. Having just sat up, his clothes were wrinkled all over. Lin Qi fixed his gaze on Gangsheng, yet his mind was churning. What kind of world had he arrived in? Is there something wrong with me? Seeing Lin Qi staring at her, Gangsheng grew a little nervous. However, his clear, untainted gaze did not make her feel afraid. Hearing her question, Lin Qi slightly shifted his gaze away from her. Faced with someone he had only ever seen as a character in movies, he suddenly did not know how to converse. At this time, Gangsheng should be around 20, her features delicate, her eyes limpid and clear. Though her clothes were rather rustic, they could not conceal her beauty. Suddenly, Lin Qi's gaze drifted toward her chest. Inwardly, Lin Qi evaluated her, only to feel a faint disappointment born from years of being numbed by online short videos. When he was young, a face like Gangsheng's had indeed been one of the visages in his dreams. But after growing up, having been constantly bombarded by all kinds of exaggerated beauties online, his standards had unconsciously shifted. After seeing too many dancing girls flaunted on screen, the real Gangsheng before him appeared somewhat ordinary in comparison. Noticing him staring at her chest with an indescribable expression, Gangsheng hastily crossed her arms in front of herself. Her face flushed crimson, her expression tense as she glared at Lin Qi. What are you looking at? Only then did Lin Qi realize his behavior had been somewhat frivolous. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away and cleared his throat lightly. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Gangsheng's expression eased a little as she wondered if she had overreacted. It's okay. What's your name? Why are you going to Hong Kong Island? My name is Lin Qi. I don't really know what I'm going to do there either. I just didn't know what to do in Pengcheng, so I thought I'd go to Hong Kong Island and try my luck, Lin Qi replied. Oh, I'm going to Hong Kong Island to look for my aunt. Later on, I want to stay there, Gangsheng said. For some reason, in front of Lin Qi, she felt no need to be on guard and naturally began to chatter away. The two of them chatted in fits and starts in the cabin, and before long they had grown familiar with each other. Perhaps because she was smuggling herself to Hong Kong Island alone and feeling nervous among the dozen or so people in the cabin, only Lin Qi's appearance and demeanor put Gangsheng at ease. Moreover, unlike the others, Lin Qi did not look at her with that disgusting predatory gaze, so Gangsheng simply clung to him and kept talking. Lin Qi's thoughts, however, were in complete disarray. He had no idea what kind of world this was. He had come here alone. How was he supposed to walk the road ahead? Preoccupied, he only half-heartedly responded to Gangsheng's attempts at conversation, answering her in a perfunctory on-and-off manner. Gangsheng grew a little annoyed. She could not figure out what was wrong with Lin Chi. His replies were all and perfunctory to the extreme. Did he dislike her? From a young age, she had been beautiful. Men had always been the ones chasing after her to talk. She had never imagined that this Lin Chi would be so indifferent. Was she not pretty enough? Suddenly, everyone in the cabin lurched forward uncontrollably as the boat jolted. Caught off guard, Gangsheng lost her balance and fell sideways. In her panic, Gangsheng squeezed her eyes, shut her hands clutching blindly at Lin Chi's clothes. Yet she realized she had not hit the floor. Her whole body was held aloft by Lin Chi's left arm wrapped securely around her. Gangsheng opened her eyes to see Lin Chi's handsome face right before her, and she went blank for a moment, simply staring quietly at him. After a while, Lin Chi noticed that Gangsheng's hand still clutched his clothes, and that though she was steady on her feet, she had not moved away. Lowering his head, he saw her staring at him. He frowned slightly. "Stand up. The boat has arrived." Gangsheng's face flushed scarlet all at once. She hurriedly straightened up and released her grip on his clothes. Like a timid quail, she shuffled behind Lin Chi, clutching her bundle. Head lowered, she nervously kneaded the fabric of her bundle over and over. If there had been a wide enough crack in the cabin floor, she would have wished to crawl into it. "You lot of good-for-nothings, get off the boat." A fierce voice rang out as the cabin door was flung open. Two young men in short sleeves stood in the doorway, dragon and tiger tattoos coiled over their arms, watermelon knives in hand, urging everyone to disembark. Under their prodding, Lin Chi followed the group off the boat. Led by those youths wielding watermelon knives, they clambered over jagged rocks along the shore and crossed a small hill. After twisting and turning for about half an hour, they arrived at a small village about 2 kilometers inland from the sea. Entering the village, they were led to a tin-roofed shack at its center. Around the shack stood 7 or 8 vicious-looking men, each with a watermelon knife in hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Seeing Lin Chi and the others approach, they exchanged brief nods. "Brother Wei, this trip, these are all the people." The snakehead who had come ashore with them now bowed and scraped before a sleazy middle-aged man at the doorway, speaking obsequiously. He handed over a stack of Hong Kong banknotes. "All right, go," the man called Brother Wei said as he accepted the bills and glanced over them, motioning the snakehead away. They conversed in Cantonese, but Lin Chi, having lived in Pengcheng for over 10 years, understood every word. Moreover, his Cantonese was almost indistinguishable from that of a native of Nanyue. Lin Chi suddenly recalled that this man was the very snakehead who would later brutalize Gangsheng. Snake Boy Wei. At that thought, Lin Chi glanced at Gangsheng, who had been trailing behind him like a timid quail, his eyes filled with pity. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Gangsheng timidly lifted her head and found him looking at her. The instant their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head again, clutching her bundle tightly, looking as though she had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Lin Chi smiled silently. Snake Boy Wei, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, swept his arrogant gaze over the dozen or so people, and with a wave of his hand, several fierce-looking men moved in around them. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Seeing their posture, Gangsheng grew even more terrified. She pressed herself tightly against Lin Chi, one hand gripping the hem of his shirt, her whole body trembling. From their words, Lin Chi finally understood that in addition to the fee they had paid the snakehead in Pengcheng, they were expected to hand over more money here to this Snake Boy Wei. Damn it, from his memories, the contact had never mentioned this. Earlier he had felt his pockets. He had only a few fon of renminbi left, nowhere near enough to pay another fee. The thugs went down the line collecting money one by one. When it was Gangsheng's turn, she stammered that she had no money. As soon as she finished, they burst into coarse laughter. One of them raised his watermelon knife and pointed to the side. "Get over there first." When it was Lin Chi's turn, he also said he had no money. The man with the watermelon knife looked at the strikingly handsome Lin Chi, and feeling a stab of jealousy, raised his hand intending to slap him. But Lin Chi suddenly fixed him with a cold glare, startling the thug into taking 2 steps back. After all, this body of Lin Chi's had been on the battlefield barely a month ago. He had followed logistics from the age of 10 and gone to the front lines at 14. The number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The murderous aura he carried was nothing these knife-waving street punks could endure. Seeing the deathly look in Lin Chi's eyes, the thug who had been collecting money broke out in a cold sweat down his back. "You! Go over there too," he stammered, pointing to where Gangsheng had been sent. Lin Chi gave the thug a brief look, then strolled unhurriedly over to stand beside Gangsheng. Seeing him come over, the anxious Gangsheng finally let out a small breath of relief. Her right hand instinctively pinched the hem of Lin Chi's shirt again, as though as long as she grasped his clothes, her sense of safety would be a little stronger. The thugs moved swiftly. Those who had paid were led away. Those who had not paid, about 7 or 8 of them, were herded over to Lin Chi and Gangsheng. Except for Lin Chi, everyone wore taut, anxious faces. Many trembled all over, seized by fear. The knife-wielding men surrounding them bore savage expressions and were clearly no good. No one knew how they intended to dispose of those who had not paid. It was their first time on a smuggler boat, and they did not realize that money was demanded not only to board but to disembark as well. Several, like Lin Chi, had handed over everything they owned to the Shi-Tu before boarding. They had come to the island to seek a future and never expected to be extorted on arrival. Gang Shang clutched Lin Chi's sleeve, her body trembling with fear. Lin Chi sighed and gently patted Gang Shang's shoulder. "Do not be nervous. It will be all right." She was so frightened she hardly noticed his hand on her shoulder. Yet his words eased much of her terror, as if his voice possessed a quiet magic that dispelled her panic. "Mainlanders come to the island to make a living, but if you ride Shizai Weiss boat you follow the rules. 1,000 Hong Kong dollars per person, not much, yet you lot have nothing on you. So tell me, what am I to do? You can see I have many brothers here working under me." He sneered. "No money. What are they to eat? What am I to live on?" He said, glaring viciously at Lin Chi and the others. "Rules are rules. You owe me, and you have only just arrived on the island. If you have no means to earn, then you belong to me now. Once you have earned enough, I will let you go," he declared. With that, Shi Zaiwei and his men began to leave. As he passed Lin Chi, he noticed Gang Shang cowering behind him with her head bowed. He stopped and turned, leering at Gang Shang. "Lift your head. Let me see you." At his command, she trembled, and 4 burly thugs behind him shoved the others aside. They closed in around Lin Chi and Gang Shang. She clutched his arm with both hands, burying her face in the crook of his elbow and hanging against him. "Hey, did you hear me? Raise your head and let the boss have a look. You filthy whore, you want to die." The stream of lewd insults terrified Gang Shang further, and her whole body shook more violently. The situation dulled Lin Chi as well, his arm pinned between 2 soft forms. He had inwardly thought one thing, but the sensation did not fit. Something at his core stirred, and with Gang Shang still trembling, Lin Chi felt an unfamiliar stirring within his body. "You punk, move aside and let my boss have a look at this girl," they jeered. Seeing Lin Chi unmoving and Gang Shang clinging to him, and noting how handsome he was, they could not bear it. One shoved at Lin Chi, slapping his shoulder, but Lin Chi did not move. The thug added force, yet Lin Chi did not budge an inch. The shove cleared Lin Chi of his strange reverie. He was annoyed at their behavior, showed these men had done this many times before. Lin Chi's face went cold as he casually surveyed them and counted some 10 to 20 henchmen behind Shi Zaiwei. He had assumed that, with Gang Shang clinging to him, the boss might not notice her. He had underestimated how brazen this world was. Shi Zaiwei fixed his gaze on Gang Shang. Once that man saw her bewitching face, what followed was all too predictable. But Gang Shang was the first person Lin Chi had met in this world, and she had shown reliance on him. He could not allow this lecherous Shi Zaiwei to ruin her. Lin Chi's system had vanished, yet it had left him with something that granted him ample confidence. Moreover, his original body had just come down from the battlefield, its murderous aura lingering. Facing these scoundrels, he could not help but narrow his eyes, feeling the advantage was his. "Gang Shang, lift your head. Let them see you. Do not be afraid," Lin Chi said with an icy gaze and calm voice. He had already been displeased to come here, and encountering these men gave him cause to act. The terrified Gang Shang paused astonished and raised her head to look at Lin Chi. She had thought he had abandoned her. Disbelief and sorrow swelled, and her eyes filled with tears. The sight of her face stunned Shi Zaiwei and the other thugs. The leader's eyes gleamed as if beholding a goddess, his lust nearly apparent. "Wow, truly beautiful, ha 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 ha. Brother Wei is lucky today to meet such a pretty woman." He cackled lewdly as if she were already his prize. The underlings laughed as well. Whenever Shi Zaiwei found a pretty woman, he took her away. After tiring of her, he would let his men have their turn before selling her into a brothel. "Pretty girl, come with Brother Wei, and I will make you feel incredible, ah ha ha ha," he said, reaching out to stroke her face. Gang Shang dodged the lecherous hand and flung herself behind Lin Chi. Looking at his tall silhouette, she felt a flicker of safety. Yet seeing the 7 or 8 fierce thugs around them, she understood why Lin Chi might have chosen to abandon her. After all, they were strangers, and he could not be expected to confront so many dangerous men for her. Still, Gang Shang harbored a sliver of hope. Falling into these men's hands meant an unknown future, and grief welled within her as she wept silently. "Put your hands down," a cold voice commanded, threaded with lethal intent, causing Shi Zaiwei's hand to tremble. But Shi Zaiwei reminded himself this was his territory. What could this handsome stranger possibly do, he thought. "You bastard, what are you doing playing the hero? Look where you are, this is not the north. Say another word and I'll throw you to the sea," he snarled. Shi Zaiwei sneered. Lin Chi replied, "I do not care where this is. As long as you do not provoke me, do as you please. But provoke me again and I do not guarantee what will happen." Lin Chi stared at Shi Zaiwei as though looking upon a corpse. "You bastard, who do you think you are? Kill him," Shi Zaiwei ordered. Shizai Wei commanded his men to attack. He intended to slay Lin Chi and teach others that provoking him on his turf could cost lives. No sooner had he spoken than a blonde punk at his side raised a cleaver and swung it at Lin Chi. Having lived all his life in the Eastern Kingdom, Lin Chi had not expected these thugs to be so quick to violence. Yet it suited him as the cleaver came down. Lin Chi calmly reached out and seized the blonde's wrist that held the cleaver. His motion was effortless, as if it had always been there to take the hand offered to him. With a single crushing squeeze, there was a sickening crack as the blonde's wrist broke. Lin Chi's body had been enhanced far beyond ordinary men, and master-level Taiji and Bajiquan made his physical prowess of an entirely different magnitude than these thugs. The blonde cried out as another punk slashed from the other side. Lin Chi released the wrist and kicked the blonde's right foot. A cracking sound followed. The blonde was sent flying 2 or 3 meters. Lin Chi leaned back and evaded the other blow. In that first clash, he had disabled the blonde's hand and foot and avoided another thug's attack. Shizai Wei's expression shifted as he watched Lin Chi standing calm amid the encircling men. A chill ran through him. Had he miscalculated and met a seasoned fighter? With that thought, Shizai Wei's gaze hardened and he shouted. From the other side, 10 or a dozen cleaver-wielding thugs surged forward. "Cut that bastard down," he cried, pointing at Lin Chi. The dozen raised their cleavers and charged, shouting as they descended upon him. Lin Chi pulled Gang Shang behind him, using his own body as a shield. He watched with a calm face as a dozen blades lunged toward them. Had this been his former life, such a sight might have reduced him to trembling. But the Lin Chi inhabiting this body felt no ripple of fear. Years on the battlefield had numbed him to life and death. He had seen cruelty of every kind, and a few street thugs could not unsettle him. Beyond the hand-to-hand techniques learned in the ranks, this Lin Chi had become a master of combat. Though these hooligans bristled with bravado, he knew that if he unleashed his full strength, it would take only minutes to lay them all low. As the first blade descended, Lin Chi surged forward, shoulder ramming into the man's chest. The man went pale and flew backward as if struck by a boulder. With both hands, Lin Chi seized the wrists of 2 more attackers, and with sickening snaps crushed their wrist joints. He caught a fallen machete, deflected another blade at his side, and drove his right foot forward. One thug was launched through the air, and the 3 behind him were toppled by the force. Leaping, Lin Chi delivered a whip-like kick to a man's head. The man's eyes rolled back and he crumpled unconscious. Lin Chi followed with a sideways kick, sending another thug flying. The ring of attackers dissolved. The remaining thugs stared at Lin Chi in panic. 6 men lay defeated. 3 knocked out, 3 with broken limbs, and none dared press forward. They had seen many fierce men since joining the crew, but never one like this. If they had cut someone and forced him back, it would have been one thing. Lin Chi fought barehanded. One punch could ruin a man, one kick could shatter bones or render him senseless. Charging in now meant only broken bones or unconscious men. "What are you waiting for? Go get him, damn it. He's alone, what are you afraid of?" Shizaiwai's voice trembled. He did not truly believe Lin Chi could single-handedly overcome a dozen. Shizaiwai's urging did nothing to rally the others. 3 wounded men still groaned on the ground. Without someone to lead, none of them would rush forward to be cut down. Shizaiwai shoved a young thug forward. The youth shook all over, eyes shut. He let out a cry and charged, machete raised. Unsurprisingly, 2 seconds later, he was flung back faster than he had gone, spitting blood and collapsing into unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the others' fear deepened. Lin Chi was too terrifying. Though they numbered more, they had no chance to close the distance. Suddenly, Lin Chi's expression sharpened. He raised his right hand, and the onlookers felt a cold glint flash in his eyes, uncertain of what he intended. A guttural scream pierced the air. Following the sound, they saw Shizaiwai crouched on the ground, clutching his right hand with his left, howling in pain. Light from the surrounding houses revealed a throwing knife, embedded in Shizaiwai's right wrist. Its wooden handle jutted out, the blade buried deep and blood pouring freely. The underlings had no idea what had occurred, only that Lin Chi had moved. Lin Chi hauled Gang Shang along and approached Shizaiwai. The surrounding men parted to give way. Lin Chi stooped and picked up a pistol from the ground. A common Dehixing. Regarding Shizaiwai with a wry amusement. "Dehixing, huh? So talented, and you still play with a gun. Can you even use it?" Gripping the Dehixing, Lin Chi felt the weapon spring to life in his hands. He knew instinctively that he could point and strike where he willed. This body's familiarity with firearms ran deep. The gun had been a second life in its previous military days. After toying with the pistol for a moment, Lin Chi, seeing Shizaiwai still writhing, tucked the Dehixing into his waistband, kicked the prostrate man, and crouched down. "Now that things have come to this, how do you propose we settle it?" Shizaiwai could only moan and call out, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched his wound. "Stop your howling," Lin Chi snapped. Lin Chi's palm struck Shizaiwai's head, silencing his cries. "Boss, it's my fault today. Cut me some slack," Shizaiwai whimpered, eyes full of malice. Lin Chi smirked. "Oh, admitting fault. You've got so many men and you won't struggle. Tell them to charge once more. Perhaps I can't hold it. I came to Gang City to make my fortune. I had no quarrel with you at first. He straightened and swept his gaze over the men standing nearby. At his look they trembled and bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. To get aboard the ship I spent every last coin I had. Now I somehow owe you money. Perhaps that is your trade's custom. I am new here and had no objection. He said, his tone darkening. His voice rose a notch as he continued. But you saw that my girl was pretty and leered with other intentions, even raising a knife at me. And now that it's come to this, you expect to smooth it over by saying you're sorry. Have you turned your brains into dog dung? With that, Lin Chi plunged his hand into the wooden handle protruding from Shizaiwai's wrist and twisted. Shizaiwai's agonized wail made the dozen underlings flinch. Then Lin Chi drove a kick into Shizaiwai's groin. With a sickening thud, Shizaiwai clutched himself and convulsed on the ground. The remaining thugs reflexively covered their own crotches and stumbled back gasping. They looked at Lin Chi as if beholding a demon. Gang Shang, walking behind Lin Chi, had been startled by Shizaiwai's scream. A moment earlier she had feared he had abandoned her. Instead he had sent those who coveted her flying. For a fleeting instant the whole world seemed to brighten for her. Lin Chi swept the surrounding ruffians aside and, taking her hand, drove them back. From behind she watched him like one who has glimpsed light, entranced as she followed his steps. Now fully alert, Gang Shang watched the handsome Lin Chi hold a bloodied knife. His face was stern and shadowed as he looked down on Shizaiwai, who writhed and wailed on the ground. She felt no pity for Shizaiwai's suffering. Had she fallen into his hands without Lin Chi, she would have endured far worse. If it weren't for me, he probably wouldn't have gotten mixed up in such filth. She thought, then flushed when Lin Chi had called her his girl. She squeezed his hand and lowered her gaze shy. Shizaiwai's cries gradually dwindled until he finally lost consciousness. Lin Chi gave a light chuckle and turned to the remaining dozen thugs. Bring your boss out. We should have a talk. With that he strode toward the largest corrugated iron shack nearby. Lin Chi ignored the gangsters surrounding him and strode towards the largest metal shed. After taking a few steps he sensed something was off, furrowing his brow, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Habitually wanting to scratch his head, Lin Chi lifted his right hand, only to realize that his right hand was tightly clasped with Gang Shang's left hand. For a moment he was taken aback, wondering if he had been holding Gang Shang's hand during the fight. Turning his head, he saw Gang Shang looking down, perhaps noticing that Lin Chi had stopped. She lifted her head, their eyes met, and her large tear-filled eyes locked onto Lin Chi's. Their cheeks flushed bright red. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Lin Chi shook off Gang Shang's hand, rolling his eyes as he spoke to her. Gang Shang, unfazed by her hand being brushed away, looked at Lin Chi with confusion, her eyes wide as she asked, "What do you mean like a teapot? What does that even mean?" Lin Chi rolled his eyes again, ignoring her. He turned to glare at the group of gangsters, sending them into a panic. Although they were gangsters, they had never encountered someone as ruthless as Lin Chi. They quickly nodded and bowed, several of them dragging the unconscious Shizaiwai, trembling as they followed Lin Chi into the large metal shed. As soon as Lin Chi sat down feeling frustrated, he stood up again, frowning at the love-struck Gang Shang. His irritation grew and he glanced at the dozen or so lowly thugs standing before him, rolling his eyes as he wondered what was going on. "Do you have any cigarettes?" Lin Chi suppressed his frustration, speaking in a deep voice. A blonde thug quickly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he handed one to Lin Chi. Lin Chi simply stuck the cigarette in his mouth, and the blonde thug, quick-witted, used a lighter to light it for him. Taking a deep puff, Lin Chi felt a slight calmness wash over him. Realizing he couldn't go back, he plopped down and said to the blonde thug, "It's my first time in Hong Kong. Can you tell me about the situation here?" The blonde thug was excited and began to chatter about the current situation in Hong Kong. Indeed, this was not the historical Hong Kong. It was a parallel world. The trends were similar to actual Hong Kong, but through the thug's words Lin Chi learned that this was a world of Hong Kong gang dramas. At this time Hong Kong's economy was thriving, but with collusion between politics and business and a multitude of gangs, it was a peak period for gang development and also the most chaotic time. Almost every day there were cases of brawls, stabbings, drug trafficking, and prostitution. During the day Hong Kong flourished, while at night it became the paradise of gangsters. In this world nothing could be done without the influence of gangs. When Lin Chi heard the names of the gangs like Hing Dong Shing, He Li Shang, and Zhong Xini, his lips twitched. What kind of world had this broken system thrown him into? After the blonde thug finished speaking, Lin Chi fell into silence. The blonde thug and the other thugs stood quietly waiting for the great Lin Chi to emerge from his contemplation. It wasn't until the cigarette burned down and singed Lin Chi's fingers that he snapped back to reality. "So which gang do you belong to?" After taking a drag from his cigarette, Lin Chi's voice was a bit hoarse as he asked the blonde thug. "We are from the Blue Lantern, following Brother Wei. Brother Wei is also with the He Li Shang Blue Lantern, holding a position at the fish head mark. The blonde thug hurriedly spilled everything he knew. It turned out that Shi Wei was with the He Li Shang gang and the big boss was the fish head mark. However, there were too many people in the He Li Shang, and the fish head mark only held a position as a hallmaster due to seniority while he had no strong subordinates. In his territory there were dozens of small bosses like Shi Wei, each making money in their own domains. Those with ambition would pay the fish head mark a cut every month, but if they were in a bad mood they wouldn't. The fish head mark had no real power and was helpless about it. No wonder in films the fish head mark could be bribed for a few $100,000. The money he received after deducting what he paid to the gang each month barely covered his living expenses. This hall master was living a miserable life. From the blonde thug's words, Lin Chi learned that He Li Shang was one of the largest gangs in Hong Kong, its influence covering almost the entire Hong Kong Kowloon area, except for Tsim Sha Tsui. It had a strong presence in places like Tsuen Wan and North Point with 9 major halls and dozens of minor halls boasting over 500,000 members. These 50,000 were just the ones on the official roster. The number of peripheral blue lanterns was unknown. He Li Shang mainly controlled some grassroots economic activities, such as markets and minibus routes. Although the numbers were large, most members weren't doing well. Except for the core areas and prominent figures, others were struggling as the money from these peripheral territories came too slowly and in too small amounts. Shi Wei was just a small boss leading a few dozen people using the He Li Shang banner, making money through smuggling. Lin Chi felt frustrated hearing all this. How big could Hong Kong be and how many people were there? Just the He Li Shang had 50,000 followers? It was ridiculous. Lin Chi had the blonde thug light him another cigarette, sitting back in his chair to think. Since he had come to this Hong Kong, he had to find a way to survive. But how? Join a gang. Lin Chi scoffed. It was 1983, and Dongda and Daying were already negotiating. Next year that Iron Lady of Daying would fall down the steps of Dongda's auditorium. After 1997, the Underworld. A joke? Wasn't he afraid of being cleaned out? Lin Chi pondered whether to return to the north. With his past lives' memories, becoming a wealthy man shouldn't be a problem. However, during this time the northern side still had many restrictions that hadn't fully opened up and the constraints were severe. Besides, whatever one did required capital, and Lin Chi felt his empty pockets abandoning that thought. Lin Chi patted his pockets. The blonde thug, quick to notice, hurriedly shoved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter into Lin Chi's pocket. This action left Lin Chi bewildered. He looked up at the blonde thug and then at the unconscious Shi Wei on the ground. A light bulb went off in his head. No matter what, one needed capital. This first pot of gold had just arrived. Lin Chi tossed aside the cigarette he was holding, glancing sideways at the blonde thug. "Wake your boss up." The blonde thug was startled by Lin Chi's words, glancing at the other gangsters. When they turned back, they were met with Lin Chi's death glare startling them. Lin Chi's gaze shifted to a bucket of water nearby, which had half a bucket of water. The meaning was clear. The blonde thug understood Lin Chi's intention, took a deep breath, picked up the bucket, and splashed the water directly onto Shi Wei's face. After a fit of coughing, Shi Wei woke up in confusion, and a wave of sharp pain made him break out in cold sweat. He looked up to see Lin Chi's mocking eyes, and then turned to his subordinates, finally recalling his current predicament. "Stop staring. It really happened." Lin Chi smiled faintly at Shi Wei, and casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket, striking it alight with a sharp click. "Anything you'd like to tell me now?" Shi Wei, a man of ruthless grit, endured the searing pain in his body and crawled toward Lin Chi's feet, bowing his head repeatedly, forehead striking the floor like a pestle pounding rice. He had seen Lin Chi's eyes during combat. Cold, unblinking, utterly devoid of mercy, and knew Lin Chi had taken lives before. If he failed to satisfy Lin Chi, his own life would end here and now. He himself had killed. For years, he'd run with Triads in Hong Kong, honing an instinctive sensitivity to danger. He sensed with chilling certainty that Lin Chi could extinguish his life at any moment. That gaze held no regard for human existence. "Oh, anything. Excellent. This is my first time in Hong Kong, and I'm broke. Let's see just how much your life is worth, Brother Wei." Lin Chi crouched low and exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Shi Wei's face. Shi Wei loved money, but now his life hung suspended in Lin Chi's palm. For a breathless moment he stood paralyzed, unable to decide. Lin Chi let out a soft, mirthless laugh, glanced idly at the steel pipes scattered across the room, picked one up and tossed it to the blonde thug. "Give your boss a lesson he won't forget." He turned to Gang Shang, whose face was lit with wide-eyed curiosity, and instantly soured his expression. "Turn around. Nothing to gawk at." "Oh." Gang Shang pouted, murmured, "Oh," and obediently turned away, clutching her small bundle, but kept stealing glances backward over her shoulder. Just as she began to twist her head fully around, she caught Lin Chi's unwavering stare, and flinched, snapping her head back with a jolt. The blonde thug fumbled, catching the pipe Lin Chi had thrown. But then his gaze fell upon Shi Wei still groveling on the floor and his body trembled. Shi Wei's authority still loomed large, fear clung thick in the air. If Shi Wei somehow survived this night, the thug knew full well what retribution awaited him should he raise a hand against his boss today. Clutching the pipe, the blonde thug stared at Shi Wei, then flicked his eyes nervously toward Lin Chi, meeting those narrow, watchful eyes, and lowered his head in trembling submission. Still hesitating, "Shall I demonstrate how it's done?" A quiet, chilling voice drifted from behind. The blonde thug froze mid-motion. His eyes darted down to Shi Wei sprawled on the floor, his groin ruptured, blood soaking his trousers black. A small knife still embedded in his right wrist, blood welling steadily, his face deathly pale. In that instant clarity struck. Shi Wei was finished, utterly ruined. He'd never led again. And this mainland fighter, his strength was terrifying. Wouldn't allegiance to him be far more profitable, and far safer, than clinging to a broken relic? His resolve crystallized. The blonde thug tightened his grip on the pipe, and brought it down with full force onto Shi Wei's left hand. Since the right was already shattered, the left served no purpose. A bone-crunching snap echoed alongside a shriek of agony. Shi Wei's scream startled Gang Sheng, so violently she nearly cried out herself. Lin Chi, noticing her shock, strode forward, seized her wrist, and led her firmly outside, pausing only beside the blonde thug to deliver a final glacial command. "You have 1 hour to strip him of everything. I trust you understand. I prefer not to lift a finger twice." Every Triad enforcer heard those words, laced with lethal intent. Resistance against Lin Chi was futile. Outside bodies littered the ground. They were merely fortunate to still stand. Fail to please him, and the consequences would shatter them beyond endurance. Lin Chi guided Gang Sheng outside. She remained dazed, still reeling from the scream, moving like a sleepwalker at his side. On the ground lay several thugs moaning softly. But the moment Lin Chi emerged, they clamped their mouths shut, biting back pain, and curled inward, shivering uncontrollably. "First time in Hong Kong?" Lin Chi asked absently, gazing into the distance. "Ha! Me!" Gang Sheng pointed to herself, startled. "Who else?" Lin Chi rolled his eyes. "Well, not exactly. I was born here, but moved north to my ancestral home later. Now everyone there is gone. So I came to Hong Kong hoping to stay with my aunt." Gang Sheng, thrilled by Lin Chi's rare initiative in conversation, launched eagerly into her story. Lin Chi had unwittingly hoisted himself on his own petard. He'd only meant to distract her, but hadn't anticipated her torrent of words. One question had unleashed minutes of unbroken monologue. His goal was achieved, but he hadn't expected this level of relentless chatter. "Hold on. Do you bare your soul to everyone like this?" Lin Chi asked, exasperated. "No one ever told you, out in the world, not to trust strangers easily?" The question stunned her into silence. She lifted her eyes, tentatively, met his gaze, and flushed crimson. "And no, I've never spoken this much to anyone else. Besides, you're not a stranger." She didn't utter the words aloud, but held them tightly, silently in her heart. "I'm no good man. Keep your distance. You saw what I can do. Hitting people comes naturally to me. Cross me and you'll regret it." Lin Chi tilted his head, eyeing her askance. "I'd never cross you." Her voice was barely a whisper, so faint Lin Chi didn't hear it. At that very moment, a fresh wave of agonized wails erupted from the corrugated iron shack behind them, pulling his attention sharply back inside. Gang Sheng heard it too, and stricken with fear, instinctively edged closer to Lin Chi. When he merely frowned into the distance, oblivious to her movement, she quietly exhaled in relief. After that, a long silence settled between them. Two souls adrift, each lost in private contemplation of paths yet unknown. Half an hour later, Lin Chi heard footsteps approaching from the shack, and turned to see the blonde thug sprinting over, eyes blazing with fervent excitement. "Boss, the job's done." Blood stained his hands, his gaze shimmered with raw, desperate hope. Lin Chi gave a curt nod. "Let's go take a look." He gestured casually for Gang Sheng to follow. When Lin Chi re-entered the shack with Gang Sheng in tow, he found Shi Wei collapsed like a sack of rotten grain. Lin Chi dropped onto the central stool and said coolly, "Come, tell me, how much wealth has your boss amassed over the years?" "Boss, he keeps HK87000 in cash here, HK780000 in cash at his public housing unit in Tunmun, HK300000 in bank accounts. Also 6 gold watches, 13 gold bars, and 1 public housing flat in Tunmun." Lin Chi frowned slightly, fixed his gaze on the blonde thug, and waited expectant. The blonde thug swallowed hard, then continued. "Also, he controls an unofficial pier, runs a smuggling route. 1 to 3 crossings per month, earning HK2000050000 per trip. He owns a speedboat servicing the route between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Freight revenue averages HK50000 monthly. Plus he holds partial interest in a minibus route skimming roughly HK 100,000 per month. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Lin Chi's fingers drummed slowly on the table. My, quite the fortune. So tell me, who'll explain how I claim all of it? At that moment Lin Chi seemed almost unhinged. His aura so unnerving that every Triad member trembled violently. After a beat of silence, the blonde thug raised his hand, shaking uncontrollably. Lin Chi smiled faintly at him. Good. Speak, boss. I think your top priority right now is securing a Hong Kong identity card. Lin Chi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He nodded approvingly at the blonde youth while holding a cigarette between his lips. Lately many people have been sneaking across the northern border. Once outside, patrols always check identification. Without a Hong Kong ID you can't take up work, and if caught you'll be deported. The blonde youth, somewhat fearful of Lin Chi, stammered out the words. Since you've brought it up, do you have a way? Lin Chi fixed him with a steady gaze. Yes. These Hong Kong IDs were only issued in recent years and many villagers haven't completed the registration. For just tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars a villager can issue a certificate verifying someone as a native of the village now grown and seeking work in the city. There are plenty of such cases, and police rarely verify them. The blonde youth spoke eagerly. How much for one ID? Lin Chi asked. I know our village chief. I can get one for HK 300,000. How long will it take? Lin Chi asked again. 2 days, no more. Lin Chi glanced at the stack of Hong Kong banknotes on the table. Likely the over HK 800,000 left behind by Shi Zaiwei at this hideout. He stood, counted out HK 800,000 and tossed it to the blonde youth. 80,000, 2 IDs. Fetch paper and pen, I'll write down the details. The blonde youth trembled with excitement at being entrusted with HK 800,000 for this simple task. As a marginal street thug earning HK 100,200 a month was already a triumph. Yet here he stood poised to pocket over HK 200,000 in exchange for a single favor. He never considered embezzling the money, having witnessed Lin Chi's martial prowess, and knowing full well that every local hoodlum had heard of him. He understood the consequences would be unbearable if Lin Chi ever tracked him down. Hastily the blonde youth dragged along a trusted red-haired gangster, retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and Lin Chi swiftly inscribed his name and date of birth. Then handed the paper to Gongxing, gesturing for her to do the same. Gongxing, startled to find herself included, grew flustered. A single ID cost HK 300,000. She dared not accept. She instinctively pushed the paper away with both hands. I'll go see my aunt. She has my birth certificate. There's no need to rush this now, she demurred. Lin Chi's eyes narrowed as he glared at her. Are you instructing me now? Right now? Startled by his sharp rebuke, Gongxing nearly burst into tears. But another fierce glance from Lin Chi halted them midwell. With a soft sniffle and reddened eyes, she reluctantly accepted the pen and paper. Lin Chi passed the paper to the blonde youth. What's your name? Lu Jiafeng, sir. But everyone calls me Huang Mao, the youth replied cheerfully. Huang Mao. Lin Chi glanced at his long sun-bleached hair and gave a quiet chuckle. Fitting. So, you want to follow me? Having seen Lin Chi's skill firsthand, Huang Mao, who'd left his village at 15 or 16 and spent 4 or 5 years drifting through the underworld without rising an inch, knew instantly this was the patron he'd been waiting for. Yes, sir. Would you take me on? His hopeful expression ignited a spark in the other gangsters' eyes. Clearly their former leader was finished, and without a powerful new boss their prospects would vanish. Lin Chi observed Huang Mao's eagerness, then turned coolly to the others gathered in the room. And you? All dozen or so youths nodded in unison, eager to pledge allegiance. Gazing at these youths, all under 20, Lin Chi sighed inwardly. This ragged band was now his foundation in this world. Prove yourselves. Relief and exhilaration flooded their faces when they realized Lin Chi hadn't refused. With a master of such extraordinary martial power at their helm, their future prestige seemed assured. I'm Lu Feng. Call me Hong Mao. I'm from the same village as Huang Mao. I'm. Amid their fervent introductions, Lin Chi exhaled quietly. His face remained impassive. I am Lin Chi. You may call me Brother Chi. Today is my first day in Hong Kong. What transpired is already known to you. I won't dwell on it. Your former leader is incapacitated. If you have nowhere else to go, follow me for now. It's late. Disperse and rest. Leave 2 men to guard your former leader. Tomorrow Huang Mao and Hong Mao will secure the IDs for me. Tomorrow gather all of Shi Zaiwei's subordinates. Those who wish to stay may join me. Those who wish to leave will not be detained. Further arrangements await the completion of the IDs. Tend to the injured. Fetch doctors where needed. My strikes were measured. I avoided vital points. Hearing Lin Chi describe his restraint, the gangsters exchanged uneasy glances. This was holding back. Had he truly unleashed his full strength, a single blow might have ended a life. Yet their private misgivings stayed unspoken. They had no idea what temper Brother Qi might possess. The crowd dispersed in a rush. Huang Mao and Hong Mao escorted Lin Qi and Gang Shang to the room formerly occupied by Shi Wei, then slipped away with knowing grins. Inside the room, Lin Qi and Gang Shang stood facing each other in silence. When her eyes met his, Gongxing's cheeks flushed anew. Lin Qi sighed. Watching Gangxing fidget shyly, he felt a familiar irritation rise. Are all women in films like this, mind empty but hearts fluttering with romance? He'd arrived in this world only yesterday, yet already faced one crisis after another. Though Gangxing was undeniably lovely and graceful, Lin Qi, seasoned by years navigating cutthroat corporate arenas in his past life, had no inclination to indulge in romantic entanglements on his very first day. After a pause, Gangxing remained rooted in place, clutching her small bundle head, bowed cheeks burning, shifting nervously from foot to foot. Irritated, Lin Qi waved his hand before her eyes. What are you thinking about? Go to sleep now. Startled, Gangxing jumped. At the word sleep, her mind veered wildly. Is this too soon? Her gaze flickered toward the room's sole bed, and she felt her entire body flush with heat. Recognizing her misinterpretation, Lin Qi shook his head and delivered a sharp tap to her forehead. She yelped, then froze under his stern gaze, stammering her way toward the bed. Still hesitant, Gangxing, under the weight of Lin Qi's unyielding stare, slipped off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and curled tightly into its far corner, awaiting his next move. Seeing Gangxing settled, Lin Qi sighed again and sank into the sofa, closing his eyes to conserve energy. He felt fully alert, utterly unready for sleep. Moreover, both were undocumented. Though the gangsters' professed loyalty, trust was fragile. Anyone might betray them to the authorities. Vigilance remained essential. Shi Wei lay unconscious in the living room, guarded by two youths. Lin Qi kept part of his attention trained on him, ensuring no unforeseen complications arose. Gang Shang curled up in bed, her heart racing with anxiety. Although she had some feelings for Lin Qi, sharing a bed on the first day of their acquaintance felt too much. If Lin Qi were to make a move later, should she resist or go along with it? Gang Shang's heart was pounding wildly. Her face turned a rosy hue as emotions flitted across her features. Joy one moment and sorrow the next. She was in turmoil, yet her eyes remained tightly shut, too afraid to open them. Amidst this inner conflict, Gang Shang gradually drifted off to sleep. After all the events of the day had worn her out, and lying in bed lost in thought, she fell asleep quickly. The next morning, when Gang Shang woke, she instinctively reached out beside her, turned, and opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Qi sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, she realized he hadn't gotten into bed the previous night. A warm sensation flowed through her as she gazed at Lin Qi's youthful, resolute face, becoming somewhat entranced. Lin Qi had only fallen asleep in the early hours. When he woke up, he found Gang Shang sitting on the bed, staring at him with a gaze filled with affection and a smile on her face. He was taken aback, wondering how someone so beautiful could look so dazed, as if she had lost her mind. Seeing Gang Shang lost in thought, Lin Qi shook his head and said to her, "If you're awake, get up. Why are you just sitting there?" Startled by Lin Qi's voice, Gang Shang almost cried out, but managed to hold back. She quickly scrambled out of bed, her movements still timid, following Lin Qi closely. As Lin Qi and Gang Shang emerged, several gang members had already risen and brought breakfast for them. Lin Qi and Gang Shang didn't stand on ceremony. After a quick rinse, they began to eat. Currently, Huang Mao and Hong Mao had gone to obtain identification for Lin Qi and Gang Shang. The two of them dared not wander far and remained in this remote village. Despite its distance from the city, there were occasional patrols by uniformed police. However, with the gang members' protection, they managed to evade the police checks. Without identification, venturing out was troublesome, so they waited for Huang Mao and the others to return. However, during these days, Lin Qi had managed to grasp some information about their situation. They were currently in the Tunmun district of Hong Kong Island. Tunmun is extensive with mountains and sparse population, and various gangs have territories here. First-rate gangs like Hongxing, Dongxing, and Helianshang all have their bases here. The dinosaur is the representative of Hongxing in Tunmun, supported by Quan Chase Benny and Han Bing, controlling some of the busiest streets. Additionally, Tunmun is adjacent to Yuan Long, which serves as the stronghold for Dongxing. Dongxing occupies a significant amount of territory in Tunmun, but since they are involved with the Four Brothers, they do not exert much effort here as there aren't many commercial streets. This area primarily serves as a transit point for their operations. To the east of Tunmun is Tsuanwan, which has been completely dominated by Helianshang's Big D. Thus, Helianshang wields considerable influence in Tunmun. Essentially, the territory in Tunmun is divided among these three first-rate gangs, while various third-rate gangs occupy small patches of land to make a living. Most of the other Blue Lanterns in Tunmun are affiliated with these three major gangs, operating under their banners to make money. Snake Boy Wei operates under the banner of Helianshang with dozens of men on 2 boats relying on smuggling and several vegetable markets as well as a small bus route that he has acquired living a relatively comfortable life. In smuggling, he not only took a cut from the snakeheads but also extorted from the smuggled passengers. Additionally, he secretly engaged in human trafficking of many women who had been exploited by him, and his associates were sold into brothels, while others were sent to work illegally, providing another source of income. Moreover, the bus route from Tunmun to Tsuanwan is an unpopular line. Snake Boy Wei got involved earning a modest sum, but it provided a steady income. After 2 years he broke even, now making approximately 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in net income each year. Additionally, he has a territory in a vegetable market, but the income from protection fees is unstable. The territory is not very secure, and is often contested, leaving little remaining after paying out fees and expenses. Even so, Snake Boy Wei is doing quite well within this social tier. After so many years, he has accumulated nearly $1 million. Had he not run into the hard-nosed Lin Chi, he could have lived comfortably for a long time. 3 days later, Huang Mao and Hong Mao returned handing a document bag to Lin Chi. Upon opening it, Lin Chi found 2 identification cards and 2 household registration certificates. Huang Mao had keen insight. His household registration was under a Lin family elder in Luk Ka village who had passed away 2 years prior. He also inherited a mud house there costing an extra 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. There was also a registration for Wang Gangsheng casually tied to an elderly woman in the village who had no one at home. Gangsheng was the granddaughter of that elderly lady, and upon receiving her new identification card, she beamed with a radiant smile and nudged Lin Chi. With identification in hand, Lin Chi could now venture out. The most pressing task was to seize Snake Boy Wei's assets. "Let's go to the public housing in Tunmun and retrieve your boss' belongings," he said. Snake Boy Wei was incapacitated, having been roughly bandaged by several gang members and left aside. Lin Chi, along with Hong Mao, and a few other gang members, drove Snake Boy Wei's Honda to the largest public housing estate in Tunmun. With Snake Boy Wei's instructions, all cash, small goldfish, and items like gold watches were taken by Lin Chi. As for the 300,000 in his bank account, they had obtained the deposit slip, and it would be simple to withdraw it directly later as that money was clean. Other cash could not be spent carelessly. When they returned, taking advantage of Snake Boy Weiss still being alive, they had an intern lawyer transfer the shares of the warehouse and bus line into Lin Chi's name. Days passed quickly with all the running around. Lin Chi temporarily settled Gangsheng in the public housing, where he also stayed. As for handling the aftermath of acquiring all of Snake Boy Weiss' assets, he left it to Huang Mao and the others. Snake Boy Wei was packed into a gasoline barrel and sent out to sea with a fishing boat, contributing a bit to the land reclamation around Hong Kong. This served as a token of loyalty from Huang Mao and Hong Mao. The apartment that Snake Boy Wei had in public housing was quite spacious, with 3 bedrooms and a living room considered luxurious in the public housing context. After settling in, Lin Chi handed Gangsheng a few thousand Hong Kong dollars to wait for his return. He then drove Snake Boy Wei's car toward the mountain village. Snake Boy Wei had no territory of his own. That large metal house counted as his domain. Today, Lin Chi instructed Huang Mao and Hong Mao to gather all of Snake Boy Wei's subordinates, as the next steps needed to be arranged. Since these people followed him, they had to take responsibility. It wouldn't do to eliminate them all outright. When Lin Chi arrived, there were already about 20 people standing there, several of whom had their limbs in casts. Upon seeing Lin Chi, they were all excited. How could they not be? The big boss was generous. After acquiring Snake Boy Wei's assets, each received a red envelope of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. For these low-level members who rarely saw such wealth, this was a windfall. They had been in this line of work for so long, earning a maximum of only $2,000 a month and oftentimes less than $1,000. Besides food, they had no capital even to visit a brothel. Now that Lin Chi had dealt with Snake Boy Wei, he generously dispensed 10 big red envelopes to everyone, making them eager to stick close to him. Lin Chi looked at the 20 or so people standing straight, feeling a bit of a headache. When he received the cash from Shizai Wei, he got carried away and gave a considerable amount of money to these gangsters, moving them to bow down to him on the spot. Now these flunkies were firmly attached to him, following him wherever he went. In the past few days, Lin Chi had nearly traversed the entire Hong Kong island. He had not yet decided what to do, but at this moment, without power and status, he found himself powerless to act. Nearly everything involved gang affiliations. Initially thinking of returning to the north, he realized he could not adapt to the world he had gotten used to after his previous life. The north was just starting to open up, and he would surely struggle there. Moreover, returning at this time would not allow him to quickly accumulate funds. He had worked hard to escape a life of servitude, and returning to that life was absolutely out of the question. Relatively speaking, Hong Kong Island in this world seemed more aligned with his current choices. However, joining a gang was out of the question. He planned to make some serious money in Hong Kong Island before ultimately returning to the north, as that was where his roots lay. Since this was a world of Hong Kong Island, there were plenty of opportunities to make money quickly if Lin Chi seized them. Although he could not become a decisive figure in Hong Kong, becoming a magnate was very much within reach. Nevertheless, Lin Chi had a strong aversion to this place, having visited many times in his past life. He had seen how the hearts of many had twisted under the rule of John Bull. At that time, Eastern University had given them too much face. Looking at these dozen or so rascals, Lin Chi felt a headache. In many novels he had read in his past life, the protagonists' underlings were not necessarily exceptional figures, so why did he have to deal with these nameless gangsters? They were utterly useless, just idling around aimlessly every day. Lin Chi took a deep drag on his cigarette, suppressing the frustration within him, and addressed these people. I am a decent person, not a gangster, not involved in the underworld, nor joining any gangs. I came to Hong Kong Island for one purpose, only to make money and earn it while standing. In the past few days I also made a round of Hong Kong Island and heard what people say about you. Short mules, I don't want anyone to call me that in the future. I don't know what you think, but for those who wish to follow me, whether you want to be in the underworld or make money since you are with me, I have just one requirement: be obedient. Now with these 20 or so people, I guarantee each of you a minimum of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. Those who can work will certainly earn more. The assets and resources left by Shizai Wei, I will keep those 2 boats and that wild pier as well as that vegetable market. If you don't want to follow me, just take them. I won't take that territory. I won't exploit the poor for a meager sum of money. Lin Chi cannot do that. Lin Chi said a lot, and in the end only 12 people remained. After all, Lin Chi had stated that he was not going to be involved in the underworld or join any gang. Many of these young people still aspired to gain a reputation in the underworld and secure a position in a gang, viewing it as their dream. Lin Chi did not force the issue and handed over the other resources from Shizai Wei, giving each person 2,000 Hong Kong dollars to send them on their way. Lin Chi sat on the ground and said to Huang Mao and the others, for those who follow me, I assure you that the profits promised will not be broken. Now I have tasks to assign you. First, find a few internship lawyers to register 2 companies, 1 property management company, and 1 transportation company. Second, for the public housing I am currently living in, I want you to disperse, and in the shortest time possible gather information on how many households are in the public housing and the size of each apartment. Ideally, you should have tenant information. Additionally, find out how many gangs are around the public housing and what their strengths are. This is your first task. Do well, and in the future Brother Chi will lead you to wealth. If you don't do well, that's fine. There will always be those who can do better for me. If you need money, just come to me. I'm not afraid to spend money as long as the tasks are accomplished. Do you understand? As for those running boats, continue running them. However, if you want to engage in smuggling, do it yourselves. Previously Shizai Wei took a cut, leave half for me and divide the rest among yourselves. But those running boats should just run boats, don't engage in those shady dealings anymore. If you encounter someone like me, I cannot guarantee their temper will be as good as mine. You should also know how formidable the Big Circle gang is. If you frequently walk the night roads, you might just meet a ghost one day. Your former leader had the unfortunate fate of meeting me, which serves as a prime example. Therefore, rules are crucial. You should only eat as much as your bowl can hold. Boss, these matters are easy, just leave them to us. Huang Mao thumped his chest in assurance. In the past few days Lin Chi had shown no signs of action, and they thought he did not want to work. They wanted to cling to Lin Chi, but they did not expect the boss to be idle. Now that the boss had given them tasks, it was clear he intended to make significant moves. As long as the boss got involved, prosperity was guaranteed. Young people idolize the strong. Having witnessed Lin Chi's skills, they had already determined that he was the boss they wished to follow for a lifetime. After finally arranging matters for everyone, Lin Chi returned to the public housing feeling frustrated, as he tossed himself onto the bed staring at the ceiling in a daze. After days of roaming Hong Kong Island, Lin Chi had decided to stay here. After all, this was a world of Hong Kong stories. Although he did not remember many of the movies and TV dramas he had watched, he still recalled some which gave him a slight edge. Moreover, being sent here by the system had equipped him with enough skills to ensure his survival. Now, having acquired Shizai Wei's assets, it was much better than returning. Furthermore, Lin Chi had already decided what to do: first to start a property management company. At this time, property management companies had emerged, but there was no established system or corresponding standards. Lin Chi had worked as a property manager for a time in his past life, and knew all the ins and outs of property management, including its vast profit margins. Unfortunately, he had been led astray in that industry, which had tarnished his reputation before he transitioned to foreign trade. The property management companies on Hong Kong Island now only catered to the wealthy or high-end residential areas. These companies were not independent, but merely subsidiaries of real estate firms that served affluent neighborhoods. Ordinary residential areas lacked professional property management because the tasks were dominated by various gangs. Large real estate companies were reluctant to step into the mire as they were people of status and did not want to compete with these lowly figures. This also presented an opportunity for Lin Chi. He had an abundance of young gangsters at his disposal. Those in their teens and 20s were plentiful, making them readily available security personnel. The elderly in their families and villages were willing to work for just 1,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. They were skilled in cleaning and domestic work, cheap and efficient. At this time, the welfare on Hong Kong Island was not as comprehensive as in his past life, and many struggled to get by on the poverty line. Now jobs like garbage transfer controlled by marginal gangs were hotly contested by older individuals, not for any other reason but because such jobs could provide a meal. Thus Lin Chi found it convenient to use property management as a breakthrough. However, at the outset his only guarantee was that the property management company would not be eliminated by those gangs. With the abilities bestowed by the system, Lin Chi was still quite confident. After all, the starting point was public housing in these urban fringe areas. Gangs that eyed this territory were usually small, with only a few dozen members. Such gangs generally relied on a single powerful individual, posing little threat to Lin Chi. For building management at the start, it sufficed to keep a few people on watch. For housing repairs, he would deal with issues as they arose. For equipment maintenance, hiring a few plumbers and carpenters would be sufficient, as there were many job seekers in these trades. For order maintenance, he could just recruit more gangsters for patrols and guard duty. Finding people was not a challenge. For cleaning and sanitation management, hiring cleaners and domestic workers would require little investment. As for landscaping and maintenance, that was non-existent. Public housing simply did not have such services. Property rental and sales agency services could be pursued once sufficient resources were accumulated to operate as a housing intermediary. Relocation and decoration services were monopolized by small gangs, and he would address those needs as they arose. Other property services were temporarily unnecessary, given that the public housing and ordinary people did not require them. As Lin Chi lay on the bed, contemplating the property management business he had learned about in his past life, a knock came at the door. He knew it was Gang Sheng and called out directly, "Come in. Lin Chi, you're back." Gang Sheng was overjoyed to see Lin Chi return. Though she had already been staying there for several days, holding a Hong Kong identity card and carrying money, she still dared not venture far outside. Instead, she spent her days buying daily necessities for both of them at the neighborhood convenience store beneath the public housing estate, then purchasing vegetables at the nearby wet market, remaining quietly within the apartment. Yet Lin Chi had gone straight into his room upon returning, not even greeting her. Uneasy, Gang Sheng paced hesitantly before his door for several minutes before finally gathering the courage to knock. When Lin Chi opened his eyes and sat up in bed, she said softly, "Dinner is ready. You can eat now." On the second day in the public housing unit, Gang Sheng began cooking for herself. To Lin Chi, however, her dishes were merely average, slightly better than his own. Having grown up in the military, his body demanded little from food, a mere sustenance sufficed. Yet even that modest requirement nearly eluded Gang Sheng, perhaps due to the extraordinary constitution of this body, already elite-tier military strength further enhanced by the system and tempered by ancient martial cultivation. Lin Chi required immense energy. During their first meal together, Gang Sheng noticed he remained unsatisfied. Though she later prepared ever larger portions, he devoured everything on the table without pause. Any food placed before him vanished entirely. Lin Chi rose, observing Gang Sheng, who now stood with noticeably less timidity, and walked toward the living room. Let's eat." Lin Chi ate with startling speed. An instinct ingrained in this body. The moment food appeared on the table, he would lower his head and consume it swiftly, silently, almost as if competing for scarce rations. He tried consciously to slow down, yet the instant his chopsticks lifted, his pace accelerated unconsciously. Gang Sheng, having grown accustomed to this over recent days, simply picked up her own bowl and began eating, watching him, and found strangely that her own appetite had deepened. Today Gang Sheng had cooked enough for 5. After finishing her first bowl, she set down her chopsticks and watched Lin Chi eat. As expected, he cleared every dish from the table. Staring blankly, Gang Sheng suddenly recalled something, and burst into quiet laughter. Lin Chi looked up, puzzled, his gaze questioning. Realizing her impropriety, how dare she laugh at him while he ate? Gang Sheng instantly suppressed her smile and whispered timidly, "You're done? I'll wash the dishes." She hurried off with the bowls toward the kitchen, retreating almost like one fleeing in flustered haste. Lin Chi, still dazed from the meal, felt bewildered. Why was his appetite so immense? He sensed no hunger. Yet once he began eating, he could not stop. Nor did he feel any satiety, no matter how much he consumed. A wry thought crossed his mind, so now I've become a bottomless eater. Gang Sheng made several swift trips, clearing the table completely, then brewed Lin Chi a cup of tea. She slipped into the kitchen and stole glances back at him. Seeing him sit quietly sipping tea bite by bite, unperturbed by her earlier laughter, she exhaled deeply, patted her chest lightly, and turned back to wash the dishes with genuine cheer. Gang Sheng worked with remarkable efficiency, soon restoring the kitchen to immaculate order. With graceful, unhurried steps, she settled across from Lin Chi on the sofa. Over these past days, she had begun to discern his habits: utter focus during meals, never speaking, with a fondness for smoking while lost in silent contemplation. though she could never guess what thoughts stirred behind his calm gaze. Lin Chi, I'd like to visit Lantau Island. Lin Chi looked at her puzzled, and Gangxing flinched slightly under his gaze. I came to Hong Kong to seek refuge with my aunt. Her family lives on Lantau Island, and I was born there. I'd like to go back and see it. Lin Chi nodded. All right, I'm free these days. Tomorrow I'll accompany you. Hearing his words, Gangxing's face lit up. She had long hoped he would take her to Lantau Island. Traveling alone as a young woman filled her with quiet apprehension. Only beside Lin Chi did she feel truly safe. She hadn't known how to broach the subject. So when he offered spontaneously, her joy swelled beyond measure. At times she'd even doubted whether he liked her at all. She knew she was beautiful, yet his demeanor toward her remained reserved, leaving her secretly disheartened, wondering if she'd somehow lost her luster. But during her brief outings she'd noticed how men's eyes lingered on her with unmistakable intensity, confirming she hadn't faded. It was simply that Lin Chi held no particular interest in her. That realization brought a pang of sorrow. After all, he had saved her life, and through these days of quiet coexistence, he had already etched himself indelibly into her heart. Yet Lin Chi's current body had been forged in the military from childhood, instilling habitual emotional reserve. Though this detachment didn't fully align with his true nature, the body's ingrained temperament exerted profound influence. For now, he simply couldn't project warmth toward Gangxing, leaving her oscillating between hope and doubt. Now, however, his offer to accompany her to Lantau Island settled the uncertainty within her like a stone sinking into still water. She knew he cared. That alone was enough. Meeting Lin Chi during her journey to Hong Kong had become her greatest fortune, and with that thought Gangxing moved lightly to pack her things. The trip to Lantau Island would last only a few days at most. Gangxing was no longer the girl who dreamed of relying on her aunt. Now, like the streetwise youths she'd seen, she wished only to follow Lin Chi and serve at his side. After packing, she approached Lin Chi, who sat nestled on the sofa. I'd like to buy gifts for my aunt's family. May I? All the money she'd spent thus far came from Lin Chi. She carried not a single Hong Kong dollar of her own. Even purchases for relatives required his funds. Meticulously she recorded every cent spent, resolving to repay him fully once she earned her own income. So naturally she sought his permission before spending. Of course. First visits to relatives always call for thoughtful gifts. Lin Chi replied, nodding. He saw nothing amiss in her wish. It was only natural, a gesture of propriety and human connection. Watching Gangxing's radiant expression, Lin Chi paused, then rose from the sofa. Shall I accompany you to buy them? Gangxing waved her hand gently. No need. I'll go myself. I'll be right back. And with that she headed toward the door. Lin Chi watched, perplexed by her sudden independence, until he saw her open the door and glimpsed the dimming sky beyond. Without another word he followed, saying, I'll come with you. Seeing Lin Chi step beside her, Gangxing's cheeks flushed faintly, and she smiled warm and bright. She understood his glance out the window had revealed his concern, that she might encounter trouble outside. His quiet companionship filled her heart with a gentle, sweet warmth. Lin Chi had assumed this world would inevitably bring complications. After all, he'd read countless novels where transmigrators radiated misfortune like magnets, stumbling into conflict, even while walking down the street. Yet he'd overestimated the danger. Their public housing estate, the largest in Tuen Mun, teemed with residents and patrolled constantly by police. Their shopping proceeded smoothly, completed in under half an hour. Carrying their parcels, they climbed the stairs back to their flat. After washing up, each retreated to their own room, but neither fell asleep quickly. Gangxing lay awake, exhilarated. Today had confirmed Lin Chi's care for her, and his willingness to accompany her shopping left her heart fluttering. Lin Chi, meanwhile, struggled against ingrained habit. Before arriving here, he'd never slept so early. Midnight was his earliest hour of rest. Unable to drift off, he sat cross-legged on his bed and practiced Taiji meditation, only succumbing to sleep near midnight. Lido District is the largest and least populous of Hong Kong Island's 18 administrative districts, situated at the southwestern tip of the island and comprising over a dozen islands of varying sizes. The destination for Gangxing was Tung Chung Village in Lido District, a hub of Hakka settlements where more than a dozen Hakka villages clustered together. Lin Chi carried the gifts Gangxing had purchased as they boarded a swaying ferry bound for Lido District. After asking directions repeatedly, Gangxing finally located her aunt's home. Gangxing's aunt lived in a modest two-story bungalow in the town of Tung Chung. The ground floor housed a small convenience store. When Gangxing and Lin Chi arrived, they found her aunt seated at the doorway, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan while chatting animatedly with a neighbor. Auntie. A clear, bright voice cut through the conversation. Gangxing stood tall. Her aunt, perched on a low stool, looked up and met the gaze of a striking young woman staring intently at her, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. For a moment she hesitated in quiet confusion, until her eyes swept over Gangxing's and Lin Chi's attire and the bundles of gifts they carried. Then her expression brightened. Auntie, I'm Gangxing. came the voice again. Gangshing. Gangshing, you're Gangshing. Her aunt feigned sudden recognition. You're Gangshing. Yes. With a sharp intake of breath, her aunt sprang to her feet, stared hard at Gangshing for a heartbeat, and then pulled her into a fierce embrace. The two women clung to each other, weeping openly. Lin Chi stood quietly to the side, holding the gifts, watching in quiet bemusement. He vaguely recalled that this aunt had never shown Gangshing much affection. But what then was the meaning behind this tearful reunion? As Lin Chi stood behind Gangshing, puzzlement flickering across his face, he suddenly caught sight of his aunt's face. Tears glistening, yet her eyes sharp and calculating. In that instant he understood she had assessed their clothing neat, respectable, and noted the generous gifts. No wonder her demeanor lacked its expected harshness. She judged by appearances alone. He remembered a film scene Gangshing called out "Auntie," only to be met with a dismissive, haughty stare. The elder woman's gaze sweeping over Gangshing's shabby clothes and timid posture, her expression laced with condescension and disdain. This time, however, Gangshing had spent several days in public housing, exchanged her old clothes for new ones, and, thanks to Lin Chi, obtained a Hong Kong identity card which lent her quiet confidence. Well-fed and rested, she now glowed with vitality, prompting her aunt's sudden display of tender emotion. After their tearful embrace subsided, Gangshing's aunt took her hand and turned toward Lin Chi. Who's this handsome young man? She asked Gangshing. Auntie, he's a friend. This trip to Lido was made possible thanks to him. Before arriving, Lin Chi had instructed Gangshing not to disclose his identity or background to anyone. Friend was all she could say. Soon after, Gangshing's uncle returned home. A short, sleazy, middle-aged man who instantly lit up upon seeing Gangshing. Her aunt introduced both Gangshing and Lin Chi, while Lin Chi remained aloof and reserved. His cool detachment, almost contemptuous as if looking down on rural folk, only deepened her aunt and uncle's exaggerated warmth toward Gangshing. She assumed it stemmed from kinship. Lin Chi knew better. After dinner at her aunt's home, the couple politely offered for Gangshing and Lin Chi to stay overnight. Lin Chi declined outright. He disliked staying in strangers' homes, and truthfully, there was no spare space. Would Gangshing really share a bed with her leering uncle? Auntie, Lin Chi has already booked a hotel. We'll stay on Lido for 2 nights. Tomorrow we'll explore the district and I'll visit again when returning to Hong Kong Island. Gangshing too had sensed something unsettling in her uncle's gaze, and Lin Chi had warned her not to stay overnight at her aunt's. Indeed, Lin Chi had reserved a hotel room for just 150 Hong Kong dollars, a decent rate for Lido district. Leaving her aunt's home, Gangshing and Lin Chi walked silently toward the hotel. How did meeting your aunt feel? Lin Chi asked casually. It felt joyful, though my uncle left me uneasy. Gangshing paused, then spoke softly to Lin Chi. From now on, treat them as distant relatives. Visit once or twice a year, but never come alone. And under no circumstances should you stay overnight. Your uncle is no good man. You've likely sensed it yourself. Lin Chi spoke coldly. At his words, Gangshing paled. She'd disliked her uncle from the first glance. The look in his eyes was one she'd seen before, though never so brazenly exposed. I understand. Her voice subdued. Gangshing sank into melancholy. She had come seeking refuge with her aunt. Yet within just a few hours of interaction she'd felt profoundly ill at ease. She'd noticed her uncle's lingering stares, suppressing her revulsion to avoid offending her aunt and uncle. Moreover, her aunt had peppered her with questions about life in Hong Kong, her occupation, income, even probing Lin Chi's profession. Though Gangshing deflected each query, the interrogation left her deeply unsettled. She and her aunt had exchanged only 2 brief remarks about her late mother. Beyond that, her aunt uttered not a single word of concern for her younger sister nor for Gangshing herself. Instead, she spoke incessantly of earnings, how much her convenience store brought in monthly, her husband's job details, and so on. Gangshing couldn't fathom why her aunt behaved this way. It bore no resemblance to the warm reunion she'd imagined. She'd even hoped, if Lin Chi rejected her, to fall back on her aunt's support. Now that hope had vanished entirely. She'd originally intended to seek her aunt's help in locating the midwife who'd delivered her, hoping to obtain a birth certificate and thus secure her Hong Kong ID. But Lin Chi had resolved that issue long before. With no further need to approach her aunt, Gangshing felt adrift, uncertain what path to take next in Hong Kong. Suddenly, Lin Chi's earlier words echoed in her mind. Her dejected expression vanished, replaced by sudden excitement. She lifted her head sharply, gazing at Lin Chi walking ahead. Lin Chi sensed something amiss, the intensity of Gangshing's gaze burning into his back. Frowning, he turned. What is it? The moment their eyes met, Gangshing instinctively lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Chi turned away and resumed walking. Gangshing waited, expecting more, but silence stretched on. When she lifted her gaze again, he was already far ahead. She hurried to catch up. Lin Chi, what you meant just now was... Gangshing began, only for Lin Chi to interrupt. We've arrived at the hotel. Gang Shang originally wanted to confirm with Lin Chi what he meant by his words, whether he could follow Lin Chi from now on, and not have to rely on her aunt, but before he could say it he was interrupted by Lin Chi. Gang Shang looked up and saw a hotel sign. Lin Chi stepped inside and Gang Shang wanted to ask something, but seeing that Lin Chi didn't linger he followed her into the hotel lobby. I have reserved 2 rooms under the surname Lin, phone number 85XXXXXX. The hotel lobby was not very large. It resembled Lin Chi's previous budget hotel. However, at this time it was considered decent for the outlying island. As soon as Gang Shang entered the lobby, he saw Lin Chi already communicating with the front desk. After signing and paying, Lin Chi took 2 keys, and upon seeing Gang Shang, handed one of the keys to her saying, "The room is on the 3rd floor, you are staying next to me. If you need anything just call me directly." Lin Chi realized what Gang Shang wanted to ask earlier. He indeed wanted Gang Shang to follow him for a living. After all, he had just come here and there were not many people he could trust. Gang Shang was the first person he could trust. Moreover, having seen Gang Shang's aunt and uncle during the day, if Gang Shang stayed here, who knew what would happen next? Since he had saved her from the snakehead, he would help her all the way, and it was better for Gang Shang to work under him than to wander aimlessly in Hong Kong. However, Gang Shang's feelings for him were not very pure. Lin Chi felt a bit speechless. Were all the female leads in these films born with a romantic mindset? They had only known each other for a few days, and even if there was a life-saving grace, it wasn't necessary to act like this. Lin Chi watched Gang Shang walk into her room with her small bag before he opened the door to the adjacent room and walked inside. After taking a shower, Lin Chi lay on the bed staring blankly. After finishing dinner, and with nothing to do, he could only reminisce about the happiness of scrolling through his phone. Lin Chi didn't know when he fell asleep, but Gang Shang next door was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. According to Lin Chi's words, he didn't want her to rely on her aunt, which meant he would take her with him, but she was still uncertain. In the end, Gang Shang comforted herself. As long as Lin Chi didn't refuse, she would pretend to know nothing and just follow Lin Chi. With this decision, she slowly fell asleep. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Gang Shang was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. She immediately sat up in bed and carefully walked to the door, calling out, "Who is it? Hurry up and get up to wash up, I'm taking you to breakfast." Upon hearing Lin Chi's voice, Gang Shang's tense heart immediately relaxed. She intended to open the door but heard Lin Chi's footsteps moving away, entering his own room. Gang Shang brushed her teeth and washed her face as quickly as possible, but after she was done, she found Lin Chi already standing at the door. When she came out, Lin Chi tilted her head, signaling her to follow, and headed downstairs. Gang Shang was in a good mood and jogged to catch up. The two were not very familiar with the outlying island and wandered casually down the street, eventually stopping at a breakfast shop. Having spent a few days with Lin Chi, Gang Shang roughly understood her habits and naturally ordered what she wanted for breakfast, then helped Lin Chi order, but Lin Chi's order was much larger, with 8 baskets of soup dumplings alone. This was Lin Chi being restrained, otherwise if she ate freely it might scare others. After all, up until now Lin Chi had never said she was completely full. Gang Shang quickly finished her breakfast, then propped her chin with her hand, watching Lin Chi eat. Lin Chi was intentionally slowing down her eating pace. After all, the speed at which she used to eat in the army was shocking, and she herself was not accustomed to it. After a period of intentional restraint, she now ate just a little faster than an average person. "Do you always eat this much?" Gang Shang asked Lin Chi. Lin Chi took a sip of soy milk and replied, "You know, I practice martial arts. Practitioners tend to have a large appetite." "Really? Then is he also a martial artist?" Gang Shang's gaze passed over Lin Chi, looking at his back, her right index finger secretly pointing behind Lin Chi. Lin Chi, with a soup dumpling in his mouth, turned his head to look, nearly choking himself in surprise. At a table in the 3rd row behind Lin Chi, there was a stack of more than a dozen small steamers of soup dumplings, and beside it were 7 or 8 empty bowls. A person in a blue canvas jacket was hunched over, devouring a bowl of noodles. In no time, his bowl of noodles was finished. That person casually stacked the bowl on top of the 7 or 8 bowls, pushed over another bowl of noodles, and continued eating. He opened a steamer of soup dumplings and ate them alongside the noodles, finishing a bowl of noodles and a steamer of dumplings in less than 2 minutes. Not only were Lin Chi and Gang Shang watching that person, but everyone else eating breakfast at that stall was also watching him. Lin Chi's expression was somewhat dazed as he slowly turned to look at Gang Shang. Did he eat all of that by himself? Lin Chi asked Gang Shang in disbelief. Gang Shang could only nod gently while watching that person. Coming to Hong Kong had broadened her horizons. She originally thought Lin Chi ate a lot, but she didn't expect to see someone at this breakfast stall who could eat several times more than Lin Chi. No wonder they came to Hong Kong to seek a living. Oh, how many families in the north could provide enough food for such a person? Seeing Gang Shang nod, Lin Chi understood that in terms of eating there was always someone better. He quickly finished his breakfast. No wonder there weren't many people watching him today. After all, when he ate breakfast in Tunman, He always attracted some attention as he ate more than 4 or 5 people combined, which was quite eye-catching. Now he realized that the amount he ate was totally insignificant compared to that person. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chi simply turned his body around, and like the others stared intently at that person eating noodles and dumplings. Gang Shang moved a stool next to Lin Chi, poked him with her finger, and whispered in his ear, "Is he also a martial artist? He seems to be better than you." Lin Chi curled his lips and glared at Gang Shang, saying, "He should also be a martial artist. As for how strong, who knows, since I haven't fought him." Gang Shang had received too many eye rolls from Lin Chi lately, and didn't react much to her tone. Instead, she smiled and poured a cup of tea for Lin Chi. The two of them sipped tea while watching that person eat breakfast. Finally, after 5 minutes, amid everyone's astonished gazes, that person finished everything he ordered. The entire round table was covered with bowls and steamers that he had left behind, creating a striking scene. When that person lifted his head, Lin Chi nearly spit out a mouthful of water, choking as he swallowed and kept coughing. Seeing this, Gang Shang hurriedly patted Lin Chi's back to help him catch his breath. It was no wonder Lin Chi reacted so strongly. He was too familiar with the face of that big eater. That baby face combined with the current location confirmed who he had run into. The baby-faced girl finished everything she had, took out a large bill to pay, and as she stood up she glanced around at her friends with a hint of a shy smile on her face. Only then did the others come back to their senses, pretentiously busying themselves with their own affairs, waiting until no one was watching before preparing to leave. She took her change, lifted her canvas bag, and as she stood she noticed Lin Chi and Gang Shang still staring at her. She was taken aback for a moment, smiled, and nodded in greeting to Lin Chi, who also smiled back and nodded. After the simple-minded baby-faced girl left, Lin Chi remained in a daze until she felt someone tugging at her clothes, which startled her awake. She settled her bill and left, afterward being taken around the island by Gang Shang. However, Lin Chi's heart was in turmoil. Wasn't that person Wolf Fong Abu? Lin Chi had been in Gang Island for some time now. Although she had heard a lot about the characters from films and television, she had yet to encounter any except for Gang Shang. Now, unexpectedly running into Abu, who was quite a character, she thought about how she would continue to navigate Gang Island. With no strong allies around, meeting Abu seemed like a chance to get involved. If she saved Abu, wouldn't she have a powerful ally at her disposal? Lin Chi looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky over the island had already turned dark, with swirling clouds clearly signaling that a typhoon was approaching. Indeed, after spending the day wandering around the island with Gang Shang, upon returning to the hotel, they were informed that a typhoon was coming, and if they wanted to return to Gang Island, they might have to wait a few days. Gang Shang was somewhat surprised and worried upon hearing this news, but Lin Chi comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "Let's wait until after the typhoon passes to return, as staying here for a couple of days isn't so bad." Seeing Lin Chi say this, Gang Shang felt relieved and followed her upstairs. That night the wind and rain outside were tumultuous, with thunder and lightning making it hard for Lin Chi to sleep soundly. Fortunately, around 4 or 5 in the morning, the rain finally stopped. The next day, Lin Chi was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on her door. Having not slept well the night before, being awakened so early left her with a belly full of frustration. She squinted her eyes and jumped out of bed quickly, making her way to the door. "Who is it? What's all this noise?" she shouted, startling a group of gang members in black suits who were knocking on various doors. With a flurry of eyes now fixed on the sleepy-eyed figure with an annoyed expression, the gang members momentarily froze. Lin Chi, noticing the group of clearly intimidating gang members in the corridor, became slightly more alert. The scene fell silent. These gang members, known for their lawlessness, were taken aback by someone shouting at them for the first time. Many others in the hotel, who had initially been frightened by the sight of the gang, were also startled by Lin Chi's shout. Just then a creaking sound broke the silence as Gang Shang next door opened her door. As Gang Shang emerged, she took in the bizarre scene, particularly the group of men in black, clearly not to be trifled with. She was so frightened that she directly ran behind Lin Chi, clutching her arm with trembling hands. The gang members also regained their composure, glaring menacingly at Lin Chi. The leader, a tall and burly man, approached her, seemingly ready to cause trouble. However, Lin Chi lazily stood at her door, casually observing the group of ruffians, already having a good idea of what they were there for. Hey, no need to get angry, no need to get angry. I apologize for the disturbance." A chubby figure wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief came jogging over. "Folks, I truly apologize. One of our group members has gone missing and we're quite anxious. That's why we disturbed you all. We've already informed the police and they're also looking. We hope you can cooperate and let us check each room." This chubby man, who looked somewhat like Lin Shui, spoke, while bowing to everyone with a very accommodating demeanor. Seeing the group of men in black, the other hotel guests who had been woken up felt relieved, realizing they weren't in any trouble, and they all moved aside to allow the gang members to enter the rooms for inspection. Lin Chi had initially thought about confronting the gang, but seeing Gang Shang's pleading eyes, she simply narrowed her eyes sharply at the group, stepped aside, and allowed one of the black-clad men to enter. Lin Chi knew what they were searching for. They wouldn't find it there. Soon the group left the hotel, and after they departed 4 police officers arrived knocking on doors one by one, and inquiring though they couldn't uncover anything. However, when Lin Chi spotted a beautiful female police officer among the officers, her expression was somewhat peculiar. After staring at her for too long, a young police officer beside her shot Lin Chi a warning glance, and Gang Shang, also feeling a bit jealous, tugged at Lin Chi's clothes, prompting Lin Chi to redirect her attention. That female officer is quite beautiful, isn't she? After the police left, Gang Shang rolled her eyes at Lin Chi. What? Lin Chi replied, somewhat confused. I mean, isn't that female officer very pretty? You were staring at her just now. She's not my type, and besides, she's not as pretty as you. Lin Chi responded, casually realizing what Gang Shang meant. Then why were you staring at her? You made her shy. I was just daydreaming. I wasn't staring at her. Gang Shang still seemed to want to say something when Lin Chi directly headed outside the hotel, her voice lazily drifting back. Let's go. The rain has stopped now. Let's go out and explore a bit more today. We'll return to the main island after the typhoon has completely passed. Gang Shang hurriedly followed Lin Chi, her previously sulking lips now turned into a smile, thrilled that Lin Chi wanted to take her out to have fun. Lin Chi took Gang Shang around the island, and as she had expected, there were members of various groups everywhere on the island searching for something. The entire island was filled with a looming storm, and the rolling black clouds above increased the pressure felt by everyone. Observing the hurried members of the groups on the island, after a while Gang Shang wanted to return to the hotel, but Lin Chi, brimming with enthusiasm, kept tugging her around the island. It wasn't until Gang Shang's legs began to tremble that Lin Chi finally brought her back to the hotel. They casually ate a little something at a small shop beside the hotel, before both headed into their respective rooms early. Lin Chi took Gang Shang to explore the outlying island during the day. It wasn't just a casual outing, the island was vast, yet the areas where people gathered were relatively small. After 2 days of observation, he had memorized the environmental details around the island. In the evening, a fierce wind and rainstorm swept through. However, even from his hotel, Lin Chi could hear the commotion outside. Despite the typhoon, the members of the gang insisted on searching all over the island for the missing head of Master Ma. Lin Chi recalled scenes from movies he had watched before and estimated the time. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep amidst the howling wind and rain. The next day, the hotel front desk informed them that the typhoon had temporarily subsided and the ferry was back in operation. Those wishing to return to the main island could leave today. Lin Chi first took Gang Shang to say goodbye at his aunt's house, then they walked together towards the ferry terminal. When the two arrived at the terminal, they saw many police officers and gang members present. The previously opposing sides were now cooperating to inspect the passengers. All passengers boarding the ship had to go through strict checks. Seeing this, Lin Chi realized they were in time. He bought tickets with Gang Shang and patiently waited in line. Finally, Lin Chi spotted Abu carrying a large canvas bag and wearing a big pair of sunglasses as he queued up with the crowd. Lin Chi dawdled, allowing several people to cut in line, and then slowly made his way near Abu, carefully observing his actions. Sure enough, after a short time, Lin Chi noticed Abu stealthily taking a document from a man not far from him, then slowly retreating several paces. Indeed, when the man was checked, he couldn't produce his document, attracting the attention of the nearby police and gang members. Taking advantage of the chaos, Abu jumped onto the rain shelter above the walkway and leisurely walked forward before jumping down. However, as Abu landed, he seemed to notice someone watching him. He turned his head toward the direction of the sensation, but being not very tall, he failed to see Lin Chi, who was smiling at him from a distance. After the final chaos, the group of passengers was assembled. After about 10 minutes, the boat arrived at the terminal, but there were more police and gang members here than on the outlying island. Lin Chi kept close behind Abu. Upon seeing the situation at the terminal, Abu visibly froze and tightened his grip on the canvas bag. As they disembarked, Abu secretly hit a person's knee with a stone, causing another commotion, allowing him to slip through once more. Lin Chi closely followed Abu as they exited the ship. Sure enough, when Abu left in a vehicle, one of Master Ma's men knocked him down. A bowling ball rolled out of Abu's canvas bag, creating chaos around them. At the moment Abu got up, he grabbed the screaming Gang Shang to block his line of sight, casually waving his hand to store the bowling ball away. The sudden chaos was overwhelming. There were many people disembarking along with police and gang members rushing over, creating a crowded scene. After Abu stood up, he realized the bowling ball was missing. His face stiffened, wondering where the large bowling ball had gone. At that moment, Abu noticed the police and gang members were closing in on them and realized he had no chance of finding the bowling ball. He hurriedly took advantage of the confusion to leave the area. Lin Chi and Gang Shang waited a while longer. After the police and gang members conducted another check, they were allowed to leave. Lin Chi and Gang Shang returned to their apartment, coincidentally meeting Huang Mao. Excited to see their leader back, Huang Mao reported the progress they had made during this period. Lin Chi pulled out a few big gold bills and treated Huang Mao and the others to a late-night snack, and Huang Mao happily left with the money. Back at their place, Lin Chi and Gang Shang sighed in relief. During their days on the outlying island, they had been eating out every day. Upon returning, Gang Shang immediately took Lin Chi to the market to buy a large amount of groceries. She wanted to showcase her cooking skills and ensure Lin Chi was satisfied. Having witnessed Abu's terrifying eating habits, Gang Shang was unfazed to see Lin Chi eat in a similar manner. The next day, Lin Chi handed a stack of Hong Kong dollars to Gang Shang. I might start a company and I want you to work for me when the time comes. For now, don't look for a job. They'll be out for a few days, so just stay at home and don't wander around. Gang Shang, holding the money, looked anxious. You're leaving? Can't I come with you? How many days will you be gone? Hearing that Lin Chi was leaving, Gang Shang panicked. She was afraid Lin Chi would abandon her and not return. However, Lin Chi reassured her that he was going to handle important matters and promised to be back in no more than 4 days. After much comfort, he finally calmed her down. Lin Chi found Huang Mao and asked him to protect Gang Shang a bit while she was out. Then he left alone, taking the ferry back to the outlying island. He secretly followed those gang members dressed in matching black outfits. With his bogus camouflage skills acquired from the battlefield and the powerful martial arts he had obtained, tracking these disorganized gang members was quite simple. In less than half a day, Lin Chi discovered their hideout. He even caught a glimpse of the leader, a woman in black named Sasaki. Moreover, based on Sasaki's arrangements, it seemed they had already kidnapped the beautiful female police officer on the outlying island and were plotting against Abu. Cautiously, Lin Chi did not get any closer. Lin Chi noted the location, and then withdrew, casually wandering around the outlying island. When night fell, it started to rain heavily again, just as he remembered. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Lin Chi stealthily returned to the gang members' hideout. After more than an hour, he finally saw Sasaki leading 2 others who were escorting the female police officer. Following them, all the gang members dressed in black came out, about 100 in total, heading in one direction, leaving fewer than 10 behind. Lin Chi had already scouted the area and knew it was the playground of an abandoned school. After the main group moved away, Lin Chi's eyes lit up and he slowly made his way into the hideout. Today, Lin Chi wore a loose black raincoat, completely covering his head and face with 2 pieces of black cloth. He wore rubber gloves that he had stealthily taken from a clinic on the outlying island, making it impossible for anyone to discern his appearance. This hideout was actually a family temple located in a village on the outlying island. It was quite large. When Lin Chi scouted it, he had initially wanted to go inside, but was blocked at the entrance, being told that it was a family temple and no outsiders were allowed. Now there were only about 10 people from the gang standing around casually from the entrance to the inner hall. Lin Chi quickly approached one person from behind, covering their nose and mouth with his left hand. A flash of light appeared as a dagger appeared in his hand, swiftly plunging it into the person's throat. Lin Chi slowly laid the person down on the ground. The gang member in the black suit trembled a few times and then lost his breath. Killing someone at such close range, Lin Chi had thought he would feel very uncomfortable. However, after closing his eyes and taking a few breaths, he realized that he had no special reaction to such things. He sincerely appreciated this battle-hardened body, which allowed him to adapt well to such scenes. Lin Chi stabilized his thoughts in the darkness, then grasped the dagger in his hand and stealthily made his way into the inner hall, swiftly dispatching another guard. To his surprise, Lin Chi found that he had even started to relish this feeling. Although he knew this was wrong, he recalled that in his past life, ever since high school, he hadn't engaged in any fights, let alone thought that killing would feel so mundane now. Once again, he blended into the night with the sound of rain, eliminating all the guards present. In this darkness, Lin Chi felt like a king. It was a feeling of control. This body was like a ghost on the battlefield, and the lives of those beneath him seemed utterly inconsequential. Today, he hadn't intended to kill, but after investigating, he discovered that these individuals were all affiliated with the gang from Zyrizi. Moreover, Master Moss Gang was involved in the flower business, which stirred uncontrollable violent emotions within him. Therefore, Lin Chi struck hard, allowing these scoundrels to meet their end early, perhaps due to this body's deep-seated aversion towards Zyrizi. After eliminating all the gang guards, Lin Chi began searching the area. After half an hour, a smile crept onto his face. His haul was quite satisfactory. In a large black bag, there was surprisingly 5 million Hong Kong dollars in cash alongside a safe and a box of flour. Lin Chi put the safe into his spatial storage. Initially, he intended to leave the box of flour behind, but then he thought it might be useful later, so he stored it as well. After searching thoroughly, he found 5 gold bars on several individuals, a solid form of currency. The scattered cash totaled nearly 30,000. Lin Chi sighed. The saying "a horse cannot feed without grass" rang true. This black market trade truly brings money quickly. After stowing away all the items, Lin Chi checked the entire scene again, ensuring that no traces were left behind. Wrapping his black raincoat tighter, he vanished into the darkness amidst the heavy rain. When Lin Chi arrived at the playground of the abandoned school, he saw the female officer bound and hanging on a platform. Beside her, Sasaki stood with a katana watching over Officer Xiao He. On the playground facing the high platform, over 100 men in black surrounded and attacked Abu, who was all alone. Abu fought barehanded in the crowd, managing to fend off the gangsters. Although he could take on 10 or even 20 at once, facing over 100 put him in grave danger. Officer Xiao He bound kept shouting for Abu to retreat, but lost in the sea of people, and with the rain pouring down, Abu did not hear her calls. Even if he did, he wouldn't heed them. With more people falling around him, there were already 30 or 40 bodies on the ground. He himself bore several wounds, blood mingling with rainwater. His movements had started to slow, and he felt utterly exhausted. As he took down another foe, Abu looked up at the high platform, where Xiao He was shouting hoarsely, her voice already gone. He also noticed Sasaki, who was watching him with a cold smile. Dodging a knife strike from behind, he kicked the person in front of him away, clenched his fists, and charged once more towards the crowd. Lin Chi observed that Abu had already taken down 50 men, but he had also accumulated over a dozen wounds. He nodded casually. The scene felt somewhat surreal. Could anyone truly fight 100 at once? Even witnessing it with his own eyes, Lin Chi felt incredulous. He knew his own combat prowess might surpass Abu's, but if faced with 100 opponents, he would undoubtedly turn and flee. How reckless Abu was. If he had a firearm, it would be a different story. After all, in his memory, their squad had once charged at over 100 enemies and emerged victorious. Just thinking about it now filled him with dread. Such a battle hero was expelled from the force and perished from internal strife on the ship. What a reckless outcome. As he pondered, Abu took down another 10 thugs, but he had also taken several hits to his legs and suffered a deep gash on his back from a knife. His attacks had slowed significantly, his breath was chaotic, and his face was pale. The timing was right. He couldn't let Abu be worn down like a character in a movie. Lin Chi stealthily approached Sasaki from behind, catching her off guard, and seizing the katana from her hand. With a crack, he snapped it in two, wrested the katana from her grasp, and before her scream could even fade, he swung the blade, leaving a fine line across Sasaki's throat from which dark red blood gushed forth. Blood splattered onto Xiao He's face, and she finally reacted, screaming hoarsely in fear. The two black-clad men beside Sasaki also reacted, immediately drawing their katanas to attack Lin Chi. Unlike Abu, who was unarmed, Lin Chi wielded his katana with precision, swiftly taking down the two men in the pouring rain. Sasaki's scream as Lin Chi broke her arm attracted the attention of those attacking Abu. Watching a figure cloaked in black swiftly eliminate Sasaki and her two bodyguards, the majority of the crowd surged toward Lin Chi, leaving only a few dozen around Abu. Upon seeing dozens of people charging at him, Lin Chi initially thought he would be frightened, but to his surprise he remained calm, even managing a slight smile. He adjusted his grip on the katana and swiftly plunged into the crowd. Lin Chi was unsure why his bloodlust ran so high, especially after realizing this gang was involved in the flower business for Zairizi. The murderous intent within him surged uncontrollably. After nearly half an hour, Lin Chi panted heavily, discarding the dulled katana in his hand. Slowly, he walked over to Abu, who was slumped on the ground, extending his right hand. "Can you still stand?" Abu's face was pale, struggling to catch his breath, as he looked up at the person who saved him. He extended his hand and Lin Chi helped him up. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Abu limped after Lin Chi to the edge of the platform. Exhausted, Abu sat at the edge of the platform, while Lin Chi single-handedly untied the ropes, binding Xiao. He then sat down himself to recover his stamina. After being rescued, Xiao, he also sat limply on the ground. The shock of the day was overwhelming. She never expected these gangs to be so audacious as to kidnap a police officer. What moved her even more was that Abu was willing to risk his life for her. Just as Abu was about to be beaten to death by the gangsters, a god of death appeared and wiped them all out. She was grateful to this sudden hero, but as an upright police officer, witnessing his ruthless and efficient actions made her feel a sense of fear towards Lin Chi. As the scene quieted down, the three of them rested in their respective corners, regaining their strength and calming their minds. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chi stood up first. "Can you make your way back on your own?" Lin Chi asked Xiao He. Although there was a large light on the playground, he still couldn't clearly see the face of the person who had suddenly appeared to save her and Abu. Frantically, she struggled to stand up. "Toucan. Say your goodbyes to her, then come with me," Lin Chi directed Abu. Abu pondered for a moment, nodded, and turned to Xiao He. They shared a moment of unspoken understanding, neither saying a word. Abu nodded again and walked to Lin Chi's side. The heavy rain continued to pour as Lin Chi, shrouded in darkness, slowly walked in a certain direction. Abu, limping, followed Lin Chi as they left. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chi took Abu to a remote and dilapidated Yang family's temple, instructing Abu to wait there. He then turned and went behind the idol, pretending to search, and took out a travel bag from his space. Lin Chi returned to Abu's side and tossed the bag on the ground. "Change your clothes." After saying that, Lin Chi pulled out a set of clothes and a towel from the bag, placing them aside. He then took off all his clothes, neatly folded them, and laid them on the ground wearing only a simple garment. Stepping out of the Yang family's temple, he washed himself several times in the heavy rain before returning to the temple to put on the new shirt and pants. Abu stared blankly at Lin Chi's actions. Only after Lin Chi changed into new clothes did he recognize Lin Chi's face. "Is it you?" Abu had a good memory. He had seen this person once during breakfast that day. He didn't expect that the one who saved him was Lin Chi, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Hurry up and wash yourself clean. It's not too late. If you change your clothes, you can still get a good night's sleep." Lin Chi wiped his face with a towel, then dried his feet and put on a new pair of shoes. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Abu snapped back to reality, quickly following Lin Chi's example, stripping down to just a simple garment and barefoot walked into the rain. Ignoring his injuries, he washed himself several times in the heavy rain before entering the temple, where he caught the towel Lin Chi tossed to him. Abu quickly dried himself, changed into another set of clothes from the bag, and helped Lin Chi put the discarded clothes, towels, and shoes into the earlier black travel bag. The two of them, one a former soldier, and the other a super assassin, checked their surroundings for any clues before both stood at the temple door, watching the heavy rain outside. After a while, as the rain began to lighten, Lin Chi tossed Abu a black umbrella and a Hong Kong ID card. He opened the umbrella he held and stepped outside, with Abu following suit. Lin Chi and Abu reached the seaside, picked up a large stone, and placed it into the travel bag. They zipped it up and tied it with a rope before throwing it into the sea. Abu silently observed Lin Chi's actions before following him to a hotel. "Mr. Lin, 2 rooms have been reserved." Lin Chi approached the front desk, negotiated briefly, and received 2 sets of keys, which he tossed to Abu. As they reached the 3rd floor, Lin Chi spoke. "We'll discuss things tomorrow. For now, let's rest." After finishing, Lin Chi closed his room door. Abu stood there in a daze, and seeing Lin Chi had shut the door, he used his key to unlock his own room, went in, and took another shower. The two of them then went to sleep. Lin Chi had been busy for several hours, and felt exhausted both physically and mentally. After his shower, he threw himself onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. Abu, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He had come to rescue Xiao He with a mindset of certain death, and when he saw over 100 people, he knew he was doomed. To his utter surprise, he had been saved by a stranger. However, he still did not know the name of his savior. For now, he only had some minor injuries. His life was spared, but he felt lost. He had already withdrawn from the assassin circle, and he had even beheaded Master Ma. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to pay respects at the nurse's grave. The main reason Abu couldn't sleep was that he was extremely hungry. He had eaten dinner, but after such a long fight, all his strength had been exhausted. Now he felt starved, but all he had was the ID card Lin Chi had given him. He didn't have a penny on him. Under the torment of hunger, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Lin Chi knocked on Abu's door, he found Abu's face pale with a ghostly light in his eyes, staring at Lin Chi and giving him a fright. Lin Chi awkwardly lowered his hand, which was still raised, to knock and said, "All right, I'll take you for breakfast." Upon hearing Lin Chi's voice, Abu suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming. Lin Chi felt uncomfortable under Abu's gaze, but still led him out of the hotel toward the breakfast shop. As they stepped outside, they saw police everywhere checking IDs. A police officer stopped Lin Chi and Abu, who handed over their IDs. Lin Chi casually asked, "Sir, what's happened? Why are there so many police?" The officer returned their IDs and urged, "Move along, don't ask too many questions. It's none of your business." Lin Chi clicked his tongue, took his ID, and led Abu towards the breakfast shop. Once they arrived, he pulled out a large bill and handed it to Abu, then distanced himself to order a few baskets of dumplings and a bowl of porridge, eating leisurely. Abu, holding a $1,000 bill, felt somewhat embarrassed and found another seat before ordering a mountain of food and starting to eat vigorously, lowering his head. With Abu's insatiable appetite, all eyes were drawn to him. Lin Chi calmly continued his breakfast, and when he finished, he noticed that Abu had just begun. Bored, he ordered a bottle of milk and slowly sipped it, waiting for Abu to finish. It felt like an eternity, but finally Abu finished his last dumpling, let out a satisfied burp, and looked up at the circle of people staring at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Turning to Lin Chi, who was waiting for him, he limped over and sat down at Lin Chi's table. Just as Abu was about to say something to Lin Chi Xiao, he rushed over in a hurry. She saw Abu and immediately reached out to touch him, exclaiming, "Abu, are you all right?" Abu was initially happy to see Xiao He, but feeling Lin Chi's teasing eyes, he involuntarily shifted under her touch, quickly blocking her hands, and blushed, "I'm fine, just a few minor injuries." Seeing that Abu was in good spirits, he realized her earlier worry was unnecessary. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she pulled out a chair and sat beside Abu. Only then did Xiao He notice Lin Chi sitting nearby. Turning to Abu, she saw him nod, and her face lit up with excitement as she quietly said to Lin Chi and Abu, "This incident is quite serious. So many people died, but thankfully many of them came from Japan. I didn't tell the officer about my kidnapping. Too many people died. The heads of the O Department, the Serious Crimes Unit, and the Anti-Black Society were all alarmed. However, this will likely be classified as a gang conflict, and those related triads have been summoned for tea. Lin Chi acted decisively, unlike Abu, who could only rely on his fists and couldn't kill too many people. Lin Chi had wiped out all the gang members who had come from Japan last night, leaving no survivors, which meant there were no ties leading back to them. The only person who knew what had happened was Xiao He, but she was a victim herself and had feelings for Abu, so she naturally wouldn't reveal anything. Even if she did, no one would believe it, since who would think that two people could take down over 100 fierce gang members without using firearms? Abu felt relieved and turned to look at Lin Chi, who smiled and extended his right hand, saying, "My name is Lin Chi." At this moment Abu learned Lin Chi's name and clumsily extended his hand, saying, "I am Bu Tong Lin." The two shook hands, leaving Xiao He bewildered. "You two don't know each other yet?" "I just learned his name now too," Abu said. The three exchanged polite pleasantries, and Xiao He hurriedly left. There were very few people at the police station on the island, as the deaths of over 100 people kept them too busy to attend to personal matters. If he spent too much time with Abu and Lin Chi, someone might get suspicious. "What are the arrangements for the future?" Lin Chi asked Abu. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Abu felt somewhat lost. He had grown weary of being an assassin. He was originally a dead man, but the nurse had saved him. He avenged his savior, but unfortunately, he couldn't place the head of that Master Ma in his savior's grave. At this moment Abu also recalled that Lin Chi was his savior. His eyes revealed hope as he said, "I don't know what to do, but can I follow you?" Lin Chi thought to himself, "Now that I have the power of one Jing, since you have no arrangements, just follow me for now. I can ensure you have enough to eat every day." Abu's baby face broke into a silly smile. Being able to eat enough every day is already great. Suddenly Lin Chi recalled Abu's insatiable appetite, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Making sure Abu had enough to eat every day would be quite a burden. Fortunately, making money in this world was relatively easy. He thought about the 5 million he had just received and the safe, feeling a bit reassured. "Let's go. After eating, we will return to the main island. There are a dozen people waiting below, and I need you to help me manage them," Lin Chi said, standing up and leading Abu towards the hotel. The two packed their things and took the ferry back to the main island. They then took a taxi back to the public housing in Tunmun. Just as they took out the keys, the door was opened by Gang Shang, who excitedly wanted to pounce on them. However, upon seeing Abu behind Lin Chi, he had to exert a lot of effort to hold back his actions. "Lin Chi, you're back!" Gang Shang exclaimed, looking excitedly at Abu behind Lin Chi. "Isn't he the one from that morning?" "Hello, sister-in-law, my name is Bu Tong Lin," Abu said shyly in front of the beautiful woman. His call of sister-in-law made Gang Shang's heart flutter. "Hello, Gang Shang, come in and sit down." Lin Chi led Abu into the house, and Gang Shang hurriedly acted like a hostess pouring tea. She was delighted that Lin Chi did not stop her from being called sister-in-law by Abu, and while bustling about she would occasionally shyly glance at Lin Chi. Seeing Gang Shang like this, Lin Chi was somewhat speechless. He couldn't understand why Gang Shang seemed to have a natural inclination towards romance, doing nothing but dreaming of love. What was wrong with her? After a short rest, Lin Chi took Gang Shang and Abu to rent a room for Abu, then took him shopping for daily necessities. He directly handed Abu a stack of big bills, allowing him to buy whatever he wanted. Just as Lin Chi returned, he gathered all his subordinates for dinner at a roadside stall beneath the public housing. "Let me introduce you to someone. This is Bu Tong Lin, whom you will call Brother Bu, a super expert. From now on you will follow him. If anyone bullies you, seek him out for help." Lin Chi introduced Abu to the crowd. The crowd's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Chi call Abu an expert. Having seen Lin Chi's skills, they knew that if Lin Chi referred to someone as a super expert, that person must be formidable. They all raised their beers and toasted to Abu. Seeing these dozen yellow-haired gangsters, Abu understood that these would be his future subordinates, and felt happy as he raised his bottle to toast together. The dinner was enjoyable, and Lin Chi gave each person 2 big bills, telling them to find him the next morning. They also needed to arrange matters with the property company. The next day, everyone gathered at the bottom of the public housing, where Lin Chi lived. He had already rented the ground floor, and the sign for Anshin property was made. Under the organization of Gang Shang and Abu, over a dozen people diligently cleaned the more than 100 square meters of space. Lin Chi handed out red envelopes to everyone, marking the official opening of his property company. The legal representative was Gang Shang, who received 10 of the shares. Abu was appointed as the manager of the security department with the dozen gangsters placed under him. "Alright, our company is now officially open. From now on you will all be employees of Anshin property. Abu is the manager of the security department and Gang Shang is the manager of the property department. You will receive a salary of 2,000 each month." Lin Chi arranged everything, instructing Huang Mao to use illegal funds to pave the way. They received permission from the housing department and health department for the public housing. The dozen or so people dispersed to find elderly people they knew who wanted to make money, and in a few days they found over 30. Afterwards, Lin Chi spent money to buy each of these energetic young fellows a suit, while the elderly cleaners bought a full set of tools and uniforms. With the preliminary arrangements completed, more than a week passed. Next came the hard battle. With the government's permission, over 20 young men in uniforms led more than 30 elderly people, spending a week cleaning the public housing and the surrounding 2 streets. This phenomenon left the residents astonished. Afterwards, these 20 young men, with the elderly wearing red armbands from the health department, constantly patrolled the area. Anyone who littered or damaged public hygiene was caught on the spot and fined. The fine wasn't large, just $5, but the residents had little awareness of hygiene. After a few days, they had collected nearly 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in fines. While not all of this was profit, $2 of the 5 had to be paid to the health department and $1 was for the patroller's commission. The company earned $2. One particularly spirited elderly woman had made over 100 in 3 days, her face blooming with joy. Of course, things weren't so smooth. Many young people caught refused to pay the fines, but soon they were surrounded by 10 or so young men in black suits. They not only paid the fines but also received a beating. Many young gangsters were discontent. During the day, they didn't dare to cause trouble, as the Anshin property people operated under the government's banner. However, at night, they gathered about 10 people wanting to smash Anshin property. What they didn't know was that the 20 young men from Anshin property dressed in suits during the day as security and patrol employees were also gangsters at night. When those 10 people approached Anshin property's shop, they saw Abu leading over 20 people waiting for them. As soon as the 2 sides met, they started to fight. In the public housing area, there weren't any big gangs, just some small-time thugs, and there were no formidable figures. This was Abu's first appearance in front of everyone. He knocked out 1 thug with each punch, while his subordinates Huang Mao and Hong Mao found no opportunity to strike. Abu single-handedly took them all down. With Abu's display of skill, they realized Lin Chi was right. Abu was indeed an expert, a super expert, and their admiration for both Lin Chi and Abu grew. As half a month passed, the residents of the public housing gradually became accustomed to the presence of Anshin property. In the public housing and the surrounding streets, people no longer dared to litter or damage the public environment. During the past half-month, the security department of Anshin property under Abu's leadership has grown to about 30 people. They have clashed with nearby small gangs 7 or 8 times, and with the super expert Abu stationed, the security department has achieved an unblemished record, establishing a formidable reputation in the area. All the gangs nearby have tacitly accepted that the public housing and the 2 streets surrounding it belong to Angshan's territory, gradually retreating from the area. Today, all employees of Anshin property gathered in the company store, their faces beaming with smiles. At Lin Chi's command, each spirited young man, accompanied by 1 or 2 elderly men or women, held a stack of property and security contracts and began to enter shop by shop. Boss, look, this is our security and property contract from Anshin company. From now on, the cleaning and security of your store will be managed by us at Anshin property. Yes, boss, just look at what Anshin property has accomplished during this time. Isn't the street much cleaner? Are there more customers now? Of course, young man, we at Anshin property are a legitimate company. Once you sign the contract, just leave everything to us. After this period of training and work, the employees of Anshin property have developed a strong sense of belonging to their company, eagerly promoting their property services. But what if the Sanlang gang comes asking for protection fees? This used to be their territory. A shop owner aware of Anshin property hesitated, worried about trouble from those gang members. Boss, you should know that our security fee is lower than the protection fee you pay to the gang. Moreover, once the contract is signed, your store is under the protection of Anshin property, and those thugs won't dare to cause trouble anymore. Indeed, do you know Abu from the Wolf Fong? He is the manager of our security department at Anshin property. The leader of the Sanlang gang you mentioned has already been taken out by our brother Abu. Haven't you noticed that the gang members have been absent these days? Let me tell you, no gang dares to offend Anshin property in this area. Huang Mao held his head high in pride. Under Abu's leadership, they had been unbeatable during this period, enjoying great success. In addition to a fixed monthly income of 2,000, they also earned bonuses from fines, and now with the arrangements to sign property and security contracts with various shops, the more contracts they signed, the more commissions they received. It was possible to earn over 10,000 a month, a sum they had never dreamed of. Do you guarantee that those thugs won't come looking for trouble again? The shop owner asked. Look, the contract is clear. Once you sign with us, if any other gang members cause trouble, Anshin property will compensate for all losses. We have the strength to guarantee your safety. I'll tell you this, as long as you sign the contract, if any gang members cause you trouble, just let me know, and we will bring people to help you out. That's not necessary. I will sign this contract. The boss was quite perceptive. He knew that many had caused trouble for Anshin property during this time, but those people were hardly seen on the streets now, while Anshin Property's storefront remained open and thriving, which spoke volumes. In just 3 days, 80% of the shops on the 2 streets had signed property and security contracts with Anshin Property amounting to over $1 million. The payments were made monthly, nearing 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, marking Anshin Property's first step forward. Lin Chi had not spent much of the illicit money in hand, and generously distributed the commissions to the spirited young men and elderly who had signed the contracts, filling Anshin Property with a festive atmosphere. After securing the property services for the street shops, the next task was to handle the property of the public housing itself. All employees of Anshin Property sprang into action, knocking on doors one by one. It took nearly a month to secure all property services for the public housing. Currently, Anshin Property's management fees were very low, only $2 per square foot. However, the public housing complex was vast, totaling nearly 800,000 square feet, leading to an annual management fee of $160,000. They only needed to help with garbage clearance, while other services like pipe unclogging would incur additional charges. With relatively few employees at Anshin Property, the elderly who couldn't sit still took to patrolling or cleaning. Maintaining this group of 40 to 50 people would hardly cost $400,000 to $500,000 a year. Thus, the public housing and the 2 nearby streets alone could generate nearly $2 million in revenue for Anshin Property each year. After nearly a month of relentless work, Lin Chi finally got Anshin Property on the right track. He sighed deeply, recalling how he had labored like a beast of burden for several years before coming here, only to find himself working just as hard. Lin Chi remembered reading many Hong Kong novels in the past where characters coming to this place were either gangsters, undercover agents, or police living vibrant lives. Unlike him, who had to start from scratch to build a company, exhausting himself in the process. After work, Gang Shang returned upstairs and found Lin Chi lounging on the sofa. He approached and began to massage Lin Chi's shoulders, saying, "Feeling so tired? I'll give you a massage." Lin Chi lazily looked at Gang Shang and replied, "I never expected running a company to be so tiring. But now that it's on the right track, how about you? Are you getting used to your tasks?" "Yes, I really enjoy this job. Every day feels fulfilling, and I even like the residents of the public housing. The company employees treat me well too." Gang Shang replied, "What about Abu? Is he coming over for dinner today?" Lin Chi asked Gang Shang. "He went to the outlying islands this afternoon, saying he was going to see Xiao He," Gang Shang said with a grin. Lin Chi was taken aback. Had Abu finally wised up? When did he progress with Xiao He so quickly without Lin Chi's knowledge? Since the establishment of Anshin Property, Abu had settled down and visited the outlying islands twice. Xiao He had also come to the Tuen Mun public housing several times during her breaks. It was surprising how quickly they had advanced in secret. "Will he come back today?" Lin Chi asked curiously. "Who knows?" Gang Shang, noticing Lin Chi's curious expression, pouted in annoyance. Abu knew to visit Xiao He on the outlying islands, but despite seeing Lin Chi daily, there had been no progress between her and Lin Chi. She had never met a straightforward man like Lin Chi. "Oh no, how did I forget about this?" Gang Shang, lost in thought, was startled by Lin Chi's tap on his head. What's up?" Gang Shang asked Lin Chi. "You go ahead and cook, it's nothing. I'm just going to check if Abu has returned," Lin Chi said as he walked out. Lin Chi walked directly out of his house towards Abu's place, coincidentally bumping into Abu, who was heading upstairs. Abu greeted Lin Chi with a smile. "You head home first, I'll find you in a bit," Lin Chi said to Abu, then turned and walked towards his own residence. Abu scratched his head, unsure why Lin Chi spoke to him, and then left, but he trusted Lin Chi and headed straight to his room. Lin Chi sensed that Abu had gone upstairs. As he turned the corner, he found a travel bag in his hand, which contained a bowling ball, and inside that bowling ball was the head of Master Ma. During the chaos, Lin Chi had put this bowling ball away. Fortunately, there had been no passage of time in the space, otherwise nearly a month later it would have surely smelled terrible. Knock, knock, knock. Abu opened the door. Lin Chi glanced around and walked right in, casually handing the travel bag to Abu. Abu looked at the travel bag he was handed, somewhat puzzled. However, when he opened it, his eyes widened in surprise. He recognized this as the bowling ball that held Master Ma's head, which had disappeared after leaving the island. He had secretly searched for it, but Master Ma's head was nowhere to be found. The police still considered this case unsolved, and Sasaki had not found it either. He never expected Lin Chi had kept it. "A while back the situation was quite tense, so I stored this in a cold storage. I know the customs of the plateau now, let's complete the final steps." Lin Chi spoke calmly, but he couldn't tell Abu that he had forgotten about this matter, because he had been too busy during that time. Abu tightly gripped the travel bag, his eyes slightly red. He placed Master Ma's head in front of the nurse's grave. This was his only regret now. Even though he had killed Master Ma, he hadn't delivered the head to the grave of the nurse who saved him. He couldn't face her and say he avenged her. Abu pressed his lips tightly together and punched Lin Chi's chest. "Tomorrow, Brother Chi, you accompany me. Lin Chi nodded with a smile and left Abu's room. After Lin Chi left, Abu opened the canvas travel bag, took out the bowling ball and slowly opened it. Master Ma's head, eyes wide open, appeared before him, a terrifying sight. However, Abu was completely unfazed. In fact, when he saw the head, a smile crept onto his face. The next day, after starting work at the port, Lin Chi and Abu, dressed in black suits, carried the travel bag and a digging shovel towards the grave of the international nurse. The graveyard was on the island where she had been mistakenly killed during a drug deal involving Master Ma, and was buried in this cemetery. Neither he nor Abu had told anyone and discreetly found the nurse's grave. Abu arrived at the grave marker, knelt down and bowed 3 times. He poured a bottle of wine at the grave marker. With no one around, Abu took the digging shovel from Lin Chi and quickly started digging a hole in front of the grave marker. After processing, he placed Master Ma's head in the hole and buried it. After completely burying Master Ma's head, Abu stepped on it a few times. Lastly, he tore the wolf tooth pendant from his neck and inserted it into the soil covering Master Ma's head, stepping on it one final time. Then he took out incense, candles, and fruit offerings, slowly placing them in front of the grave marker. While Abu was doing these things, Lin Chi remained silent. However, when they left the cemetery, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and as sunlight poured down, a smile appeared on Abu's face. Let's go. Since we're on the island, we should visit Xiao He. By the way, how is your relationship with her progressing? Lin Chi asked Abu. She is already my girlfriend, Abu replied happily. When Xiao He learned that Abu was now the manager of the security department at Anshin Property and was doing legitimate business, she was very pleased. After a few meetings, they confirmed their relationship. The two went to the police station on the island. Xiao He took half a day off and the 3 of them strolled around the island for a bit. Lin Chi treated Abu and Xiao He to a meal, and then the 2 left the island, returning to Tun Mun. As soon as Lin Chi and Abu returned to Anshin Property, Huang Mao and Hong Mao hurried over. Boss, brother Bu. Seeing their expressions, Lin Chi knew they had something to discuss and casually waved his hand. Let's talk inside. Anshin Property occupies a large area with one room specifically reserved for Lin Chi as his office. Lin Chi and Abu led Huang Mao and Hong Mao inside. What is it that you need to tell me? Lin Chi looked at Huang Mao and Hong Mao, who had now dyed their hair back and were wearing matching suits, looking quite respectable. However, in this place they were still called Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Boss, the shops on the 2 streets next to the public housing have signed property and security contracts with us. However, the one with the most profit, the Brilliant Bar, has been refusing to sign the contract. With your orders, we did not dare to use any means. Later, the owner of the Brilliant Bar softened, but he requested that we deal with the Vietnamese gang. But, Huang Mao said, looking at Lin Chi, unsure how to continue. Upon hearing about the Vietnamese gang, Lin Chi raised his head curiously. But what? It's the Vietnamese gang? We have no confidence, Huang Mao said nervously. Explain in detail. Lin Chi straightened up, urging Huang Mao and Hong Mao to elaborate. It turned out that the owner of the Brilliant Bar had long wanted to get rid of the Vietnamese gang, because they did not adhere to the rules of the Underworld. Their protection fees were 20% higher than those of other groups, and they often extorted money from the bar. The 3 leaders of the Vietnamese gang would frequently demand money from the bar owner, treating the Brilliant Bar as their own. However, the 3 bosses of the Vietnamese gang acted ruthlessly, directly threatening the bar owner's family, and even eliminating a former manager of the bar. Thus, until the Vietnamese gang was dealt with, the bar owner dared not sign a property and security contract with Anshin Property. This Vietnamese gang was the same one Lin Chi remembered, formed by the 3 brothers Sien Wei Jia Tony and a who had smuggled over from Vietnam, gathering some thugs into their group. The 3 came from Vietnam, known for their brutality, high combat skills, and armed with firearms. Ordinary groups did not dare to provoke these lunatics. When they arrived in Hong Kong, they engaged in arms smuggling and sold drugs, quickly establishing a foothold in the chaotic environment of Hong Kong Island. However, they were clever and never clashed with large gangs, and they had no fixed territory, operating in remote areas like Tun Mun North District, Yuen Long, and Sai Kung, making it difficult for the police to catch them. Arrange to meet with that owner. You all investigate the Vietnamese gang, but do not expose yourselves. Spend money if necessary, but do not use our people. Lin Chi instructed Huang Mao. Upon receiving Lin Chi's orders, Huang Mao and the others immediately went to work. Lin Chi sat on the chair, stroking his brow, contemplating the matter of the Vietnamese gang. He had indeed seen the movie Detonator, but based on what Huang Mao and the others said at this moment, Tony and his brothers should be starting to make contact with Brother Shan. That explained why they hadn't encountered any members of the Vietnamese gang in Tun Mun for such a long time. Suddenly, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He remembered that Tony and the others had embezzled the 90 million that Brother Shan was supposed to transport to Thailand as flour, which the Vietnamese gang had sold themselves. The money was probably hidden in a patch of reeds in Nam Sang, Yuen Long. With 90 million worth of goods, they must have sold at least 60 million. Lin Chi's eyes brightened. At least 60 million? This group of people who are involved in the number 4 business really have a lot of money. Lin Chi felt envious. He had been in Hong Kong for nearly 2 months yet. He only had less than 5 million in cash after all his dealings. The property management here could earn at most 1 or 2 million a year. How is it reasonable that these people can make tens of millions in just a month or two? Lin Chi felt unbalanced. No wonder there is a saying that all the fast money methods are written in the criminal law. Lin Chi himself wouldn't do such things, but he could take money from those involved in these activities. If he doesn't take it, should he leave it for those losers or for the white-skinned pigs in Hong Kong? Someone find me a map of Hong Kong. Lin Chi jumped up and shouted loudly outside, startling Abu, who was nearby. Soon 2 smartly dressed young men brought in a map of Hong Kong, unfolding it on the desk. Abu, not knowing what was going on, followed Lin Chi's gaze towards the map spread out on the table. Bozy, does anyone among the brothers know about Yuan Long? Lin Chi looked at the Yuan Long area and asked the young man who brought in the map. Big brother Shouho is from Yuan Long, he knows it well. Bozy replied to Lin Chi. Call him over. Okay, he's patrolling the public housing. I'll go find him. Seeing Lin Chi's anxious expression, Bozy immediately ran out to look for him. After about 10 minutes, Bozy returned with a very thin young man, saying, Big brother, you were looking for me. Shouho, where is Nan Shangwei in Yuan Long? Lin Chi pointed directly at the map for Shouho to see. Shouho pointed to a section on the map, saying, it's here. Are you familiar with this area? Lin Chi asked. Our village is not far from here. I'm very familiar with this area, Shouho replied affirmatively. Do you know where there are large reed beds in Nan Shangwei? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. I know, it's right here. Shouho pointed to a spot in Nan Shangwei, saying, there's a large area of reed beds here. We used to play here. Very good, take me there. Lin Chi walked directly outside, casually pulled out 2 large banknotes, and threw them to Bozy, saying, after work, take the brothers out for a drink. Abu, tell Gangxing that I won't be home for dinner and don't let him wait. You stay here and keep watch. Lin Chi said to Abu, who was about to follow him. Without waiting for Abu to nod, Lin Chi walked out, casually hailing a taxi, and left with Shouho. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at Nan Shangwei. The taxi refused to go any further once they reached the edge of a village. It was too remote and the driver was scared. Lin Chi didn't insist, got out of the car with Shouho, and he could already see a large reed bed not far away. He pulled out 5 large banknotes and gave them to Shouho, saying, Shouho, you can go back by yourself, oh, don't worry about me. Seeing the 5 large banknotes in his hand, Shouho's face lit up with a smile, saying, Big brother, should I wait for you here? No need, go back to work properly, signing a few more contracts is the main thing. Lin Chi kicked Shouho, sending him on his way. After Shouho ran off happily, Lin Chi turned towards the reed bed ahead. In a secluded corner, Lin Chi took out a large windbreaker from his space, then put on a hat, wrapping himself up tightly, and began to walk slowly along the outskirts of the reed bed. This place was vast and rarely visited, showing almost no traces of human activity. It wasn't until an hour later that he discovered an entrance into the reed bed where fresh tire tracks were visible. Additionally, he spotted 2 lookout gangsters, hidden among the reeds not far from the entrance. Lin Chi knew he had found the right place, but he was unsure whether Tony and his brothers had disposed of the goods from Brother Sean. After noting the location, he left Nan Shangwei. By the time Lin Chi returned to the public housing, it was already dark. He happened to see Bozy and Huang Mao along with a group of people eating barbecue on the street, and walked over to find a seat. Seeing their big brother, all the little brothers greeted him, saying, Lamb and beef, bring whatever you have, get more of it. After running around all day, I haven't eaten yet. Lin Chi picked up the meat skewers on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. After taking a sip of beer, he pulled out a cigarette from a box on the table. Huang Mao with keen eyes lit it for Lin Chi. Huang Mao. Lin Chi with a cigarette in his mouth called out to Huang Mao, saying, go find out if there's a way to get a driver's license. Get one for me and Bugu, and for yourselves too. Let's aim for everyone to have a driver's license. Once the company grows, I'll buy you all cars. After Lin Chi finished speaking, the table of little brothers erupted in excitement. Boss, it's easy to get a driver's license. As long as you have money, those traffic department guys will handle it without any training. Huang Mao had grown quickly during this time and was quite familiar with matters regarding the Hong Kong government. How much for each one? Lin Chi asked while chewing on the meat skewer. 2,000 each, no need for the person to be present. Huang Mao's words surprised Lin Chi. So cheap? Lin Chi put down the beer bottle, rummaged through his pocket, took out a stack of large banknotes, counted 23, and handed them to Huang Mao, saying, let's start with 10. Besides me, Bugu and Gongxing, the other 7 are up to you. Huang Mao accepted the money Lin Chi handed over, patting his chest, promising to get things done well. If he processed 10 at once, he might not even need to pay 2,000 for each plus a $3,000 errand fee. It would be a huge profit. Having followed Lin Chi for a while, these little brothers knew about Lin Chi's generosity. As long as Lin Chi gave extra instructions, he would definitely give a lot of tips, at least 1 large banknote, which was much better than when they used to be in the gang. Moreover, since they became employees of Anshin Property, they had confidence when returning home. After all, they had formal jobs and earned quite a bit, no longer the disgrace their families had called them. Now they could walk down the street without having to dodge cops. After all, they were respectable people. Also, keep your ears open in the underworld and find out about the Vietnamese gang and the news regarding Brother Sean from Yuan Long. Lin Chi continued to instruct. By the time Lin Chi had finished eating, an hour had passed. He tossed down 2 large banknotes and left the barbecue stall amid the flattery of his little brothers heading home. When Lin Chi opened the door, he was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Gang Shing bounced over, linking arms with Lin Chi, saying, "Lin Chi, you're back." Lin Chi nodded, greeted Abu and Xiao He, who were standing up, and then looked at a pretty woman he didn't recognize, curiously looking at Gang Sheng. "Her name is Chodi. She's my new secretary. Isn't she beautiful?" Seeing Lin Chi look at Chodi, Gang Sheng ran over, pulling her along to introduce to Lin Chi. "Hello, I'm Lin Chi." Lin Chi extended his hand to shake Kyuta's hand, then turned to Xiao He with a teasing expression, saying, "Why are you here? Didn't you just meet Abu this morning?" Xiao He rolled her eyes. She originally thought that Abu's savior and boss would be difficult to approach. However, after getting to know him a bit more, she found Lin Chi to be quite similar to Abu, just like a big boy, a bit shy. "Tomorrow I have a day off. I plan to have some fun with Abu on the island. You wouldn't deny Abu a day off, would you?" Xiao He said to Lin Chi, while Abu looked at Xiao He with a silly smile. "Haha, your Abu is so capable, how could I control him? I'd be afraid of getting beaten up." Lin Chi chuckled as he sat down, his eyes holding a teasing glint as he looked at Abu. Abu shot a glare at Lin Chi. During this time he had challenged Lin Chi many times whenever he had the chance, yet he had never won even once. He had not practiced ancient martial arts. He had only learned various combat and assassination techniques upon joining the assassin organization. Lin Chi, on the other hand, not only possessed the master-level Tai Chi and Baji teachings left by the system from his past life, but he also retained the killing techniques he had learned in the army with this body. His physical abilities, stamina, speed, and strength far surpassed those of Abu, making it impossible for Abu to defeat him. Lin Chi also taught Abu the Baji and Tai Chi. Abu learned the Baji fist quickly, but unfortunately after such a long time, he seemed to have made no progress in Tai Chi, only able to perform some basic moves without harnessing its true power. He watched Lin Chi showcase the powerful defense and offense of Tai Chi, enviously drooling. However, it seemed that Tai Chi required extremely high talent, and Abu appeared to lack the innate ability to practice it. Despite Lin Chi's efforts to teach him, there was little progress. Lin Chi Chodi also came from the north. She was originally selling drinks at the Brilliant Bar. Last time when Abu and Huang Mao went to the bar, they saw her being bullied and rescued her. Later, I had her quit her job to help me here with peace of mind, Gang Shang said to Lin Chi after shaking hands with Chodi, who had sat down. Also, Kyuta's previous place was too chaotic. We have an empty room here, so I took the liberty of having her move in. When you leave, I will have some company. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't find you all afternoon. Gang Shang looked at Lin Chi expectantly, fearing that Lin Chi might dislike his decision and reject Kyuta's move-in. Upon hearing Gang Shang's words, Lin Chi was somewhat surprised and raised his head. When did Gang Shang learn to act spoiled? He turned to look at Kyuta's slightly awkward but familiar face and smiled. "You can decide. Sometimes I'm quite busy and can't pay attention to you. Having a companion is good." Seeing that Lin Chi did not object, Gang Shang happily grasped his arm and gently shook it. Then he picked up a set of chopsticks, filled them with a lot of meat and vegetables, and handed them to Lin Chi with sparkling eyes looking at him eagerly. Lin Chi, seeing the cute Gang Shang, couldn't help but smile and absent-mindedly patted her head. However, after a couple of pats, Lin Chi realized what he was doing and felt embarrassed, quickly retracting his hand. He looked at Gang Shang, whose face was flushed and eyes sparkling, then glanced at Abu, Xiao He and Chodi, who all wore strange expressions. Clearing his throat, he picked up the chopsticks. "Why are you all staring? Let's eat." Aside from Lin Chi feeling a bit awkward, everyone else thought there was nothing wrong with his earlier action. All the staff at Anshin Property believed that Gang Shang was Lin Chi's girlfriend, and that she was the lady boss of Anshin Property. Abu and Xiao He also viewed Lin Chi and Gang Shang as a couple, especially since they were living together. Gang Shang was incredibly happy after Lin Chi patted her head. Unfortunately, it was too brief. This was the first time Lin Chi had shown such affection towards her in such a long time. She thought Lin Chi didn't like her at all, as he had never really shown any signs of affection during this time. While eating, Lin Chi felt a surge of emotions. He felt that the person who had just patted Gang Shang's head couldn't be himself. He had no intention of falling in love. In this world of Hong Kong variety shows, there were so many beauties. It was impossible for him to be captivated by Gang Shang right away. As long as he had wealth and power, there would be no shortage of beauties. How could one Gang Shang possibly tie him down? Perhaps it was because Gang Shang had suddenly learned to act spoiled, and her sparkling eyes were too enchanting, which bewildered him. This girl Gang Shang was quite the troublemaker, daring to disrupt his Dao heart. She was already on the path to ruin. Thinking of this, Lin Chi turned his head, preparing to give Gang Shang a fierce glare, but as soon as he turned he caught sight of Gang Shang's sparkling eyes smiling at him. He was unable to unleash the fierce expression he intended. His face froze, and he even felt like smiling back at Gang Shang. Lin Chi forcefully turned his head back, preventing himself from smiling. This woman was too strange. She could influence his mood and even control his expressions. She was simply quite the troublemaker. Making money. With money, what woman can't I have? She's a pair of as not my type. There are still hundreds of millions waiting for me in Nanxing. With a clear heart, I won't be shaken by the world. Emptiness is form and form is emptiness. The time isn't right yet. Lin Chi closed his eyes, silently reciting the heart-calming incantation to stabilize his Dao heart. Believing he could now face Gang Shang, the demoness who disrupted his Dao heart, he opened his eyes only to see Gang Shang holding a piece of meat about to feed it to him. Her eyes were still sparkling, and her pretty face seemed to be glowing with a pink hue. That brightness directly pierced through Lin Chi's previously stable Dao heart. Unconsciously, he opened his mouth and a piece of meat entered. A smile appeared on Lin Chi's face as he happily ate what Gang Shang fed him, all the while shouting internally, "This isn't me, this isn't me." Abu Xiao, he and Chodi all wore motherly smiles as they watched Gang Shang. After finishing the meat in his mouth, Lin Chi finally managed to turn his head away from the glowing Gang Shang only to see Abu and the other two stifling their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Lin Chi, furious and embarrassed, directly tapped Abu's head with his chopsticks. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Abu got hit on the head by the chopsticks, and although he had just been stifling laughter, he burst out laughing this time. However, seeing the danger in Lin Chi's eyes, he quickly hid behind Xiao He. "I wasn't laughing at you. I was just happy that Xiao He came over today. It has nothing to do with you." Seeing Abu hiding behind Xiao He, Lin Chi put down his hand and quickly finished the dishes in his bowl, placing the chopsticks on the table, and said to Abu, "Hurry up and eat. You are washing the dishes alone today." Abu smiled and said nothing, but Xiao He chuckled and said, "I'll wash the dishes with Abu." Lin Chi's mouth twitched, unable to bear looking at the pair, turned to the somewhat shy Chodi. "From now on you will live here with Gang Shang. I will be busy with things, so keep her company." Chodi linked arms with Gang Shang and nodded. "Gang Shang is very good to me. Thank you for taking me in." "It's not taking you in. You are an employee of Anshin property just like Abu and Gang Shang. Work well and earn me some money." Lin Chi said with a smile. "Chodi, do you know someone named Hua Sheng?" "Hua Sheng? He seems to be around the three bosses of the Vietnam gang. I saw him once when I was selling drinks at the Brilliant Bar. He helped me out, but I don't know much about him." Chodi thought for a moment and said to Lin Chi. Hearing Kyuta's words, Lin Chi recalled the plot of the movie Fuse, roughly understanding where the story was currently heading. Hua Shang only knew Chodi, which meant it was still early, and he did not know whether the Vietnam gang's three brothers had reached an agreement with Brother Shan. It seemed that the time was not yet right. As the gluttonous Abu cleared the table of all the dishes, Lin Chi kicked him out of the room. Turning around, he saw Gang Shang and Chodi laughing together while washing the dishes in the kitchen. A pot of tea had already been brewed on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and an ashtray was set beside it. When Lin Chi closed the door, Gang Shang secretly looked back at him. Lin Chi pretended not to notice her gaze, poured himself a cup of tea, holding the ashtray in one hand and the tea in the other, and walked towards his room. With two women in the house, Lin Chi felt embarrassed to smoke in the living room. He went to the balcony of his room, opened the window, casually sat on a stool, and after taking a sip of tea, suddenly a spark ignited, and soon the balcony was filled with smoke. In his past life, Lin Chi had heard a saying that one cannot grasp wealth beyond one's understanding. Coming to this world, he believed his understanding surpassed that of many here, but he did not think that as a former foreign trade manager, he could become a dominating figure like those protagonists he had seen in cross-genre films. In Lin Chi's eyes now, this world was a vibrant one with wealthy families sitting high above, possessing unparalleled power and wealth. The foreign expats in Hong Kong were still considered top-tier citizens. However, due to that old woman Dai Ying's fall last year in the north, these expats probably realized that the return of Hong Kong was inevitable. They had loosened their grip on the island, focusing solely on making money, which had led to increasing chaos in Hong Kong. Even with Lin Chi's advanced vision and formidable personal strength, entering the upper echelons of Hong Kong was not a simple matter. This was also the reason he was reluctant to join a gang. He understood the future trajectory of Hong Kong. Gangs had no prospects. Otherwise, with his strength and the narratives from films, he could surely make a name for himself in a short time instead of just having a small influence in the Tunmun public housing. A creaking sound startled Lin Chi from his thoughts as the door to his room opened. He looked up to see Gang Shang standing at the doorway looking vibrant. "Lin Chi, we've finished washing up. You can take a shower now." Lin Chi hurriedly extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray his flustered actions caught completely by Gang Shang's eyes. Seeing him like this, her face bloomed like a peach blossom, revealing a smile. Upon seeing Gang Shang's smile, Lin Chi grew even more flustered, especially since she had just finished showering wearing a pink nightgown and green slippers. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the exposed skin seemed to glow, dazzling Lin Chi's eyes. Through the thin nightgown, Lin Chi could see the two small protrusions in front of Gang Sheng. Though not as impactful as what he had seen in his past life, this sight still left Lin Chi's mind in a state of confusion. Alright, I'll go wash up now. You two should rest early. As Lin Chi reached the door, he saw Gang Sheng, who was blocking it, and looking at him with a smile, and quickly halted his steps. I need to take a shower. Saying this, Lin Chi pointed to the doorway of his room, implying that Gang Sheng was in his way. Gang Sheng's smile remained unchanged as she leaned against the door frame. When Lin Chi passed by, a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. In the moment they brushed past each other, Lin Chi felt a jolt, as if he had been electrocuted, and fled in a panic. I thought you didn't like it. Let's see how long you can hold out. After Lin Chi rushed into the bathroom, Gang Sheng quietly spoke in his direction, satisfied, as she walked into Lin Chi's room and collected the teacup and ashtray from the balcony. Afterwards, she lay down on Lin Chi's bed for a while. After Lin Chi finished showering and lay on his bed, he found that the lingering fragrance from Gang Sheng kept invading his nostrils, which rekindled the agitation in his heart that had been calmed by the cold water. Those who disturb my Tao heart shall pay. Lin Chi covered his head with the blanket, tossing and turning until deep into the night before finally falling asleep. Meanwhile, Chody, who had moved in today, was sleeping with Gang Sheng, seemingly chattering about something. Lin Chi could not comprehend the thoughts of these women. Why did they become so familiar and even sleep together after only a short acquaintance? When Lin Chi woke up the next morning, breakfast made by Gang Sheng and Chody was already placed on the table. Upon seeing Lin Chi finished washing up, Gang Sheng cheerfully handed him a glass of milk. Lin Chi muttered a thank you and downed the milk in one go. I have things to do these days and probably won't be in Tunmun during the day. If you need anything, ask Abu, and you can arrange the rest yourselves. Upon hearing this, Gang Sheng felt a bit disappointed. She could sense that Lin Chi was slowly reaching his limit. If she exerted herself a little more, she might be able to win him over soon. Gang Sheng pouted. Alright, you go ahead. There shouldn't be anything major at the company recently. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chi took a taxi to the vicinity of Yuanlong Nanshanghai. This time he secretly bypassed the lookouts and successfully found the hideout of the Tony Three Brothers hidden in the reeds. As described in the movies, there were about 10 people patrolling everywhere, each holding an AK. Although Lin Chi was confident he could take them out and seize the dirty money accumulated by the Tony Three Brothers over the past 2 years, he chose not to. Knowing that the Vietnamese Three Brothers were preparing for a big operation, Lin Chi did not want to alert them. With 90 million worth of goods after a black deal, these people would have a significant income. He was determined to secure this wealth. For several days, Lin Chi went to Yuanlong every day, not only visiting Nanshanghai, but also gathering information about Brother Shan and the Vietnamese gang from various sources. His efforts paid off. He finally learned that the Vietnamese Three Brothers had made a deal with Brother Shan a week ago to deliver 90 million worth of goods to Thailand. This transaction had already passed for 2 weeks, meaning the Vietnamese Three Brothers would soon finish distributing this batch of goods. During these days, Lin Chi kept an eye on the Yuanlong police station. As soon as Brother Shan entered the police station, it would be his time to act. However, for several consecutive days, he had not spotted Brother Shan entering the police station. He had seen the hot-tempered officer Ma Jun several times in passing. Lin Chi was becoming impatient and directly approached the thin monkey, asking him to keep an eye on the Yuanlong police station and gather information. As soon as Brother Shan was caught at the police station, he was to inform him immediately. Running to Yuanlong every day was becoming quite tiresome for Lin Chi. Although he knew the general trajectory of the plot, the sources of information were still too limited. The most he could rely on were the periphery of the gang, the Blue Lanterns, and some internal information was hard to obtain. Lin Chi had no choice but to keep someone watching the police station. This was a crucial juncture. As soon as Brother Shan entered, it meant that the Vietnamese Three Brothers had distributed all their goods and had turned against him. Brother Shan would be left with one hand cut off by the Vietnamese Three Brothers running to the police station and would be persuaded by Ma Jun to become a witness. After that, he would meet his end at the hands of the Vietnamese Three Brothers. Lin Chi returned to the public housing where Gang Sheng handed him one of 2 driver's licenses, saying Lu Jiafeng has already taken care of the license. This one is yours. Since we have the license, gather everyone or we're going to Sai Kung to buy a car. After Gu Qingming spoke, Gang Sheng joyfully jumped up, directly hugging Lin Chi's arm and not letting go. Lin Chi brought Gang Shang Abu and Huang Mao to Sai Kung, where under the guidance of Huang Mao and Hong Mao they arrived at a seaside dock. In the distance stood a large iron warehouse filled with stacked vehicles of various kinds with a large sign that read Da Sha Che Hang. Upon seeing Lin Chi and his companions arrive, 2 thin dark-skinned gangsters approached them asking, "Are you here to buy a car?" Of course. What else would we be here for? Where is Da Sha? Tell him we have a big deal to discuss. Although Huang Mao was dressed in a suit, his words carried the distinct tone of a gangster. Seeing that these individuals were here to purchase a car rather than cause trouble, the 2 gangsters were quite pleased and led the group toward the warehouse. Soon a hearty laughter echoed as a burly man with a face full of flesh appeared wearing an exaggeratedly thick gold necklace and holding a cigar, his voice booming like thunder, radiating an innate aura of dominance. Upon seeing his face, Lin Chi couldn't help but smirk. It was indeed Desha. Haha, welcome, esteemed bosses. For buying cars, you've come to the right person. Desha, no matter what kind of car you want, I can get it for you. Despite being called Desha, he was quite skilled in business. He walked right up to Lin Chi and greeted him enthusiastically. What should I call this esteemed boss? I am Lin Chi, this is Bu Tonglin, and these are Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Lin Chi introduced, and this is Wolf Fong Abu. Desha's eyes lit up upon seeing Abu standing next to Lin Chi. His face broke into a radiant smile as he reached out to shake Abu's hand, saying, I've heard so much about you. Are you from Anshin property? Upon hearing Desha's words, Lin Chi was somewhat surprised. How did Desha get such reliable information? Anshin property had some reputation in the Tunmun area, but even Hongxing, He Lianxing, and Dongxing hardly regarded them highly. How did Desha know about them in Saikeng? Yes, I am the owner of Anshin property, Abu replied with a smile. So it's Boss Lin. Come, let me take you to the warehouse. I guarantee you will be satisfied. With that, Desha personally led Lin Chi and his group into the warehouse. As they entered the car dealership warehouse, the dazzling array of cars immediately captivated everyone's attention. Various vehicles were parked inside, from luxurious sports cars to practical SUVs, each polished to a shine, radiating an enticing glow under the lights. Desha was continuously introducing the cars, but Gang Shing's eyes were instantly drawn to a red Toyota MR2. Its sleek body lines and vibrant red paint seemed like a fierce beast ready to charge. Lin Chi, look at that red car. It's so beautiful. Gang Shang excitedly tugged at Lin Chi's hand, his eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Chi followed Gang Shang's gaze, his expression initially showing a hint of peculiarity. Could it be such a coincidence? He nodded slightly at Gang Shang, a tender smile on his face. If you like it, go take a look. The two walked up to the Toyota MR2, and Gang Shang circled the car, admiring it, while lightly touching its surface, his eyes filled with affection. At that moment, Desha noticed Gang Shang and strode over. You two have great taste. This MR2 is an excellent car, top-notch performance, and the appearance is simply unbeatable. Desha grinned widely, showing his slightly yellowed teeth. How much? Lin Chi asked straightforwardly. Desha held up 5 fingers and shook them, saying 50,000. That's the price? You won't find a better deal in Saikeng. Lin Chi nodded. This was a new car worth around 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, but it must have been stolen by that little stutterer. Now, at only 50,000, it was quite a bargain. Seeing Gang Shang's joyful demeanor, Lin Chi agreed. If you like it, buy it. This one is yours. Seeing that Lin Chi was not bargaining, Desha was overjoyed, especially when he heard Lin Chi say to Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao, you all should choose a car you like as well. Desha's smile grew even brighter. This was indeed a big deal. Watching Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao each disperse to find their preferred cars, Abu said to Desha, prepare 2 vans for us. And do you have a Mercedes here? Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Desha was almost laughing foolishly. Just this one deal would suffice for their used car dealership for a month or 2. Yes. I recently smuggled a Tiger Head Mercedes from Dai Ying, an S-Class sedan, but it's a bit pricey. Price isn't an issue as long as the quality is good, Lin Chi replied casually. Absolutely top quality. All the paperwork is genuine and the car is new. Desha will personally handle all the paperwork for you. Desha patted his chest, confidently, having resolved to invest heavily in this deal. Soon Abu and Huang Mao chose their cars. Abu selected a Jeep, while Huang Mao and Hong Mao both opted for a Mazda. However, upon seeing the Mazda, Lin Chi kicked one of them, saying, don't you know that driving a Mazda can lead to traffic jams? They had no reaction to Lin Chi's kick, but what did he mean about Mazdas causing traffic jams? However, since the boss didn't like it, they certainly couldn't keep that car. In the end, the two happily exchanged it for a small Honda sedan, and under Desha's guidance, Lin Chi also saw the Tiger Head Mercedes. Although from Lin Chi's past life perspective it was just average in this era, it was considered a rather flashy luxury car. Many of the big bosses in Hong Kong Island drove such cars. Boss, how much do we owe you in total? Lin Chi asked Desha. Boss Lin, 2 vans for 50,000, 1 Jeep for 40,000, 2 sedans for 50,000, 1 Toyota MR2 for 50,000 and 1 Mercedes for 800,000. The total is 990,000. You can give me 900,000. I'll cover all the paperwork, ensuring there won't be any issues. Desha's face turned red with excitement. 900,000. The profit was nearly half enough for his half a year's earnings. At that moment, Desha looked at Lin Chi, as if he were seeing the god of wealth trembling all over. Those wealthy tycoons wouldn't come to him to buy cars. Usually the people who came here were from the gangs, purchasing cars worth only a few thousand or 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, always haggling and leaving no room for profit. Unlike a boss like Lin Chi, who wouldn't haggle, didn't pick cars, and bought whatever he liked with a single deal amounting to nearly $1 million. Desha called all his younger brothers over to inspect all the cars Lin Chi had chosen, replacing all the parts with the best available, especially the MR2. Due to its questionable origin, he handled all the paperwork as if it were a brand new car, ensuring it had no ties to its previous owner. Even if the police were called, Desha could guarantee it was a brand new car, bought by Lin Chi with no relation to the original owner. He also repainted Huang Mao and Hong Mao's cars, while Abu's Jeep got a new engine. Desha promised that if any issues arose with these cars, he would fix them for free. Handing over the car matters to his younger brothers, Desha cheerfully led Lin Chi and the others into a side room, personally brewing tea for them. Seeing that everything was nearly settled, Lin Chi turned back and nodded to Abu. Abu stepped forward with his travel bag, opened it, and took out stacks of Hong Kong dollars, counting out 90,000 and placing it on the table. Desha's face was beaming with joy as he placed all the cash into a safe. After both parties signed the car purchase contract and everything was settled, they just waited for the younger brothers to finish preparing and cleaning the cars for departure. Desha was very talkative, especially towards his biggest client, continuously complimenting Lin Chi and the others. However, a sudden hurried set of footsteps broke the lively atmosphere in the room. "Boss, it's not good. Someone's looking for trouble." One of the younger brothers burst into the room, panting heavily. The warm atmosphere in the room fell into silence. "Damn it, I want to see which blind fool dares to cause trouble for Desha." Desha slammed his hand on the table, his previously joyful expression turning into one of extreme anger. After apologizing to Lin Chi and the others, he followed the younger brother out. Having spent a considerable amount of time on the island, Lin Chi and Abu have witnessed many incidents involving the Triads and their conflicts. When trouble arose on the territory of Big Sha, Lin Chi naturally had no objections. After exchanging glances with Abu, he followed Big Sha as the prospect of witnessing the unfolding drama was undeniably enticing. Especially for Gongxing, who was even more proactive than Lin Chi. She was no longer the timid woman who cowered before the snakehead. During the recent opening of Anshin property, the number of troublemaking gangsters and small triads had been overwhelming. Having seen so many conflicts, Gongxing was now completely unafraid and even enjoyed watching the commotion. As Lin Chi was pulled outside by Gongxing, he saw Big Sha confronting 5 or 6 men. Leading the opposition was a figure with distinctive long hair, sharp eyes like an eagle, dressed in a simple black t-shirt that could not conceal his gangster aura. Behind him stood familiar faces, Shan Ji de Tianair Bao Pai and Zhao Pai, all looking arrogant as they stared at Big Sha. Lying on the ground were 7 or 8 of Big Sha's subordinates, moaning in agony. Big Sha looked at his fallen subordinates with intense anger, but he forced himself to suppress his rage and did not lash out immediately. Although his subordinates were not strong, they had managed to take down 7 or 8 opponents in a short time. It was evident that the group looking for trouble was not to be trifled with. With a dark expression, Big Sha shouted loudly at Chen Haonan and the others, "You punks, what do you want? Who gave you the guts to cause trouble for me?" "Big Sha from Sai Kung." "Big Sha from Sai Kung, quite a reputation." "I am Chen Haonan from the Hongxing Triad Causeway," Bei Chen Haonan mocked as he looked at Big Sha. "Big Sha, have you heard of the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay? You're out of your depth." A chubby man with glasses behind Chen Haonan laughed, but Lin Chi could not remember whether he was Zhao Pai or Bao Pai. He often got confused between the two while watching movies. "Big Sha, remember me? I am Shan Ji, the chicken from the J8. Shan Ji chimed in with a lewd grin. Big Sha's face twitched at the mention of Hongxing, and upon hearing about the rising fame of the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, he realized that today's situation was going to be troublesome. "So it's Chen Haonan from Causeway Bay. What brings you to Sai Kung?" Big Sha forced a smile. Chen Haonan stepped forward, smiling but with a fierce glare. "Big Sha, return my car. That vehicle was stolen by a little thug from the Changle gang, and you knew it was stolen yet accepted it." Big Sha crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "Chen Haonan from Causeway Bay, how imposing. Are you out of your mind? Everyone knows that if a car is lost, they come to me, Big Sha. In the Underworld, if you want your car back, you have to pay." "What? That's my car. You expect me to pay to get it back? Do you believe I won't kill you?" Chen Haonan shouted at Big Sha, while the others also yelled at him with furious spittle flying. "Hey, I bought that car with my money from someone else, so I will not return it. If you need cash, I can consider charging you less," Big Sha mocked Chen Haonan. This statement thoroughly enraged Chen Haonan. He stepped forward aggressively, while the 5 tigers spread out behind him, taking combat stances. Shan Ji shouted at Big Sha, "Big Sha, don't push your luck. If you don't return the car today, you will be in for it." Big Sha's subordinates saw this and pulled out their weapons. Steel pipes and knives glinted under the sunlight. The atmosphere was tense, filled with the scent of gunpowder. "Wow, it's about to start," Gongxing exclaimed, excitedly clutching Lin Chi's arm and bouncing on her feet, her little fists playfully hitting Lin Chi's arm, causing him to feel a bit warm. Lin Chi was somewhat speechless. He couldn't understand why Gongxing had changed so much. Now she often liked to sit in the Anshin property store by the window, secretly watching Abu fight with the troublemaking gangsters, jumping in surprise. "Calm down. What's so interesting about gangsters fighting?" Lin Chi gently pressed his hand on Gongxing's head, preventing her from moving around. As they spoke, both sides had already started fighting. Chen Haonan was the first to strike, dashing towards Big Sha. Big Sha sidestepped, and in an instant they were in a chaotic brawl. Shanji skillfully maneuvered through the crowd using fists and kicks to take down the nearby subordinates one by one. De Tion Air was even more ferocious, swinging a thick steel pipe, each strike carrying a gust of wind. Several subordinates were hit, falling to the ground with cries of pain. Bao Pai and Jiao Pai coordinated seamlessly, one attacking, while the other provided support, making it hard for the surrounding subordinates to get close. The few subordinates they brought used their skills to form walls, blocking attacks from behind. Chen Haonan was determined to settle the score, with Big Sha cutting through the crowd. Although Big Sha was overweight, he was not slow. The two exchanged blows without yielding. Chen Haonan seized an opportunity and kicked Big Sha's knee, causing him to stagger back a few steps. At that moment, a subordinate attempted a sneak attack on Chen Haonan from behind, but Shanji was quick to react, leaping forward and knocking the thug down. As time passed, Big Sha's subordinates gradually wore out, being beaten down by Chen Haonan and his crew. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Big Sha attempted to sneak away but was blocked by Chen Haonan wielding a knife. Big Sha, where's the car? The situation was overwhelming. Chen Haonan's group was indeed stronger than Big Sha and his subordinates. Although Big Sha had more men, over double, they were being suppressed by Chen Haonan's crew. The reputation of Hongxing was well deserved. Big Sha realized he was defeated today, and turning his head, admitted defeat straightforwardly. Chen Haonan, today I, Big Sha, have lost. The car is in the warehouse. You can go find it yourself. At least you know what's good for you. Chen Haonan pushed Big Sha aside and led his crew toward the warehouse, while Big Sha, with an unsightly expression, followed closely behind with the few subordinates who had not yet fallen. At the warehouse entrance, Lin Chi and Abu stood there, clearly there to buy a car from Big Sha. They were dressed differently from the gangsters and showed no fear at the scene of the earlier fight. Oh, there are still a few people here. Are you Big Sha's subordinates? The cheeky Shanji teased as he spotted Lin Chi and the others. Upon hearing Shanji's words, Lin Chi frowned slightly. If Gang Sheng were not with him, he might have directly taught Shanji a lesson. However, since they were there to buy a car and were in a good mood, he chose to remain silent. Gentlemen, we are not Big Sha's people. We are just here to accompany our boss to buy a car. The warehouse is there. Feel free to proceed. Seeing Lin Chi's unapproachable demeanor, Huang Mao, fearing a conflict might arise, pointed towards the warehouse door, redirecting Chen Haonan's group's attention away from them. Chen Haonan and Shanji, wary of any potential delays causing problems, directly entered the warehouse. Big Sha closely followed behind. As they passed by Lin Chi, he apologized. Sorry, Boss Lin, for making you witness this. It's fine, you go ahead. We can wait a bit. Lin Chi replied, and Big Sha, with a forced smile, followed Chen Haonan into the warehouse. However, once they were all inside, the corners of Lin Chi's mouth secretly curled up. Let's go, follow me in and take a look. Lin Chi nodded to Abu and Gongxing, taking the lead as he pulled Gangsheng into the warehouse, with Abu calmly following behind, and the two others, Huang Mao and Hong Mao, quickly trailing after. As soon as they entered, they heard a chubby little boy excitedly shouting at Chen Haonan, while patting the MR2 that Gangxing had just chosen. Brother Nan, we found the car, and they even cleaned it up for us. Upon seeing that this car belonged to Chen Haonan and his crew, the fierce expression on Desha's face turned sour, especially when he noticed Lin Chi and the others coming in. He realized he was in trouble. This car had just been sold to Lin Chi, and now Chen Haonan was here looking for it. Having just sold the car, Lin Chi had paid generously and was indeed a boss. Desha had wanted to maintain a good relationship with Lin Chi, hoping he would take care of his business in the future. Now, if he went back on the sale, it would leave a bad impression on the boss, but if he didn't give the car to Chen Haonan, he would also face problems here. Hey, take your hands off my car. A pleasant voice rang out in the warehouse, capturing everyone's attention. It was Gangsheng who spoke. She had set her eyes on this car earlier and had instructed Desha's little brothers to clean it thoroughly inside and out. She had even imagined herself cruising in it, but now she saw a lewd little chubby boy touching her beloved car, instantly souring her mood. Yes, Lin Chi had already paid, and Gangsheng naturally believed that this car was hers. Seeing that an annoying fat boy was touching her car, Gangsheng could not hold back and shouted directly at him. After Gangsheng's shout, the entire warehouse fell silent. Desha's mouth hung open wide. This beautiful girl had just missed seeing the earlier incident where these people had been violent. Was she not afraid? Lin Chi and the others, however, remained unperturbed. Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao slowly walked behind Lin Chi and Gongxing, all looking sternly at the chubby boy. After a moment, Chen Haonan and his crew reacted, realizing they had been shouted at by a beautiful woman, and now they all looked unfriendly at Gangsheng and Lin Chi. They had been in such a hurry earlier that they hadn't noticed Gongxing, who was now standing in front of Lin Chi. As they took in her beauty, the anger on their faces morphed into lewd grins, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Chen Haonan and his so-called 5 tigers of Kowloon approached Gangsheng and Lin Chi with lewd strides. Shanji, spotting Gangxing first, couldn't resist as he smiled wickedly and leaned closer to her saying, "Hey girl, you seem really fiery. How about you come play with me and let off some steam? Hey girl, I'm Shanji, and I promise to help you cool down, it'll be heavenly." As he spoke, Shanji reached out to touch Gangsheng's face. However, just as Shanji's hand was reaching towards Gangsheng, a scream pierced the air. Chen Haonan and his crew stopped in disbelief, staring at Shanji, who was now on the ground, one hand covering his face, and the other clutching his groin, wailing in agony, surrounded by several bloodied teeth. It turned out that as Shanji's hand approached Gangsheng, Lin Qi had swiftly struck, landing a punch squarely on Shanji's face, then delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Abu and the others clearly witnessed what happened behind Lin Qi. Particularly Huang Mao and Hong Mao felt a chill run down their spines as they saw Lin Qi's kick aimed at Shanji's groin. Seeing their boss act so ruthlessly, they looked at the writhing and moaning Shanji with pity. Who would dare to provoke someone like this? They remembered how their former boss, Shi Ziwei, had perished just for casting a glance at his sister-in-law. It was a gruesome end, and they couldn't help but wonder if Shanji would still have his manhood after this. At this moment, Chen Haonan and the others finally reacted, shouting angrily as they charged forward. De Tian Air rushed in the fastest, cursing loudly as he swung his fist, but Lin Qi sidestepped and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chin, knocking him down. Seeking death, Bao Pai and Chao Pai lunged at the same time. Lin Qi moved like a shadow, executing a spinning kick that sent Bao Pai flying several meters away, then turning around to deliver a punch to Chao Pai's stomach, making him kneel and retch. Seeing several of his brothers taken down in an instant by the man in the suit before him, Chen Haonan's eyes reddened. He leaped into the air, aiming a whip kick at Lin Qi's head. Lin Qi sneered, raising one hand to catch Chen Haonan's ankle, and then violently tossing him to the ground, leaving him in a pitiful state. After landing, Chen Haonan struggled to get up, grabbing a metal rod off the ground to strike Lin Qi, but Lin Qi dodged and retaliated with a straight punch to Chen Haonan's chest, causing him to grunt and collapse. In just a few minutes, the so-called 5 tigers of Kowloon were all sprawled on the ground, wailing, having not even touched the hem of Lin Qi's clothes. Lin Qi dusted off the non-existent dirt from his clothing and casually glanced around. The thugs Chen Haonan had brought, when met with Lin Qi's gaze, all dropped their weapons and lowered their heads, helping Chen Haonan and his gang up. Lin Qi remained standing in the same spot, having not moved an inch. As he retracted his gaze, he felt his left arm being held by someone. Looking down, he saw Gangsheng blushing, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed up at him. On her first night in Hong Kong, Gangsheng had witnessed Lin Qi take down those dozen thugs under Shi Ziwei, a sight that had left a deep impression on her. However, after such a long time without seeing Lin Qi in action, this second time, driven by her own circumstances, she felt as if she were about to take flight upon witnessing his prowess again. Sensing that Gangsheng, who was clutching his arm, was trembling all over, Lin Qi sighed inwardly. Gangsheng seemed to have some peculiar fixation, acting like a lovesick girl, clinging to him regardless of the time or place. If it weren't for the presence of Chiu Ti back home, Lin Qi believed that Gangsheng might have attacked him in the middle of the night. Heaving a sigh in his heart, Lin Qi extended his right hand and gently patted Gangsheng's head twice to calm her excitement. However, he suddenly felt a pair of fiery eyes comparable to Gangsheng's staring at him. Turning his head, he was startled and took a step back, realizing just how intense those eyes were. It's worth noting that just moments ago, when Chen Haonan and his 4 companions had attacked Lin Qi together, they hadn't been able to force him back even a step. Now merely a glance had caused Lin Qi to retreat. How terrifying that was. "Damn it, Dasha, what kind of look is that? You scared me to death." Lin Qi yelled at Dasha, who was staring at him with wide eyes, having just turned to see Dasha grinning like a flower. It truly startled Lin Qi. Lin Qi's shout startled Dasha as well, while Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao behind him struggled to stifle their laughter. "Boss, take me as your little brother. From now on, Dasha will follow you." Before Lin Qi could react, Dasha slid to his knees at Lin Qi's feet, hugging his legs tightly and shouting loudly, "Damn it, you idiot. What the hell are you doing?" Startled by Dasha's sudden assault and deafened by his ear-splitting yell, Lin Qi instinctively grabbed Gangsheng and leapt backward, delivering a sharp kick that sent Dasha sprawling. "Senior Sir, please accept me as your loyal underling. From this day forth, I shall be your foremost lieutenant." Ignoring the kick Lin Qi had just landed on him, Dasha scrambled back to his knees and renewed his plea. Behind him, the battered henchman, who moments earlier had been pummeled by Chan Honam and his crew, watched with feverish intensity. "Are you insane? I'm no Triad member. I'm a legitimate businessman. Seriously." Flustered and caught off guard, Lin Qi finally regained his composure and snapped at Dasha. Dasha paid no mind to the spittle spraying across his face. His grin remained wide and unyielding, like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. "Senior Sir, I'm no Triad man either. I'm a respectable entrepreneur, owner of this used car dealership. Look at you. I knew instantly you were a master strategist in business. Please take me under your wing. Life has been brutal for me, Senior Sir. Surely you've seen it all. Gangsters like those who came here today to cause trouble. I face them nearly every single day. Whether I turn a profit is beside the point. I'm beaten daily. Have mercy on me, Dasha. Let me bring my men and serve under you. Senior Sir, rest assured. If you accept me, this dealership and my entire territory in Saikung will fall under your authority. I ask only for a modest share of the profits. Before Lin Chi could even react, Dasha rattled off every detail. Offering up his business and domain outright, his gaze unwavering, his resolve absolute. Dasha's audacious move left Lin Chi stunned, and everyone else gaping in disbelief, staring at him as though he were certifiably unhinged. Enough. Business can wait. We must first settle what's before us. Lin Chi halted Dasha's fervent pleading and turned toward Chan Honam and his men, who had just been helped to their feet. Only then did Dasha recall the Hung Hing Kun Tong branch from Causeway Bay still stood there. Oof. Who the hell are you people? Daring to lay hands on Hung Hing brothers. Do you have no fear of Hung Hing? Chan Honam, finally catching his breath, wheezed. The blow Lin Chi had delivered to his chest had nearly choked the air from his lungs. As for Shan Ji, though now upright, his face was smeared with blood, several teeth missing, his hands still shielding the young boy beside him. His eyes burning with venomous fury fixed upon Lin Chi. Jiao Pai and Chao Pai, brothers alike, had taken just as long to recover their breath. Yet the wounds Lin Chi had inflicted still burned with searing pain. Before demanding who I am, you ought first to declare your own affiliations. Is such rudeness standard practice? Lin Chi observed their outrage with faint amusement. I am Chan Honam. My sworn brother is to be the head of Hung Hing's Causeway Bay branch. These are my brothers, Shan Ji, Tai Tin Er, Jiao Pai and Chao Pai. Though racked with pain, Chan Honam spoke with unmistakable pride. Oh, I see. Triad members. Hung Hing. Yes, truly intimidating. Lin Chi feigned terror, though no one was fooled. Might I inquire, Mr. Chan Honam, what is your rank within Hung Hing? A senior executive, branch chief, red pole, white paper fan, grass shoe, or... His tone dripped with irony, and as he spoke, Chan Honam and his companions gradually lowered their heads. No one dared answer. Lin Chi's final question hung in the air, laced with mockery, yet silence reigned. None of the above. Lin Chi patted his chest with theatrical alarm. You terrified me. With such arrogance, I assumed you were at least high-ranking Triad enforcers, perhaps planning to massacre me tomorrow with the full might of Hung Hing. He strode forward, smiling faintly, and slapped Chan Honam's cheek twice with his open palm. Ah, so you're just petty thugs after all. A private thrill surged through Lin Chi. The line fit perfectly. Chan Honam bristled with rage, lunging forward, only to be restrained by two of his own men. Their squad's strength lay entirely in the five of them, hence their infamous moniker, the Causeway Bay Five Tigers. Yet they had fallen before Lin Chi in mere seconds. They knew. They'd met a true force. Across Hong Kong, Triads flourish. Everywhere there are bosses. As he spoke, Lin Chi withdrew a handkerchief and calmly wiped the hand that had struck Chan Honam's face, then turned slowly, his expression settling into icy stillness. But what precisely are you? His voice rose sharply, and before anyone could blink, he drove a powerful kick into Shan Ji, who had glared at him with venomous hatred, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters, dragging down the two men who'd been supporting him. Don't push us too far. Chan Honam roared, shaking off his men, and threw a furious punch, only to be met with a thunderous impact. He flew backward, landing hard beside Shan Ji. Tai Tin Er, Jiao Pai and Chao Pai surged forward, but were violently held back by their own men. Chan Honam clutched his chest, searing pain, breath ragged. Beside him, Shan Ji spat, crimson mouth, half-toothless body convulsing uncontrollably. Lin Chi approached them, gazing down imperiously, his eyes finally locking onto Shan Ji. Shan Ji, chicken, really? Dare you speak filth before me? Then I'll ensure you lose every tooth in that mouth. Was this the hand you meant to raise? Before Shan Ji or Chan Honam could utter a word, a sickening crack echoed through the warehouse, followed by Shan Ji's shriek of agony. Lin Chi had crushed the hand Shan Ji had extended toward Gangsheng. Slowly, Lin Chi lifted his foot, wiped it sole clean against Shan Ji's pristine shirt, then dropped the soiled handkerchief onto Shan Ji's face. Lin Chi glanced at Chan Honam, clutching his chest, eyes blazing, and at Tai Tin Er, Jiao Pai and Chao Pai, propped up by their men. Is this it? The Causeway Bay Five Tigers. His gaze swept over each of Chan Honam's men, calm, unblinking. Yet the moment their eyes met his, they flinched, looked away, too ashamed to hold his stare. For Lin Chi's eyes regarded them, not as men, but as corpses awaiting burial. You introduced yourselves. Now it's my turn. I am Lin Chi, a lawful Hong Kong businessman, here to purchase a vehicle from this used car dealership. He walked deliberately to a chair and sat. Let me remind you, I've signed a contract with Dasha for over 1 million HKD. Payment has been made in full. The purchase includes this very car. Lin Chi pointed to the crimson MR2. Contract executed. Payment settled. Goods transferred. This automobile now belongs to the young lady standing beside me. He gestured toward Shing, only to catch her blushing deeply, nearly shattering his carefully cultivated aura of cool detachment. Lin Chi swiftly turned away, restoring his stoic mask. Yet upon entering she discovered a certain rotund fellow, Bao Pai I believe, a vulgar name matched only by his vulgar appearance, groping her newly purchased vehicle. Could she possibly tolerate that? Were I in her place, a shouted warning would be the least of my responses. His eyes locked onto Bao Pai, as if contemplating snapping the hand that had touched the car, making the man tremble violently. What happened next, you already know. Because she is beautiful, this insignificant wretch Shan Ji dared reach out. Do you realize? I live with him daily, and haven't laid a finger on her. At that even Lin Chi froze, startled. Damn. He'd spoken his innermost thought aloud. Lin Chi realized he had spoken rashly and froze for a moment, surreptitiously observing Shing, whose face instantly lit up with exhilaration, clearly delighted. Lin Chi cleared his throat, awkwardly feigning nonchalance, as he resumed speaking to Chen Haonan and the others. You claim that today I happily stepped out to buy a car, spending over 1 million yuan, and the moment I handed over the payment, before even laying hands on the vehicle, you lot suddenly appeared, declaring it yours. Let's set that aside for now. More importantly, you lunatics actually harassed this beautiful lady standing beside me. And after I intervened to stop that fool Shanji from harassing her, you short brutish thugs ambushed and surrounded me. The very man who stood up for justice. Is there any law left in this world? Is there any justice left at all? Lin Chi added, then smiled coolly. Now, having been reduced to this state by my righteous fist, do you wish to call the police? He turned to Chen Haonan with a playful grin and asked. At the mention of calling the police, Chen Haonan and his men paled. As Triad affiliates, they dreaded entanglement with law enforcement above all else. And judging by Lin Chi's words, even though they were the injured party, the officers would inevitably side with a respectable businessman like him. So it seems you'd rather not report it. Shall I then? Would you like that? After all, you openly harassed a woman in broad daylight, and then leveraging your Triad affiliations assaulted and threatened me. Those charges alone should land you behind bars for quite some time. Lin Chi teased them with a sardonic smile. No, we yield. Name your terms. Chen Haonan spat, glaring bitterly at Lin Chi. So you're opting for a private settlement? Lin Chi replied. Seeing the men nod weakly as they leaned on one another for support, he broke into laughter. A private resolution is perfect. I'll save on legal fees. Since you've conceded pay-up compensation for lost wages, emotional distress, and this car now tainted by your touch I no longer want. You'll buy it back from me, 50,000 yuan, and this matter ends. Take the car and go. Lin Chi's flippant words ignited their fury. 50,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Tiana roared impulsively before Chen Haonan could even speak. Ah, careful with such language. My demands are perfectly reasonable. I possess the purchase contract and full registration documents. Lawful and above board. I doubt you hold anything remotely similar. Moreover, everyone witnessed you harassing this lady first, and then striking me without provocation. If you refuse to negotiate, I'll call the police. I couldn't care less. Lin Chi addressed them directly. Who struck whom? Why don't you look around? Who's lying on the ground? Their silent outrage boiled within, yet, confronted with Lin Chi's unruffled demeanor, they had no choice but to submit. We don't have that kind of money, Chen Haonan stammered. No money? Then why swagger about so boldly? No money? Go explain that to the police. With that, Lin Chi gestured to Desha, calling out, Lend me your mobile phone. I'll place a call to the police first. Desha cheerfully signaled to a subordinate, who promptly handed over his bulky mobile phone. As Lin Chi raised it to dial, Chen Haonan lunged forward in panic and seized his wrist. Mr. Lin, we truly lack that sum. Chen Haonan was desperate. If the police got involved, not only might they be jailed, but the scandal would irreparably tarnish the reputation of the 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay, shattering their standing in the underworld forever. No money, and yet no desire to involve the police. So tell me, what's your proposal? Lin Chi arched an eyebrow. But look, this lovely lady beside me is deeply unsettled. When she suffers, my own peace falters. And when I suffer, those who earn their livelihood under me grow uneasy. And what follows? Well, that remains uncertain. Huang Mao, quick-witted and observant, stepped forward with a deferential smile. Boss, if we wish to lift the madam's spirits, it's simple. We still own 2 fishing vessels. Let them work aboard to repay their debt. Though lately the high seas have grown treacherous, risk is high. Whether these gentlemen can withstand the ocean's fury remains to be seen. Lin Chi nodded approvingly. Sharp thinking. You've hit upon a fine solution. What say you, gentlemen? Chun Haonan instantly grasped Huang Mao's implication. They were being offered a slow descent into the deep. Who was this Lin Chi? They'd met countless bosses. Yet none so formidable in combat, so ruthless in execution, so casually willing to consign men to the sea. The most powerful tycoons remained beyond their reach. Those they did encounter typically preferred quiet coexistence, avoiding conflict, even fearing their gangster reputations. Never before had they encountered a boss who at the slightest provocation contemplated drowning them whole. We have the money. There's no need to escalate this. Mr. Lin, we'll pay the 50,000. Our leader has the funds. Realizing Lin Chi was utterly serious, Chun Haonan hurried to comply. They'd just carved out a name for themselves in Causeway Bay. Dying namelessly would be a grotesque waste. Very well. You remain here. Send your men back to fetch your leader's money. Once paid, you may depart, with both yourselves and the car. Lin Chi waved, dismissively releasing the underlings Chun Haonan had brought along. In Causeway Bay at the BG bar, a short, stout man sat grinning behind the counter, a cigar clamped between his fingers, radiating smug satisfaction. This was Dabi, the formidable head of the Hing Society's Causeway Bay branch. Recent victories orchestrated by Chun Haonan and his crew had catapulted the branch to prominence across the underworld and secured vast new territories. Dabi held high hopes for them, especially for Chun Haonan, intelligent, fiercely loyal, and ruthlessly efficient. He regarded him almost as a son, cherishing him deeply. But Dabi's jubilation was short-lived. A henchman burst into the bar, face ashen. Brother B. Trouble. Dabi, still puffing his cigar, went rigid. His face darkened instantly. He slammed his fist onto the bar, sending glasses leaping into the air. What? Haonan's been taken? How? Boss, you gave Brother Nan that car. The moment he received it, it was stolen. The henchman recounted the entire incident step by step. Boss, the businessman demands 50,000 yuan to release them, or else. Or else what? Dabi snarled, his small frame radiating menace. He'll send Brother Nan and the others to the bottom of the sea. The henchman whispered, trembling. Rage blazed in Dabi's eyes. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Chun Haonan was his protege, raised by his own hand. To see him captured was not merely an affront to Hing. It was a direct insult to Dabi himself. The 5 tigers of Causeway Bay were riding high. Everyone knew they answered to Dabi. For anyone to dare lay a finger on them was tantamount to suicide. Damn it! Who the hell is this punk? And does he have a death wish? Dabi roared, surging to his feet. Get me 50,000 in cash. Immediately. And summon 20 or 30 brothers, armed and ready. His men sprang into action. Within 10 minutes, the cash was assembled and the crew assembled. Dabi himself hoisted a heavy bag of banknotes, his gaze glacial. Let's go. To the Sai Kung de Sha Auto Mart. In Saigon at the Big Fool second-hand car dealership, Big Fool was grilling seafood with Lin Chi and his group while Chun Haonan and the others squatted nearby, watched over by Big Fool's subordinates. Lin Chi accepted Big Fool's allegiance as Big Fool had witnessed Lin Chi's combat prowess and was determined to cling to him for support. He had been bullied too much, and anyone from a gang could come and exploit him. He was born in a fishing village in Saigon with an intimidating appearance and a tall stature, and he had a few subordinates. However, his combat ability did not match his looks. Fortunately, there wasn't much profit in Saigon, and larger gangs looked down on him, allowing Big Fool to survive with a few small subordinates from the fishing village. He relied on catching fish along the coast to earn some money, but later he was driven out of this trade. Ironically, they were all from the fishing village, yet they couldn't sell fish themselves and had to hand them over to the gang members. Fortunately, he had a few subordinates who could repair cars, and by dealing in second-hand vehicles and modifying smuggled cars, he barely managed to establish himself in Saigon. However, he often faced exploitation. When a car was lost, the big gang members would come looking for him. The more polite ones would give him a small fee, while the more arrogant ones would take the car and beat him up, just like what happened to Chun Haonan today. Buying cars was similar. Many gang members came to purchase vehicles, but profits were minimal. He would just smile to break even, and the profit from today's deal with Lin Chi was enough to keep Big Fool and his crew busy for a year or two. However, Lin Chi did not take over Big Fool's car dealership and territory as he had suggested. Instead, he handed over 3 million Hong Kong dollars and left Big Fool with a 20 stake, with Big Fool still in charge here. In the future, Abu and Lin Chi would frequently oversee operations, and Abu would also train Big Fool's subordinates. As long as they operated normally, the profits from modified and smuggled cars were still quite high. As long as those lowly thugs did not come to exploit them every day, they could still guarantee a profit of several million a year. However, with this new industry, Lin Chi found that he had no capable subordinates left. The Tunmun public housing needed someone to oversee it, especially since Anshin property had encroached on the interests of several small gangs, leading to frequent disturbances. At the beginning, Abu and Huang Mao had been constantly fighting every night. Fortunately, after going through numerous battles, Abu's reputation spread, and the situation at Tunmun public housing stabilized, leading to a period without much trouble. Now Big Fool had offended the people from Causeway Bay and needed capable fighters to hold the fort. However, among his dozens of subordinates, only he and Abu could fight. Although Huang Mao and Hong Mao had learned a bit from Abu during this time and were slightly stronger than ordinary thugs, they were still far from sufficient. Lin Chi, as a boss, couldn't personally step in every time something happened. That would be too inappropriate. The second-hand car dealership was filled with a pungent smell of gasoline, mixed with the salty scent of the sea, which was quite unpleasant. Fortunately, the aroma of grilled seafood helped to dilute the odor. Here Lin Chi and Big Fool enjoyed barbecue while chatting and laughing, when suddenly 3 vans hurriedly stopped in front of them. With a screech, 20 or 30 gangsters wielding machetes and steel pipes got out of the vehicles, their fierce looks surrounding Lin Chi and his companions. Big Fool and his subordinates trembled at the sight of these clearly gang members, but forced themselves to stay calm seeing Lin Chi still sitting there. The big guy kicked the car door open, and the small gangsters surrounding Lin Chi parted to create a path. The big guy with a cigarette in his mouth and a face full of brutish flesh scanned the area menacingly and shouted, "Big Fool! Hand over Chun Haonan and the others, or I'll make your life hell today." Big Fool, squatting in front of Lin Chi, leisurely handed a skewer of squid to his subordinate, and stood up slowly saying, "Aren't you the leader from Causeway Bay, Hong Sing's big guy? Are you here to collect a debt?" Big guy ignored Big Fool because he immediately noticed the bruised faces of Chun Haonan and the others, and anger filled his small brain. Unable to contain himself, he waved his hand, "Brothers, charge." In an instant, the gangsters he brought charged towards Big Fool and Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi and Gangsheng remained seated unmoved. Abu and Huang Mao stood up, each holding a steel pipe, and stepped forward while Big Fool also wanted to assist Abu. Lin Chi stopped Big Fool and his men, saying, "Leave these guys to Abu, or otherwise it would be a waste of money." Big Fool did not understand Lin Chi's words, and wore a puzzled expression on his fierce face. "You have to know that for a master like Abu, I have to pay him 200,000 HKD as an appearance fee each time he makes a move. Recently he fought with those thugs several times and took away hundreds of thousands from me. If he can't handle these few guys, how can he face taking that money?" This was a rule set by Lin Chi himself. Currently there were too few people under him. However, in this place of Hong Kong Island, it was a delusion to think they could do business quietly without dealing with gangs. Having a certain level of force was necessary. Therefore, after Anshin property was established, the security department had an appearance fee whenever they took action. Abu, being the strongest, received 200,000 HKD for each move. Huang Mao and Hong Mao earned 200,000 HKD for each battle, while other subordinates earned between 500 to 1000 HKD. Hence, although the security department of Anshin property did not have many people, they received a lot of business, since they had just opened, and their monthly appearance fees could total over 10,000. In the security department of Anshin property, the higher the combat ability, the higher the appearance fee. After stabilizing their territory in the public housing, they all sought Abu to train them. Among them, Huang Mao and Hong Mao trained the hardest, and their combat abilities were demonstrated in subsequent fights, raising their appearance fees to 2000. Big Fool still did not understand Lin Chi's words, but his eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth hung open, unconsciously forming an O shape. His subordinates shared the same expression. This was because they saw Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao overpowering Big Guy's 30 or so thugs. In the past, Abu did not like to use tools when fighting. He was indeed powerful, but would always return with injuries. Lin Chi couldn't stand it and said he would no longer cover his medical expenses. Under Lin Chi's suggestion, Abu began to use steel pipes as weapons, which were readily available. Indeed, after using a weapon, even though Abu still preferred to charge into a group of people alone, he sustained far fewer injuries. After all, for someone who could take on hundreds barehanded, fighting dozens felt like child's play. Big Guy was also stunned into silence by Abu, Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Abu, wielding a steel pipe, charged directly into the group of 30 thugs, while Huang Mao and Hong Mao coordinated, perfectly blocking surprise attacks from behind Abu. The thugs from Hongqing Causeway Bay were in for a rough time. Abu's strength exceeded that of an average person. He focused on attacking the hands and feet of these thugs. With each steel pipe strike, one person would fall to the ground, and then Huang Mao and Hong Mao would follow up with a strike to ensure the person stayed down for a while. With the battle god Abu charging in front, Huang Mao and Hong Mao had it easy. In less than 5 minutes, all 30 thugs brought by Big Guy were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Big Guy's anger had dissipated in the face of this scene, and his mind went blank. He even forgot why he came here, while Chun Haonan and his group, still squatting nearby, looked at Abu with lingering fear in their eyes. Just now Lin Chi had struck without a weapon and easily knocked down all 5 of them. If Abu, armed with a steel pipe, were to attack, would they end up like those thugs lying on the ground with broken limbs? Abu swiftly dealt with the 30 or so thugs brought by Big B. As for the yellow-haired and red-haired ones, they were merely ornaments behind Abu. He broke the last standing thug's leg, knocking him to the ground, while behind him the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs each struck the fallen man with a steel pipe, ensuring he could not rise again. It was only when Bigby saw Abu with the yellow-haired and red-haired ones approaching that he realized what was happening. He had finally calmed himself and looked fiercely at Abu and the others, but at barely 6 meters tall, he posed no threat to Abu and his companions. Hey, stop. This is the head of the Hongxing Kowloon. Do you understand what that means? It's the underworld, aren't you afraid? He's a hall master with hundreds or even thousands of subordinates. Don't you fear getting beaten? Show me some respect. Lin Chi's lazy voice rang out as Abu returned with the yellow-haired and red-haired ones to the spot where they had been sitting grabbing a grilled squid to eat. Bigby, right? Look, your many subordinates have been beaten. Are you gonna call the police? Lin Chi asked Bigby, holding a skewer of large shrimp. Again talking about calling the police. Chen Haonan's words went unheard by Lin Chi as everyone else instinctively shrank back except for Shan Ji, who lay on the ground. They all looked at Bigby with a shared thought: do not agree to call the police. Call the police? Bigby doubted he was hearing correctly. What was this person thinking, calling the police on a gang fight? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, Bigby quickly regained his composure, presenting himself as a gang leader, while pulling a handbag out of the car. Where are you from, brother? Seeing that Lin Chi did not answer, he glanced at Chen Haonan and the others, then at the group of subordinates lying on the ground twisting and groaning. He realized they had been outmatched and prepared to back down. This is the agreed amount of 500,000. I'll take those few punks with me. Although Bigby was unwilling, he knew he had to do what needed to be done. He couldn't show up and let his subordinates get beaten without bringing anyone back. After all, the entire Kowloon depended on Chen Haonan and his group to hold the fort. Lin Chi nodded at the yellow-haired thug, who went to take the bag from Bigby's hand. After a quick exchange with the red-haired thug, they turned to Lin Chi, nodding, boss, it's 500,000 flat. Lin Chi smiled. Since the money has arrived, the matter regarding these 5 people is settled. Chen Haonan and the others lifted Shan Ji, moving behind Bigby, keeping their heads down and silent. After exchanging a few words, Bigby understood the situation from their mouths, confirming that they had indeed kicked a hard rock. Boss Lin, today's matter is our loss. We may meet again in the future, but let's part ways here. Bigby's face was grim, but he had to utter these words. Once this incident spread, he would lose face along with the Kowloon, and the next hall meeting would surely lead to ridicule. Hey Bigby, while this matter with Chen Haonan is settled, what about these people? How do you plan to resolve this? Lin Chi blocked Bigby from leaving, pointing to the 30 or so thugs who were just helping each other to stand. What do you mean? Bigby turned around, glaring angrily at Lin Chi. Look over there. Lin Chi pointed in one direction where a DV camera was located. I found this DV camera with Dasha. I originally intended to record our beautiful life of barbecuing by the seaside. But I never expected that in this chaotic Hong Kong, while we were enjoying beer and barbecuing, over 30 gangsters would rush up to attack us. Is there any law in this place? Is there any justice? Come take a look. Lin Chi opened the DV that the yellow-haired thug handed over, showing it to Bigby and the others. How ferocious you all were just now, and it was all recorded. Thankfully, the manager of my company's security department is impressive. Otherwise, this legitimate businessman might have been killed by gangsters. But if something happens, I must call the police. As a legitimate businessman, being pursued and attacked by gangsters means I definitely have to report this. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Since everyone is here, I believe the Hong Kong police will definitely uphold justice for me. Bigby's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot upon hearing Lin Chi's words. The thugs lying on the ground also wore expressions of disbelief. This trip to Sai Kung not only resulted in injuries, but also risked being sent to jail. It was truly a huge loss. Bigby was no longer angry. Having already given 500,000, he couldn't ignore the 30 or so elite subordinates. If Lin Chi truly called the police, these people might really end up in jail. With recorded evidence, they might not even be able to bail out. After all, these were the main fighting thugs of Kowloon. If they all got locked up, anyone with ill intentions could come and seize their territory. Moreover, with everyone injured, the medical expenses would be significant, and to protect Kowloon's turf, it seemed necessary to make a substantial concession to prevent Lin Chi from reporting. Thinking of this, Bigby took a deep breath, forcing a grim smile onto his face. Boss Lin, there's no need to go this far. Whatever you need, just ask. This is what your Bigby wants me to say. Lin Chi displayed a cheerful smile. Actually, I don't want to call the police either. That would be too troublesome for the Hong Kong police. After all, their salaries are paid by legitimate people like us. We can't bother them over trivial matters. Right. Not calling the police is good. Not calling the police is good. How could we trouble the police over such a small matter? Bigby flattered along with Lin Chi. Since Bigby agrees, then it's easy to negotiate. Now for the 30 or so people, let's settle on 3,100,000 each. Lin Chi pointed at Abu. A master like him you must rarely see, right? His appearance fee isn't low. Plus my lost work fee and emotional distress fee. Big B, just give me 500,000 more. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Big B shouted angrily at Lin Chi. Why is it this again? I'm a legitimate person, not a gangster. How can you say I would rob? If you don't agree, that's fine. You can leave now. Oh, after all, the faces of these people are all clearly captured. I believe the police should have no pressure in capturing them. Lin Chi completely ignored Big B's anger. The subtle threat in his calm tone was apparent to everyone. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Big B took a deep breath. Boss Lin, we are Hongxing. Can you give Big B some face? Do we have to make it so awkward? Hongxing, huh? Who in Hong Kong doesn't know? But what does it have to do with me? I'm not a member of a gang. What are you threatening me? Lin Chi asked the short Big B. I felt your threat. Now I'm asking for 600,000. You? Big B was about to say more when he heard Lin Chi raising the price and quickly swallowed his words of threat. Just as he was about to negotiate, he heard Lin Chi's calm voice again. I will only give you 30 seconds to decide. If 30 seconds pass, I'll call the police. Once Lin Chi finished speaking without waiting for Big B to respond, the yellow-haired thug began counting, and by the time he reached 10, Big B gritted his teeth and agreed. That's more like it. There's an old saying, those who know the current situation are the wise ones. As Lin Chi spoke this line, he realized his tone sounded like that of a general, resembling a phrase from a video he had watched, and quickly scolded himself, realizing he had been influenced by the video. You Hongxing are so powerful. You can easily pay me first, take your people back, and after your subordinates recover, gather a few hundred men and take me out. Wouldn't that be a way to vent your anger? In this current situation, what are you trying to prove? Seeking to save face with me? You a short mule, what face do you have with me? I'll give you half a day to have your subordinates bring over 600,000. Today's matter will be settled. As for your Big B's desire for revenge later, I'm very welcome to it. But Big B, you must remember next time it won't be something that a mere 100 or 80,000 can settle. Lin Chi extended his hand, and the yellow-haired thug handed him a compensation contract he always carried. Lin Chi signed it and then handed it to Big B. Sign here. I'm a legitimate businessman, not a gangster. Otherwise people might really think I'm robbing money. Big B looked at the contract handed over to him, his lips twitching slightly. It was a compensation contract, and the amount had just been written down. He glanced at Lin Chi's companion in a suit, the one called Huang Mao, who handled the contract with such ease, making it clear that this wasn't the first time for Lin and his associates. Having already backed down, there was no point in getting upset now. Big B took the pen handed to him by Huang Mao and swiftly signed his name. Lin Chi took the contract back, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "Oh, Daxiong, is this for real?" Lin Chi shot a strange look at Big B but said nothing further. Big B had already sent his underlings back to fetch the money, while also taking those who were more seriously injured with him. He had no intention of provoking Lin Chi further, and instead approached him with a friendly demeanor. Where are you getting rich, Boss Lin? Big B pulled out a Marlboro and tossed it to Lin Chi. Lin Chi accepted the cigarette, and Huang Mao smoothly flicked open a lighter to light it for him. What's the matter, Big Brother B? Are you trying to gauge my strength before coming back for revenge? Lin Chi exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a grin. Boss Lin thinks too much. With a skilled fighter like Wolf Fong under you, I wouldn't want my little brothers to get beaten up by Abu again. Big B replied, chuckling. I can't say I'm getting rich, but I've started a small company with a few brothers in Tunmun providing security and cleaning services to the locals, just to make some pocket money, Lin Chi said to Big B. Tunmun. I have a hall there with Hing, and the leader at Tunmun Dinosaur is my brother. If you need anything, just mention Big B and Dinosaur will surely give me face. Big B boasted. Big B was bragging loudly about his good relations with Dinosaur. Lin Chi just smiled and listened, feeling a wave of disdain in his heart. Did Big B really have a good relationship with Dinosaur? If Lin Chi hadn't seen the movie, he might have been fooled by Big B, but he was aware of Hing's current situation. Dinosaur, Thin Eyes, and Han Bin were brothers who had crossed over from He-Tu to Hing. To avoid suspicion, these three stuck together in Hing and hardly interacted with other halls. So how could they possibly have a good relationship with Big B? However, given that Big B had brought him $1 million in income, Lin Chi had no intention of exposing Big B's boasting. Instead, he casually conversed with him, offering a few compliments to keep Big B happy. Time passed quickly, and Lin Chi and his companions were all smiles as they watched Big B and Big Fool bragging about matters in the underworld. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. At that moment, Big B's underling drove up in a van, and Big B reluctantly handed a bundle of Hong Kong dollars to Lin Chi. Lin Chi cheerfully asked Huang Mao to count the money, signed his name on the contract, and then wrote a receipt for Big B. Finally, he instructed Big B's underling to drive away Chun Haonan's MR2 to a car that had been touched by Chun Haonan, and his companions, making the Hong Shang feel a bit uneasy, so he opted out. On Lin Chi's suggestion, Hong Shang chose a white BMW instead, which he liked very much since he was relatively tall and the MR2 felt a bit small. Everyone happily sent Big B and his crew off in the van, joyfully paying Abu and his crew their appearance fees, giving Huang Mao and Hong Mao each 5,000, both of whom were beaming with delight. Later, under the witness of Big Fool's underlings, Lin Chi officially accepted Big Fool, giving him a red envelope containing 66 Hong Kong dollars. Each of Big Fool's underlings also received 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, marking their reacceptance of their new leader. However, this new leader was generous and powerful, distributing money right away, instantly earning the admiration of everyone. Lin Chi and the others drove their new cars back to Tun Mun, while Big Fool and his two underlings took the van back, ensuring they were familiar with Lin Chi's crew. Afterward, Big Fool cheerfully followed Abu upstairs to tidy up, and then headed back to Sai Kung in Abu's car. The staff at Anshin property were very happy to see the cars bought by the company, especially since Lin Chi had also purchased cars for Huang Mao and Hong Mao, making the other underlings excited. They recalled Lin Chi's promise, knowing that they would surely have their own cars in the future, and even if they didn't have them now, they could still use the company's two vans. After a joyful dinner with all the employees, Lin Chi returned home with Hong Shang and Qiu Ti. Just as he finished showering, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The three of them stepped out of their rooms. Lin Chi gave the other two a reassuring glance and walked to the door to open it. He found Huang Mao and Hong Mao standing at the door. "Boss, there's been trouble. Fat Guy and the others have been captured," they said. Lin Chi frowned. Did Fat Guy and the others break the rules and provoke the wrong people? It's still unclear, but it seems a group of people has come from the north tonight. Huang Mao and Hong Mao replied somewhat nervously. They felt a bit guilty since their current boss had come from the north, and they hadn't expected to encounter formidable people again so soon. Lin Chi returned to his room to grab a jacket and instructed Hong Shang and Qiu Ti. "You two go to sleep first. I'm going to handle some matters, so don't worry." He pushed Hong Shang and Qiu Ti into their respective rooms, draped the jacket over his shoulder, and left with Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Lin Chi didn't drive his own car. They were headed to the seaside and the roads weren't very good. He didn't want to risk damaging his new Tiger headbends during the night. Huang Mao drove his Honda, hurrying toward the seaside. Arriving at the familiar village, they spotted Fat Guy and four of the small boat crew squatting on the ground with two men in black standing beside them. As a car approached, both men looked gravely at the incoming vehicle. When it reached them, it suddenly braked, causing Lin Chi's cigarette to fall from his hand. After Lin Chi got out of the car, he slapped Huang Mao on the head, saying, "Are you insane? You don't even know how to drive properly. You almost hit my head." Huang Mao, having been slapped by his boss, didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled sheepishly and relit Lin Chi's cigarette, saying, "Boss, I'll be more careful next time. I promise not to hit you again." Ignoring Huang Mao, Lin Chi walked over to the two men in black. As he approached, he sensed something was off. With his battle-hardened instincts, he recognized that these two were not ordinary individuals. From their stances and the aura they radiated, Lin Chi knew he was dealing with formidable opponents and not just any typical fighters. Ordinary soldiers lacked the malevolence and presence that these two exuded. As he got closer, Lin Chi noticed the calluses on the palms of their hands and the bulges at their waists, confirming his suspicions. The sky was dark and Lin Chi couldn't see their faces clearly. He stopped 5 meters away from them and said, "Comrades, I'm not sure how my men have offended you." Upon hearing Lin Chi's Mandarin and the term comrades, the two men were taken aback. One of them, who had been wearing sunglasses, took them off and said, "You are Lin Chi. Wang Jianjun, what are you doing here?" Lin Chi exclaimed, still processing the situation, and then turned to the person beside Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo. As soon as Lin Chi finished speaking, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo rushed over and punched Lin Chi's chest twice, saying, "I was told there was no news of you back home. Turns out you've come to Hong Kong Island." "Wait, why are you two here in Hong Kong Island as well? Do you have some sort of mission?" Lin Chi also punched each of Wang Jiangwo and Wang Jianjun, asking them, "Forget it, I won't ask. Let's go. Since you're here, I'll treat you to a feast. Give some to Phileo and the others. It's just a misunderstanding. These two are my own people." Lin Chi took out a stack of money and told Huang Mao to give some to Phileo and the others at sea. "Drive, find a place to treat Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo to a welcome dinner." Huang Mao took the money, distributed it to Phileo, and the others then drove Lin Chi and his brother Wang Jiangwo back to Tunmun, finding a barbecue stall that was still open at midnight. After a few drinks, Wang Jianjun explained the reason for their visit to Hong Kong Island. Before this, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were also at the Laoshan battlefield with Lin Chi in the same platoon but different squads. Although they belonged to different squads, they often acted together. Lin Chi was a seasoned veteran, while Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were no slouches either. Wang Jiangwo was an exceptional marksman, known as the sharpshooter in their platoon. Wang Jianjun was the capture specialist in the platoon, and Lin Chi was recognized as the strongest in terms of overall strength. The three of them had formed a team for missions multiple times without ever failing. They shared a deep brotherly bond, and after Lin Chi was forced to retire for killing captives out of anger towards his former squad leader, both Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo had caused a stir within the platoon. However, Lin Chi's actions had serious consequences as most of the people he killed were women and children and many witnesses were present. The platoon had no choice but to let him off the hook without military court proceedings which both Lin Chi and his original body held no resentment towards. After Lin Chi's departure, Wang Jianjun's mindset changed. The capture specialist had turned into a killer executing several incapacitated prisoners during missions, and the instructor had intervened several times to cover for him. Eventually others from different platoons discovered this, leading to Wang Jianjun's forced retirement. Seeing this, his brother Wang Jiangwo also decided to retire alongside him, and thus the two left the military together. Everyone knew that the situation on the Vietnam battlefield had been settled, and now it was just a matter of rotating troops for training. The military was facing inevitable downsizing as most battles had already been fought, and there was no need to retain so many troops. Thus the two managed to leave the military smoothly. However, upon returning home, they found their elderly mother suffering from a severe lung disease, and the hospitals in their hometown lacked the means to treat her. After much searching, the two brothers ended up in Guangzhou, but sadly their retirement settlement was insufficient, and during that era there weren't many lucrative opportunities. At this point, they received a task through the black market to kill someone in Hong Kong Island for 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, which would be enough to cover their mother's hospital expenses for a year or so. Confident in their own abilities, the brothers immediately accepted the job and arranged for a smuggler to bring them to Hong Kong Island, where they ran into Lin Chi. Before encountering Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, Lin Chi had completely forgotten about them. However, upon seeing them, memories related to the two immediately surfaced in his mind. He then realized that the three of them were actually good brothers who had fought together. "Are you two really willing to take on a job for 20,000 Hong Kong dollars? Lin Chi exhaled a puff of smoke, somewhat surprised. "Seventh brother, 20,000 Hong Kong dollars isn't much. The jobs we find in Guangzhou pay only about $100 a month, and that's in RMB. It would take us 10 years to earn that much in Hong Kong dollars." Wang Jiangwo replied while eating squid. Hearing Jiangwo's words, Lin Chi fell silent and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "How much does it cost to treat Auntie's illness? Can the hospital in Guangzhou cure her?" "The hospital in Guangzhou costs over 2,000 a month, but that's just to maintain her condition. To fully cure her, the doctor said it would take about 500,000. However, the doctor suggested bringing her to a hospital in Hong Kong for treatment, as the doctors in Guangzhou have no guarantees." Wang Jiangwo answered. "Jiangwo." Wang Jianjun shot a glare at Wang Jiangwo, signaling him to not disclose everything. "Jianjun, what do you mean? Can't I talk to my brother?" Lin Chi said discontentedly to Wang Jianjun as he noticed Jianjun glaring at Jiangwo. "Seventh, this matter." Wang Jianjun wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Chi. "Since the doctors in Guangzhou have no confidence, let's bring Auntie to a hospital in Hong Kong." Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo fell silent upon hearing Lin Chi's words. It wasn't that they didn't want to bring their mother to Hong Kong for treatment. The key issue was their lack of money and connections, leaving them helpless. Seeing the two silent, Lin Chi understood their concerns and cheerfully said, "Don't worry. I will cover all of Auntie's treatment expenses. You don't have to worry about it." "That's not possible." Wang Jianjun immediately refused. "Why not? Don't you want to cure Auntie's illness? Besides, what's our relationship? Do you dare refuse?" Lin Chi looked at Wang Jianjun with some anger. Seeing the usually cold Wang Jianjun fidgeting in anxiety, Lin Chi found it somewhat amusing, as such a situation was quite rare. After all, this person was used to maintaining a stoic face and acted tough. Lin Chi had tried to provoke him many times in the past during their military days, but to no avail. "Alright, stop getting hung up on it. I just happened to earn some money in Hong Kong, enough for Auntie's treatment. However, judging by your expressions, you two will have to work for me from now on to earn money." Lin Chi raised his head, speaking with an air of arrogance. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo felt touched. Wang Jiangwo nodded with a smile. "Alright, from now on my over £100 will be at seventh brother's service. Use me however you want. Just leave it to me whenever there's something to be done," Wang Jianjun said coolly. "Alright, from now on I'm your boss. Jiangwo can still call me seventh brother, and Jianjun can call me either seventh brother or boss. Come on, let me hear you say it." Lin Chi smiled wickedly at Wang Jianjun. "Get lost," Wang Jianjun replied, his face slightly flushed, whether from alcohol or otherwise. Seeing Wang Jianjun like this, Lin Chi and Wang Jiangwo exchanged glances and burst into laughter. However, the laughter was soon interrupted when Wang Jiangwo was kicked to the ground by Wang Jianjun, looking up at his brother with a face full of grievance. Wang Jianjun turned his cool face away, ignoring his younger brother, taking a satisfied sip of his drink. "Humph, it's not the right time to go after Lin Chi, but a brother is still a brother. Can he really defy me?" Seeing Wang Jiangwo lying on the ground, Lin Chi laughed even louder. However, unbeknownst to Lin Chi and Wang Jiangwo, a hint of a smile also flashed across Wang Jianjun's cold face. "Don't proceed with the task you accepted for now. Let me check if there are any problems." It's best to be cautious with such matters. If there's nothing wrong, it could be an easy way to make some money, but it's not worth the risk for 20,000. The three drank late into the night, then personally arranged accommodations for the two, instructing them not to wander outside, and to get their Hong Kong identity cards sorted first. Lin Chi arranged for the two brothers Jianjun and Jiang Wo to stay in a room beside Abu, then went downstairs to return to his own room. However, when he pushed open the door, he saw Gangsheng sitting on the sofa in his pajamas waiting for him. Upon seeing the door open, he immediately rushed over. Lin Chi watched as Gangsheng rushed over in his slippers, nearly stumbling. He quickly reached out and hugged Gangsheng, saying, "Didn't I tell you to rest? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gangsheng felt her face heat up when Lin Chi hugged her, smiling as she looked up at him. "I can't sleep. What happened? Has it been resolved?" Perhaps due to meeting Jianjun and Jiangwo, Lin Chi was in a good mood after having quite a bit to drink. He forgot about the potential danger posed by this woman and playfully ruffled Gangsheng's hair, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. There was a little issue with Fatty, but it's already taken care of." Lin Chi paused as he noticed his hand still on Gangsheng's head, but he did not withdraw it. "Also, I ran into two good brothers. I'll introduce you to them tomorrow." Gangsheng enjoyed Lin Chi's affection, but as she leaned against him, she seemed to notice something stirring, causing her body to tremble slightly. Gangsheng felt a bit flustered. "As long as everything's fine, let's hurry and take a shower." She blushed and gently pushed Lin Chi, pulling him toward the bathroom. After Lin Chi entered the bathroom, Gangsheng leaned against the wall, patting her chest and taking a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. She covered her chest with her left hand and fanned herself with her right. Feeling too hot, she felt like she was about to boil over. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Gangsheng hurriedly dashed into her room and buried herself under the covers. Cold water splashed onto Lin Chi's head, waking him up considerably. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he felt a bit disdainful of himself, realizing he had fallen for Gangsheng's charm. However, he chuckled. Quickly tidying himself up, Lin Chi opened the bathroom door to find Gangsheng already gone. He chuckled softly and returned to his room, feeling quite pleased. Lin Chi was indeed very happy. Feeling that he lacked capable hands to manage the situation, he was pleased that two formidable individuals had arrived. Moreover, due to their previous ties in the military, he completely trusted Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. The combat prowess of the two was undoubtedly impressive. Just looking at Wang Jiangwo's face, one could tell he was a strong fighter. Although he appeared fair-skinned, did anyone think Chang Wei wouldn't be able to take on Jiangwo? "Get up and have breakfast." The next morning, Lin Chi finished breakfast with Gangsheng and packed a large amount of items, knocking on Jianjun and Jiangwo's door. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo had already woken up. Hearing Lin Chi's voice, they immediately opened the door. "Eat first. I've asked Huang Mao to help you get your Hong Kong ID, but don't go out for the next couple of days." As Lin Chi entered, he placed the breakfast on the table and addressed the two brothers. Wang Jianjun nodded calmly, while Wang Jiangwo cheered, eagerly grabbing a small steamed bun from the breakfast Lin Chi had placed on the table and tossing it into his mouth before handing one to his brother. Wang Jianjun looked at Gangsheng behind Lin Chi, a puzzled expression on his face. "This is Wang Gangsheng, your relative and the manager of my company. If you need anything while I'm away, you can find her." After Lin Chi introduced Wang Jianjun, he turned to Gangsheng, saying, "Gangsheng, this is Wang Jianjun, and this is his brother Wang Jiangwo." Saying this, Lin Chi playfully patted Jiangwo on the head. Jiangwo's eyes were a bit lewd as they turned toward Gangsheng. Jiangwo touched his head, a rather lewd smile on his face. "Seventh brother is amazing. It's only been a short time since leaving the team, and look at this." But before he could finish, he was smacked on the head again, this time by Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun retracted his hand, his expression stern, as he turned to Gangsheng. "Hello, I'm Wang Jianjun, Lin Chi's good brother. This is my brother Wang Jiangwo." Hey, what do you mean good brother? From now on I'm your boss, got it?" Lin Chi shouted at Wang Jianjun while snatching the small bun from Jiangwo's hand and throwing it into his mouth. Wang Jianjun ignored Lin Chi's shouting, remaining calm as he addressed Gangsheng. "When Lin Chi is not around, you can trust us two brothers with anything." Right. If you have a problem, just find him. Don't be fooled by his deadpan face. He's quite capable in a fight," Lin Chi added. Jiangwo nodded vigorously, having a strong opinion on this, as Wang Jianjun was quite fierce when hitting him. "Oh, my brother is very strong and I'm pretty good too. Just leave any trouble to us." Jiangwo kept stuffing small buns into his mouth, nodding and mumbling. "Jiangwo is right. Every time I see Jianjun, he's always beating up Lai Fu." "Oh no, I meant Jiangwo." Lin Chi chuckled, looking at the rolling eyes aimed at him by Wang Jianjun. Ignoring Wang Jianjun's dead fish eyes, Lin Chi plopped down next to Jiangwo, patting his shoulder. "What if your brother stays like this? How will he ever find a wife? When your mom comes to Hong Kong, I'll definitely have a word with her and ask her to take care of your brother." Knowing that Lin Chi was teasing Wang Jianjun, Jiangwo wanted to laugh, but thinking of his brother's fists, He restrained the smile on his face, lowering his head with his shoulders shaking slightly, clearly struggling to hold it in. Has he always been like this? I've known him for a while and I've hardly seen him smile. Have you seen him smile often? Lin Qi continued to ask Jiang Wo. Oh, my brother just doesn't like to smile. Jiang Wo answered vaguely, but once he said it, he already felt his brother's icy gaze. If it were just the three of them, Wang Jianjun wouldn't mind Lin Qi's teasing. However, with Gang Sheng present, Lin Qi noticed his ears turning slightly red. Nevertheless, Lin Qi still gave Wang Jianjun face and didn't continue teasing. Just right after you finish eating, rest a bit. I'll go check on that order you took and see what the issue is. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Gang Sheng went to open it and Shouho entered with two people carrying bags and bundles. As they entered, upon seeing Lin Qi, they called him boss or big brother. I bought you some daily necessities. This is Shouho. If you need anything in the next few days, just find him. Lin Qi pointed at Shouho as he spoke to Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. The company is downstairs. You can go take a look. However, this is a public housing area with many patrolling soldiers and police. Try not to go out until you get your IDs. Shouho, these are Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo. Lin Qi introduced the few guys organizing the items. Give your greetings. As Lin Qi finished speaking, Shouho and the others bowed to Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. Nice to meet you, Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo. Let me tell you, you've got good taste calling them brothers. These two are super experts who rival your brother Bu. If you learn even a few moves from them, it will be enough for you. Just so happens your brother Bu has gone to Saigon, so the security department of the property is temporarily reporting to these two. As Lin Qi finished speaking, the eyes of Shouho and the others lit up. Last time their boss said that Brother Bu was a super expert and Abu had taken them to show how to deal with the local gangs, winning every fight without fail. Now there are two super experts just like Brother Bu. Wouldn't they be able to dominate this area in the future? Upon hearing Lin Qi's introduction, the thin monkeys surrounded Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, fawning over them with eager expressions. Wang Jianjun maintained a cold demeanor, looking unapproachable, while Wang Jiangwo quickly warmed up to the thin monkeys with a jovial attitude. All right, I'll check on the matter you've taken up. Thin monkey, stick with Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo and stay sharp. After giving his instructions, Lin Qi tossed a stack of banknotes to Thin Monkey and stood up, preparing to leave. Don't worry, I'll make sure Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo are satisfied. Receiving the stack of cash, Thin Monkey grinned widely, his eyes almost disappearing in joy. Before leaving, Lin Qi shook Gang Sheng's hand, saying, if there's anything you can't resolve, leave it to Jianjun and Jiangwo. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo nodded in assurance, watching Lin Qi leave. Gang Sheng stepped forward to introduce Lin Qi and the company situation to the two brothers. As Lin Qi reached downstairs and glanced at his tiger-head car, he paused for a moment before noticing the black Honda with the red-haired man beside it. He walked into the Anshin property storefront and retrieved the car key for the red-haired man from a drawer. Tell the red-haired man that I've taken his car. Lin Qi instructed the few younger brothers still in the shop. Without waiting for their response, he ignited the engine and sped away. After driving for nearly an hour, Lin Qi parked the car not far from Nanshinghai. He disguised himself slightly and reconnoitered the stronghold of the Vietnamese three brothers once more, but found nothing new. Afterward, Lin Qi drove to the Yuen Long police station and sat down at a tea restaurant across the street, purchasing a newspaper, while quietly observing the entrance of the police station. After observing for the entire morning and gathering information from the television in the tea restaurant and the newspaper, Lin Qi realized it wasn't yet time and drove away from Yuen Long. Upon leaving the tea restaurant, Lin Qi parked the car after a short distance and slapped his head, exclaiming, "Damn, I forgot about this thing." He had spotted a communication equipment store, and as he entered he was stunned. Were there already mobile phones at this time? Was it a Nokia phone? Had his memory failed him? It seemed that, in this era, there wasn't only the Big Brother phone. Then Lin Qi realized this was a Hong Kong movie world, and he felt relieved. Although it was the 1980s, the presence of the Anai family in Tsim Sha Tsui implied that the infernal affairs also existed at this time, making the existence of Nokia phones quite reasonable. However, Lin Qi felt a pang of regret as he left the communication store. He had bought 6 Nokia phones, which were indeed of the best quality and unbreakable, costing him nearly 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Far too expensive. Nonetheless, having mobile phones made things much more convenient. Unlike the Big Brother phone, these phones even had texting capabilities, which amazed Lin Qi. It was quite amusing to see call boxes, Big Brother phones and mobile phones coexisting. Lin Qi, smoking while driving, spent half the day wandering around Yuen Long and Tun Mun. He returned to Anshin property just as it was getting dark. Except for Abu and Sai Kung, everyone else was present, and they greeted Lin Qi with smiles as he stepped out of the car. "All right, everyone is here, gather around." Lin Qi walked into the shop holding a large plastic bag. He first pulled out a red phone and handed it to Gang Sheng, saying, "Here, yours, the phone number has already been saved in it. Seeing Lin Chi handing him the phone, Gang Sheng's face broke into a beaming smile. "Seventh brother, is this for me? Of course now you won't have trouble finding me if something comes up." Lin Chi continued tossing 2 phones to Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. "Each of you gets one and the numbers are in there. It'll be more convenient to keep in touch from now on." Lastly, he tossed the remaining 2 phones to the yellow-haired and red-haired men, saying, "You 2 share one, and the other one you'll take to Brother Bu in Sai Kung tomorrow." Seeing that they each had a share, the yellow-haired and red-haired men hurriedly bowed to Lin Chi, saying, "Thank you, boss." The others looked on with envy at the numerous phones Lin Chi had produced. "As you all have seen, I bought cars and phones for the yellow-haired and red-haired men, because they have been diligent in their work, recently training the hardest and signing the most contracts. As your boss, I may not have great skills, but as long as you do your job well, and your contributions are sufficient, I will definitely equip you with phones and cars in the future." After Lin Chi finished speaking, his younger brothers laughed and cheered, filled with confidence about their future at Anshin property. Wang Jianjun held the black phone with his usual icy demeanor, but his gaze towards Lin Chi softened slightly. Wang Jiangwo, however, happily took out the phone and immediately called Wang Jianjun and Lin Chi, provoking Wang Jianjun to retaliate. Huang Mao arranged dinner and invite all the brothers over to welcome Brother Jianjun and Brother Jiangwo. Watching Wang Jiangwo yell under Wang Jianjun's punch, Lin Chi looked on happily, preparing to host a banquet and introduce the 2 brothers to everyone. Huang Mao handed the phone to the red-haired man, gleefully running out to arrange everyone's dinner at the nearest hotel. Since Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were still without identification, to avoid any trouble, Lin Chi instructed Huang Mao to take the people to the hotel, have the food packed, and bring it back to Anshin's shop to eat. "I think I found your target for that job. I'll check again tomorrow to see if there are any issues." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Chi escorted the brothers Jianjun and Jiangwo to their room, giving them a reminder. Even though Lin Chi had been wandering around Hong Kong Island all day without specifically inquiring about the job taken by Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, he remembered the entire plot of the movie very clearly. Moreover, the businessman Song Shichong was quite well known on Hong Kong Island. Just yesterday he had seen a report on the television about Song Shichong while at the tea restaurant. It seemed that a few days ago there had been an explosion in Central where Song Shichong had offended some people in his business dealings, leading his rivals to pay for the explosion. Fortunately, it seemed that both Song Shichong and his wife were unharmed, but his wife's sister and nephew had perished in the explosion. This incident seemed to have occurred several days ago, but yesterday's report revealed that a hitman had attacked Song Shichong and his girlfriend. Unfortunately, this time Song Shichong could not escape and was killed in the attack. This incident caused quite a stir, as the status of the wealthy on Hong Kong Island was significant. Now a major tycoon had been assassinated, leaving the Hong Kong police with no leads, putting immense pressure on the police force. However, it seemed that Song Shishang's wife held the key evidence for this case, having seen the mastermind at the scene, and it appeared that she was now being targeted by the hitman. According to reports, the Hong Kong police had already dispatched personnel to protect Song Shishang's wife. Lin Chi speculated that the super bodyguard from the mainland had likely arrived in Hong Kong by now. The next day, Lin Chi greeted Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo as usual, then drove Hong Mao's car to inspect the Nam Sang Wai area in Yuen Long and discreetly inquired about the Yuen Long police station. Apparently, the Vietnamese Triad brothers and Brother Shan had not yet fallen out. It seemed their contraband stock had yet to be sold. Lin Chi now had a rough sense of the situation and decided to investigate Song Shichong's whereabouts. After considerable effort, Lin Chi finally learned that Song Shichong resided in Repulse Bay. Once he had confirmed the address, Lin Chi glanced at the car he was driving, then rushed back to the Tuen Mun public housing estate to switch to his own armored Mercedes-Benz. He drove for nearly an hour, arriving in the southern district of Hong Kong Island. Repulse Bay lies on the southern slopes of Victoria Peak. Lin Chi ascended the mountain road for half an hour before spotting the villa enclave nestled halfway up the hill. After searching extensively, he finally located Song Shichong's villa. Though at the entrance to the lane, police officers had set up a checkpoint. Several officers approached and inspected his vehicle. Lin Chi dismissed the officers, memorized the villa's precise location, and departed without further delay. Upon returning to Tuen Mun, he found Huang Mao had already retrieved the identity cards for Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. Lin Chi collected the documents and sought out the 2 brothers. "I've gathered most of the details," Lin Chi said. "Your target is Yang Chenner. But apparently you're not the only ones who accepted this assignment." He handed Wang Jianjun a stack of newspapers covering Song Shichong and the recent bombing case. "Today I visited Yang Chenner's residence. There were numerous police officers stationed there." Lin Chi tossed a cigarette to each brother, lit one for himself, then casually tossed the lighter to Wang Jiangwo. "In my view, the police perimeter is riddled with flaws. I could breach it alone and eliminate that woman. Yet killing an unrelated civilian for mere tens of thousands of dollars is simply unnecessary." He exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Wang Jianjun skimmed the newspapers. Gang Shing has briefed me on everything that transpired since your arrival in Hong Kong Island. We now fully understand the current state of Anshin property, and Jiang Wo and I have jointly decided to withdraw from this matter. He passed the papers to Wang Jiangwo and lit a cigarette. I hear the new head of security division is Bu Tonglin. His monthly salary is HK20000. Lin Chi nodded. Each time he's called upon to act, he commands a separate appearance fee. Starting at HK20000. Is he truly formidable? Wang Jianjun asked. Knowing his temperament, Lin Chi chuckled warmly. One day I'll introduce you. I find him quite decent. How shall we proceed? Wang Jianjun asked. I currently oversee 2 zones. One here spanning 2 streets, the other in Saikung. You and Jiang Wo may choose either. Lin Chi spoke indifferently. I know your capabilities well. Since your IDs are ready, report to Gangshing tomorrow for onboarding. Your monthly salary matches Bu Tonglin's. Once settled, return home briefly to bring Auntie here. He handed both Hong Kong ID cards to Wang Jianjun. As he accepted them, Wang Jianjun replied coolly, I'll fight Bu Tonglin when I meet him. Lin Chi understood his intent by granting the brothers the same status and compensation as Bu Tonglin. He'd invited a silent test. Not merely of Bu Tonglin's worthiness, but of their own. Go ahead. Though come to think of it, haven't we sparred in ages? Care for a match with me instead? Lin Chi fixed Wang Jianjun with a steady, unblinking gaze. But Wang Jianjun ignored him entirely. Take me to see that woman tomorrow, Wang Jianjun stated. Which woman? What woman? Lin Chi hadn't yet registered his meaning. Yang Qianer. Wang Jianjun cast him a frosty glance. Why observe her? If we've abandoned the contract, why approach her at all? Lin Chi was baffled by Wang Jianjun's logic. We nearly killed her over petty cash. Brother's point is simply to assess her condition. Honestly, it's just a casual look. Wang Jiangwo attempted to clarify, though struggled to articulate it precisely. Enough. We're doing it for peace of mind, Lin Chi concluded, nodding in agreement. Let's go. Tomorrow I'll take you both to see Yang Qianer, Lin Chi said, rising to leave. Returning from the brothers, Lin Chi found Gang Shang and Qiu Ti curled together on the sofa watching television, whispering intimately, their heads nearly touching. The moment Lin Chi pushed open the door and greeted Gangshing's face flushed crimson, his eyes darting away, flustered and evasive. Lin Chi inwardly groaned. Whatever the 2 women had been discussing was almost certainly indecent, and judging by Gangshing's reaction, he himself had featured prominently in their conversation. What's so amusing? Lin Chi asked directly. And nothing. Just idle chatter. Gangshing stammered immediately. Qiu Ti, how's your adjustment to the property management role? Lin Chi turned to her. I'm shadowing Gangsheng. The workload isn't heavy, though daily interactions with residents are inevitable. Fortunately, Lu Jiafeng and the others handle most complications. Qiu Ti replied. Lu Jiafeng? Who's that? A new hire. Lin Chi frowned. He recognized the name yet couldn't place it. Gangsheng burst into laughter. Lu Jiafeng is Huang Mao. You don't even recall his real name. Lin Chi scratched his head, embarrassed. We've called him Huang Mao so long. Even I forgot his given name. By the way, prepare yourselves. The owner of Hui Huang nightclub knows people at several universities. I've made arrangements. During your free time, you'll audit courses at HKU in accounting, finance, and management. Skills you'll need down the line. Huh? Both Gangsheng and Qiu Ti exclaimed in disbelief, staring blankly. What, huh? Right now you supervise dozens, including men like Huang Mao. As long as I remain present, they'll stay loyal and disciplined. But the company won't always manage just this Tunmun estate, or rely solely on my inner circle. As staff numbers grow, so do responsibilities. Finance, HR, operations. You'll shoulder those duties. Do you expect me to manage them myself? Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Gangsheng. Can we really handle it? Gangsheng ventured timidly. Lin Chi tapped her forehead lightly. Whether you can or not is irrelevant. I refuse to manage these matters personally. If you fail, the property firm collapses, and I'll hold you accountable. Does that include me? Qiu Ti pointed to herself. You'll study too. We won't stop at a single property firm. Lin Chi rolled his eyes again. I intend to become a tycoon. So work harder. With that, he strode off to shower. If we're to work harder, then what exactly will Mr. Lin do? They sat in silence for a long while, absorbing his words, until Qiu Ti suddenly broke the quiet. He must be doing it for our sake, right? Hearing Qiu Ti's words, Gangsheng replied uncertainly. Qiu Ti looked at the dazed Gangsheng and said, if he can take care of you for a lifetime, that's quite good. Gangsheng murmured as he gazed towards the bathroom. You. Qiu Ti lightly tapped Gangsheng's forehead and said, go to sleep now. Saying this, Gangsheng stood up, brewed a cup of tea, placed it in Lin Chi's room, prepared an ashtray, and then returned to his own room. After finishing his shower, Lin Chi returned to his room, saw the tea on the table, and the cleaned ashtray on the balcony, smiled, gently took the tea to the balcony, and enjoyed the fragrance, lost in thought. Let's go and have a look at where Yang Chen lives, maybe we can see her. But right now she is being protected by the police arranged by Gongdao, so it's unlikely we'll run into her. The next morning, after having breakfast with Gang Shang and Qiu Tilin-chi called the Wang Jianjun brothers. She lives in the South District in the area of Repulse Bay, where the wealthy reside. Today I'll show you both around. Lin Chi started his tiger headbends and drove towards the other side of the street. After driving for about an hour, they arrived at the same place as yesterday. Today, a different group of police was set up outside, and after a brief check they drove past. However, just as Lin Chi was about to drive forward, he noticed a Mercedes and a Honda passing by them, and he saw a buzzcut head in the back seat of the Mercedes. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Chi immediately turned around ahead and followed these two cars from a distance. Seventh brother, why did we turn around? Wang Jiangwo asked with some confusion. Aren't we going to check out where that woman lives? Is she out? Those two cars just now. Wang Jianjun, trying to look cool with his sunglasses, suddenly spoke up. The car in front should be that woman's, and the one behind is the police protecting them. Didn't you just arrive in Gongdao yet you know all this? Lin Chi asked Wang Jianjun while driving. I haven't seen much of the world, but I can still tell good from bad cars. Wang Jianjun coolly replied, but only received a dismissive sound from Lin Chi. Lin Chi's tiger headbends trailed far behind the red Honda. It seemed the police in the car noticed Lin Chi and his crew, but upon seeing it was a Benz they didn't think much of it. Soon Lin Chi and his companions followed the two cars to a large shopping mall in Central, where Lin Chi parked the car. Sure enough, they saw a beautiful woman getting out of the car protected by a fat and a slim policeman along with a handsome man with a buzz cut. However, the woman seemed to have some conflict with the buzzcut man, her expression not looking good. Lin Chi recognized the buzzcut as Su Jingyang, the super bodyguard from his hometown. Jianjun, do you see that woman? She's your target, isn't she beautiful? From inside the tiger headbends, Lin Chi pointed towards Yang Chener and said to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun, wearing black sunglasses, glanced over and nodded but didn't respond to Lin Chi. Let's go follow them and browse the mall ourselves. Lin Chi opened the car door and was the first to step out. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo followed behind, both wearing black jackets, with Wang Jianjun still sporting sunglasses. Lin Chi, however, casually wore a denim jacket and appeared relaxed. Upon entering the mall, many people mistook Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo for Lin Chi's bodyguards, and their appearance indeed matched well. Watching as Yang Chener entered the mall surrounded by several men shopping in various women's clothing stores, her previously cold expression seemed to brighten with a hint of a smile due to the shopping. Before long, Lin Chi and the others saw Su Jingyang and the policeman carrying numerous shopping bags following behind Yang Chener like pack mules. Lin Chi, something doesn't feel right, Wang Jianjun suddenly whispered in Lin Chi's ear, glancing subtly at a few spots while wearing his black sunglasses. Lin Chi also noticed that around the stores where Yang Chener was shopping there were over 10 men in silver-gray suits, and they all had a red-tipped pen stuck in their suit pockets. Those in silver-gray suits with pens in their pockets are all assassins, Lin Chi said softly without turning his head, still gazing ahead. Look at their waists. They all have weapons. Wang Jianjun nodded, contemplating whether to alert Yang Chener, but he heard Lin Chi's voice again. Don't rush. Look at the person next to Yang Chener. Doesn't he seem familiar? At this moment, the three were on the third floor looking down at a women's clothing store on the second floor, where Yang Chener was smiling as she walked out. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, prompted by Lin Chi, noticed Su Jingyang. Who is he? Wang Jianjun felt an unusual aura from this person, puzzled. Based on his walking posture and stance, he should be like us, Lin Chi said. From the hometown? Wang Jianjun asked. It should be, and he's an expert. He must have already noticed us. Let's not intervene, just observe the situation. Lin Chi said, leaning against the railing, casually watching the assassins in silver-gray suits, converging towards Yang Chener. The three noticed that Yang Chener entered another women's clothing store, and Su Jingyang followed her inside while the policeman stayed at the store entrance. Soon an assassin in a silver-gray suit blended in as well, but this time Yang Chener was quickly pulled out of the store by Su Jingyang. Under Su Zhengyang's lead, he and Yang Chener mixed in with a large crowd moving towards the stairs. The two policemen also sensed that something was off and quickly followed them. With a gunshot, the crowd was thrown into chaos. People panicked and fled in all directions, screams and shouts intertwined in a scene of utter confusion. Lin Chi and Wang Jianjun noticed that the assassins had nearly surrounded Su Jingyang and Yang Chener. Upon spotting their target, these assassins drew their guns and aimed at Su Jingyang and Yang Chener. However, Su Jingyang remained unfazed, calm, and collected in the face of danger, utilizing his keen eyes and agile movements to cleverly dodge amidst the hail of bullets. Each time the enemy fired, he managed to skillfully lead Yang Chener to take cover behind obstacles, or use the crowd around them to obstruct the enemy's line of sight. An expert, Wang Jianjun stated coolly behind his glasses. Wang Jianjun watched as just a few minutes had passed yet 4 or 5 assassins lay dead on the ground, while Yang Chen'er walked into a tea restaurant and scathed under Su Zhengyang's lead, causing him to feel a surge of admiration for that person. Suddenly another gunshot rang out, bringing chaos in the mall to its peak, with the crowd fleeing in all directions, pushing and shoving, some even falling to the ground. Lin Chi and Wang Jianjun saw clearly that it was a young boy following Yang Chen'er, who held a gun, likely a police firearm, and in the panic he accidentally pulled the trigger. Is this how the police in Hong Kong operate? Can a gun just be given to a child to play with? Wang Jianjun said, half laughing in anger. Don't overthink it. There are mischievous kids everywhere. Lin Chi watched as Su Zhengyang led Yang Chen'er into the tea restaurant. He took Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo to a different location for better observation. A man in a silver-gray suit entered the tea restaurant looking quite flustered. After a while a gunshot rang out and the man fell to the ground, shot in the forehead. Everyone rushed out of the tea restaurant in a panic. Lin Chi noticed that Su Zhengyang had changed into a silver-gray suit with a pen sticking out of the pocket, the top red. Lin Chi and Wang Jianjun exchanged glances and Lin Chi smiled. It seems that Yang Chen'er's safety is assured. With that person protecting her, ordinary folks won't have the chance to strike. Wang Jianjun nodded, seemingly thinking of something, his expression growing serious. Are you relieved that nothing happened? Lin Chi asked with a smile. Do you have confidence in facing him? They had all seen Su Zhengyang's actions just now. Wang Jianjun had already realized that Su Zhengyang was at least as skilled as he was. I don't know. In a direct confrontation the outcome is uncertain, Wang Jianjun replied. They still have police support, so if you and Zhang Wo take action it could be dangerous. Lin Chi added. Moreover, you can see that he is much calmer than Zhang Wo. As they spoke, Su Zhengyang pretended to be an assassin, swiftly taking down 4 assassins surrounding them, creating an opening for the police to lead Yang Chen'er away. If it were you, you might have a good chance of taking down Yang Chen'er. After all, you're in the shadows, Lin Chi said to Wang Jiangwo. But if Zhang Wo leads the charge, I don't have faith that he can retreat unscathed. What do you mean? I'm quite capable too. Just give me a long gun and I can easily take down that woman, Wang Jiangwo retorted stubbornly. Wang Jianjun agreed with Lin Chi's assessment, and the two ignored Wang Jiangwo, moving with the crowd to maintain a good observation point for Su Zhengyang's display. After Yang Chen'er left, Su Zhengyang visibly relaxed, and without any concerns behind him, his true strength was finally revealed. He fought against many, unafraid of the numerous assassins, utilizing the shelves and pillars of the mall to engage in a thrilling chase, every turn and punch filled with immense power and precise technique, causing the assassins to fall one after another, leaving Lin Chi and Wang Jianjun in awe. As they followed Su Zhengyang's position, they noticed that every choice he made was perfectly timed. He could swiftly eliminate enemies, while completely avoiding harm to himself. Impressive indeed! Wang Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment, having just been stubborn, now accidentally expressing his admiration. The three continued to follow the crowd, constantly shifting their positions, observing Su Zhengyang's actions. After a while, Lin Chi couldn't help but shake his head. The number of assassins was considerable, yet they had no chance against Su Zhengyang. Had he not been concerned about the numerous civilians in the mall, he might have wiped them out already. Did you see that? This is called professionalism, Lin Chi said to Wang Jiangwo. Humph, killing. Can anyone be more professional than us? Wang Jiangwo's stubbornness flared up again. Soon after Su Zhengyang eliminated 3 more assassins, the remaining ones lost their courage to face him again and began to retreat. Just like in the movies, the police in Hong Kong always arrive late. When Su Zhengyang had nearly taken care of the assassins, the few police officers escorting Yang Chen'er rushed into the mall with dozens of others. Following them were the doctors who had just gotten off the ambulance, as the battle had injured quite a few people. After the police casually asked a few questions, Lin Chi and the others left just in time to see Su Zhengyang speaking with a chubby policeman, explaining something to the incoming officers. As the three were about to leave, Su Zhengyang seemed to sense something and looked across the street at Lin Chi and the others. Lin Chi smiled and nodded at Su Zhengyang as a greeting. Let's go. With him around, I believe that woman won't be in any danger. We can rest easy now. Lin Chi turned to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun didn't respond to Lin Chi, just stared at Su Zhengyang for a moment, nodded, and got into the car with Lin Chi. After Lin Chi's car drove away, Su Zhengyang had just finished communicating with the Hong Kong police. He seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at Lin Chi's departing vehicle. The three had witnessed a grand spectacle in the mall, and as they headed back, Lin Chi drove Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo around Hong Kong Island. Wang Jiangwo was thrilled by the bustling city, while Wang Jianjun stared expressionlessly out the window. By the time they returned to Tunmen, it was already afternoon. Lin Chi realized they had been out for most of the day without having lunch. He quickly led the two into a nearby tea restaurant. What do you want to eat? Lin Chi asked Wang Jianjun and his brother. Anything, Wang Jianjun replied directly. Damn, I hate when people say anything, Lin Chi shouted at the waiter, while holding the menu. 3 meals plus 3 iced lemon teas, and the lemon teas first. After the waiter took the menu, Lin Chi casually took a sip of water. Let me tell you, when ordering in a tea restaurant here in Hong Kong, you don't order one by one. They have meals categorized as A, B, C, D. If you don't know how to order, the waiters will look down on you and say you're from the mainland. Lin Chi explained to the two. After a long pause, he noticed that Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were not paying attention to him. He was about to say something else. He looked up and saw both of them staring at a particular spot. Lin Chi was a bit puzzled and turned to look as well. But upon looking, he nearly spat out the water in his mouth. Damn, that's too much. It turned out Lin Chi and the others had come in hurriedly and had not noticed the scene inside the tea restaurant. Many patrons sat there yet had ordered little. Several tables reclined in their chairs, their gazes, like those of Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, fixed on the same point. It was clearly a gathering of some society, but when the three of them entered, no one drove them away, for every eye in the room was already drawn to that spot. Smoke curled through the room, the clatter of mahjong tiles, and the murmur of conversation wove together. Warm yellow light spilled along the teahouse aisle with a suggestive glow, and the air seemed thick with restless agitation. An unpleasant-looking old man with gray hair lounged on the sofa, idly puffing a pipe. On the table before him lay a bundle wrapped in yellow paper. Lin Chi recognized it at a glance as Hong Kong dollars. Before his chair, a woman in red high heels and a short yellow skirt stood watching the old man with a timid, constrained expression. To his right sat a bespectacled, slightly portly man in his 40s or 50s, but it was the person seated behind him who drew Lin Chi's attention. Lin Chi knew that figure well. Mr. Gu, an otherwise unremarkable man. Yet his skin was unusually pale, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a sourness on his face. Realizing they were in Tunmun and glancing again at the pipe-bearing man, Lin Chi began to understand the scene. Could the pipe smoker be Long Zhen, uncle of Lianxing? Mr. Gu, so ordinary-looking was the rumored Jimazai. At the thought, Lin Chi's eyes brightened. He had been plotting ways to raise money. How could he have forgotten someone like this? It seemed Jimazai now worked under Guanzin, and his current role was that of a henchman. He only gives this much, Long Zhen uncle said, his voice low but infused with an unquestionable authority, his eyes slanting toward the bespectacled man at his right. The middle-aged man said nothing, seeming to bow slightly at Long Zhen uncle's words. When he remained silent, Long Zhen uncle made no further comment. He picked up the bundle of Hong Kong dollars from the table, felt it, and tucked it under his arm. A sly, malevolent smile tugged at Long Zhen uncle's lips as he ordered the woman, "Come dance for us." A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but Lin Chi noticed Jimazai, after Long Zhen uncle's command, give the woman in the yellow skirt a subtle nod. The woman began to dance slowly. At first her movements were restrained, as if bound by some invisible restraint, her steps cautious and tentative. Faster! Long Zhen uncle urged, his face growing ever more leering and mocking. She bit her lip and quickened her pace, her hair whipped with the motion and her chest heaved. Humiliation slowly clouding her eyes. Nearly everyone nearby watched in secret, their expressions mixed. Some entertained, some faintly ashamed. Faster! At the sight, Long Zhen uncle's already narrow eyes widened. His pupils dilated, revealing undisguised desire. His breathing quickened, he rose to his feet, staring fixedly as he sank into this vulgar pleasure. Some of the underlings jeered and egged him on while others averted their eyes, clearly both titillated and uncomfortable. The woman was clearly brought by Jimazai, yet Jimazai himself showed little expression. He simply watched in silence. Damn it! They scored 200,000 and only gave me 100,000. Sister, come with me. As everyone's gaze remained fixed on the woman's chest, Long Zhen uncle, about to lean toward her face, suddenly grew angry. When the woman saw Jimazai's slight nod, she smiled, slipped her arm through Long Zhen uncle's and left. After he departed, 5 or 6 thugs rose and followed him out of the tea house. After Long Zhen uncle left, the tea house fell silent for a moment before erupting into chatter. Once Long Zhen uncle had gone, Lin Chi noticed Jimazai hand an envelope to the slightly plump, bespectacled man who had sat to Long Zhen uncle's right. Presumably Guanzin, Jimazai's boss. The man opened the envelope, smiled, and began toward the back door of the tea house. Stop gambling. As he headed for the rear exit, Jimazai shouted loudly, but the man merely waved the envelope with a smile and left the tea house. Damn! Jimazai spat, flinging his cigarette to the floor in anger. The spectacle was over. Wang Jiangwo wore a look of satisfaction, while Wang Jianjun had long since stopped watching. Hey, wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth, Lin Chi said to Wang Jiangwo. Huh? Wang Jiangwo raised his right hand to his lips. Really? He had barely finished when Wang Jianjun smacked him on the head. Shut up. Never seen a scene like this, have you? Relax. If you want, go find Huang Mao and the others, they know well. Some of the money I give them gets spent on women like these, Lin Chi said with a grin. Wang Jiangwo's face lit with interest, but sensing a dangerous aura, he glanced up and met Wang Jianjun's cold stare behind his sunglasses. He lowered his head at once, unwilling to meet his brother's gaze. Alright, on this side of the island it's legal. Jiang Wo can take a look if he wants, no need to fuss, Lin Chi said, tossing a cigarette to Wang Jianjun. Seeing their 3 asset meals had arrived, he stood with a cigarette between his lips. Wait for me a moment. Wang Jianjun cast a cold glance at his brother, snapped open the disposable chopsticks, and began to eat, paying no mind to where Lin Chi was going. Lin Chi strode straight up to Jimazai. One of the small-time thugs beside Jimazai rose to block him, reaching out to stop him. But when the man met Lin Chi's gaze, he trembled and quickly sat back down. Jimazai, meanwhile, was irritably counting money before opening a small notebook and jotting something down. Truly a shrewd operator, even as a henchman, he kept finding ways to plug holes in his boss Guanzaizin's finances. Lin Chi thought he could never match such industriousness in many lifetimes. With Lianxing gambling, consider this my introduction. Lin Chi's voice halted Jimazai's movements. Who do you think you are? You know him with Lianxing and you still come looking for me? Aren't you afraid of getting cut to pieces? Jimazai lifted his head with a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Lin Chi with unabashed disdain. Lin Chi directly sat down across from Jimmy, looking at him with a smile. Who wouldn't fear Lianxing? But would anyone from Lianxing cause trouble for a mere stable hand like me? Hearing Lin Chi's words, Jimmy stood up. You bastard, where do you think you're going? Do you believe I'll find someone to kill you? I want a frozen lemon tea sweetened. Lin Chi ignored the agitated Jimmy and casually waved to the waiter. Don't get worked up, sit down and have a cup of tea. Lin Chi smiled and invited Jimmy to sit down. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Chi, and I run a property company in Tunmun. I wonder if Mr. Li has any thoughts on doing legitimate business. Lin Chi asked Jimmy. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Jimmy waved his hand, signaling his 2 lackeys to step away. Boss Lin, are you out of your mind trying to poach from Lianxing? Jimmy said to Lin Chi. I indeed can't do anything about Lianxing, but Mr. Li, what position do you hold in Lianxing? Are you some big shot or just a name on a list? Lin Chi paused for a moment. To put it bluntly, you're just a blue lantern right now. Lianxing claims to have 50,000 official members, and guys like you, the blue lanterns, are a dime a dozen. How long do you plan to remain in the shadows? Is being a stable hand something to be proud of? Lin Chi asked. My boss has been kind to me, Jimmy replied. Do you really believe that? Lin Chi scoffed just as the frozen lemon tea he ordered arrived. He picked it up and took a sip. Is helping you when you're bullied by Lianxing's underlings really kindness? Wasn't it his underlings who bullied you? Have you lost your mind? Lin Chi said, chewing on the straw with a mocking expression. He even covered my mother's medical expenses. Jimmy said seriously. How much do you think a stable hand earns for him? Lin Chi retorted. Humph, if I follow you, wouldn't I also be making money for you? Jimmy scoffed. That's right, if I hadn't seen your ability to make money, I wouldn't have approached you. Lin Chi tapped the table. But it's different. I'm engaging in legitimate business, I invest, you make money for me, and in the future you'll be Manager Li from the Li family, not stable hand Jimmy. By following me, you won't be the short mule in others' eyes anymore. Your children could become doctors, lawyers, or even police officers. You wouldn't want your mother and sister to know you're a stable hand in a gang, would you? Lin Chi smiled wickedly, feeling a bit lewd as he said this. Lianxing is not so easy to leave. Jimmy said. You haven't even joined yet, how can you talk about leaving? Seeing that Jimmy was interested, Lin Chi was delighted. After a long time, he finally found someone capable of making money for him. I believe we'll meet again soon, Mr. Li. Over there, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo had already finished everything on the table, and were each sipping on a cup of frozen lemon tea. Lin Chi left Jimmy's table, paid the bill, and took the Wang brothers out of the tea restaurant, while Jimmy sat there staring blankly at Lin Chi and the others, leaving his mind in turmoil. Once Lin Chi and the others completely disappeared from Jimmy's sight, he called over his lackey. Do you know that person from earlier? Seeing his lackey shake his head, Jimmy continued. Find out about him. Okay, Jimmy bro. The lackey said happily, taking the few big bills Jimmy handed him to get to work. As soon as Lin Chi stepped out of the tea restaurant, he felt something was off and patted his thigh, realizing he had shown off in front of Jimmy and forgotten to eat. However, going back would be too embarrassing. Lin Chi met Jimmy feeling good. Let's go back, there's something to do. Driving the Wang brothers back to Anshin property, Lin Chi found Huang Mao and Hong Mao. You guys need to use some connections to get in touch with Uncle Longan's subordinate Guanzai Sen from Lianxing and set up a time. Tell him I'm interested in one of his lackeys, and see how much the transfer fee is. Boss, who are you interested in? Huang Mao asked. Jimmy, you and Hong Mao go contact him first, have a discussion, and see how much it will cost. Lin Chi said to Huang Mao. Alright boss, leave it to us brothers, you can count on us. Huang Mao patted his chest and promised. Once we finish work, gather everyone for dinner, Lin Chi said. After a group had dinner, just as they put down their chopsticks, they saw Shou Ho rushing over anxiously. Boss, something bad has happened. The previously cheerful atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Don't panic, sit down and talk. It was still early. What could have happened? Boss, you asked us to wait at the Huaihuang bar for the Vietnamese gang members. There's news. Shou Ho took a sip of tea and said to Lin Chi. Bastard, this is good news. Why are you acting like it's bad? Lin Chi threw the tissue. He just used to wipe his mouth onto Shou Hao's head. Isn't it said that the Vietnamese gang members are not to be trifled with, especially their 3 leaders? I heard that tonight the 3 leaders of the Vietnamese gang are coming to Huaihuang bar, and I'm a bit scared. Shou Ho said. Didn't the owner of Huaihuang bar say that as long as we deal with the Vietnamese gang, they would sign a property and security contract with us? Lin Chi asked. Yes, they're hesitant to sign the contract because they fear offending the Vietnamese gang. Oh, otherwise we would have signed it long ago, Hong Mao added. Right, this bar is the largest in the nearby streets. Their property and security contracts are much higher than those of other establishments. Once we sign the contract, the valet service will definitely be ours, which will earn us much more than other shops. Huang Mao continued. Since that's the case, tonight we'll go to the bar and see what this so-called Vietnamese gang is capable of to make the bar owner so fearful. Lin Chi was delighted to hear that the 3 brothers of the Vietnamese gang were finally coming out to play. Not long ago, Lin Chi had been going to Yuen Long Nanxingwai almost every day to hunt down the 3 brothers, wanting to see what they were busy with, but after inquiring around he found out that the 3 brothers had taken a job from Brother Shan helping him deliver goods to Thailand. However, Lin Chi had always been unaware of where the 3 brothers had gone after taking this job. He hadn't even seen them at their lair. Lin Chi knew they must have taken their lackeys to scatter the goods. Given the nature of these 3 brothers, the batch of goods originally meant for Thailand had likely been blackmailed and sold off by them. At this moment, the 3 brothers coming to the bar surely meant they had made money from selling the goods and were out having a good time. Thinking about how they probably had a small fortune in Hong Kong dollars, Lin Chi became excited. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Thinking of this, Lin Chi suddenly looked at Wang Jianjun, who was sitting there trying to look cool, wondering if he would feel awkward standing next to Tony. In Tuen Mun on Tuen Hing Road, the glorious bar stands as the largest bar near the Tuen Mun public housing. The neon lights cast a seductive purple hue against the damp night sky, while the bar's golden sign glimmers with a rusty sheen in the twilight. The salty sea breeze from Tuen Mun Pier mingles with the beats of electronic dance music pouring in through the half-open ornate iron windows into this bustling world that accommodates 200 people. On the bar counter, whiskey bottles refract an amber glow under the spotlight, while the bartender's agile wrists send cocktails flying, trailing slender chains of gold. Dancers in backless outfits stomp in 10-centimeter high heels, twisting their waists under the rotating colored lights, their sequin dresses scattering fragments of starlight with every movement. In the cloud of smoke rising from the booth area, gangsters in floral shirts clink glasses, their gold chains swinging dangerously from their chests as Cantonese curses and the sound of dice collide in a lively rhythm. In the semi-draped velvet curtains of the VIP area, on the second floor, wealthy businessmen in suits embrace women in kipeos, their crystal glasses of red wine reflecting the yellowing vinyl records on the wall, while a jukebox in the corner plays the latest popular music. In the center of the second floor private room, Lin Chi sits in the middle of the sofa, flanked by Gang Shang and Qiu Ti on either side, while brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo along with Huang Mao and others take their seats in order. However, with Gang Shang and Qiu Ti present, Huang Mao and the others feel somewhat restrained. A few times they attempted to promote their bar girls, but each time they were turned away under the reluctant gazes of Gang Shang and Qiu Ti. We came here for serious business today. What are you doing here, and why did you bring Qiu Ti? Look at Huang Mao and the others, they're all nervous because of you not enjoying themselves at all. Lin Chi said, looking at Gang Shang, who was hugging his arms speechless. And why are you following me? Haven't you had enough of this place? Seeing Qiu Ti on the other side also hugging her other arm like Gang Shang, Lin Chi felt perplexed. Gang Shang asked me to come along. I had no choice. Qiu Ti smiled. I've never been here before, wanted to come see the world. Since you're all here for a reason today, don't worry about me later. Gang Shang playfully shook Lin Chi's arm. No wonder you men like to come here. There are so many beautiful women and they're all dressed so scantily. Gang Sheng added, all right, it's my first time here too. If something goes wrong later, don't be scared. Lin Chi said to the two of them. Following you, there's definitely nothing to worry about, Gang Shang said with a smile. Left without a response by Gang Shang, Lin Chi grabbed a beer from the table and started to toast with brothers Wang Jianjun and the other younger brothers. All right, if you want to call the girls for drinks, just do it yourselves. I'll cover all the expenses today. Don't make it so awkward. Lin Chi said to Huang Mao and the others. Boss, we can just drink. We can talk about the girls later. Even though they knew Lin Chi was telling the truth, they were not ignorant people with the big sister around. Lin Chi glanced at Gang Shang beside him, knowing that with her around, Huang Mao and the others wouldn't let loose, so he said no more and invited a few to drink. Suddenly the private room door swung open and a younger brother rushed in. Boss, they're here. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, grabbed the beer bottle in his hand. Let's go take a look. As a group they stepped out of the private room leaning against the railing in the second-floor corridor gazing down at the bustling hall of the bar. The sound of motorcycles roared at the entrance, and a few helmeted bikers kicked open the ornate iron door, their leather jackets and metallic chains clashing violently with the bar's extravagant atmosphere. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage as the bartender's veins bulged from gripping the towel tightly, while the live band on stage continued to scream passionately, the beats growing increasingly intense, as if to shatter the tension-filled night. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the foghorn of a cargo ship pierced through the rain, intertwining with the raucous sounds within the bar, while the neon sign shattered into bizarre patches of color in the pooling water. At the entrance of the glorious bar, under the escort of a group of younger brothers, the three brothers from the Vietnamese gang entered the bar. Leading the way was their boss, Brother Ja. With his signature sinister grin, the tips of his crocodile leather shoes were the first to step inside, the metallic buckles glinting coldly under the dim light. Behind him, Tony took off his sunglasses and tucked them into his collar, while Ah Hu carried a box of beer, the tattoos on his knuckles becoming visible with his movements. Behind the 5 or 6 younger brothers glared menacingly into the bar, and Lin Chi noticed that among them was a man who bore a striking resemblance to Jimmy. As they entered, the entire bar suddenly fell silent. Drunken men playing games froze in their movements, while the small-time hoodlums in the corners quietly extinguished their cigarettes. Brother Ja twirled his silver lighter between his fingers, and as the flame flickered to life, it illuminated the centipede-shaped scar on his right cheek. "What's this? Such a warm welcome. Where's the music? Get up and dance." As Brother Ja finished speaking, the bar erupted into noise again, and he lit his freshly ignited cigar, stepping into the dance floor swaying to the music without a care in the world. Same old rules. Ah Hu slapped a stack of Hong Kong dollars on the bar, each bill folded into sharp triangles along with 10 bottles of Jack Daniels. He unbuckled his crocodile leather belt, revealing a gold-plated handgun at his waist. The bartender, who initially thought the money was insufficient, suddenly trembled and hurriedly arranged for them to be served drinks, quickly sending someone to inform the bar owner of the situation. Tony had already settled into the booth, his muscles rippling under the black suit, as he loosened his tie, revealing the dragon tattoo coiled around his collarbone, with the fiery pattern at the tail end, just grazing his Adam's apple. Ah Hu slammed the beer box onto the table. The sound of glass clinking startled the waitress bringing their drinks, causing her to drop the fruit platter onto their coffee table. Suddenly laughing, Ah Hu grabbed a bottle of whiskey from his tray and chugged it down, then smashed the bottle over the waitress' head. The younger brothers, following Tony, burst into exaggerated laughter upon witnessing Ah's action as the waitress cried out and collapsed to the floor. In the end, Ah Hu kicked her, and she was helped away by another waitress. Afterward, with a wave of his hand, Tony and a few younger brothers stepped out of the booth, shortly returning each with a woman in tow, indulging in drinking and groping without restraint amidst the bar's booming music. Standing on the second floor, Lin Chi and his companions observed the actions of the Vietnamese gang brothers after they entered. When Ah Hu smashed the bottle over the waitress, Lin Chi noticed that both Gang Shang and Cho Ti trembled slightly, clearly frightened. Before long, the plump bar owner jogged over to Tony's booth, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, bending over to greet Tony, Ah Hu, and the other members of the Vietnamese gang. However, Tony and Ah Hu merely continued drinking, silently ignoring him. The bar owner smiled awkwardly, realizing that the decision-maker was not Tony but Brother Ja, who was energetically dancing in the center of the dance floor. He could only call the bartender to bring more drinks, and then stood at the entrance of the booth like a junior waiting for Brother Ja to finish dancing. "They're extremely arrogant." Lin Chi watched the Vietnamese gang members on the first floor, as Wang Jianjun murmured beside him. "This is Hong Kong. Here, if you have money, connections, and power, you can be just as arrogant." After Lin Chi finished speaking, Wang Jianjun curled his lips in disdain and said nothing more. "Jianjun, this is Hong Kong. Look at this bar. The bouncers, the valets, the bartenders. Every single node is entwined with Triad influence. Take the bar owner himself back home, he'd be considered wealthy." Lin Chi pointed toward the bar owner. "See how he stands before this Vietnamese gang. What is he really? If wealth only brings such stifling humiliation, what good is it?" Wang Jiangwo replied, "He simply isn't wealthy enough. The truly affluent never set foot in a bar like this in Tuen Mun. They frequent Central Causeway Bay or Tsim Sha Sui. That's where real power resides." Lin Chi nodded. "No, it's not just insufficient wealth. He's also far too weak." Wang Jianjun interjected suddenly. Lin Chi understood his meaning, and saw the fire flickering in Wang Jianjun's eyes. "Exactly. In Hong Kong, to live free from oppression, you must possess either immense wealth or formidable strength. Let's go meet the Vietnamese gang that terrifies even the bar owner." With that, Lin Chi grabbed a bottle of beer and led his men down the staircase. Just as Gang Sheng and Shou Ti prepared to follow, Lin Chi stopped them, ordering 2 underlings to remain upstairs to discreetly guard the pair. "It's unseemly for women to tag along on business errands," he remarked plainly. The group descended to the first floor, bypassed the dance floor in the main hall, and had barely approached the perimeter of the VIP booths when they spotted Brother Ja. sweating profusely, waist twisting, leading a young woman from the dance floor toward their booth. Brother Ja, long time no see. You still dance with that same intoxicating flair. The portly bar owner hurried forward the moment he spotted Brother Ja emerging from the dance floor, launching into flattery without pause. Oh, Boss Zhang, it's been ages. Your compliments grow ever more refined, I see. Brother Ja tossed the handkerchief he'd used to wipe his brow to one of his underlings, then strode up to the bar owner and slapped his cheeks twice with an open palm. Truthfully spoken, truly spoken, Brother Ja's dancing is exceptional. Though struck across the face, the bar owner maintained a deferential smile. As Brother Ja headed toward the VIP booth, the bar owner wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow and turned to follow. But the moment he turned, his gaze fell upon Lin Qi, flanked by Huang Mao and Hong Mao, and his expression instantly hardened. He rushed forward, forcing an unnatural grin. Mr. Lin, what a surprise. What brings you here for drinks tonight? Mr. Zhang, I recall you told Huang Mao and his crew that once the Vietnamese gang was dealt with, the property management and security contracts for this bar could be signed. Yet after all this time, we've yet to see a single member of that gang. Lin Qi lifted the beer bottle in his hand. Well, word reached me they'd be here today. I thought it only fitting to speak with them directly. Hearing Lin Qi's words, the bar owner's face twitched. Speak with them? Was Mr. Lin truly courting disaster? With Langya Abu absent, what possible negotiation remained? Mr. Lin, it's not that I refuse to sign. You understand, I simply cannot afford to offend the Vietnamese gang. This bar is all I have. Perhaps you'd consider leaving for now. The bar owner sighed deeply, unable to bluntly warn Lin Qi about the danger of provoking the Vietnamese gang, especially since his bar lay so near Anshin Property Management's territory. He dared not sour their relationship. No need to worry. It seems you're about to discuss matters with the Vietnamese gang. How fortuitous. We'll simply discuss our property management contract alongside yours. Before Zhang could protest, Lin Qi had already led his men into the Vietnamese gang's booth. Wait, Mr. Lin, wait. The bar owner broke into a frantic jog to catch up. After dancing for a while, Brother Ja returned to his booth, where his underlings immediately flocked around him with praise. He was elated. The shipment from Brother Shan had been fully distributed, yielding a massive profit. So much so that for days he'd walked with an air of invincibility. Ha ha! Tonight every drink is on me, your elder brother. Brother Ja accepted a cigar from an underling, exhaled a plume of smoke and grinned. Thank you, elder brother. So generous. The underlings erupted into boisterous laughter, showering Brother Ja with flattery. Seizing the moment, several raised their glasses in toast. To Brother Ja, to Tony, and to the roaring atmosphere. At that very instant, the Vietnamese gang members noticed several figures entering their booth, and fell utterly silent. Hey! Who the hell are you? What do you want here? One underling holding a glass aloft bellowed directly at Lin Qi's group. Gentlemen, are you the leaders of the Vietnamese gang? Ignoring the underling's outburst, Lin Qi smiled amiably toward the Vietnamese gang. Just as Brother Ja opened his mouth to speak, the bar owner burst in, panting heavily. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. The bar owner tried to say more, only to realize he'd already followed Lin Qi and his men straight into the Vietnamese gang's booth. Brother Ja, brother Tony, brother who? And you are, Mr. Lin. I am the leader of the Vietnamese gang. Might I ask what favor you wish to bestow upon us? Xian Zhiwei. Brother Ja studied Lin Qi intently. Hearing the bar owner address him as Mr. Lin, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Perhaps this was a genuine opportunity. Lin Qi, owner of Anshin Property Management. Lin Qi extended his right hand, but the moment he introduced himself, Xian Zhiwei and Tony's expressions darkened instantly, and Lin Qi's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Unfazed, Lin Qi calmly withdrew his hand and settled himself onto the sofa in the booth. So, you're the leader of the Vietnamese gang? Brother Ja. Lin Qi spoke casually, but Ahu, the youngest of the Vietnamese trio, lunged forward, fist raised inches from Lin Qi's face, glaring with murderous intensity. You'd better watch your tongue, or I might just kill you. Click. The sound of Lin Qi lighting a cigarette. Ahu, the third of the Vietnamese brothers. Then he gestured toward Tony, seated deeper in the booth. Tony, the Vietnamese gang's strongest fighter. As Lin Qi named each man in turn, Xian Zhiwei's smile grew wider. Tony remained motionless on the sofa, and Ahu continued to glare, knuckles white, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Now that you're all gathered, this matter will be easily resolved. Lin Qi leaned back against the sofa and addressed the three brothers. You're aware, I run a modest property management firm here, just scraping by. Of course it pales beside the grand enterprises you gentlemen command. We'd already reached agreement with Mr. Zhang. but he insists he dares not sign the contract without your approval. Lin Chi fixed his gaze on Xian Zhaowei as he spoke. Since you're all present, please inform Mr. Zhang henceforth Anshin Property Management assumes full responsibility for this bar's property management and security. The Vietnamese gang need no longer concern itself with this establishment. Lin Chi looked directly at Xian Zhaowei as he delivered the statement. The instant Lin Chi finished speaking, his left hand shot forward, seizing Ahu's fist midair. Ignoring the shock flashing across both Ahu's and Tony's faces, Lin Chi smiled coolly at Xian Zhaowei. Brother Jia, what do you say? Xian Zhaowei, also known as Brother Jia, did not respond to Lin Chi's words, for at that moment he was distracted by the pained cries of his brother, Ahu, his expression turning grim. Just earlier, when Lin Chi mentioned that the Vietnam gang should no longer interfere with the Hui Huang Bar Ah, who had thrown a punch at Lin Chi. Unfortunately for him, Lin Chi didn't even glance at him, effortlessly grasping his immensely powerful fist with his left hand. As he spoke, Brother Jia, what do you think? Ahu tried to forcefully break free from Lin Chi's grip, but Lin Chi simply twisted his hand, resulting in a sharp crack, as Ahu knelt before Lin Chi, continuously screaming in agony. Let go of my brother, Tony shouted as he rushed in. Noticing that Ahu had been subdued by Lin Chi, his hand twisted almost to the point of breaking. He leapt from the sofa and kicked towards Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi did not turn his head. He merely smiled amiably at Xian Zhaowei, completely ignoring Tony's swift kick. The anticipated impact of Tony's kick to Lin Chi's head did not occur. At some point, a figure clad in a black jacket and dark sunglasses appeared beside Lin Chi. As Tony's kick was about to strike Lin Chi, another foot swiftly intercepted, kicking Tony's foot. With a muffled thud, Tony stumbled back to the spot where he had been sitting, while the black-clad figure beside Lin Chi retreated 2 steps. The one who struck was Wang Jianjun. After sending Tony back with a kick, he looked at Tony with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Tony, after sitting down, quickly stood up, glaring menacingly at Wang Jianjun. At that moment, seeing who still moaning in pain, Xian Zhaowei yelled at Lin Chi, let go of my brother. Otherwise, I will kill your entire family. Upon hearing Xian Zhaowei's shout, Lin Chi chuckled softly, oh dear, I'm so scared. Then, with another forceful grip, a crack echoed as Ahu's right hand was twisted again. You see, you're too frightening. I have no choice but to let go. As Lin Chi released him, Ahu's right hand flopped down limply. Bro, my hand is broken. The fierce who just moments ago now spoke with a hint of grievance. You're asking for death. Xian Zhaowei charged angrily towards Lin Chi. Unfazed, Lin Chi swiftly got up as Xian Zhaowei approached and kicked him back into a sitting position. On the other side, seeing Ahu severely injured again, Tony charged at Lin Chi. Wang Jianjun, however, would not allow Tony to reach Lin Chi. He had already moved to Lin Chi's side the moment Tony made his move. Among the 3 brothers of the Vietnam gang, Tony had the highest combat strength, followed by Ahu, while their eldest brother Xian Zhaowei was the weakest. Currently among the 3 brothers, Ahu had his right hand broken by Lin Chi, and Xian Zhaowei was temporarily incapacitated by a kick from Lin Chi. Only the strongest Tony remained unscathed, but at this moment he was entangled by Wang Jianjun. As Wang Jianjun engaged, Wang Jiangwo and Huang Mao had already begun their assault. Though Wang Jiangwo may not compare to his brother Wang Jianjun or Lin Chi, he could easily handle the other lackeys of the Vietnam gang. Under his lead, the small fry of the Vietnam gang were quickly brought down, including the undercover cop Hua Sheng. Stepping out of the booth, Lin Chi saw a group of Vietnam gang lackeys squatting on the ground, being guarded by Wang Jiangwo and Huang Mao. He exited the booth because Tony and Wang Jianjun's battle had already dismantled the booth's barrier. As Lin Chi led his people outside, he spotted Tony and Wang Jianjun facing off in the hall. Many had left during the earlier conflict, but a significant number remained to watch the spectacle. It is known that gangs frequently clash over territory, and the people of Hong Kong are accustomed to such scenes. Today's spectacle was nothing unusual, yet the duel between the 2 experts captured their keen interest. Tony stood about 4 to 5 meters away from Wang Jianjun, his trench coat billowing behind him like an eagle ready to take flight. The anger in his eyes from earlier had vanished, replaced by a burning fighting spirit. After a brief engagement with Wang Jianjun, he realized he faced a formidable opponent. With their men taken care of and both his brother and Ahu incapacitated, he knew he had to stay calm and defeat Wang Jianjun to reclaim his honor. Lin Chi observed the standoff between the 2, fire igniting in his eyes. To him, this was a clash between 2 formidable forces, though no one else seemed to notice their resemblance. However, this scene was exactly what he wanted to witness. 2 titans battling, how magnificent. Tony took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. Earlier in the booth, the space was too confined with many constraints. Now that most people had stepped back, the arena was clear for them. He understood that the real battle between him and Wang Jianjun was just beginning. Tony was a master of mixed martial arts, while Wang Jianjun possessed exceptional military combat skills. Both were top-tier fighting experts, ensuring this battle would be a fierce one. Tony initiated the attack, darting forward in a flash, his right fist striking like lightning towards Wang Jianjun's abdomen. Anticipating this, Wang Jianjun sidestepped, countering with a punch aimed directly at Tony's face. Tony slightly lowered his head to evade the blow and retaliated with a sweeping kick towards Wang Jianjun's lower body. Wang Jianjun leaped, evading the kick, and midair, he spun around, delivering a kick to Tony's back. "Whoa, your brother is not bad." Tony underestimated Jianjun. Lin Qi leaned against the wall, grinning as he spoke to Wang Jiangwo. "You don't know my brother's strength." Wang Jiangwo replied proudly. Tony had not anticipated Wang Jianjun's leg techniques to be so proficient. After just a few exchanges, he was struck by Wang Jianjun, causing him to grunt and stagger forward, then turn around with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was astonished that this black-clad figure was so agile and the techniques so exquisite. Without a moment's pause, Wang Jianjun launched another assault, his fists raining down on Tony like a torrential storm. Tony shielded his head with both hands, using his agile movements to dodge, while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Inside the bar, the two exchanged blows, a tumultuous clash of fists and feet. The sounds of shattering glasses, overturned tables, and gasps from the crowd filled the air, transforming the bar into a battlefield. Wang Jianjun's military combat techniques focused on practical application, each move targeting vital points, while Tony's mixed martial arts were more flexible and varied, excelling in joint locks and throws. Suddenly, Tony seized Wang Jianjun's arm, executing a suplex that sent him crashing to the ground. As Wang Jianjun fell, he quickly rolled and sprang back to his feet, lifting a leg to kick towards Tony's waist. Tony blocked the kick with his hand, then grabbed Wang Jianjun's ankle, yanking him down again. "Oh no, Jianjun got hit. He should rely more on his leg techniques, as they are clearly superior to Tony's." Lin Qi commented from the side. "Don't worry, my brother won't lose." Although he felt a twinge of concern seeing Wang Jianjun taken down by Tony's throw, Wang Jiangwo's admiration for his brother instilled him with confidence. In the moment he brought Wang Jianjun down, Tony seized the opportunity, pressing down on Wang Jianjun, his hands gripping his neck, attempting to use a chokehold to end the battle. However, just as Tony tried to secure Wang Jianjun swiftly lifted his legs, clamping them around Tony's waist, while grabbing Tony's arms, twisting forcefully to escape Tony's grasp, effectively locking him instead. Tony had not expected Wang Jianjun to counterattack in such a situation. A sharp pain shot through his arm, forcing him to release his hold on Wang Jianjun's neck as he struggled to break free from Wang Jianjun's lock. Seizing the chance, Wang Jianjun exerted more force, and with a crack, Tony's arm dislocated. Tony roared, kicking his right leg towards Wang Jianjun, who stepped back 2 paces to evade. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony stood up, his expression twisted in rage as he glared at Wang Jianjun. He then grasped his dislocated arm with his other hand and gently twisted it, the sound of the joint popping back into place distinctly audible. Lin Qi observed Tony resetting his arm and couldn't help but wince. "Doesn't it hurt? Can a dislocated joint really be reset so easily?" If it were him, he certainly wouldn't dare to do such a thing, primarily because he couldn't bear to do so to himself. It must be painful. In the unit, when someone dislocates their hand, it's the medical team that helps us reset it. We've never done it ourselves. Wang Jiangwo also felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. They had learned this kind of self-rescue method, but it was something done only in extreme conditions. He never expected Tony to be so ruthless with himself. After shaking his now reset hand, Tony's sinister gaze fixed on Wang Jianjun as if a furious beast were staring at its prey. When Tony dislocated Wang Jianjun's hand earlier, he didn't take the opportunity to strike back, but merely stood there quietly observing Tony. Wang Jianjun was completely unfazed by the look Tony directed at him. He had seen such gazes many times on the battlefield, yet he was never someone else's prey. Wang Jianjun was their unit's capture specialist. He was the hunter. After the earlier battle with Tony, he had already discerned Tony's strength, and now he was confident of victory. The two charged at each other again, engaging in a more intense battle. Wang Jianjun's fist struck Tony's abdomen, while Tony's knee aimed at Wang Jianjun's chest, only to be evaded effortlessly by Wang Jianjun's agile maneuver. Tony couldn't believe he couldn't hit Wang Jianjun. He increased the speed of his punches, but Wang Jianjun skillfully dodged each attack with his nimble movements. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Jianjun finally seized an opportunity. He feigned an attack to mislead Tony, and then executed a high kick that connected with Tony's head. The kick was incredibly forceful. Lin Qi noticed Tony's gaze, instantly turned dazed. He staggered a few steps, trying to shake his head to regain clarity, but his body eventually succumbed, and he fell to the ground. "See, my brother won't lose," Wang Jiangwo said proudly. Just then, the bar's door was slammed open as 3 plainclothes police officers rushed in, with the leading officer shouting, "Police, drop your weapons. The music has stopped. All lights on. Take out your ID for inspection." Shortly after, a squad of uniformed police entered. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi complained to Wang Jiangwo, "These officers really came at the right time." He then glanced towards the entrance and thought, "Hey, that person looks quite familiar." He resembles that self-proclaimed international action star. Indeed, wherever the Vietnamese trio appeared, the notorious police officer Ma Jun would surely follow. We received a report of gang members fighting here. Everyone come forward to take a statement. Ma Jun looked at Tony lying on the ground with surprise. Turning around, he spotted Jagu squatting on the ground along with a who was clutching his right arm and was even more astonished. He never expected that the unruly Vietnamese trio would actually fall here today. Ma Jun was curious to see which powerful figure had caused them such a significant loss. With this thought, Ma Jun approached Tony lying on the ground looking down at him. Tony, how did you get beaten up so badly? Do you want to file a report? Tony lay on the ground for a while before regaining consciousness. At that moment, seeing the annoying police officer who had been chasing him, he felt even more humiliated, his expression quite colorful. Ma Jun had been keeping an eye on the trio, yet he could never find evidence of their crimes, and had only ever followed them around eating dust. Now, witnessing his miserable state, he felt it was truly unfortunate. Sir, what report should I file? I don't understand what you're saying. Tony swayed slightly and slowly stood up, glaring at Wang Jianjun. Tony, someone reported that there are armed brawlers here. Is it you? Ma Jun glanced at Tony, then surveyed the group of Vietnamese gang members squatting around, finally resting his gaze on Wang Jianjun. Yes, you. Weren't you just brawling with Tony and the others? Ma Jun directly questioned Wang Jianjun. In the bar's dance floor, only he and Tony remained, with Tony lying on the ground while he stood clearly injured. Whoever hurt Tony was easy to guess. Hey, just because you say so doesn't make it true. We're all martial artists enjoying ourselves while having fun at the bar, just sparring a bit to entertain everyone. What's the problem? Before Wang Jianjun could speak, Tony arrogantly retorted to Ma Jun. Afterward, Tony glared fiercely around the room. Those drinking at the bar met his gaze and quickly lowered their heads. Clearly, they didn't want to get into trouble and would tell the police that the two were merely brawling. Wang Jianjun looked at Lin Chi, who subtly nodded at him. Wang Jianjun then spoke up, Sir, is it illegal to spar? Ma Jun frowned at Wang Jianjun's words, hands on his hips as he approached him. However, he was much shorter than Wang Jianjun, forcing him to look up. Kid, you're quite cocky, aren't you? Is being cocky a crime? Am I not allowed to be cocky? Wang Jianjun remained silent, but Lin Chi stepped forward with Wang Jiangwo and a group of staff from Anshin property. Who are you? Ma Jun turned to face Lin Chi as he spoke. Me. I'm the boss of Anshin property. This is one of my employees. What's wrong with my employee being a bit cocky? Lin Chi exhaled smoke towards Ma Jun, speaking arrogantly. Hearing Lin Chi claim to be the property company boss, Ma Jun knew he couldn't do anything to them. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, being cocky is fine. I hope you all continue to be cocky. Sir, we haven't found any issues. A uniformed officer approached Ma Jun at that moment. Ma Jun turned to the bar owner. Boss Zhang, your bar has been wrecked like this. Aren't you going to file a report? Boss Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, bending slightly as he smiled at Ma Jun. Oh, sir, what report should I file? Today our bar is merely entertaining customers by inviting two masters to spar. I'm happy enough as it is. Look how happy everyone is. Ma Jun smacked his lips, glancing around. These people from Hong Kong Island might fear the gang, but they weren't very afraid of the police. Seeing Ma Jun stare at them, they all wore amused expressions. Alright, disband. Ma Jun realized it was impossible to gather evidence against the Vietnamese gang under these circumstances. Moreover, today the Vietnamese trio was at a disadvantage. With no one filing a report, he had no way forward. Only Lin Chi noticed that as Ma Jun left, his gaze subtly lingered on Hua Shang behind Xian Jiawei, suggesting that Hua Shang must have tipped off Ma Jun earlier. However, this was Tun Mun, and Ma Jun should have been from the Yuen Long police station. It was quite a stretch for him to come all the way here to check up on the bar. Once the police left, Lin Chi approached Xian Jiawei, squatting down. Jago, have you thought about what I just said? Xian Jiawei glared angrily at Lin Chi, but seeing his men lying on the ground, he understood they had lost today. Moreover, with the police just leaving, he and his brothers armed with firearms didn't dare make a move. Fine, this bar will now be Lin Boss territory, Xian Jiawei said bitterly. However, I hope Lin Boss can keep it secure. You don't need to worry about that, Jago. Lin Chi stood up. Moreover, I don't want to see your people in this area again, alright? Lin Chi spoke with a smile, but Xian Jiawei felt a deep chill. Remembering the kick Lin Chi had given him earlier, he backed down. Alright, we can leave now. He still wanted to take his brother to the hospital. Both Tony and Ahu were injured now, and if they didn't go to the hospital, there could be lingering consequences. That's fine. Lin Chi stepped aside. However, you need to settle your bill and compensate for the damages to the bar. Xian Jiawei paused after taking 2 steps, took a deep breath, pulled out a stack of big bills from his suit pocket, and tossed them onto the bar floor. We're leaving. After the people from the Vietnamese gang left, the bar owner approached Lin Chi with a bitter smile, saying, Boss Lin, you've really put me in a tough spot. What's the matter? You should be happy that I helped you deal with the Vietnamese gang. Lin Chi knew about Zhang's concerns, but chose not to say it outright. Well, you drove them away, but this commotion has completely offended them. They have more than just this few people. I know Boss Lin isn't afraid of them, but what will happen to my small business in the future? At this moment Zhang looked terrified. The three brothers from Vietnam were not to be trifled with. Lin Chi had beaten their 3 leaders today, and the aftermath would be troublesome. Lin Chi thought to himself that perhaps those 3 would no longer have a future, and then heard Zhang asking him, "Boss Lin, are you interested in this bar?" Lin Chi raised his head and looked at Zhang. "What do you mean, Boss Zhang?" "Don't laugh at me, Boss Lin. I'm genuinely afraid that the Vietnamese gang will come back to cause trouble, so I'm planning to sell the bar and move away. I wonder if you're willing to take over?" Zhang directly asked Lin Chi. Lin Chi's heart stirred. Was there really such a good opportunity? "Let's go, Boss Zhang, let's discuss this in my private room." Hearing Zhang's words, Lin Chi was tempted. Everyone knew that bars and nightclubs in Hong Kong Island were profitable, otherwise those gangs wouldn't be fighting over a couple of bars. "Boss Zhang, how much are you willing to sell it for?" As soon as they entered the private room, Lin Chi asked Zhang. "Boss Lin, you know this bar is the largest in the area with a monthly revenue of 1 to 2 million. Of course the actual amount I would receive is less, but I acquired the land when I bought it. If it weren't for the fear of retaliation from the Vietnamese gang, I wouldn't want to sell it at all." As soon as business matters were brought up, Zhang became chatty, completely shedding the humble demeanor he had shown in front of the Vietnamese gang. "All right, Boss Zhang, just give me your price. We don't need to discuss anything else." Lin Chi interrupted Zhang and asked for the price directly. Zhang looked at the impatient Lin Chi, and then at Wang Jianjun, who was beside him, with a cold expression. Remembering their ferocity when dealing with the Vietnamese gang, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled and extended 2 fingers. 20 million Hong Kong dollars. "Come on, are you kidding me? Do I look like someone with 20 million? Lin Chi actually thought the price was reasonable, but business negotiations always required some back and forth. "Boss Lin, this bar alone isn't worth that much, but with the land included 20 million is already very cheap." Zhang smiled bitterly. "In the past a boss offered 30 million and I didn't sell it. But later the Vietnamese gang caused disruptions, making business difficult, so I gave this price. I really want to take over the bar, but Anshin Property simply doesn't have that much money," Lin Chi said. Zhang noticed that Lin Chi was indeed interested. He glanced around and tried to get closer to Lin Chi, but Lin Chi dodged him, saying, "Hey, we're just talking business. Why are you suddenly getting so close? Rest assured we're all on the same side." Boss Lin, actually cash is also acceptable, but the price might have to be a bit higher," Zhang whispered to Lin Chi. Hearing this, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Ignoring the sweaty smell of this fat man, he directly put an arm around his shoulder. "Boss Zhang, let's discuss this further." Lin Chi asked the others to step back a bit and began to discuss quietly with Zhang. After more than 10 minutes, the two shook hands with smiles. "Boss Zhang, may our cooperation be pleasant." In the end, Lin Chi agreed to buy the brilliant bar along with the land for 2 million in check and 25 million in cash. In fact, Lin Chi came out ahead. There were many gangs on Hong Kong Island, all of whom needed money laundering. Regardless of the method, the fees for laundering money were quite high, averaging around 40%, with some reaching as high as 50 or 60%. For someone like Lin Chi, who had no other options and wanted to launder dirty money, he could hardly keep 60% of it, and at least half would be taken away. Those involved in robbery, flower sales, and smuggling actually lost about half of their money to money laundering organizations and powers. This was also the reason Lin Chi hadn't been able to clean the dirty money in his space for so long. The fees were simply too painful. Calculating it all together, although this transaction amounted to 27 million, Lin Chi would only be spending a clean maximum of 17 million, significantly less than the 20 million Zhang initially quoted. Of course, at this moment Lin Chi didn't have that much money. Anshin Property only had a little over 3 million, and the total amount in his space was only about 5 to 6 million, far from the 25 million needed to buy the bar. However, Lin Chi knew that he would soon have the money. After waiting for so long, he was finally ready to take action. After discussing with Zhang, Lin Chi returned to prepare. They needed to find a lawyer to draft a contract which would only state a transaction amount of 2 million, and from then on the brilliant bar would be under Anshin Property. Of course, this transaction only involved the brilliant bar. The land was not mentioned at all. Zhang would privately prepare a land transfer contract and attach the land deed, waiting for Lin Chi to provide 25 million Hong Kong dollars, after which these would be handed over to Lin Chi. Leaving Wang Jiangwo with a group of younger brothers at the bar to gradually take over various affairs, Lin Chi returned to the Anshin Property shop with Gangsheng and others. "Shouho, take Jianjun to the hospital to get his injuries checked. Gongxing, find a lawyer tomorrow and bring Chiu Ti. She has worked at the bar for quite some time and probably knows more than you. You guys will go to the brilliant bar tomorrow to coordinate with Boss Zhang. From now on, the brilliant bar will be our property." On the way back, Lin Chi had already told a few people about his transaction with Zhang. Finding a bar for 2 million was an opportunity that was hard to come by. "Also, I need to go out tomorrow and may be gone for a few days, so don't contact me if there's nothing urgent." After saying this, Lin Chi took out his phone to call Abu in Saigon asking if he was free in the next few days, and if so to come to Anshin property in Tunmun. With Abu stationed at Anshin property and Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo at the brilliant bar, Lin Chi didn't think anyone could cause them significant trouble. After hanging up with Abu, Lin Chi called Wang Jianjun instructing him to return from the hospital and go to the bar with Gangsheng and Qiu Ti tomorrow. He would be away for a few days and asked Wang Jianjun to take good care of Gangsheng and the others. Lastly, Lin Chi instructed Huang Mao and the others to prepare more manpower in the coming days. Of course, gamblers and drug dealers were absolutely not to be involved. Lin Chi was adamantly opposed to gambling and drugs. When Huang Mao and the others heard that the boss was planning to expand their manpower, they were all excited. After so long, they could finally recruit younger brothers. Given the current conditions of Anshin property, the truth was that in Tunmun they could recruit as many people as they wanted. After arranging everything, Lin Chi went to bed early as tomorrow he would be going out to make money. The next day before dawn, Lin Chi quietly got up dressed up in disguise and headed towards Yuanlong, taking nearly an hour to do so as the sky began to brighten. Lin Chi casually found a breakfast shop to eat before calling a taxi to South Shangwei. After getting off the car, Lin Chi walked for about half an hour, arriving at the previously explored reed marsh. After confirming no one was around, he slipped into the reeds, changed his outfit again, and put on a black hood to completely hide himself. Lin Chi skillfully moved through the reed marsh and quickly noticed that the area outside the lair of the Vietnamese trio had increased patrols, and each of these guards was equipped with upgraded weaponry. Seeing this situation, Lin Chi felt not fear but excitement. The arrangements of the Vietnamese trio indicated that they had already distributed the 9 million worth of goods from Brother Shan, meaning their lair now likely held a considerable amount of cash. Lin Chi found a hidden spot, took out some food from his space to fill his stomach, and then concealed himself to meditate and practice, eventually drifting off to sleep. After 7 or 8 hours, the sky had darkened. Deep within the reed marsh, Lin Chi slowly opened his eyes. The night was dark and windy, perfect for covert operations. Following his pre-assessed route, Lin Chi walked towards the target in the reed marsh for several minutes, when he suddenly heard faint footsteps from a distance. He immediately held his breath, relaxed his muscles, and hid within the reeds. Gently parting the reeds in front of him, Lin Chi spotted a patrolling soldier armed to the teeth slowly approaching his direction. The soldier's steady steps indicated he was well trained, yet just watching his gait and attire caused a surge of ferocity in Lin Chi. From his outfit and actions, it was clear this man had come from the battlefield in Vietnam. It seemed Lin Chi's original self held a deep resentment towards these battle-hardened soldiers, thus, he felt no need to hold back. Estimating the distance, Lin Chi struck with the swiftness of a cheetah when the patrolman was less than 5 meters away. Before the patrolman could react, Lin Chi had already locked his arm around the soldier's neck, while his other hand firmly covered the man's mouth. The patrolman struggled, desperately swinging his gun wildly, but Lin Chi dropped his weight, using his strength and skill to slam the patrolman to the ground. Immediately after, he delivered a knife-hand strike to the patrolman's carotid artery, rendering him limp and lifeless on the ground. Lin Chi quickly picked up the gun from the ground. Shing checked the magazine, which still had plenty of bullets, and crouched down, using the reeds as cover to approach the perimeter of the Vietnamese trio's lair. In the dark of night, his keen eyes spotted another patrolman. This time he decided to adopt a more covert approach. Lin Chi picked up a stone and threw it in the opposite direction. Hearing the noise, the patrolman immediately became alert, cautiously moving to investigate. As the soldier focused intently on the source of the sound, Lin Chi stealthily approached from behind, delivering a swift throat strike that cleanly dealt with the second enemy. As he delved deeper, the number of patrolmen increased and their defenses grew tighter. However, these posed little threat to Lin Chi. Relying on tactics learned in the army and his formidable skills, he alternated between ambushing and launching surprise attacks, each strike as quick as lightning and as fierce as thunder. After taking out several patrolmen, Lin Chi discovered a small path leading to the main building. Just as he was about to step onto it, he noticed the area was lined with cameras. Surprised, he thought, did the Vietnamese trio really think to install cameras? Passing through unnoticed was not easy. Lin Chi observed that these cameras were not fixed. He carefully studied their rotation patterns, waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, at the instant a camera turned away, Lin Chi dashed forward like an arrow, agile and quick, easily avoiding the camera's lens. Just as he was nearing the main building, 2 armed guards spotted him. "Who goes there? Stop!" the guard shouted, raising his gun at Lin Chi. Without hesitation, Lin Chi shot twice, accurately hitting both guards in the foreheads, killing them instantly. The gunfire echoed painfully through the silent reed marsh, immediately drawing the attention of more enemies. A large group of armed men surged from all directions towards the metal and wooden buildings, trying to encircle Lin Chi. With his back against the wall, Lin Chi calmly faced the onslaught. Watching so many people converge, he felt an exhilarating thrill, his mind sharper than ever. Casually picking up the rifle from the feet of the recently slain, he shot down the first 2 armed guards, rushing towards him, then tossed the rifle into his space before swiftly disappearing from the spot. After Lin Chi fired his weapon, the entire Vietnamese lair descended into chaos. Under the cover of night, he alternated between shooting and hand-to-hand combat, showcasing remarkable combat skills. Under his fierce assault, armed men fell one by one. As he ran out of bullets, Lin Chi found himself mastering his physical control further. Regardless of the type of firearm, the more he used, the more adept he became. At that moment, he realized how lethal this body could be with a gun in hand. Lin Chi felt a newfound respect for the seasoned veterans in the army during this period. Though he performed well, he knew he was far from the top level. If those elite soldiers from the army stepped onto the scene, it would be terrifying. After taking down the last guard with his rifle, the entire Reed Marsh fell silent. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Lin Chi began checking the fallen members of the Vietnamese gang. If he found any still breathing, he shot them to finish the job. Once Lin Chi confirmed he was the only one left, he tossed all the guns into his space and walked into the nearby buildings. Entering a metal building, the sight inside shocked him. The room was filled with various advanced weapons, from assault rifles to rocket launchers. Even a sniper rifle lay on the table. It seemed this was the Vietnamese gang's confidence behind their black market dealings. With such firepower, it's no wonder the local thugs on the island had little recourse against the Vietnamese trio. Without a second thought, Lin Chi stored all the firearms in his space, being prepared for anything. In another room, stacks of cash were neatly arranged on the table, along with dozens of gold bars and some large travel bags. Lin Chi opened one of the bags and silently counted it. Contained over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. There were 5 such bags here, and combined with the cash stacked on the table, the total exceeded a small fortune in Hong Kong dollars. Lin Chi couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. He knew the Vietnamese trio had been continuously engaging in black market dealings over the years, but he didn't expect there would be this much. After counting all the money, Lin Chi felt even better. There was a whopping 126 million Hong Kong dollars. He felt no guilt in taking this money, put everything into his space, and then checked around the area. Finding no overlooked items or leaving any clues behind, he turned to leave the building. As he exited, he noticed the wind was blowing towards the sea, so Lin Chi took out a lighter from his space and set fire to the wooden houses. As Lin Chi lit up the stronghold of the 3 brothers from the Vietnam gang, he thought of putting on a show. As the saying goes, a true man never looks back at explosions, and he intended to walk away casually, but he never expected that the reeds would ignite all at once. The temperature around him rose rapidly, and just then a gust of ominous wind swept in. Lin Chi realized that his back was being scorched by flames, and he fled outside in a panic. Luckily, the wind blew towards the sea, otherwise he might not have escaped. Panting heavily after running for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chi finally emerged from the reed marsh. He felt a chill on his backside, and upon inspection discovered a large hole burned in his pants. Lin Chi quickly crouched down and looked around, relieved to find no one in the vicinity. If anyone had discovered him, he would surely be unable to survive in the martial world. He hastily found a puddle and washed himself clean under the cover of night, then took out a new set of clothes from his space and changed, finally feeling a sense of relief. Having never encountered a fire before, he finally understood why in his past life certain mountains prohibited people from bringing fire up, especially during autumn and winter. If a fire broke out, a gust of wind would mean everything was lost. Lin Chi randomly found a spot to rest, and after dawn he ran out to see the extent of the damage to the reed marsh. Fortunately, the wind was not blowing inward. While observing, Lin Chi discovered that the fire had been extinguished, but the few houses of the Vietnam brothers had been reduced to ashes. Lin Chi arrived at the nearest village to the reed marsh, noticing that the fire had not affected this area at all. He casually found a public phone booth to call the fire department and then reported to the police. Lin Chi watched as fire trucks and police cars arrived in waves, as the fire last night had indeed been massive, witnessed by many villagers. Sure enough, behind the police cars were several reporters from TV stations who immediately began taking photos of the blackened reed marsh. Seeing this scene, Lin Chi hid behind a group of elderly men and women, chuckling softly. Just as Lin Chi had anticipated that afternoon, he saw a news report about the fire in the reed marsh of Nanxingwai on the villagers' television. As night fell, the fire department personnel had already left, but the police station in Yuanlong kept 1 or 2 officers around to patrol. However, by 7 or 8 in the evening, those officers had also departed. The area of this major fire was extensive, and both the fire department and police confirmed with the elders or village heads of nearby villages whether anyone was missing, but it seemed they had not received any reports of missing persons. Therefore, both the fire department and police only sent representatives to inspect the surrounding area symbolically, without anyone venturing into the heart of the fire. Thus, they had not yet discovered that beneath the thick layer of black ash lay the bodies of several Vietnamese monkeys, while Lin Chi waited for the 3 brothers from Vietnam to see the report. Once they saw it, they would undoubtedly come to confirm whether their stronghold still existed. After the officers left, Lin Chi changed into dark clothing, wrapping himself in black, silently awaiting the arrival of the 3 brothers from the Vietnam gang. Time passed into the early morning, and the surroundings fell silent. Soon Lin Chi heard the sound of a car engine, and he slowly opened his eyes while sitting by the roadside. A red sedan sped towards the edge of the ashes from the fire, screeching to a halt. Lin Chi saw 3 people hurriedly exit the vehicle. Undoubtedly, they were the 3 brothers from Vietnam. After getting out of the car, the 3 immediately donned masks and rushed towards the remnants of their former stronghold, navigating through the blackened ground. Impossible, impossible, how could this be? Xian Zui's furious roar echoed hauntingly in the quiet night, soon followed by a distant growl. Lin Chi paid no mind to the trio's frenzied reactions at the sight of their stronghold. He approached their car and inspected it, finding no issues. He even noticed that their car keys had not been removed. With a light chuckle, he directly used the keys to open the trunk. Indeed, Lin Chi smiled inwardly as the 3 carried a substantial amount of money with them. He opened the 2 large travel bags in the trunk, revealing bundles of cash. Roughly estimating the trunk contained about 30 to 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Given this, Lin Chi decided to be ungracious, directly transferring 2 bags of money from the car into his space. Then Lin Chi sat in the back seat of the car, quietly waiting for the 3 to return. Everything is gone. The people we brought from Vietnam are dead, and we can't find our weapons or money. All our years of effort have been in vain. Xian Zui's angry voice slowly drifted over. The money is gone. We can earn it again. Tony suppressed his own anger. If he knew who was responsible, they would surely face severe retribution from the 3 of them. How can we earn it back? Over 100 million plus tens of millions in arms. How long will that take? Xian Zhaowei roared. That's over 100 million. The police are watching closely now, and we have offended many people in the martial world. No one dares to do business with us anymore. Without business, we can resort to robbery. At least the 3 of us are still here, and we still have our weapons in hand. But that was what we accumulated over several years, and now it's all gone. If I find out who set the fire, I will definitely kill their entire family. Xian Zhaowei continued to shout. Brother, something feels off. This fire wasn't an accident. I just saw several corpses that weren't burned, and I noticed bullet holes. Tony's voice was filled with anger amidst the calm. What do you mean? Xian Zhaowei asked. Someone must have discovered our location. While we were preparing for Mom's birthday party outside, they killed our people and took away the money and weapons inside. But in a big fire, any clues would have been erased. Lin Chi sat in the car, already able to see 3 figures covered in black approaching, resembling 3 African brothers. The masks they had worn earlier were nowhere to be seen, likely due to their anger. Lin Chi thought to himself that at this moment their mother was likely unable to recognize them. As Tony spoke, Lin Chi noticed that his fists were clenched tightly, and his anger was unmistakable. But who could know our location? Aside from the 3 of us, it's only those we brought from Vietnam. Xian Zhaowei asked Tony, also, who in Hong Kong has the strength to kill so many people in such a short time? They are all skilled fighters. The scene was burned to a crisp, leaving no clues. If we find out who did this, they will definitely pay the price. Tony kicked the dirt pile beside him fiercely. What should we do now? Ahu asked Xian Zhaowei. We have only the money in the car left, but it will last us for a while. After that, we will have to borrow money from some local gangs. Xian Zhaowei said with a fierce glare. Indeed, no matter who did this, as long as they are against us, we will track them down one by one, at least to recover our losses. Tony's gaze was fierce, as if he was about to explode in violence at any moment. Hey, have you guys finished talking? I'm about to fall asleep waiting here. The back door of the car was pushed open and Lin Chi stepped out, startling the 3. Hey, are you 3 here to mine coal? After all, you are the notorious Vietnamese brothers of the Jianghu. Seeing Xian Zhaowei and Tony stunned at his presence, Lin Chi added. Who the hell are you? Xian Zhaowei asked Lin Chi. What, after just 2 days brother Jia doesn't recognize me anymore? Lin Chi smiled as he removed the black mask from his head. It's you. Xian Zui's expression changed to one of astonishment, then suddenly shifted to a serious tone, asking, did you do this? Oh, isn't that obvious? Lin Chi grinned at the Vietnamese brothers, looking at them as if they were fools. Damn it, you're seeking death. Xian Zhaowei pulled out a gun from his waist. With a loud bang, a huge wail followed. Tony noticed that the gun in his brother's hand had fallen to the ground, while his brother was holding his right wrist with his other hand. Looking again, Xian Zui's right wrist was already covered in blood, as if a hole had exploded, mingled with black ash, making it quite horrifying. Ahu quickly supported Xian Zhaowei, then drew out a golden handgun from his waist, saying, you dare to shoot my brother? Another bang echoed, and Ahu crouched down beside Xian Zhaowei, clutching his bleeding right wrist. Tony then realized that Lin Chi had somehow obtained a large black star, which was still smoking, clearly just fired. Seeing Tony's hand on his waist, Lin Chi displayed his gun, saying, do you have the strength to play with guns in front of me? Don't move, okay? Throw the gun over here. Lin Chi aimed his gun at Tony, instructing him to toss it to him. Tony's eyes were filled with a fierce glare of resentment, but fortunately his face was smeared with black ash hiding his furious expression. Otherwise Lin Chi might have shot him on the spot. Lin Chi had just fired 2 shots, accurately hitting the wrists of the brothers holding guns. Their marksmanship was clearly no match for him. With Lin Chi's gun pointed at him from such a close distance, no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't escape. Considering this, Tony took out the gun from his waist and threw it to Lin Chi, who caught it and tucked it into his waist, actually storing it away. "Come on, you 3, step back a bit." Lin Chi held the large black star, waving it at the 3 of them, smiling, as he urged them to retreat. Tony had no choice but to help Xian Zhaowei and Ah Hu up, retreating a few steps. Lin Chi took the opportunity to pick up the guns that Xian Zhaowei and Ah Hu had dropped on the ground, then tucked them into his waist. "Boss Lin, we just had a conflict at the bar. There's no need for this, right?" Xian Zhaowei suppressed the pain in his hand and said to Lin Chi, "Besides, we promised not to go back to the Tunmun Brilliant Bar. You know, we lost face last time." "Hee, that may be so, but it seems Brother Jia, your reputation in the Jianghu isn't very good, huh?" Lin Chi chuckled lightly. "I'm someone who particularly hates trouble. Since I fought you last time, I'm worried you might come looking for me later. Boss Lin, we admit defeat. We guarantee we won't bother you or Anshin property in the future." Given the situation, Xian Zhaowei chose to back down first. "Just because you say you won't doesn't mean you won't. We shouldn't have to reach this point." Lin Chi inserted the gun into his waist, saying to Xian Zhaowei, "However, I heard that you 3 recently swallowed 90 million worth of goods from Brother Shan, and just finished, so you have quite a bit of money on hand. Just so happens I'm in need of money lately, and as a legitimate businessman, I don't have many good ways to make money. I heard you have money to spare, so I'm here to help you solve your troubles, right?" Lin Chi's face had a somewhat mischievous grin. As soon as he finished speaking, even though the faces of the 3 were extremely dark, Lin Chi could still sense their discomfort. "Hey, why aren't you happy? I'm helping you solve your troubles. Shouldn't you be pleased?" Lin Chi wore a puzzled expression. "Isn't eating black something you often do? Look at me, I'm doing well with this, over 100 million in Hong Kong dollars. Do you know how long it would take me to earn this by myself? You people who deal in the 4th line make money quickly. I just don't have the luck for quick earnings." Lin Chi shook his head, appearing quite regretful. "All right, you take the money, we admit defeat. Since you have achieved your purpose, can Boss Lin let us go?" Tony, hearing that all the money was taken by Lin Chi, felt a surge of anger, but managed to suppress his rage. "You've taken all our money, that's our savings over several years. Damn it, if I don't die today, I will definitely kill your entire family." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Xian Zhaowei shouted at Lin Chi, and Tony couldn't even stop him in time. Bang! Just after the dance King Zha's shout, a large hole appeared in his forehead, his eyes wide open in disbelief, black blood flowing down, covering his entire face. "What did you just say, Brother Tony?" After shooting, Lin Chi asked Tony. When the gun went off, Tony charged forward, having already embraced Xian Zhaowei's corpse, looking at Lin Chi with rage. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a shadow rushing out trying to block him, but his left hand grabbed at nothing. "Brother!" Ah Hu glanced at his elder brother. "I will kill you." Ah Hu clenched his fists tightly, charging towards Lin Chi like a shadow. However, after just 2 steps, another gunshot rang out, and a large hole appeared in Ah Hu's forehead. Ah Hu was fast, and after being shot, he fell face down, sliding forward due to inertia, his body stopping right at Lin Chi's feet. Too impulsive. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Lin Chi kicked Ah Hu's corpse, saying to Tony, "How did you teach your brother? Does he have a rage disorder?" "Luckily, I was here. You see, now you don't have to pay for his medical expenses. A rage disorder is hard to treat. If he were out there attacking others, you'd have to pay for their medical expenses, you know. It's a good thing you met me. Now all the troubles are gone, right, Brother Tony?" Lin Chi wore a smiling face, but this smile immediately turned to astonishment, his mouth forming an O shape as he had never seen anything like it before. Just as Lin Chi finished speaking, Tony jumped up, performing an obvious flying kick, but higher than usual. In midair, Tony's eyes turned completely red and his eyeballs bulged out, appearing eerily prominent against his dark face. In extreme anger, can one's eyes really bleed, and can the eyeballs bulge out? Lin Chi was stunned by Tony's appearance. Seeing Tony's foot about to kick him, Lin Chi trembled his hand, causing red flowers to bloom on Tony's forehead. With a thud, Tony's corpse fell to the ground. Lin Chi walked slowly to Tony's body, kicked it, saying, "You jumped so high. You think you are strong? What good is being strong? I hold the truth in my hand, can you scare me?" Turning to Xian Zhaowei, he said, "Kill my entire family. I'll let your brothers leave in one piece." Lin Chi finished his cigarette, confirming that the 3 brothers were dead beyond recovery, then cleaned up all his traces, finally opening the fuel tank of the car that the Vietnamese brothers had driven over and setting it ablaze. After ensuring all traces were cleaned up, Lin Chi slowly disappeared into the night, while behind him the already ash-covered reed marshes saw another plume of thick smoke rising into the sky. At the Yuen Long police station, Ma Jun sat in his chair, restlessly staring at the photos of the Vietnamese 3 brothers pinned on the whiteboard. Recently, these three brothers had become increasingly arrogant. Just a few days ago, they had sent Brother Shan to the hospital, and now they were sending out invitations everywhere, making a grand announcement about throwing a birthday party for their mother, completely disregarding him, Ma Jun. Although Ma Jun had infiltrated the Vietnamese gang, he had not yet fully earned the trust of these three brothers. Not only did they leave him out during their last transaction with Brother Shan, but they also swallowed Shan's goods, and he only learned of it when they were nearly all gone. As of now, he still did not know where their base was. At that moment, Ma Jun's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, walked to the balcony, checked his surroundings, and then answered the call. "Hey muscle man, the Vietnamese three brothers have gone missing. I feel something is off here." Sure enough, Hua Shang's voice came through the phone. "What do you mean they've gone missing? I thought you had some intel. Isn't it normal for those three to disappear? You didn't know when they went to trade with Brother Shan last time, did you?" Ma Jun replied with irritation. No, yesterday the three brothers took us around to look for hotels and send out invitations. Then they hurriedly left in their car last night, and we haven't been able to contact them since. Hua Shang explained. "Damn, are you serious? What if they had another deal and left you behind?" Ma Jun inquired. "That's impossible. The heat is on and they're not idiots. Plus their reputation is so bad, how could they have business right now?" All right. Call me back if you hear anything. I'm hanging up now." After ending the call, Ma Jun sensed that someone seemed to be looking for him. On the other end, just after Ma Jun hung up, Hua Shang saw a subordinate rushing over. "Brother Hua, have you contacted the boss? Are we still booking the hotel?" "Damn, booking a hotel doesn't come cheap. Do you have any money? Hurry up and ask the others if they know where the boss went." After sending the subordinate away, Hua Shang took out his phone, deleted the call log from earlier, and dialed Xian Zui's number. The phone rang for a long time before finally connecting. "Hello boss, where are you? We found a hotel. Should we book it?" Hua Shang asked directly, once the call connected. "Hello, this is Li Guangtao, a uniformed officer from the Yuanlong police station. May I ask?" Before the other party could finish, Hua Shang hung up the phone directly. He was so scared that he trembled all over and slumped back into his chair. After a moment, Hua Shang finally calmed down and redialed, but this time he called Tony. "Hello." Hearing the same voice as before, Hua Shang hung up again. He took a deep breath, trembling as he pulled out a lighter from his pocket, taking 4 or 5 tries before he finally lit his cigarette. At this moment, Hua Shang realized that the Vietnamese three brothers might indeed have encountered trouble. Damn, the case wasn't even closed yet. What was he supposed to do as an undercover agent? Hua Shang's mind was in chaos, not knowing what to do next. At the Yuanlong police station, after hanging up on Hua Shang, Ma Jun entered the door and saw a colleague rushing towards him. "Sir, we have a situation," a uniformed officer said as he ran over. "What's the situation?" Ma Jun asked casually. 3 corpses were discovered in the reeds at Nanxing Wei. According to the description from the scene, they are suspected to be the Vietnamese three brothers, and we need to go check it out. "What? The Vietnamese three brothers are dead? Who did it?" Ma Jun's expression changed as he quickly grabbed his coat. "Let's go see." Ma Jun quickly drove to Nanxing Wei, but his expression was grim while driving. The Vietnamese three brothers are dead just like that. What about the case he had been following for so long? He had been undercover tracking them like a dog every day, and now he was being told that they were gone. Upon arriving at the scene, Ma Jun slammed the brakes, causing the tires to screech. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, he jumped out. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the 3 corpses on the ground. At this moment, the black soot on their faces had been wiped away, and Ma Jun instantly recognized them as the Vietnamese three brothers he had been tailing every day. "Sir, the identities of the 3 have been confirmed. They are the leaders of the Vietnamese gang Xian Zhaowei, Tony, and Ahu. All 3 were shot in the forehead, killed instantly. Xian Zhaowei and Ahu also have bullet wounds on their right wrists. According to our bullet examination, they were shot with a common 54 type pistol, Big Black Star." A man wearing glasses and a white shirt spoke to Ma Jun as he approached. However, the colleagues only found the bullet casings and no murder weapon. "Are there any other leads?" Ma Jun's expression darkened. "No, the killer left no clues. Look, even this vehicle has been completely burned. There was a large fire here recently, and the only footprints at the scene are related to the perpetrator." The shirt officer led Ma Jun to a spot. "The killer struck from here at a very close distance, but based on these footprints alone, we cannot determine the identity of the perpetrator." The man continued. Ma Jun took a look around and said to a few plainclothes officers, "You all come with me." The Vietnamese three brothers were already dead, and he didn't care how they died. What he wanted to know now was whether he could find any evidence of their crimes within the Vietnamese gang. If he couldn't find anything, then his 2 years of effort would have been in vain. Ma Jun took several officers to search all the territories of the Vietnamese gang, based on the clues provided by Hua Shang, but unfortunately not a single valuable lead was found. In other words, the case Ma Jun had been following for almost 2 years, had just vanished, leaving him unable to continue or close it, completely wasting 2 years of time. Hey muscle man, don't be so down. Isn't it a good thing that the Vietnamese 3 brothers are dead? In a bar in Yuen Long, Hua Shang said to Ma Jun, who was sulking with a drink. With the news of the Vietnamese 3 brothers' deaths, the entire Vietnamese gang scattered like birds and beasts. The subordinates flocked to other bosses, and Hua Shang officially returned to the police force. Unfortunately, the case involving the Vietnamese gang was shelved, he received no credit, and his return to the police force did not lead to any further advancement. Hua Shang, who has the Vietnamese gang offended recently, who has the strongest motive to take out the 3 brothers? Ma Jun asked Hua Shang. Damn, with those 3 brothers' nature, they've offended many. Anyone who has worked with them has probably been offended. Who knows who took them out? Hua Shang replied, casually, cigarette in mouth. The most likely suspect would be Brother Shan. He lost 9 million worth of goods. He must be feeling the pressure from above. Perhaps he hired someone to take them out. Hua Shang could only think of Brother Shan. We've already checked on Brother Shan. He's still in the hospital. Though he's happy about their deaths, investigations show it shouldn't be him. What about Si Yen and the others? Hua Shang took a sip of beer. We've looked into them too, but there's no evidence linking them to the crime. Damn, nowadays with a little money you can hire a hitman. It's most likely that someone paid a bit for a hitman to take them out. Hua Shang sneered. Damn it, the key point is that those 3 are dead and all their dirty money, weapons and goods are gone. No hitman could pull that off. After following them for so long, you still don't know where their money and goods are. Who could infiltrate the Vietnamese gang so thoroughly? Ma Jun slammed his fist on the table. Alright, since the case is closed, why think so much about it? Hua Shang was not keen on being involved with the Vietnamese gang further. The 2 men sighed and shared a drink in resignation. Suddenly Hua Shang thought of something. Speaking of the Vietnamese 3 brothers, they really offended someone recently, but it should have been others who offended them, right? You were there at the time, weren't you? You mean? Ma Jun immediately recalled the 3 Vietnamese brothers who had been beaten at the Huy Hoang bar in Tuen Mun a few days earlier. Impossible. I've looked into Anshin property. It's a legitimate company. They have good relations with Tuen Mun's health department and police station. Besides, what means would they have to take out those 3 brothers? Ma Jun did not believe that Lin Chi and his people could have done away with the 3 Vietnamese brothers. After dealing with the Vietnamese 3, Lin Chi walked for over 2 hours under the cover of night, discarding his clothes and shoes along with the garments he had recently worn from his space, and some trash into the sea. Only at dawn did he take a taxi back to Tuen Mun. The moment he pushed open his door, a faint fragrance slipped into his arms. Lin Chi recognized the scent as Gang Shang's and gently patted her back with his right hand. What is this for? I was only gone for 2 days. I'm not off doing anything dangerous. Gang Shang smiled and nodded, nuzzling into Lin Chi's embrace, causing his face to flush. All right, I haven't eaten yet. I'll wash up and then we'll go out to eat together. Pushing Gang Shang away gently, Lin Chi pinched her cheek. He realized that under Gang Shang's subtle influence, their affectionate gestures toward one another had become increasingly natural. Okay, I'll wait for you, Gang Shang said, holding Lin Chi's arm. After a quick wash, Lin Chi took Gang Shang and Xiao Ti downstairs to Anshin property, where they found Abu leaning in a chair idly reading a newspaper. How's Dasha's side? No trouble, right? Lin Chi asked Abu. With me there, what could happen? Just a few scuffles. The word got out and no one in that area dares provoke Dasha anymore. After all, in Shigong there aren't many big-name factions. Abu greeted Lin Chi, casually curling his lip as he spoke. With you watching things, I'm relieved. Dasha's used car shop still has potential. Keep an eye on it. Also watch for any land for sale or rent nearby. If nothing turns up, see which factory buildings might be up for grabs. Lin Chi mentioned his plan to Abu. I'll keep watch. Are you planning to open a factory? Abu asked. That's the idea, but there's no rush. Well, take it slowly, Lin Chi replied. Saying so, Lin Chi led Gang Shang and Xiao Ti out for morning tea. After breakfast, the 3 saw Huang Mao running over with Hong Mao. Boss, we've contacted Guan Zaisan from Lianxing, but he insists you come in person. He's arranged to meet tomorrow at noon. He has some backbone. All right, go secure the spot. With that, Lin Chi produced a thick bundle of cash and tossed it to Huang Mao. You 2 come with me to Huy Hoang bar. Gang Shang contact Boss Zhang and tell him I'll wait at the bar and to bring the items. Lin Chi told Gang Shang and Xiao Ti. They nodded. As he prepared to walk on, he noticed Gang Shang and Xiao Ti flanking him, each holding one of his arms. Lin Chi looked down at them. Gang Shang bravely lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes steady, while Xiao Ti kept her head bowed and would not look at him. Lin Chi paused, glanced at Gang Shang's flushed face, and shook his head gently before continuing. Only when he reached his Huta Ben did the 2 release their hold on his arms. Let's go get in. Lin Chi found their blushing and downcast gazes rather amusing. The bar was closed during the day and the staff were resting in the back. Gang Shang produced a key, opened the door, and led Lin Chi and Shou Ti inside. The sale contract had already been signed. Hui Huang Bar was now an asset under Anshin property, though the land beneath the bar was not included. Perhaps alerted by the noise after they entered, they saw Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo come in through the back door. Seeing Lin Chi, they simply nodded. If you haven't rested well, go rest first. I've arranged to speak with Boss Zhang about some matters, Lin Chi told the Wang brothers. No problem. We aren't very busy these days and can't sleep anyway, Wang Jiangwo said. Wang Jianjun stood by, playing it cool and offering no reply. Then let's go to the manager's office. Boss Zhang should arrive soon, Lin Chi said, patting his head. Wait here a moment. Feigning a check at the rear of his Hutu Ben, Lin Chi opened the trunk and quietly took out the prepared cash from his space. The others watched as Lin Chi retrieved a large travel bag from the trunk. They could guess its contents, but no one spoke. Lin Chi told Wang Jiangwo to stay behind to usher Boss Zhang up later. The others followed Lin Chi upstairs. They went straight to the manager's office on the 4th floor of Hui Huang Bar. It looked the same as before, only with a new owner, but the office was empty. Lin Chi had not yet decided who would manage the bar, so for now, he left Jianjun and Zhang Wo to oversee the place with Huang Mao and his crew. Huang Mao and his men were also managing some nearby parking stalls. Valet parking brought in a considerable income. After waiting briefly in the office, they heard footsteps outside. Lin Chi glanced to the door as Wang Jiangwo ushered in Boss Zhang with 2 men in suits. Boss Lin. Boss Zhang. Lin Chi and Boss Zhang shook hands on sight. The plump Boss Zhang scanned the room and gave Lin Chi an inquisitive look. Don't worry. These are all our people, Lin Chi reassured Boss Zhang. Shall we begin? Boss Zhang asked, bowing slightly. Here, take a look. Lin Chi produced a large travel bag from beneath the manager's desk and handed it to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang's eyes gleamed at the sight of such a sizable bag. He accepted it and signaled his 2 suited men to begin counting. The instant the bag was opened, the room fell silent. Lin Chi even heard Wang Jiangwo swallow. None of them had seen so much money before. Even Gang Shang and Shou Ti stared without blinking at the suitcase filled with Hong Kong dollars. The 3 counted for over 10 minutes. Boss Zhang wiped sweat from his brow and smiled. Boss Lin, the amount is correct. Then may our cooperation be pleasant. Lin Chi extended his hand and Boss Zhang eagerly grasped it with both hands. Boss Zhang nodded to a man behind him who opened the briefcase and first produced a deed of gift. Boss Zhang handed it to Lin Chi. Lin Chi glanced over the contract, found no issues, and returned it. Boss Zhang took a pen from his suit pocket, signed his name, stamped it, and pressed his fingerprint. He solemnly handed the contract to Lin Chi, then produced the land deed and other documents from the briefcase and presented them as well. Lin Chi inspected everything once more, found no problems, and accepted the materials. Ha ha. I wish Boss Zhang smooth sailing. Lin Chi shook Boss Zhang's hand. Thank you for your auspicious words. I also wish Boss Lin flourishing business. Boss Zhang chortled, smiling broadly. After Wang Jiangwo saw the visitors out, Lin Chi addressed the group. You saw the cash. 25 million in cash to acquire the bar's land deed. Now this bar truly belongs entirely to us. Don't be fooled by the large sum. For the island, this was actually a bargain. Luckily, this is Tun Mun. If it had been in Yao Tsim Mong or Wan Chai, that same space, and that amount of money would have only secured the bar itself. As for the land, forget it. Those plots are in the hands of the real wealthy on the island. Even with money, they will not sell. Gangshang Jianjun. Tomorrow at noon, heading to Wan Chai. Rally everyone, including Abu and Dashas people. Notify them all. Tomorrow night the bar will close, book a hotel, and reserve good food and drink. I have arrangements to make. The next day at the Courageous restaurant in Wan Chai, Lin Chi entered with Huang Mao and Hong Mao pushing open the intricately carved iron door, causing a white pigeon perched on the eaves to take flight with a startled flutter. Inside the hall, dark red velvet curtains hung down, isolating the place from the clamor of the street. The midday sunlight cast spiderweb-like cracks on the mottled marble floor. On the long table made from 8 immortal tables, tea stains and wine stains layered over the wood grain. The edge of the glass rotating tray was chipped, producing a slight click sound as it turned. In the corner stood a half-human-tall statue of Guan Gong, while the candles on the incense altar had burned down to stubs. The wax drippings solidified into dark red stalactites, mingling with the swirling incense smoke and the dust stirred by the ceiling fan. As soon as Lin Chi and the others entered the hall, a waiter approached and asked, "Do you have a reservation, gentlemen?" "Mr. Lin, the private room 666 is reserved for you," Huang Mao said. "All right, the private room 666 is upstairs. Please follow me." The waiter led Lin Chi and his companions up the stairs. In the private room 666 on the 2nd floor, Lin Chi, along with Huang Mao and Hong Mao, walked in and immediately saw a faded brocade screen hanging, the peony pattern worn down to a grayish outline by the passage of time. The genuine leather sofa had ripped wide open, revealing yellowed foam inside, while the ashtray was filled with half-burnt red Shuangxi cigarette butts, and the lighter had scorched uneven burn marks onto the sandalwood coffee table. Pushing open the wooden window facing the street, a damp sea breeze wrapped in the smell of fish rushed in. The gilded signboard of the pawnshop below and the noise from the nearby mahjong parlor came in together. Lin Chi flinched and quickly closed the window. Then he stepped out from his private room, standing in the second-floor corridor looking around. "Is this the Courageous Restaurant?" Lin Chi asked Huang Mao, and Huang Mao, his expression seemingly a bit disappointed. "Boss, this is what courage looks like." Huang Mao and Huang Mao looked around with curious faces. For them who were involved in the underworld, being able to set a table at the Courageous Restaurant was a matter of great pride. They had never imagined that as members of the Blue Lantern Gang, they would have the opportunity to feast here. It was also their first time entering Courageous. Lin Chi waved his hand, trying to keep the unpleasant odor from entering his nose, but it was in vain. He glanced at the excited Huang Mao, and Huang Mao shook his head and took out a cigarette to light for himself. Otherwise, he felt he wouldn't be able to stay here. This place was set by the official Gonzai-sen, and he didn't know why the underworld groups on the island liked to discuss matters here. From what Huang Mao said, major underworld negotiations usually took place in Courageous. Lin Chi looked around the environment, secretly thinking that he would definitely not come here for meals in the future. It was too old-fashioned, and both the ambience and decor were far from what Lin Chi had imagined. The key point was that it was expensive as well. "Have them bring the tea and arrange the dishes." Lin Chi casually glanced around, lost interest in continuing to observe, and returned to the private room, allowing Huang Mao and Huang Mao to look around. Before long, Huang Mao walked in saying, "Boss, Gonzai-sen and Jimmy have arrived." Lin Chi came back to his senses, brushing off the ash that had fallen onto his clothes. Soon Huang Mao brought Gonzai-sen and Jimmy into the private room. "Is it you who wants Jimmy to transfer?" Gonzai-sen arrogantly addressed Lin Chi upon entering. "Sengu, it's me, Lin Chi from Tunmun Anshin Property." Lin Chi stood up and smiled at Gonzai-sen. "Anshin Property has been quite formidable lately. I heard that the lawless Vietnamese trio has suffered losses at your hands." Gonzai-san, upon learning that someone wanted his little brother to transfer, had slightly inquired. The underworld on the island was neither big nor small. Any matter would be spread immediately. Especially the Vietnamese gang, after landing from the sea route, had consecutively done a few major things and had a certain reputation in the underworld. Of course, this reputation wasn't particularly good. The local gangs on the island looked down on the Vietnamese gang members, believing they had no rules in their dealings. They didn't want to get involved with the Vietnamese gang, as they frequently engaged in black eating black, and dared to use firearms in broad daylight, which would lead to significant trouble. This had to some extent made the Vietnamese gang even more arrogant. In short, the Vietnamese gang was a force in the island's underworld that was not easy to provoke. Anshin Property was not a gang, yet it was able to make the Vietnamese trio suffer, proving they had some strength, which was also the reason why Gonzai-san agreed to meet Lin Chi. "Sangu, you're overestimating us. We are just doing a small business to make a living. As for those Vietnamese fellows, they're actually not as formidable as rumored." Lin Chi gestured for Huang Mao to pour tea, and said to Gonzai-sen, "Let's not beat around the bush, boss. Lin, you know Jimmy has been with me for 3 years. What makes you think I would agree to let him transfer?" Gonzai-san sat down directly, having Jimmy light his pipe. "Sangu, you're joking. The fact that you came today proves there's something to discuss, isn't it?" Lin Chi smiled at Gonzai-sen. "Kid, you're not a gang member, and you should know that once someone joins a gang, it's not that easy to transfer." Gonzai-san leaned back in his chair, glancing sideways at Lin Chi. "Especially for us in Lianqing, we value rules the most. It wouldn't look good to transfer a little brother for no reason." "Sangu, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. The transfer fee is 300,000, and from now on Jimmy will be with me," Lin Chi said, nodding at Huang Mao. Huang Mao took out a yellow craft paper bag from his pocket, opened it, and placed it on the table. 3 stacks of red Hong Kong dollars emitted the scent of ink under the warm yellow light, the top bill still showing the edges of ink that had not dried. Gonzai-sen's gaze swept over the piles of money. His throat moved slightly, and the pipe in his hand froze midair as he swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. "Boss Lin, Jimmy is my primary horse, my most trusted little brother. 300,000 isn't enough, is it?" Gonzai-sen suppressed his impulse to agree, and tried to haggle with Lin Chi. "Hey, your primary horse. After being a horse for 3 years, he doesn't even count as a 49. Can you really put him in a position of power?" Lin Chi was starting to lose his patience and spoke more harshly. "Kid, do you understand the rules? How many people do I have in Lianqing? Do you think everyone can rise to power?" Gonzai-san slammed the table and shouted. "Sangu, I think you also understand that in these 3 years Jimmy has contributed a lot to you. His talent is not within your gang." Lin Chi continued, "Since he's your primary horse, shouldn't you think more about him and give him a good path forward?" "What do you mean? Are you saying Jimmy has no future with me?" Gonzai-san slammed the table again, causing Lin Chi's brows to furrow. "I heard Sun Go lost a Benz at the horse racing last week." Lin Chi's fingertip traced the edge of the bill, ignoring Gonzai-sen's outburst. And you also embezzled half of the 200,000 that Big D gave to your boss Long Jen for the election. But 10,000 won't fill your hole, will it, Sen Gu? Kid, are you trying to scare me? Gonzai Sen's expression changed upon hearing Lin Chi's words, and he stood up looking at Lin Chi with a threatening glare. If I'm in a good mood, I call you Sen Gu. If I'm not, I tell you to go die, you gambling fool. Lin Chi took a puff of smoke and blew it into Gonzai Sen's face. Old man, don't push your luck. You embezzled money from Big D to give to Long Jen. If the hot-headed Big D can't become the man in charge because of this, don't you think he will send someone to kill you? And if your boss Long Jen finds out, will he use family law on you? At this point, Gonzai Sen's face had turned pale and his body trembled slightly. How do you know this? Do I need to tell you how I know? Just know that I have you in my grasp. 300,000 is enough for you to fill this hole. Then, Lin Chi took a document from Huang Mao's hand. Write the transfer document, sign it, and you can leave. At this moment, Gonzai Sen had completely lost the arrogance he had when he first entered. Seeing the transfer document thrown by Lin Chi, he decisively signed his name with trembling hands and stamped his fingerprint. Finally, they let Jimmy, who had been silent behind Gonzai Sen, also stamp his fingerprint on it. Sen Gu, the matter is settled, and I won't keep you for a meal. Don't worry, I'm not a gang member. What I just said I will carry to my grave. Lin Chi took the transfer document and handed it to Jimmy beside him. Looking back at Gonzai Sen, he had a smug look on his face. Or if you're really uneasy, you can gather a few hundred people to come to Tunmun and kill me. Gonzai Sen picked up the 30,000 on the table, nervously saying, Boss Lin, I believe you won't do that. Until next time. Saying this, Gonzai Sen hurriedly went downstairs, leaving the courageous restaurant. Big brother, is this really okay? Huang Mao asked Lin Chi, a hint of fear in his voice after Gonzai Sen had left. What are you scared? Lin Chi casually asked, but that's Lianxing, won't it be troublesome to offend him? Red Mao beside him also expressed some concern. Are you afraid he'll gather a few hundred men to kill us? Lianxing has many people, but how many actually listen to him? Lin Chi understood the worries of Huang Mao and Red Mao. As one of the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong, Lianxing was a colossal presence for those like them who were at the bottom, naturally instilling a sense of fear. Offend him? Does he even qualify? A lousy gambler. If it were someone like Didi, I might have some concerns, but a gang like this that can't even scrape together 100,000 relies on the gang to make a living. What are you afraid of? Lin Chi said to Huang Mao. Isn't that right, Jimmy? He tossed a cigarette to Jimmy, who was sitting in a chair lost in thought, waking him up. Boss Lin, what's this about? Jimmy asked excitedly as he recalled something. If someone asks about you, you can just say you've moved on. If no one remembers you, you're free from the gang now. Lin Chi seemed to have thought of something and said to Jimmy, by the way, I forgot to ask Guanzai San for your title card. Afterward, find a time to inform him and either burn it or bring it back. Jimmy seemed a bit flustered, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Chi. Let's talk while we eat. Huang Mao arranged for the dishes to be served. I wanted to invite Guanzai Sen, but he turned me down. Actually, I wanted to say I've already retrieved my title card. Jimmy steadied his excited heart and spoke. You're quite alert, Lin Chi said, surprised. I actually wanted to do legitimate business all along. I've wanted to leave the gang for a long time. Since Guanzai Sen doesn't manage much, I secretly took my title card back. Jimmy explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi looked at Jimmy with newfound respect. Then you have nothing to worry about. Huang Mao immediately went out to call the waiter for the dishes. Before long, the table was filled with food. Even though the decor was subpar and the environment average, the food was excellent with fresh ingredients. No wonder so many gangs like to come here for such a long time. Jimmy, I won't say unnecessary things. I currently own a property company and a bar, Lin Chi said, picking up a crab and addressing Jimmy. We're all rough men. We can fight, but managing a company is beyond us. Lin Chi introduced Jimmy. This is Huang Mao and Red Mao. After you go back, if you have any questions, just ask them. This is Jimmy. Although he used to be a driver for Lianxing, he has a knack for making money. Whether we eat luxuriously or scrape by, it all depends on him. Let's toast to Jimmy. Lin Chi said to Huang Mao and Red Mao. Although they didn't know why Lin Chi held Jimmy in such high regard, both Huang Mao and Red Mao raised their beers to Jimmy, saying, Brother Jimmy, please take care of us in the future. Jimmy quickly stood up, clinking glasses with Huang Mao and Red Mao, then turned to Lin Chi, looking a bit excited. Big brother, won't this be a bit inappropriate? From Lin Chi's words earlier, he understood that Lin Chi intended to heavily rely on him. Although he felt very touched, being assigned such heavy responsibility right away could provoke dissatisfaction from others. Jimmy, I know you've always wanted to do legitimate business and you have a talent for it. Here we only value ability. My business is just starting. As I mentioned, I only have a property and a bar, and they're both in Tunmun. Now that you're here, I'll leave the management of the property and bar to you. If you have any ideas for making money, feel free to suggest them. For the business you lead, I'll give you a 10% share. On my side, if you need money, I'll provide it. If you need people, I'll get them for you. If you have capable subordinates from Lianxing, you can bring them along. My only requirement is to make money. Of course, we're not a gang, so you understand. Lin Chi raised his glass to Jimmy. Big brother, since you value me so much, Jimmy will surely not let you down. Jimmy solemnly lifted his glass, formally acknowledging Lin Chi as his big brother. Welcome, manager Li Jiayuan, Lin Chi said to Jimmy. The four of them ate and drank, and it took nearly an hour before they dispersed. When leaving, Lin Chi gave Jimmy 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, giving him half a day to sort out things here, and then find a new place to live in Tunmun. Meanwhile, Lin Chi called Desha, asking him to bring a BMW when he came over tonight. This was prepared for Jimmy. Lin Chi intended to let Jimmy utilize his business acumen, preparing him to be the future financial benefactor, which needed to be arranged well. That night at the Brilliant Bar in Tunmun, the lights were bright, but a sign hung at the entrance stating renovation upgrade temporarily closed. However, passers-by could see that delivery people were continuously bringing items inside. In the bar's main hall, several large tables were set up in the dance floor filled with delicious dishes, fresh seafood, and drinks, while boxes of beer were pushed on the floor. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Chi entered the Brilliant Bar with Gang Shang Chiu Tiebu Wang Jianjun Wang Jiangwo Desha and Jimmy, while others had arrived early. Inside the bar, a lively scene unfolded. Dazzling colored lights changed continuously and loud music played through the bar's speakers, with the clinking of glasses and laughter echoing amidst the deafening sounds. Seeing Lin Chi bring people in, everyone greeted Lin Chi with smiles. In the evening, the staff of Anshin Property had changed back into their usual attire, about 20 to 30 brothers, each wearing various outfits that showcased their unique personalities. Some wore loose shirts with rolled-up sleeves, revealing new or old tattoos on their arms, marks of their adventures in the underworld. Excitement radiated from their faces, each reflecting pride and joy. After all, Lin Chi was treating, which was akin to renting out the entire Brilliant Bar for everyone to enjoy. However, Lin Chi told them he had matters to discuss that night and didn't let others come into play until after the discussions were done. The bar counter was piled high with beer and whiskey bottles. A few brothers were gathered together playing rock, paper, scissors. The loser would down a large cup of beer, causing laughter from those around them. At one table, a few brothers greeted Lin Chi and then huddled together puffing smoke while eagerly discussing how much money they had earned recently, but they didn't boast about their bravery as they had before. Seeing that most people had arrived, Lin Chi raised his glass and directly announced the start of the feast. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses, and the bar erupted into warm applause and cheers. As the atmosphere grew more festive, Lin Chi nodded to Huang Mao, set down his glass, picked up the microphone at the bar, cleared his throat, and the music gradually softened, all eyes focused on him. I am very happy today, Lin Chi said, as he pulled up Jimmy, who was sitting aside, because starting today this bar completely belongs to our Anshin Property, and moreover Jimmy has joined us today. Lin Chi looked at Huang Mao and the others while holding a beer, saying, You are the first group of people who followed me after I entered the harbor. I have said before that I do not mix with gangs, but I also promised you that if you follow me, I will ensure you never go hungry. Brother, there's no denying it. Now we earn more money in a month than we did in the entire last year. Huang Mao immediately chimed in after hearing Lin Chi's words. Yes, brother. Every day we wear suits and ties, and our business cards say we are business managers. When I go home, my father beams with pride. I won't say I'm just a nobody. Another person joined in the cheer. That's right. With such prosperity in the harbor, everywhere is filled with money. There's no reason we should remain poor. Someone once told me that some things and some people are born into privilege, while others will never attain them in their lifetime. However, I disagree. Lin Chi raised his glass. Why should we not possess the Ferraris racing down the streets, the luxurious apartments in Repulse Bay, or the villas on the mountains? Our property company has just started only controlling the public housing and 2 nearby streets. Now we have a bar and a Sha's second-hand car dealership in Saikung. In the past, it was only me, Abu, and over 20 brothers. With no territory, we could only scrape by here. Now with the addition of Jianjun Jiangua Jimmy and Desha, I believe it's time to strengthen our power and expand the business scope of our Anshin Property. Lin Chi finished speaking and everyone cheered enthusiastically. As you all know, this place in the harbor is divided among various gangs. All profitable channels have been occupied. If our Anshin Property wants to expand, we must first face these gang members. To deal with the gangs, we must strengthen our forces. Therefore, I have gathered you all today to inform you that starting today, you can recruit younger brothers. Our Anshin Property is hiring, the more the merrier. Everyone present will see an increase of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in their monthly base salary, and the appearance fee will increase by 500 Hong Kong dollars. For those recruited later, those with strong business skills or fighting ability may earn more than your current salary. If you recruit such people, you will earn a commission. Here the capable will rise while the incompetent will fall. For example, Abu and Jianjun Jiangua, their base salaries are 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, and their appearance fees can match their salaries. If you find capable fighters, their treatment will be the same as theirs. Additionally, we also need people who can handle business, like those good at negotiating contracts. You know, Huang Mao, his salary is 3,000, but he negotiates the most contracts and his commission can be tens of thousands. As long as someone has the ability, they will receive appropriate compensation here. And then there's Jimmy. You may not understand him now, but I do. In the future, the operations of our Anshin property and the brilliant bar will be fully entrusted to him. At this point, Lin Chi gestured for Jimmy to stand up. From now on, he will be General Li. As soon as he finished speaking, all the younger brothers raised their glasses in unison and congratulated Jimmy. Cheers to General Li. Jimmy knew Lin Chi valued him and was surprised by how much. His eyes turned slightly red, and with trembling hands he raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, brothers. I assure you that under the leadership of our boss, the money we have will only grow." Good. Borrowing Jimmy's good words, I believe we will only become wealthier. Saying this, Lin Chi threw the shiny silver BMW key brought by Dasha to Jimmy. As the general manager of the company, you must have some prestige. Thank you, brother, Jimmy said solemnly, while holding the car key. Of course, let me remind you, I have always said to lead everyone on the right path to make money. Be careful when recruiting. Although we have no strict requirements, people like gamblers or troublemakers must not be recruited, understood? Moreover, in this bar, we must not allow anyone to become addicted. That's a bottom line. Lin Chi finally gave them a serious reminder before letting them go to eat and drink. Property and security fees are in essence the protection money they collect. However, we are a legitimate business that needs to pay taxes to the harbor government. The expansion of our property company will inevitably encroach on their interests, and future conflicts are unavoidable. Therefore, our property company must have enough capable employees, which is something we must do before expanding. As the food and drinks settled, Lin Chi called Jimmy, Abu, Jian Junjian, Guo Desha, and Gang Shang into the manager's room of the bar and said to them, "Jimmy, you should have a good understanding of the company's affairs. You will need to take more care in the future. Other matters involving fighting can be left to Abu Jianjun and the others. Abu Jianjun Jiangua, among those 20 to 30 people outside, each of you take a few and train them to ensure they don't hesitate when it comes to fighting." Lin Chi said to the three of them, "When we recruit new employees, you also need to help train them to always ensure the combat effectiveness of our Anshin property employees. It can't be that every fight is solely resolved by you." The three nodded in agreement. They were earning such high salaries every month and should do their part. "Jianjun, your mother's illness can't be delayed. You should go back tomorrow and bring her to the harbor. The hospital has already been contacted by Gang Shang." Lin Chi took out a bundle of Hong Kong dollars from the drawer and handed it to Jianjun. "In addition to bringing your mother for treatment, you have one more thing to do." Wang Jianjun picked up the money Lin Chi handed him, looking at Lin Chi with confusion. "As I mentioned earlier, our Anshin wants to expand, and we may face large gangs with tens of thousands of members requiring many capable people." Lin Chi said, "For me, I need more trustworthy people. The old hometown is downsizing and many former brothers are leaving the army without any livelihoods. You should contact your old comrades. I need as many as you can find, and their treatment can refer to what you and Jianguo receive." After Lin Chi finished speaking, even the usually stoic Wang Jianjun became somewhat excited. He indeed knew many brothers who were not doing well. He had planned to bring this up with Lin Chi, but didn't expect Lin Chi to mention it directly. "Lin Chi, don't worry. I will definitely bring back a team of capable fighters," Wang Jianjun said. "Jianguo, you should stay at the bar during this time to oversee the situation regarding their recruitment." Lin Chi said to Jianguo, "Dasha, Abu, you should temporarily return to Saikang. Last time I mentioned it to Abu, besides the second-hand car business, you also need to train the younger brothers more, so that a few punks from Causeway Bay can't bully them." Lin Chi said at this point, and Dasha's fierce face turned red. "Brother, don't worry. Recently I and my younger brothers have learned a lot from Brother Bu. Our combat strength is no longer what it used to be." "That's good," Lin Chi nodded. "You're the local authority in Saikang. Pay attention to whether there are large factories for sale or rent, or if any garment factories are going out of business or looking to transfer ownership. If there are, let me know." Dasha and Abu nodded in agreement, indicating they understood Lin Chi's arrangements. Lin Chi finally looked at Jimmy. "You need to prepare. Now, besides property and bars, we may also open our own clothing company in the future." "Jimmy, did you just hear that? We will establish our own clothing company in the future. Of course, Anshin property is our foundation, and you must understand this. Boss, there are many clothing businesses in Hong Kong Island now, but many have also gone bankrupt. It doesn't seem to be the best time to enter the clothing industry." Jimmy asked with some confusion. "You're right. There are many people in the clothing industry on Hong Kong Island, but those who survive are mainly doing outsourcing for big clothing factories. There aren't many clothing companies left that want to go solo. This is a normal phenomenon. Hong Kong Island has been dominated by foreigners for too long, and the citizens here generally prioritize money. They fervently pursue international brand clothing, while those without money buy cheap clothes. This has led to many clothing companies wanting to develop their own brands going bankrupt, because in Hong Kong Island brands are not recognized and their clothes can't be sold. Lin Chi said, unlike us, our clothing company will initially produce a goods. Jimmy and the others looked puzzled. In simple terms, these are replicas of big brand clothing or the most fashionable clothes, and of course our quality will be guaranteed. Lin Chi explained. Those clothes, when they leave the factory, cost at most a few dozen Hong Kong dollars for labor and materials, but once branded they can sell for hundreds or even thousands in big malls. We will make the same clothes, but our prices will be half or even lower. People on Hong Kong Island who pursue fashion but don't have much money, will they buy such clothes? Lin Chi asked. Of course they will, and our sales volume will definitely exceed that of the originals. Before others could react, Jimmy jumped up excitedly. However, doing this in small quantities is fine, but once we scale up we will surely attract attention. Those clothing tycoons won't let us off. Jimmy quickly realized something was amiss. Lin Chi was quite satisfied with Jimmy's reaction and nodded. You're right. Currently Hong Kong Island doesn't pay enough attention to brands and copyrights. In the West such things are checked rigorously. Your concerns are not unfounded and show foresight. Lin Chi continued, I always say we need to conduct legitimate business. Directly copying clothes is certainly not feasible. Lin Chi said, however, there are policies above and countermeasures below. Other aspects of clothing are fine, but the factors that influence clothing prices are a design, a trademark. One of our factories will only make blank clothes, another will only do printing, and yet another will focus on various trademarks. In short, our garment factory will only do contract work, and every step of the process is legally sound in Hong Kong Island. Once all processes are completed, we will have clothes identical to the originals, but we won't need to open a store to sell them. This kind of business, as long as the word gets out, many people will come to us for goods, especially those in the gangs. They have many members and their territories cover almost the entire Hong Kong Island. As long as they let their subordinates set up stalls on the streets to sell, it will be a huge source of income. So what the boss means is that we only focus on the upstream, letting those people sell the clothes, and they bear almost all the risks. Jimmy's eyes lit up. Of course, this is the safest method. We can sustain this business for several years, and as the laws of Hong Kong Island become more stringent, this business will become increasingly difficult to operate. Our clothing company needs to gradually establish its own brand, during this process design our own clothes, and use the profits from the imitation business to nourish our own brand. By the time those imitation businesses can no longer operate, our clothing brand should have already re-emerged. Lin Chi said, Boss, I understand. Once our clothing company is established, I will ensure our clothes cover the entire Hong Kong Island. Jimmy was filled with ambition. This is the general idea. The specifics of implementation will still depend on you. Also recruit a few university graduate interns who are lawyers. They don't need to be famous. We just need to ensure that every step we take is within the legal framework. I believe you can do your best. Lin Chi patted Jimmy's shoulder. During this time you need to quickly familiarize yourself with Anshin property and the bar business. The company is starting to hire. Our Anshin property will soon expand and you don't need to worry about that. However, after the contracts are secured, the management will be up to you. Lin Chi said to Jimmy. Yes, I have a good understanding of the property company now. I am confident I can manage it well. Jimmy promised. Of course, besides the property company, we only have a bar and a transportation company. This will be simpler and I believe you can manage it well. Lin Chi patted Jimmy's shoulder again. Gangsheng and Shodi will temporarily follow you, so nurture them well. Brother, I will definitely not hold back with the sisters. Jimmy said seriously. Ahem. After Jimmy's words, Gangsheng and Shodi both turned red and Lin Chi coughed from the shock of those words. Alright, this is how things will be arranged. You all go and do your tasks. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Chi raised his beer bottle and everyone raised their glasses and drank with him. Afterward, Lin Chi led a few people downstairs to eat and drink with others. The atmosphere was very lively and Lin Chi was chased by everyone to toast. Even with his strong physique, he felt somewhat tipsy by the end. Lin Chi didn't remember how he left the bar, only feeling two people supporting him. He didn't recall how he got back to his place. Just as Lin Chi felt a bit clearer-headed, he found himself lying on his bed. After drinking so much, he felt a bit dry and thirsty. However, Lin Chi's mind was still hazy, and he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. He was originally thinking of getting up to drink some water, when he heard a click followed by the sound of a creaking door. Had his bedroom door been opened? Who entered his room so easily? Lin Chi's mind was confused. Surely it wasn't that person who disliked him and came to take him out in the night. Lin Chi's mind was muddled, wondering if there were any enemies recently. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find anyone who could threaten him, and those who could sneak in here shouldn't exist either. While he was pondering, he felt someone standing by his bed, but that person stood there without any movement for a long time. Was this not an enemy? Before long, he felt his blanket being lifted, and soon Lin Chi felt a cool body lying next to him. A pleasant fragrance wafted from that body and entered his nose. What was this? Gangsheng. Lin Chi's mind instantly cleared up. Just as he wanted to sit up, he felt that cool body pressing down on his chest. The key was that Lin Chi felt hot all over, and when coming into contact with this cool body, he felt a wave of comfort. Lin Chi felt somewhat drowsy, and with Gangsheng's pressure, he found himself lying on the bed, unable to move, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Lin Chi swallowed hard, just about to say something, when he felt Gangsheng's cold little hand moving around on his chest. Gangsheng lay on his chest, her warm breath hitting his chest and neck, making Lin Chi feel an intense itch, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Suddenly Lin Chi felt a softness against his cheek. It was Gangsheng's lips on his face, icy and jelly-like, making Lin Chi's body shiver with comfort. Lin Chi struggled to wake himself up, sensing Gangsheng's mouth moving toward his lips. He held back the goosebumps on his body, and suddenly opened his eyes just in time to meet Gangsheng's dazed big eyes. When Gangsheng saw Lin Chi's eyes open, she was startled, her body trembling slightly. Looking at Lin Chi's somewhat confused gaze, her already flushed face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and Lin Chi even felt her once cold body turn warm. Gangsheng lay on Lin Chi, staring at him with her confused eyes, unsure of what to do for a moment. She trembled as she pulled her right hand out and waved it in front of Lin Chi's eyes, a few times, noticing that Lin Chi's eyes didn't move at all, and she sighed in relief, realizing that he hadn't actually woken up. She lay on Lin Chi, placing her right hand over his eyes and slowly brushing down, trying to close them. However, when Gangsheng removed her hand, she found Lin Chi's eyes still wide open. She lay there, her head raised, staring blankly, her right hand hovering in the air at a loss. Lin Chi. After a moment, Gangsheng gently asked, wanting to confirm if Lin Chi was really awake. Lin Chi did not respond, still staring at Gangsheng, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable as her body temperature rose. Seeing that Lin Chi remained still, Gangsheng seemed to have made up her mind, her gaze shifting from dazed to firm, and before Lin Chi could react, she pressed down on him. Lin Chi saw darkness before him, and then felt something icy and jelly-like pressing against his lips. It was very soft, and he realized that Gangsheng had boldly kissed him. However, it seemed that Gangsheng had no experience at all. Her lips were just pressed against his, bobbing up and down. Lin Chi couldn't help but feel speechless at how clumsy she was. Lin Chi felt his lips being pressed for a long time, becoming somewhat numb. His mind was now much clearer, and he had regained some strength. He slowly raised his right hand and gently patted Gangsheng's back. Ah! Startled by the pat on her back, Gangsheng jumped up, her weight completely pressing down on Lin Chi, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. It took him a moment to recover. Can you get off me first? Lin Chi's voice was a bit hoarse. Only then did Gangsheng realize, hurriedly getting off Lin Chi and sitting on the bed, lowering her head and covering her face with her hands, seemingly too embarrassed to face him. Lin Chi sighed in relief, sitting up and looking at Gangsheng, saying, "What were you just doing?" Gangsheng stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Perhaps due to having had too much to drink, Lin Chi also felt a bit muddled. He reached out his right hand, pulling Gangsheng closer and embracing her as she kept her head down. Gangsheng shivered, leaning against Lin Chi's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, her head resting on his chest, still moving up and down. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lin Chi asked. Gangsheng's voice was soft and enticing. "I know that here in Gang Island those capable men often have more than one woman. As long as you treat me well, that's enough." "You won't regret this?" Lin Chi asked. "No regrets. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't know what I would be like now. As long as I can be by your side, that's all that matters," Gangsheng replied. "You know," Lin Chi said, lightly tapping Gangsheng's head with his left index finger. "What kind of love-struck nonsense is this? I won't make you any promises, but I won't let you leave me, nor will I let you be unhappy in the future," Lin Chi said, tightening his embrace around Gangsheng. "That's good enough, it's sufficient." Gangsheng lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, gazing up at Lin Chi. Lin Chi lowered his head, kissing Gangsheng's eyes, and finally his lips landed on hers, saying, "Let me teach you, rookie." A seductive hum escaped Gangsheng's throat, and in the darkness the pair kissed passionately, unwilling to part. After a long time they parted, Gangsheng panting heavily, her face flushed. "You can breathe while kissing," Lin Chi said to Gangsheng with a smile. "That's annoying." Gangsheng was about to punch him playfully when she suddenly froze, asking, "Where did you put your hand?" I couldn't help myself." Lin Chi awkwardly retracted his right hand that had been in front of Gangsheng. Seeing Lin Chi like this, Gangsheng suddenly chuckled. "Do you like it?" I do." Lin Chi was captivated by Gangsheng's smile and couldn't help but respond. "I like it too," Gangsheng said as she lunged at Lin Chi and kissed him on the lips. Since it was late at night, what happened next was not clear to me, and I suspect all you handsome men and beautiful women are not very interested, so I won't go into detail. That night Lin Chi's bed creaked and shook, and the room was often filled with sounds of moans and gasps, as if two people were engaged in an intense battle with no way of knowing who emerged victorious. The next morning Lin Chi woke up and turned his head only to see Gang Shang lying on his chest. Looking at her delicate yet tired face, he recalled what had happened yesterday and smiled, thinking that she had ultimately succeeded in capturing him. Lin Chi gently withdrew his somewhat numb hand, sat up, lightly kissed Gang Shang on the lips, then pinched her cheek. Gang Shang turned over, let out a soft groan, and continued to sleep. Lin Chi smiled, putting on a tank top as he prepared to wash up. Upon reaching the door, he discovered that his room door was surprisingly not closed. As he stepped out, he saw Chiu Ti knocking on his door, and their eyes met, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Chiu Ti looked extremely tired, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, staring blankly at Lin Chi. She paused for a moment, then awkwardly said, "Mr. Lin, good morning." After Chiu Ti entered the bathroom, Lin Chi quickly returned to his room, feeling a bit flushed. He hadn't expected Gang Shang to come in without closing the door. Given the intense events of the previous night, Chiu Ti must have heard everything. No wonder she looked like she hadn't slept well when he saw her. As Lin Chi entered the room, he realized something was off. Gang Shang, who had been sleeping moments ago, was now lying on the bed, pretending to casually pull the blanket over his head. This sight made Lin Chi both amused and annoyed. "Stop covering yourself, when did you wake up?" Lin Chi sat down at the edge of the bed, and lifted the blanket covering Gang Shang's head, revealing him hiding like an ostrich with his head buried beneath his body. Seeing that Gang Shang was ignoring him and noticing his raised backside, Lin Chi couldn't help but smirk mischievously and slapped it. "Ah, that hurts." Gang Shang jumped up from the slap, feeling both embarrassed and angry. He rubbed his backside and glared at Lin Chi, pouting, "You're so mean. What did you expect, pretending to sleep and then feeling shy? Didn't you come in here on your own last night?" Lin Chi questioned Gang Shang. "You knew to attack me while I was drunk, but now you know how to feel shy. And you say that, look at me, I'm injured." Gang Shang looked at Lin Chi with a face full of grievances. "You know you're injured now. Didn't I say once was enough yesterday? Why did you insist on sitting on me?" Lin Chi hugged Gang Shang. "Let's see if you're still so tough now. What more do you want to say?" Gang Shang punched Lin Chi's chest, his face flushed as he buried it against his body. "No more talking. All right, I won't say anything. What do you want for breakfast? I'll go get it for you." Lin Chi quickly reassured him as Gang Shang continued to hit his chest. "If you go buy it while I lay here a little longer," Gang Shang said, giving Lin Chi another punch. "Okay, I'll go buy breakfast. You rest for a bit." Lin Chi tilted Gang Shang's head up and kissed him on the lips. Then, while receiving a reproachful look from Gang Shang, he stood up and walked outside. As Lin Chi reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned to Gang Shang, saying, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, you didn't close the door to your room last night." Gang Shang looked at Lin Chi in confusion, but then Lin Chi continued, "This morning I ran into Chiu Ti. She told me we should be more careful and remember to close the door, as it seems we made quite a ruckus yesterday, and she didn't sleep well all night." After Lin Chi finished speaking, he walked out with a mischievous smile, and just as he closed the door, a scream was heard. "Oh no, I can't face anyone now." When Gang Shang heard Lin Chi mention that Chiu Ti had listened all night, he buried his head back under the blanket again, rolling back and forth on the bed, with a face full of despair, unsure how he would face Chiu Ti later. At that moment, Chiu Ti had finished washing up. Seeing Lin Chi leave, she directly pushed open his room's door. Seeing Gang Shang rolling around on Lin Chi's bed, mumbling to himself, Chiu Ti walked over and slapped his exposed backside. "Did you get your way?" Chiu Ti, how embarrassing." Upon realizing it was Chiu Ti, Gang Shang exclaimed, "So how was it?" Chiu Ti asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. When she saw Gang Shang shyly nodding, she became even more excited. "Tell me, what was it like?" "Oh, how can I say that?" Gang Shang shyly replied. Afterward, the two leaned on Lin Chi's bed, whispering to each other, their voices growing softer, until Lin Chi returned with breakfast, ending their secret conversation. After Lin Chi finished washing up, he carried the somewhat hindered Gang Shang to the bathroom. During breakfast, Gang Shang and Chiu Ti sat together, occasionally whispering to each other, leaving Lin Chi bewildered and curious about their conversation. Lin Chi initially wanted Gang Shang to take the day off and rest at home since she was injured last night and needed recuperation. However, Gang Shang flatly refused. After finishing breakfast, she directly took Chiu Ti's hand and went downstairs without waiting for Lin Chi, heading to Anshin Properties' shop to learn how to manage the company properly from Jimmy. Watching Gang Shang descend the stairs so carefree, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile wryly. He followed behind them, and upon entering the shop, he saw Jimmy reviewing property company documents and greeted him before driving off to the brilliant bar. Lin Chi had already arranged things. Huang Mao and his group had informed all the acquaintances about Anshin property hiring since early this morning. While Tun Mun was large, there were even more idle people. The changes in Huang Mao and his friends over the past couple of months had made many who knew them envious. Their work was respectable, the pay was high, and even if they didn't do much they had a basic salary that could sustain a family's needs. Many idle people had inquired about Anshin Property's hiring. Now Huang Mao and his friends were openly announcing that Anshin Property was hiring ordinary employees, with a base salary of 2,000 with additional performance bonuses to be discussed. They began interviews daily at the Brilliant Bar from today. Once the news spread, the idle people loitering near Tunmun public housing rushed to the Brilliant Bar. Even people from farther away heard the news and came over, with some waiting at the bar's entrance before dawn for it to open. A base salary of 2,000 a month was already enticing enough. Moreover, many who knew Huang Mao and his friends were aware that their monthly income far exceeded 2,000. Just by observing their daily expenses, it was clear their earnings were much higher. Furthermore, insiders learned that anyone who joined Anshin Property could not only earn a salary but also introduce their relatives and friends to work there. This information had been confirmed, as many relatives of Huang Mao and Hong Mao were already working at Anshin Property doing tasks like cleaning and patrolling the public housing, earning about 1,500 a month, meaning a family could collectively earn several thousand. Additionally, Anshin Property provided each employee with work uniforms and not just one set, saving on clothing costs. Everyone knew that Huang Mao and his friends often roamed the streets in suits which were provided by Anshin Property. What drove people even crazier was that Anshin Property's boss had even bought cars for Huang Mao and Hong Mao and provided them with phones. Such treatment left many idle people drooling with envy. When Lin Qi arrived at the Brilliant Bar, he saw it was packed with people, bustling and noisy. Huang Mao and Hong Mao were surrounded by hundreds of people, while Wang Jiangwo looked helplessly at the scene outside, feeling a headache coming on. Seeing this, Lin Qi immediately turned his car back. In such a situation, it was best for him not to appear. Otherwise, if Huang Mao called out to him, he might find himself surrounded by hundreds of people. He called Wang Jianjun only to find out he wasn't at the bar, but was busy preparing things, planning to head to Yangcheng soon to bring his mother over. Lin Qi returned to the public housing and helped Wang Jianjun pack his things. There wasn't much to pack, and then he drove him to the border crossing. After watching him leave, Lin Qi drove back to Tunmun. In Tunmun, due to Lin Qi's extravagant spending, Anshin Property experienced a surge in clientele, and after a recent scuffle with Chen Haonan and his gang, Lin Qi unexpectedly encountered a certain individual in the Wanchai district, the Hong Hing headquarters. Tonight the rain in Hong Kong Island pours heavily, the neon lights blurred in the downpour, casting a blood-red glow on the intricately carved iron doors of the Hong Hing gang's headquarters. Inside the grand hall of the headquarters, a long sandalwood table was laden with champagne and cigars, as the leaders of the 12 halls of Hong Hing entered in single file, each accompanied by their own loyal followers. Tonight, the 12 hall leaders of Hong Hing convened for their monthly meeting at the headquarters. Behind each leader, their subordinates carried briefcases filled with cash representing the monthly dues from each hall. A young man dressed in a plaid shirt and an orange suit walked in, followed by two subordinates. One nearly 2 meters tall with a fierce expression, and the other sporting a full beard and a distinct scar on his face. They were Liang Kuan, the leader of the Hong Hing Mongkok Hall, along with his top aides De Banxiang and Sha Chong. Damn, it's pouring rain and we still have to come here for a meeting. Why can't we pick a better day? Liang Kuan shook off the rainwater from his hands and casually took his seat, nodding at the others. Kuan Gu, you're in Mongkok, so it's close for you. I'm in North Point and it's quite a trek for me to get here, laughed Fei Laoli, the leader of the North Point Hall, as he spoke to Liang Kuan. Yeah, I'm not far from here in Saiwan either, but I still have to come, shouted Saiwan Jigo. The dues can't wait a day. Whenever there's an issue, the headquarters says to consider the bigger picture, but when it comes to dues, it's just pay up nonsense. Recently, Saiwan Jigo has been having a rough time. Wang Bao from Saiwan has nearly driven out all other gangs in the area, taking control of all the decent venues. If it weren't for the considerations towards Hong Hing Ji Guest Hall, might have been wiped out entirely. Jigo is left with a barely functioning bar and nightclub, and after paying the dues each month, there's hardly any money left for him. He must constantly be wary of Wang Bao, fearing he might one day be ousted from Saiwan. Damn, Jigo, what are you talking about? Without Hong Hing's banner, could you even survive in Saiwan? As soon as Jigo finished speaking, the short and fierce leader of the causeway, Bei Hall de Bigu, couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Jigo, accusing him of dissatisfaction with the boss. What did I say? Last time Wang Bao's men crossed the line, and when I sought help from the headquarters, did anyone come? If it weren't for Kuan Gu bringing people over, Saiwan Hall would have been done for. Am I wrong? If it weren't for Mr. Jiang calling Wang Bao, could any of you have held off Wang Bao's men? Damn, what do you mean by that, little B? We can fight against Wang Bao. My subordinates in Mongkok can all fight. If it weren't for the boss orders to retreat, we could have taken a street back from Wang Bao. Liang Kuan directly replied to Dabi Gu with a mocking expression. You think you're all that like you guys from Causeway Bay? Liang Kuan glanced at Chen Haonan, who was still bandaged behind a Bi Gu, Causeway Bay's 5 tigers, huh? Real impressive, the big fool from Sai Kung. What kind of low-class punks are they? After a trip to Sai Kung, nearly everyone in Causeway Bay ended up injured. Hong Hing sends out its thugs, and you guys are tarnishing Hong Hing's reputation. As for the Causeway Bay 5 tigers, they should be called the Causeway Bay 5 mice. From now on, don't go out claiming to be from Hong Hing. Liang Kuan, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a cloud of smoke towards the guest's face, pointing at Chen Haonan with disdain. Liang Kuan, what do you mean by that? Bi shouted at Liang Kuan. What do you mean? In this period, you've already lost several venues in Causeway Bay. If you Bi can't hold on to your turf, then step down as the leader and don't embarrass Hong Hing. Liang Kuan said. Seeing Liang Kuan and Bi arguing, Ji Guo and Fei Laoli each spoke up to mediate, while the other leaders sat quietly urging everyone not to argue at the headquarters. However, Liang Kuan didn't care about that, seizing the opportunity to attack Bi's sore spot. Ji Guo, having just received Liang Kuan's favor, also supported him. Bi's face turned red from Liang Kuan's tirade, ready to retort when he noticed several suited bodyguards entering through the door. He then sat down looking at Liang Kuan with an expression of discontent. The others, realizing Jiang Tianxing had arrived, also ceased their arguments. Soon Jiang Tianxing, accompanied by Chun Yao, slowly walked into the grand hall of the headquarters. They seemed to have not heard the earlier quarrel, their expressions calm, as they approached the statue of Guan Gong at the front of the long table. A young man in black handed over 3 incense sticks. Jiang Tianxing took the incense, offered it to the statue of Guan Gong, inserted it, and then took his seat at the head of the table. Damn, the boss is imposing. Everyone is here, and we still have to wait for you. As soon as Jiang Tianxing sat down, Liang Kun's sarcastic voice rang out. Though his voice was low, the hall was silent enough for nearly everyone to hear. Clearly Jiang Tianxing heard it, a glint flashed in his eyes, but he quickly restored his smile and nodded at Chen Yao. Everyone, now that everyone is present, let's begin the dues collection. Chen Yao said calmly, just like Jiang Tianxing, seemingly ignoring Liang Kun's comment. Tisk. Liang Kuan scoffed, nodding at his top aide behind him, and Sha Chong placed the black briefcase on the long table, pulling out an account book from his chest pocket to place on top of the briefcase. The subordinates of the other hall leaders also took out the money and account books they needed to submit. Soon Chen Yao's voice rang out, reporting how much each hall had contributed this month. Counting money and checking accounts, the dues collection segment for the 12 halls quickly passed. Seeing Chen Yao and his subordinates carry all the cash away, Jiang Tianxing smiled as he looked at the leaders of the 12 Hong Hing halls. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Kun's annoying voice cut in. Damn, in this affluent Causeway Bay, why is the amount contributed this month so low? Are you trying to fool us? Little B, you need to give the boss an explanation. Yeah, how can such a wealthy Causeway Bay contribute nearly the same as what I did this month? How about I switch with Bi Gu? I guarantee the amount next month will double. Hearing Liang Kun's taunts, Ji Gu also chimed in sarcastically. Upon hearing Liang Kuan and Ji Gu's comments, Bi's expression changed, and he shot a fierce glare at the two, then turned to Jiang Tianxing with a wry smile. Mr. Jiang, I know the contribution this month is relatively low, but I assure you I will make up for it next month. Bi Gu chuckled as he spoke. You know, Mr. Jiang Haonan and his crew encountered a tough opponent in Sai Kung. Almost all my capable subordinates are injured. The medical expenses are not a small sum. Furthermore, during the times when Dongxing took advantage of Haonan's injuries, they crossed the line several times, which greatly reduced my income in Causeway Bay. Damn, after all this talk, it just means your guys are not up to the task. Before Bi Gu could finish speaking, Liang Kuan interjected. If you can't manage your turf well, you might as well switch with Ji Gu. I guarantee Ji Gu would do a better job in Causeway Bay than you, little B. What do you mean? Before Big B could speak, Chen Haonan, who was sitting behind him, couldn't help but stand up and shout at Liang Kuan. Liang Zainan, what, didn't you run like a stray dog from East Star yesterday, and now you're barking at me? Liang Kuan chuckled as he looked at Chen Haonan, saying, if I were you, I wouldn't hang around with that tiny bee anymore. You look good, why not come to my film company to play the leading role? But as soon as he finished speaking, Liang Kun's expression changed. He pointed his finger at Chen Haonan's chest and menacingly said, what is your identity? What place is this for you to speak? Then Liang Kuan looked down at Big B, saying, is this your little brother? Ignoring the occasion and disregarding respect, won't this make others say that Hongxing doesn't know how to teach its juniors? Chen Haonan wanted to respond but was stopped by Big B. Liang Kuan, what do you mean? Causeway Bay was conquered by me and my brothers, and you think you can just change it like that? Humph, you conquered it. How dare you say that? Liang Kuan initially wanted to say more, but noticed Jiang Tianxing's dark expression and changed the topic. Wasn't Causeway Bay originally taken by that big head? But I heard that this big head has been in Chizhou for 3 years, taking the blame for you, tiny B. But how come I've heard that no one from your side has ever gone to Chizhou to check on that big head? Liang Kuan used his pinky to dig in his ear, saying, My little brothers even heard that Tiny B you're planning to give the red stick of Causeway Bay to that useless Nan. Tisk 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 Tiny B you're really good to your underlings. Liang Kun looked at Chun Haonan with disdain. You. Liang Kun's words made Big B's face turn red, but what Liang Kun said was the truth and Big B didn't know how to refute. Liang Kun initially wanted to say that Causeway Bay was originally taken by him and Hong Xing's people, but after they planted their flag Liang Kun went to Chizhou for training, and by the time he came out the person in charge of Causeway Bay was already Big B. Later Jiang Tianxing established the Hong Kong Zai faction making Liang Kun the person in charge there. However, Liang Kun looked down on the territory of Hong Kong Zai, and took his little brothers to conquer a piece of land in the bustling Mong Kok forcing Jiang Tianxing to change Liang Kun's faction to Mong Kok. This was also the reason why Liang Kun had conflicts with Jiang Tianxing and Big B. Jiang Tianxing was unfair in his dealings, while Big B with no achievements relied solely on being Jiang Tianxing's flunky to sit in the rich position of Causeway Bay. Everyone knew about the situation, but now Jiang Tianxing was the leader of the gang. Even though Liang Kun was strong enough, he couldn't lay everything bare in this situation. He noticed Jiang Tianxing's grim expression earlier and refrained from mentioning that they were the ones who planted their flag in Causeway Bay, and only managed to establish their footing later as this matter was easier to say than to hear. What do you mean? Is what Liang Kun said wrong? Liang Kun poked Big B's chest with his index finger saying, the things you've done, if they get out, won't they bring shame to us in Hongxing? The other leaders probably understood the meaning behind Liang Kun's words, but Big B was Jiang Tianxing's man. At this moment the smile that often graced Jiang Tianxing's face had vanished, replaced by a dark expression. Jiang Tianxing's face was not good, and the atmosphere in the hall after Liang Kun's disturbance was also off. At this moment everyone was mostly silent. Liang Kun know when to stop. This isn't your Mong Kok territory. Do you want the leader's position handed over to you? Jiang Tianxing was rarely angry. You are the leader, you speak. Liang Kun knew this wasn't the time to fall out with Jiang Tianxing, and went along with his words, sitting sideways in his seat with a nonchalant expression. Seeing Liang Kun back down, Jiang Tianxing said no more. Today, besides presenting our numbers, there's another agenda. I believe everyone knows about Ba Bai, right? Ba Bai. Who in Mong Kok doesn't know he's my sworn brother? Liang Kun laughed strangely. Your sworn brother? Jiang Tianxing's smile reappeared. Do you know he's been selling goods in our territory? Damn, although Ba Bai is my sworn brother, that's just a rumor in the underworld. I'm not close to him, and he still owes me 20 million. Liang Kun, who had just been smiling, immediately dropped his smile and said with a serious expression. Very well. Ba Bai's actions have already come to the attention of the police. The higher-ups at the Wanchai police station notified me that if Ba Bai isn't dealt with, they will start investigating our territory. I believe no one wants their business to be affected, right? After Jiang Tianxing finished speaking, aside from Liang Kun's not so good expression, the other faction leaders began to discuss among themselves. All right, I won't say much. The rule of Hongxing is not to sell powder, but Ba Bai has been selling powder in our territory, affecting everyone. Therefore the gang must act and Ba Bai must die. Is there anyone opposed? Jiang Tianxing held a cigar, smiling as he looked at the 12 faction leaders below, finally fixing his gaze on Liang Kun. Liang Kun's expression was not good. He knew Ba Bai was doomed. However, he didn't expect Ba Bai's request for a loan was for buying goods, and now that 20 million was probably gone. Damn, he felt cheated. I agree. What are you looking at? Do you think I would disregard Hongxing's rules for Ba Bai? Liang Kun responded to Jiang Tianxing's gaze. Then Liang Kun rolled his eyes at Jiang Tianxing, and with a twist of his left hand his underling Sha Chong immediately lowered his head. Liang Kun whispered in his ear. Quickly find Ba Bai and make him pay back the money. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, many people heard it. Liang Kun did it on purpose. If it was too quiet and something happened later, others might say he was leaking information. Sha Chong received the instructions and immediately left. Seeing that Liang Kun had made his stance clear, the other faction leaders quickly expressed their desire to protect Hongxing's interests and eliminate Ba Bai. Jiang Tianxing saw that everyone had unified their opinions, so the next step was to decide who would take on this task. So which faction is ready to take on this task? Or are there any capable individuals in the gang that you can recommend? Jiang Tianxing's meaning was simple: whoever kills Ba Bai would be making a contribution to the gang and might be promoted. Now everyone knows I have some connections with Ba Bai. My Mong Kok faction will not participate in this matter. Liang Kun directly opted out of this task. Liang Kun realized that Jiang Tianxing was bringing Ba Bai's matter to the forefront to weaken Liang Kun's power, while also subtly reprimanding him. After all, he hadn't given Jiang Tianxing much face in the recent faction meetings. However, the situation was stronger than the individual. Liang Kun had no choice but to accept this outcome. Very well. I understand that asking Liang Kun to kill his sworn brother would be difficult to face. Mong Kok not participating is fine. Other factions, is there anyone willing to recommend someone? Jiang Tianxing smiled as he looked at the others. At this moment, the leaders of other factions began to recommend their top horses to take on this task. Mr. Jiang, let's leave this task to Anan. Our Causeway Bay has suffered such great losses recently that we can barely pay our dues. Anan will definitely be able to eliminate Ba Bai and restore our Hong Xing's reputation. Big B stood up, directly wanting to take on this task. However, as soon as Big B's words fell, the factions led by Liang Kuan burst into laughter, but soon after some pulling and pushing, the task of eliminating Ba Bai was indeed taken on by Chen Haonan. Liang Kuan realized that Zhang Tiansheng had probably already communicated with Big B in advance. Other faction members were also cooperating with Zhang Tiansheng, which made Liang Kuan feel somewhat uneasy. He didn't expect so many people secretly supported Zhang Tiansheng. With Ba Bai as an external aid now wasted, Liang Kuan urgently needed to find new support. None of the people from Hong Xing's factions were reliable. Find out for me who those people were that attacked Chen Haonan in Saikung last time. The more detailed, the better. After the faction meeting ended, Liang Kuan returned to the car and instructed his underling, and hurry and find Ba Bai to make him pay back the money. In Mongkok, on the second floor of the Chengkuan Film Company, Liang Kuan had just used his physical fire extinguisher to cool himself down. The small window zipper was still unzipped when the door suddenly swung open with a bang, startling him. Seeing Sha Chong rush in, Liang Kuan didn't even bother with the zipper of the small window and directly grabbed a wet magazine from the table to hit Sha Chong on the head. Knock, knock, knock. How many times have I told you to knock before entering? As he spoke, the rolled-up wet magazine kept landing on Sha Chong's head. Sha Chong, not being foolish, noticed the fire extinguisher standing there as soon as he entered, realizing something was wrong. As Liang Kuan charged at him, he immediately covered his head with both hands, defending himself thoroughly. Brother Ku, and I was wrong. I promise I will knock next time, I definitely will. Sha Chong defended himself while circling around Liang Kuan's boss desk. Before long, Liang Kuan stopped, panting heavily. Speak, what's the matter? If there's nothing important, watch out, I might just kill you, Liang Kuan said to Sha Chong. Sha Chong picked up the wet magazine Liang Kuan had thrown on the floor, noticing it was one he hadn't read before, and slowly stuffed it into his jacket. Hee, Brother Kuan, you will definitely be interested in this news, Sha Chong said, leaning closer to Liang Kuan, looking as if he was sharing a secret. Damn. Liang Kuan saw Sha Chong grinning lewdly and leaning closer and kicked him down to the ground. You dare to have indecent thoughts about your boss? Brother Kuan, no, I just wanted to report the information I've gathered these past few days, Sha Chong said, getting up with a wronged expression. Just talk. Why are you leaning in? Don't you know your breath stinks? Liang Kuan looked at Sha Chong with disgust, then waved his hand to push the fire extinguisher away. Go ahead. Liang Kuan sat down in his boss chair, propping his feet up on the table. Brother Kuan, I've got detailed information for you. No wonder Debe and his crew didn't dare to speak up. It's really too funny. Before Sha Chong could start, he laughed first. Damn it, you're laughing before you even say anything. Liang Kuan suppressed his anger and slammed another wet magazine on Sha Chong's head. Sha Chong immediately stopped laughing, cleared his throat, and said that a new girl from the Long Le gang named Xiao Li didn't know the rules of the Underworld. She directly stole Chen Haonan's car on their turf in Causeway Bay and sold it to Desha. After Chen Haonan's car was stolen, he tracked down the thief, and then they went to Saigon to ask Desha for the car. Just in time, they ran into Lin Chi and his crew, and that guy called Shanji, who was lecherous, saw a beauty next to Lin Chi and made filthy comments, only to be beaten up badly by Lin Chi and his group, and was then captured to ask Debe for ransom. Debe got the news and brought 30 thugs to rescue him, but those thugs were also beaten by Lin Chi's men. Afterward, Lin Chi and his crew even demanded a ransom from Debe for Debe himself and those thugs before finally letting them go. Are you saying that the one called Lin Chi had only 5 people, and one of them was a woman? Liang Kuan, excited by Sha Chong's recount, stood up and asked him. Yes, that woman should be the boss woman. She didn't intervene, so she shouldn't be hit, Sha Chong replied. Did someone kick Shanji in the nuts? Liang Kuan asked, his face filled with joy. Yes, now the strongest under Chen Haonan, Shanji, is left with only one nut, Sha Chong answered, grinning lewdly. The 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, those 5 under Chen Haonan, not one of them could last a round against that Lin Chi, Liang Kuan asked with a serious expression. According to what Chen Haonan's little brother said at the time, it was indeed so, Sha Chong replied, and Liang Kun's eyes shone with excitement. Not only can their boss fight, but the dozens of people to be brought were all beaten into the hospital by 3 of his subordinates. Those 3 weren't hurt at all. Liang Kuan's eyes brightened even more. To be precise, it was one person who fought, and that should be this boss Lin's top horse, known in the underworld as Wolf Fong Abu. It is said he fights ferociously like a wolf. Sha Chong explained the other 2 were just following behind Wolf Fong Abu to finish off the beaten ones. Did they make Debe sign some kind of compensation contract? Liang Kuan asked with a frown. Yes, they recorded a video before the fight, and as long as Debe and his men didn't want to go to the police station, they had no choice but to pay and sign a contract, Sha Chong said, chuckling as he reminisced. Too bad I missed seeing the scene back then, it must have been very exciting. How come such smart people haven't been heard of in the underworld? Liang Kuan asked. Brother Kuan, they are based in Tunmun, which is a bit remote, so it's normal not to have heard of them, Sha Chong explained. However, Brother Kuan, we should have heard of them, Sha Chong added. What do you mean? Liang Kuan was somewhat confused, wondering if they had heard of them or not. Do you know about the Vietnam gang? Sha Chong asked. Damn, who doesn't know about that bunch of losers? Liang Kuan rolled his eyes at Sha Chong. Brother Kuan, a few days ago the 3 bosses of the Vietnam gang, those 3 tough guys, were beaten up in Tunmun, and because of that they lost a bar. I've indeed heard about this. Are you saying that the ones who took down the Vietnam 3 brothers are that Lin Chi? Liang Kuan came back to his senses and asked Sha Chong. Yes, that's them, but this time it was 2 other subordinates of Boss Lin who acted. It is said that one of them is particularly strong, able to knock out Tony from the Vietnam gang. As Sha Chong spoke, he waved his arms excitedly as if he were at the scene. Was that Wolf Fong Abu not present? Liang Kuan suddenly asked. No, it is said that after Boss Lin beat up all of the BS men, Sha from Saigon directly recognized Boss Lin as the boss, and now in Saigon, he calls himself Boss Lin's top horse. Then Boss Lin returned to Tunmun, leaving Wolf Fong Abu in Saigon to help Sha keep an eye on the territory. It is said that Bi lost so much face that he couldn't bear to find trouble himself. He sent his little brothers to Saigon to find some local gang members to take on Sha's territory. Guess what the result was? Sha Chong had just begun to ask when Liang Kuan slapped him on the head. Guess your mother's head. Hurry up and say it. Sha Chong, rubbing his head, continued aggrievedly. That Wolf Fong Abu truly lives up to his name. In Saigon he led Sha's few minions and fought nearly 10 rounds without a single defeat. Now in Saigon the most formidable is Sha. Everyone knows that his subordinate Wolf Fong Abu can fight, chasing and slashing at over 10 people. Basically no one dares to find trouble with them in Saigon. As soon as Sha Chong finished speaking, he received another slap on the head from Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, look at other people's top horses chasing after dozens of people to slash. Look at you not getting chopped to death is already a blessing from me, your boss. Liang Kuan disdainfully kicked Sha Chong's foot again. Have you found out where this Boss Lin lives? Liang Kuan asked. They live in the public housing in Tunmun. It seems that a bar over there can also be a place to find them, Sha Chong said. Very good. Liang Kuan rubbed his hands together. Buy some gifts. We'll go to Tunmun tomorrow. Tunmun Brilliant Bar. The recruitment sign for Anshin property at the bar entrance has been taken down. Over the past few days, Anshin property has become the hottest topic among the local small-time hustlers. As long as they pass the interview, they can earn a base salary of 1500 Hong Kong dollars per month once they sign the contract. Those who successfully interviewed were given a signing bonus of $1500, along with a suit and a pair of leather shoes. They strutted around the streets showing off, and many of them used the signing bonus to treat their friends to meals, making those who didn't get interviewed green with envy. In just 2 days, Anshin property recruited over 200 people, even after a careful selection process. This shows how desperate the small-time hustlers in Tunmun are. A salary of 1500 a month makes them flock to it like moths to a flame. With the people gathered, Lin Chi was flanked by Gangsheng and Shodi, bringing along Abu Wang, Jiangwo, Jimmy, and Dashin to meet these recruits. Then he assigned the 20 or so individuals who initially followed him to each manage about 10 younger brothers. These recruits are currently just errand boys assigned to work at the property management company and the bar. However, there are too many people and not enough positions available, so they can only take shifts. The ones not on duty are being temporarily trained in an open space behind the bar by Jiangwo. Money is being spent lavishly, but this is precisely what Lin Chi desires. The stacks of Hong Kong dollars inside the space cannot be used openly, but they are perfect for paying these younger brothers. Now that we have enough people, we can focus on training until Janjun returns. Jimmy used this time to sort out the operations of the property company and the bar. Gangsheng will stay with the property company, and Shodi has previous experience at the bar, so let her work there, and you can teach her more. Once they are fully capable, you will need to shift your focus to the clothing company, Lin Chi said, as he dismissed everyone, addressing Jimmy. Gangsheng and Shodi, standing behind Lin Chi, nodded in agreement, saying, We will work hard to learn. Lin Chi nodded, looking at Dashin. You mentioned there is a factory looking to transfer ownership. Yes, the owner is a gambler who owes over $1 million in high-interest loans, and he is being pressured by debt collectors, Dashin replied with a smile. Let's go take a look. If the price and the factory are suitable, we will take it over. Lin Chi thought to himself that ideally those debt collectors would only accept cash. Lin Chi bid farewell to Gangsheng and Shodi, then headed towards Sai Kung with Dashin and Abu. However, just as Lin Chi turned the corner in his Benz, a first-generation BMW 7 Series, came towards him, heading for the Brilliant Bar in Tunmun. The person inside was Liang Kuan, the spokesperson for Hongxing in Mongkok. Upon hearing that Sha Chong was looking for news about Lin Chi, Liang Kuan became interested in him. After all, just a few people could cause significant losses for Debi and even injure Chen Haonan and over 30 elite errand boys, making the situation in Causeway Bay increasingly dire as Dongxing pursued them, which pleased Liang Kuan to no end. Brother Kuan, the bar is not open, Sha Chong said, as he ran back to Liang Kuan after just getting out of the car. Did you knock on the door? Liang Kuan asked. I did, but no one answered, Sha Chong replied. At that moment Liang Kuan noticed a small-time hustler throwing a cigarette pack on the ground. In Hong Kong Island such behavior is not a big deal. However, in Liang Kun's eyes a woman wearing a red armband approached the hustler and spoke to him in an aggressive manner. The hustler, clearly not in a good mood, began to shove the woman, which was a rather ordinary occurrence. Liang Kuan noticed that the bystanders watching had expressions that seemed to convey sympathy towards the hustler. That's strange, shouldn't they feel sympathy for the woman? Liang Kuan held back Sha Chong, who was about to speak, and smiled as he watched. Indeed, as soon as the hustler and the woman started to push each other, Liang Kuan saw 6 young men in black suits rushing towards the two from 3 directions. The fastest one arrived with a flying kick, directly knocking the hustler down, while the other 5 in suits began to rain punches on him. All the onlookers were unfazed and many even cheered. Soon the hustler, lying on the ground, was gasping for breath, his cries growing fainter. Seeing that the beating was about over, the woman in the red armband stopped the young men in black suits. The young men in black suits ceased their attack, searched the hustler, and found several banknotes which they handed to the woman. She then tore a green paper and placed it on the hustler. Finally, the hustler stumbled away amidst the laughter of the crowd. Go find out what happened, Liang Kuan instructed Sha Chong. Sha Chong complied and quickly ran over to ask some onlookers, then returned to Liang Kun's car. After hearing Sha Chong's report, Liang Kuan understood the situation. So this territory is all managed by Anshin property. Yes, the locals and merchants have great faith in Anshin property. That hustler just came from another place and didn't know the rules here, which is why he got beaten up for nothing, Sha Chong said disdainfully. Anshin property is that company owned by Lin, right? Liang Kuan asked. Correct. I just found out where Anshin property is located. Should we go there? Sha Chong asked. Let's go to Anshin property, Liang Kuan said. Sha Chong immediately opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and drove towards Anshin property. Jimmy, someone is looking for the boss. Jimmy was in the manager's office reviewing some materials for the property company when he heard someone shouting outside and the door was pushed open. Jimmy looked up. The boss went to Sai Kung. Didn't you tell them? I did, but they insisted on waiting or we could contact the boss. Jimmy, you should come out and take a look. The visitor seems tough to deal with, the younger brother explained. All right, I'll go check it out. Jimmy set down the materials he was holding and stood up to head outside. Passing by the deputy manager's office, Jimmy initially thought of looking for Gongxing, but considering Lin Qi had gone to Sai Kung, and that Gangsheng was too beautiful to face such a situation, he decided against knocking on the deputy manager's door. However, upon entering the company's conference room and seeing a casually seated person, Jimmy's expression changed. Damn, the boss isn't here. Why is this person here? Brother Kuan, welcome. What brings you to Tun Mun? Jimmy quickly approached and extended his hands to shake Liang Kun's hand. Oh, you know me? Liang Kuan casually asked as he looked at the handsome young man before him. In the entire Hong Kong underworld, who doesn't know Brother Kuan from Mong Kok? Jimmy flattered Liang Kuan. Ha ha ha, you're quite sharp, young man. What's your name? My name is Li Jiayuan, but everyone calls me Jimmy. I'm currently the manager of Anshin Property Management. Oh, you're the manager of Anshin Property. Impressive, impressive. Where's your boss, Mr. Lin Qi? Asked Liang Kuan. Jimmy smiled as he instructed his staff to serve tea. Just moments earlier, Liang Kuan and Sha Chong had grasped the general business model of Anshin Property and were utterly astounded. These so-called property management fees and security charges, they were nothing more than protection money repackaged. Was renaming it enough to make extortion legal? More crucially, under Anshin Property's model, not only could one sustain a loyal crew, but even mundane tasks like cleaning and public hygiene guidance could provide livelihoods for members' relatives and friends. Under such a system, wouldn't his foot soldiers in Mong Kok swear unwavering loyalty to him? Yet one critical issue gave Liang Kuan pause. According to Lin Qi's model, taxes would have to be paid to the British authorities, a notion that felt like cutting flesh from his own body. Still observing the vitality and morale of Anshin's staff, Liang Kuan knew Lin Qi must be profiting handsomely. Otherwise, how could he afford such generous compensation for his subordinates? The company's operations seemed straightforward. Yet this insight had eluded him until now. Still, the subtleties, the real levers of success, would require Lin Qi's personal guidance. At that moment, Liang Kuan's heart burned with excitement. Anshin Property's model had just thrown open a gleaming door, a luminous path to wealth. Yet Lin Qi's absence gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. I have a business proposition for your boss. Do you know when he'll return? Liang Kuan asked Jimmy. I'm not certain, but I can call him right away. With that, Jimmy pulled out a sleek new black mobile phone, the very device Lin Chi had arranged for him upon hiring, delivered by Huang Mao. Lung Kuan watched a wry glint in his eye. Did Lin Chi's underlings truly enjoy such lavish treatment? Even a low-ranking member carried a state-of-the-art handset, whereas his own trusted Lieutenant Sha Chong still used only an outdated brick phone. A pang of guilt flickered across his thoughts. Yes. It's Lung Kuan from Mong Kok. Brother Kuan has arrived and wishes to discuss business with you, Jimmy announced into the conference room. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had just stopped at a traffic light when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw Jimmy's name flash. He answered, Lung Kuan of Mong Kok. What could possibly bring him here? He held no ties with Hing, except perhaps for having thrashed Chan Haonan and his crewmen under Debi's command. But what did that have to do with Lung Kuan? Weren't their relations notoriously strained? Business? What business could there possibly be? Is he expecting me to peddle tangerine powder alongside him? Lin Chi mused, then paused. Wait. Does Lung Kuan even deal in tangerine powder? Still, Lin Chi found himself intrigued by Lung Kuan. After all, the man was widely regarded as the first master of physical fire suppression. After brief reflection, Lin Chi phoned Desha and Abu, instructing them to head back to Saikung first. He'd join them later. Garment manufacturing could wait. Success like fine cuisine demanded patience and measured bites. At the next intersection, Lin Chi executed a swift U-turn, heading straight for Tunmun. Brother Kuan, our boss says he'll be right back. Please bear with us a moment, Jimmy said, hanging up and turning to Lung Kuan. No trouble at all. If Mr. Lin grants me this courtesy, then waiting is but a trivial gesture, Lung Kuan replied, unruffled. They waited briefly in the conference room, until Lin Chi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing his boss enter, Jimmy sprang to his feet. Boss. Lung Kuan rose too, extending a flamboyant hand. Mr. Lin, I'm Lung Kuan of Hing. Uninvited, yet I trust you'll forgive the intrusion. Haha. Our humble Anshin property is truly honored to welcome a figure of your stature, Brother Kuan. Welcome indeed. A smile disarms, even when motives remain unclear. Lin Chi, though puzzled, returned Lung Kuan's warmth with a firm, genial handshake. Brother Kuan, as all know, I've always cherished friendship, Lung Kuan remarked after the handshake, then seated himself without further ceremony. Word has reached me that several of Hing's Copper Lu 1 youths violated martial codes, and received your stern correction. Later, I heard the Vietnamese gangs suffered similar discipline at your hands. It's been ages since the Underworld has seen a figure as formidable as you, Mr. Lin. I've come expressly to make your acquaintance. Ha. Merely taught a few short-sighted runts from your society a lesson. I half expected you'd come seeking retribution. Truth be told, hearing Hing now gives me goosebumps. Lin Chi quipped, dropping casually into his chair. He laughed easily, his tone light, his posture relaxed. Sai B of Copper Luwan has never known discipline. His men mimic his recklessness, shaming Hing itself. You corrected them. I'd never hold it against you. Lung Kuan scoffed, disdain curling his lip. There within Anshin Properties conference room, Lin Chi and Lung Kuan exchanged pleasantries, polished, evasive, and rich in unspoken weight. Mr. Lin, having observed your property management firm, I wonder would such a venture hold promise in Mong Kok? Lung Kuan finally broached the crux. Lin Chi recognized the gleam in Lung Kuan's eyes. The man had glimpsed the model's potential and sought mentorship. Truly, Lung Kuan, Hing's most formidable current branch leader, possessed exceptional acuity, instantly perceiving the strategic brilliance embedded in Anshin property. Absolutely promising. Even in rural Tunmun, managing just 2 streets near public housing yields millions annually. In Oilan Sigarich Yao Tsim Mong Kok, profits would multiply tenfold or more. Though Lin Chi understood Lung Kuan's intent, he withheld nothing. After all, the operational blueprint was transparent. Any discerning mind could replicate it. Candor instead conferred goodwill, a favor freely offered. There and then Lin Chi meticulously outlined Anshin Properties' entire operational framework, leaving Lung Kuan's eyes alight with revelation. Brilliant. Truly masterful, Mr. Lin. You've conceived something extraordinary. Lung Kuan applauded, genuinely awestruck. But paying taxes to the Hong Kong government, that's unprecedented, Lung Kuan murmured, stroking his close-cropped hair. A sentiment deeply ingrained among Triad members. Haha, Brother Kuan. You must understand, property management revenue is clean money. Paying taxes to Hong Kong is not just lawful, it's honorable. Consider this: the protection money you collect now may suffice in small amounts, but over a territory as vast as yours the sums are staggering. Yet every dollar you spend must first be laundered. And how much remains after the laundering fees are deducted? Taxes cost far less than laundering commissions, and surely you'd prefer avoiding relentless scrutiny from Hong Kong's Commercial Crime Bureau. Moreover, Once you pay taxes, you become a legitimate tycoon. Won't Hong Kong's police then feel duty-bound to safeguard you and your enterprises? And next time trouble arises, you'll be able to dial 999 with full authority, no shame, no hesitation. Lin Chi winked. Damn, are you crazy? Calling the police? Where am I supposed to put my face? Liang Kuan. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Liang Kuan waved his hand, not very approving. Brother Kuan, to be honest, the survival of the gangs is becoming increasingly difficult. Collecting protection fees like before won't last long. Lin Chi flicked the ash off his cigarette. The Hong Kong police have established an anti-Triad unit, and the Commercial Crime Bureau and the Independent Commission Against Corruption are keeping an eye on the accounts of major gangs. You should know that the Hong Kong police have initiated a covert operation. There are countless undercover agents within the gangs. Last month, the big boss of Dongxing was betrayed by an undercover on Boland Street and was caught red-handed. He is still munching on bread in Stanley Prison now. The traditional operations of the gangs are being heavily suppressed by the Hong Kong government. Look at Lianqing. They were once so glorious, yet within just a few years they were driven out of the lucrative areas like Yau Ma Ti and Mong Kok. Now gangs either have to transform or take risks engaging in illegal activities like gambling or arms dealing or otherwise. Liang Kuan suddenly grinned. Can Lin's property company really make the cops close their eyes? He extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, looking at Lin Chi with a hint of amusement. Of course our property management is a legitimate business. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. You see, real estate in Hong Kong has skyrocketed in the past few years. New residential complexes and office buildings are popping up everywhere. These places need security patrols, garbage collection, and maintenance. Isn't that just a ready-made business? Of course, due to the Westerners' failed negotiations, the real estate market will experience some turbulence in the next 2 years. However, Hong Kong is the bridgehead of East Asia and real estate is booming. Those upscale residences even have private housekeepers. That's their property management. As for the ordinary residences and buildings, generally when issues arise, the residents solve them themselves. The emergence of our property company is to resolve these troubles for them. Take your gang's protection fees as an example. In the past you used a machete to force merchants to pay. Now, we're changing the approach. Lin Chi tapped the conference table. Merchants pay a monthly property management fee and security fee. Our cleaning staff helps clear the street garbage, and if needed we can assist them in cleaning their offices. Our property company's security service intervenes when dealing with drunken disturbances or petty thefts. Our brothers step in to maintain commercial order. In other words, we assist the Hong Kong government in maintaining commercial order. Do you think those cops watching you will turn a blind eye? That's all well and good, but what if we lose territory? Liang Kuan's meaning was clear. Gangs have influence everywhere in Hong Kong. Even he relies on the Hongxing brand to survive, and he wouldn't dare say he could guarantee that Mong Kok's territory wouldn't be lost. This requires us to have sufficiently powerful strength to protect our interests. Lin Chi clenched his fist. Coincidentally, I have some confidence in this area, and I believe Brother Kuan has that confidence too, right? Of course, who in Hongxing has more power than me? Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan said. Is there any alcohol? Liang Kuan was elated by Lin Chi's words, trembling with excitement. However, he realized he hadn't brought a fire extinguisher today, so he could only ask Lin Chi for a drink to calm down. Lin Chi nodded at Jimmy, who opened the conference room door. Shortly after, he brought in a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. Liang Kuan took a big swig from the whiskey bottle and said, it sounds reasonable, but isn't there a significant initial investment needed? Liang Kuan stroked his chin, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Lin Chi glanced at Liang Kuan. The employees of the property company are ready-made, and their salaries can be documented as long as they sign. However, the payments can be in cash, right? Looking at Lin Chi's gaze, a flash of insight crossed Liang Kuan's mind, and he heard Lin Chi's voice continue. Gangs do not accept checks. They can't risk keeping money in banks. We don't have much, but we have plenty of cash. These investments are essentially laundering the cash in hand. I think the Commercial Crime Bureau and the ICAC won't go around asking those little guys whether they received their salaries, right? It doesn't matter if they ask. We paid them, so that's their salary. As for where the money that ends up in their hands comes from, how could they know? Hearing Lin Chi's explanation, Liang Kuan's hands trembled even more as he took another swig of alcohol. Just now you asked, what if we lose our territory? It's simple. If those merchants don't need our security and property services, they'll pay a breach of contract fee. And we can part ways amicably, Lin Chi said. A breach of contract fee. Liang Kuan's eyes lit up. Yes, a breach of contract fee. We are a legitimate company with professional contracts. Security fees are collected monthly, and we can say they can refuse to pay, but property fees are contracted annually and breach of contract incurs a penalty. Lin Chi explained. Exactly like signing a contract for a lifetime service. Lin Chi emphasized, for example, if a merchant signs a 3-year property management contract and breaches it midway, they'll have to pay a hefty sum. This amount is definitely much more than a month's protection fee. If they don't pay the breach of contract fee, what happens to the wages of our cleaners? Lin Chi said. Those cleaners won't survive without wages. They might cry, make a fuss, or even hang themselves. In their desperation, will they block those merchants' doorways with garbage trucks and cry on the ground? The Hong Kong cops can't do anything about it, Liang Kuan shouted in agreement following Lin Chi's words. Lin Chi nodded. Besides these, we can also expand value-added services. What value-added services? Liang Kuan asked eagerly. For example, moving services. Lin Chi pointed at the table. Nowadays Hong Kong people move frequently. We can organize our brothers to help with moving and charge a service fee. We can also offer housekeeping services to help owners look after the elderly and children. These services can be transparently priced and operated legally. Liang Kuan walked to the window looking at the street outside where employees of Anshin property, wearing red armbands and black suits, occasionally passed by. An eerie expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself, is this what a property company looks like? Brother Kuan, how do you feel? Is there potential in the property company? Lin Chi asked with a smile, observing the excited and somewhat manic Liang Kuan. Starting a property company requires registering a company, hiring an accountant for bookkeeping, and all income must have legal receipts. This way, almost all your liquid funds can be gradually laundered. If you want to invest in other businesses in the future, like opening a restaurant or bar, you can do so openly. Just like your film company, but the efficiency of a property company can't be compared to your small film company. Lin Chi poured himself a drink casually and said, Boss Lin, let's collaborate. After a while, Liang Kuan suddenly turned his head and stared directly at Lin Chi. Quan Gu, are you joking? Since you know the ins and outs of the property company, I believe with your strength you shouldn't need to collaborate with anyone, right? When Lin Chi heard Liang Kuan's words, he was somewhat surprised, but not entirely unexpected. However, Lin Chi still had reservations about Liang Kuan. After all, in the movie Liang Kuan was dealing in orange powder, and Lin Chi didn't want his business partner to be involved with drug dealers. If something went wrong later, it would be a huge problem. Seeing Lin Chi's reaction, Liang Kuan was somewhat taken aback. Should Lin Chi not be very pleased to welcome the collaboration with him? Boss Lin, do you have concerns? Is it about Hing, or something else? Liang Kuan was no fool. Clearly based on Lin Chi's statement, he certainly had a significant interest in the property of this lucrative area, and collaborating with him was the best choice. After all, Anshin Property's reputation was not prominent, and it only had some influence in these few streets, but compared to the gangs on Hong Kong Island, Anshin Property had no advantage at all. So why would he refuse to collaborate with him? Boss Lin, let's speak frankly. If you have concerns, you can say them directly. Liang Kuan asked Lin Chi with a furrowed brow. Lin Chi looked at Liang Kuan, his gaze somewhat vacant, his right index finger tapping incessantly on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Liang Kuan also frowned. He didn't know what Lin Chi was worried about. Watching Lin Chi think, he didn't interrupt him. Quan Gu, I want to ask you a question. After a while, Lin Chi's gaze became resolute as he asked Liang Kuan, go ahead and ask. I Liang Kuan speak freely, Liang Kuan replied. Quan Gu, does your Mong Kok faction deal in drugs? Or, to put it another way, do you deal in drugs? Lin Chi asked, staring intently at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan's initially casual expression turned serious. You don't want to collaborate with me because of this concern. Indeed, you know, although I have some brothers under me, I have always firmly rejected the path of gangs. With Quan Gu's intelligence, you should understand why. Lin Chi nodded and said. Liang Kuan nodded as well, asking Sha Chong to light a cigarette for him. Boss Lin, I can clearly tell you Hing doesn't deal in drugs, and I Liang Kuan also do not deal in drugs. Lin Chi's eyes twitched. Are you sure? Of course. Although my reputation in the underworld isn't that great, I Liang Kuan have never dealt in drugs. Liang Kuan said seriously. Moreover, although my words may not be absolutely trustworthy, I am a person who keeps my word. Lin Chi smiled. It seemed that this Liang Kuan from the Hong Kong genre world was not like the portrayal in the movie, relying on selling orange powder to gain such power. Well, since Quan Gu doesn't deal in drugs, then I have no more concerns. Lin Chi extended his right hand and Liang Kuan laughed heartily, shaking Lin Chi's hand. Subsequently, the two engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the property company in Mong Kok, and ultimately reached a cooperation agreement. Lin Chi then entrusted the follow-up matters to Jimmy. Liang Kuan held a dominant position in Mong Kok, providing channels and territory. Naturally, his subordinates would enter the new property company, while Lin Chi would supply management personnel. Initially, the staff from Anshin Property would go to Mong Kok to train Liang Kuan's subordinates. Of course, Abu Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo would definitely go over at the beginning, otherwise people like Huang Mao and Hong Mao would certainly not be able to contain Liang Kuan's proud subordinates. Additionally, Liang Kuan and Lin Chi each contributed some funds as the registered capital of the company. As for the company's shares, it was temporarily a 5,050 split, and in this aspect Liang Kuan was indeed as generous as the legend suggested. Once the matters were settled, the atmosphere in the conference room became lively as Liang Quan and Lin Chi chatted and smoked. Quan Go, there are rumors in the underworld that you aim to contest for the position of Hing's leader. As the conversation deepened, Lin Chi casually asked. Of course, although Hing was established by his old man Jiang Tianqing, Hing is not just Jiang's Hing, it belongs to all of us. Liang Quan said arrogantly. In terms of strength among the 12 factions of Hing, my Mongkok faction is the strongest. No one can dispute that. In terms of contribution back in the 1970s, I led the elders of Hing to cut the big circle in Lamtin, and I was imposing. I alone with a straw sandal was more formidable than the gang's red sticks. This battle completely polished the reputation of our Hing. Later in Aberdeen I killed Shoppy and reclaimed the fish market there. After that I led Hing's brothers into Tsim Sha Sui, killed Chun Chi, and casually planted our flag in Causeway Bay. How impressive. But because of Chun Chi's death I spent 3 years in Chikchiu. However, while I was in Chikchiu, Jiang Tianqing, that foolish man, gave the position of the leader in Causeway Bay to Sai Bi. When I came out, Jiang Tiansheng told Chao Gu to give me the position of the leader of Aberdeen. Chao Gu was an elder who cut the big circle with me, so I naturally couldn't take his position. After that I brought my brothers and firmly planted our flag in the bustling Mongkok. Jiang Tiansheng reluctantly gave me the position of the leader of Mongkok. In these 2 years, in all the important matters of Hing, my Mongkok faction has contributed the most. I have the qualifications to be the leader. Liang Quan said, his head held high, exuding an air of superiority. Lin Chi looked at Liang Quan with a smile. Quan Gu, don't be so fiery. What do you think of Jiang Tianqing, the leader of Hing? He's not comparable to his father Jiang Zhen, Liang Quan replied. Let me ask this differently, do you think Jiang Tiansheng's leadership is stable? Lin Chi smiled as he looked at Liang Quan. Of course not. Liang Quan was about to say that he was definitely not stable when he suddenly stopped. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Is it difficult to answer? Then let me ask, if Hing didn't have you, would its leadership be stable? Without you, Liang Quan, and the territory of Mongkok, would Hing still be the same Hing? Lin Chi asked. Liang Quan, still processing the earlier question, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Because he realized that the answer to Lin Chi's questions was that Jiang Tiansheng's position as leader was quite stable. In the years since he took office, Hing had been continuously growing stronger. Not just his Mongkok faction, but all factions were generally becoming more powerful. Moreover, the restructuring of the gang's rules and the establishment of the 12 decision-making system was proposed by Jiang Tianqing. Just based on this, most of the faction leaders would support him. It seemed that besides Liang Quan, no one in Hing dared to challenge Jiang Tianqing. Not even ruthless characters like Quan Qinghan and Prince in Tsim Sha Sui would dare to confront Jiang Tiansheng openly. Lin Chi watched Liang Quan's changing expression, smiling without saying a word. Jiang Kun's expression changed repeatedly, and finally he cursed loudly, "Chow." Then he sat down dejectedly in his chair. Lin Chi knew that Jiang Kun was an intelligent man, but his power in the Hongxing society had grown so much that he seemed to have lost himself. Now Lin Chi's questions made him see some issues more clearly. Is Jiang Tianxing plotting something against me behind my back? Jiang Kun asked. I'm not sure, but it's inevitable. Who told you that, on the surface, your power is the strongest in the Hongxing society and you pose the greatest threat to him? Moreover, you almost blatantly want to take the top position. It's not surprising that he's doing some underhanded moves behind the scenes. Anyone in that position would do the same. Do I have a chance of becoming the leader of Hongxing? Jiang Kun asked Lin Chi. With Lianqing about to undergo a leadership change, do you think this time Didi has a chance in Tsuanwan? Of course, who else besides Didi qualifies to be the next leader of Lianqing? Jiang Kun replied without hesitation. Lin Chi looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure? Of course. Besides Didi, who else does Lianqing have? He has money, he has manpower, and he has territory. Unless the older generation in Lianqing has lost their minds, they wouldn't not choose Didi. Jiang Kun didn't understand why Lin Chi suddenly brought up the leadership change in Lianqing. I'll tell you this time, Didi definitely won't get elected as the leader. Lin Chi said to Jiang Kun. Impossible. Jiang Kun stood up, strongly disagreeing with Lin Chi's conclusion. There's nothing impossible. Lianqing is an old-school gang. Have you noticed that whenever something major happens, the police in Hong Kong inform the gang leaders? For Hongxing it's Jiang Tianqing, for Dongxing it's Luotua, but who goes for Lianqing? Lin Chi asked Jiang Kun. Of course it's Deng Bo. Who in the Hong Kong underworld doesn't know that? Jiang Kun casually replied as he sat down. He. Lin Chi looked at Jiang Kun and smiled. Don't you think there's a problem with that? What's the problem? This has all become a routine. Jiang Kun said. Kun, go think about it again. Lin Chi prompted. What's the problem? Jiang Kun kicked the dumb Chong beside him, who immediately shook his head, indicating there was no problem. Other gangs send their own representatives, but who is Lianqing's representative? Lin Chi shook his head speechless. Oh right, isn't the current representative of Lianxing Chuaji. Why don't I have any impression of that? Jiang Kuan scratched his head, finally realizing. You see, even when mentioning the leader of Lianxing, even Kuan Gu, you don't have much impression. Not to mention others. When Lianxing is mentioned, you guys in the gang recognize Deng Bo, and even your gang's leader recognizes Deng Bo. Even the police in Hong Kong only recognize Deng Bo. Now do you think Di can be elected as the next leader of Lianxing? Lin Chi said. Why is that? Jiang Kuan seemed to have thought of something, but for a moment he couldn't believe it. How does Di compare to the current leader of Lianxing Chuaji? Lin Chi asked again. There's no comparison. Chuaji can't even compare to Di's horse. Jiang Kuan replied. Di in Suanwan is all about strength with great ambition. He has manpower, he has money. Everyone knows that if he becomes the leader of Lianxing, it would definitely benefit Lianxing. But do you think Deng Bo would dare to let someone like that take office? Lin Chi asked. Definitely wouldn't dare. Jiang Kuan realized this. The leaders of Lianxing change every 2 years, but in recent years the leaders have all been useless with no reputation in the underworld. Clearly these are all puppets chosen. The one truly controlling Lianxing has always been Deng Bo. Jiang Kuan had interacted with Di before, and with his temperament he definitely wouldn't settle for being a puppet. Damn, that old man is so sinister. Jiang Kuan thought of that fat old man who always looked cheerful, feeling a wave of unease. Have you realized it? Lin Chi smiled as he looked at Jiang Kuan. But I still don't believe it. Di is so strong now. Recently he has been spending money to build relationships with those older generations in Lianxing. If he doesn't get elected as the leader, he would probably go crazy. Jiang Kuan shook his head. He will definitely go crazy, but it depends on Deng Bo's means. That's not something for you and me to worry about. We just need to see the results. Lin Chi said to Jiang Kuan. Tell me, isn't your situation in Hongxing somewhat similar to Di's? Jiang Kuan was momentarily stunned. Damn, the two of them really were somewhat similar. Even Di's situation was much better than his. After all, in Lianxing besides Deng Bo, no one dared to confront Di. But in Hongxing there's just a small bee who constantly opposes him, not to mention there are also Prince of Tsim Sha Sui and Han Bin from Kuaiqing lurking on the side, who do not show their strength, but Jiang Kuan knows their capabilities. Are you suggesting that I give up on the idea of becoming the leader? Jiang Kuan realized that Lin Chi had gone through such a long detour just to make him give up on the idea of leading Hongxing. Kuan Gu is sharp, you figured it out in one go. Lin Chi smiled. I just reached a cooperation with Kuan Gu, and I don't want to lose such a good partner. What do you mean? Jiang Kuan asked. Literally, Kuan Gu, if you smoothly become the leader of Hongxing, then I will have to prepare to find another partner. Is it that serious? Jiang Kuan's expression turned sour. In order to pave the way for himself to become the leader, he had already spent a lot of money, and many of the profits from his businesses had been shared with other halls. Now saying he would quit was something he couldn't accept at the moment. Kuan Gu, you think too simply about people like Zhang Tianshang and Deng Bo. Moreover, you need to think clearly about why you want to be the leader. Of course, to be the most powerful leader. Jiang Kuan blurted out, but then he stopped. He who in Hongxing is more powerful than you? Is Zhang Tiansheng more powerful than you? Chuaji is the leader of Lianxing, can he be more powerful than you? Lin Chi said. Kuan Gu, you need to think clearly. Once you become the leader, you have to hand over Mong Kok to someone else. Of course you can give it to someone you trust, but in the face of huge profits, do you think the next leader of Mong Kok will still listen to you completely? Without your territory, what can you achieve by becoming the leader? When you are in Mong Kok, no one dares to touch you. This is your territory and your people. But once you become the leader within the main hall, those people will not be yours anymore. As soon as Lin Chi finished speaking, Jiang Kuan stood up. That's impossible. Zhang Tianxing can do it, so why can't I? Brother, times have changed, the gangs don't operate like this anymore, Lin Chi said. Damn, do I need you to teach me how to navigate the gang? You've never navigated anything. Liang Kuan waved his hand impatiently. I haven't navigated a gang because I know that those who shout loyalty and brotherhood the loudest are the ones who don't mean it. Those who uphold the code of the underworld either end up underground or in prison. Just like that former head of Big B, what was his name, Big Head. He talked about brotherhood but took the fall for Big B. Now he's in prison. Has anyone from Big B gone to see him? Or is Big B planning to reserve a spot for him in the gang? I'd wager no one in Causeway Bay remembers him by now, Lin Chi said. TCH, with Big B's character, it's no surprise he'd do such things. That's just who he is, Liang Kuan replied dismissively. Brother, you need to know why you want to navigate a gang, Lin Chi said to Liang Kuan. Damn, I Liang Kuan made my living selling fish balls in the past. But when I was bullied by gang members, I accidentally killed a short guy. After that, I fled to an outlying island. I never intended to navigate a gang, but upon returning to Hong Kong Island, I realized that because of the gang I couldn't do anything. That's when I joined the Hing and my life improved. You must have heard the rest of the story by now, Liang Kuan said casually. So now with the Hing name, isn't it great that you can earn your own money? Lin Chi asked. In Hong Kong Island, money is everything and navigating a gang is the same. Our interests are everything. See, this time with the leadership change at Lianxing, Big D is sure to be eliminated. He's just like you, for the position of leader. He sacrificed a lot of interests and even gave a substantial amount of money to the older generation in the gang. Lin Chi said he gave up his interests, but he underestimated human nature. 200,000, is that a lot? Giving money isn't very generous, and moreover, he had to ask someone else to deliver it. Some received 200,000 while others got 10,000 or even less. A little kindness can lead to deep grudges. If someone knows that others received 200,000 while they only got 10,000, is he speaking in favor of Big D during the election, or does he hold a grudge against Big D trying to trip him up? Brother, do you treat different gangs with different interests? Lin Chi's voice made Liang Kuan break into a light sweat, because he indeed treated members of other gangs differently. For instance, with Baki and Fat Lai, Liang Kuan casually threw some benefits their way, while for Chan Yao, he gave out a full 3 million. However, for Taizi and Han Bin, he couldn't even afford to give them any money. At this moment, Liang Kuan realized that his ambition to become the leader of Hing was met with no one from the other factions steadfastly supporting him. But having invested so much for the position of Hing leader, he found it hard to make a decision due to the sunk cost, and suddenly Liang Kuan seemed to think of something. At the recent gang meeting, Jiang Tiansheng mentioned that he Tu Ba Bai was caught red-handed distributing goods in Hing's territory, and he personally ordered for Ba Bai to disappear. Everyone knows Ba Bai is my sworn brother, but Ba Bai did indeed infringe upon the gang's interests, and I couldn't oppose it. Is Jiang Tiansheng already coming after me? Lin Chi was somewhat surprised. Is the plot beginning to unfold? I speculate that Big BS former head, what was his name, Chun Haonan, has received this task. Liang Kuan raised his head in surprise. How do you know? Is it hard to guess? Jiang Tiansheng has been so obvious about it. Lin Chi looked at Liang Kuan. Whether Ba Bai has been targeted by the police in Wanchai is anyone's guess, but everyone knows Ba Bai is your sworn brother. If Ba Bai dies, regardless of other factors, it would at least damage your reputation in the underworld. Moreover, it could provide an opportunity for Chun Haonan to rise. I imagine you and K-brother don't get along very well, do you? Damn, this Chun Haonan is ungrateful. Back in high school, I offered him a place with me, but he wanted to stick with the short guy Shibi. Later, I even invited him several times. Even though he didn't want to navigate the gang, I promised to make him the lead in a movie, but he said he had loyalty and would stick with Shibi for life. Liang Kuan frowned as he spoke of Chun Haonan. With Big B challenging you in front, and Chun Haonan rising behind, you'll have your hands full, K-brother, haha. Lin Chi mocked Liang Kuan. With Shibi, and that useless guy, and they don't even register on my radar. Liang Kuan completely looked down on these people from Causeway Bay. The truly capable ones had long been squeezed out by Big B and the others. If it weren't for the fact that they were all part of Hing, Liang Kuan would have driven Big B and the rest away by now. No matter who they are, everyone has their uses. Furthermore, a faction head and the leader of the Causeway Bay 5 Tigers who have gained fame in the underworld, many big shots, have been taken down by small fry. K-brother, don't let your guard down. Lin Chi advised. TCH, do you really think they can create any waves? Liang Kuan replied dismissively. Seeing Liang Kuan's attitude, Lin Chi had no choice but to stop, as he had already pointed out the key issues. However, Big B and Chun Haonan were indeed not considered significant by Liang Kuan and Lin Chi. This matter with Ba Bai is likely just the first step in Jiang Tiansheng's plan against you. There might be other tactics to follow, but we don't know what moves he will make next. Lin Chi said, however, if K-brother feels everything is going smoothly, you need to be cautious. Damn, I don't care whether Ba Bai lives or dies. The key is that this brat just borrowed 20 million from me. Damn, I just lent it out and it's awkward for me to ask for it back personally. The little brothers I sent out were dismissed by him. Thinking of his 20 million, Liang Kuan was quite upset. Haha, K-brother, there's nothing that can be done about that. Just think of it as a loss to avoid disaster. As for the Hing leadership matter, you need to consider it yourself. K-brother, don't rush to make a decision. Wait until the new leadership for Lianxing is elected, then observe the decision-makers of the other Hing factions. Stay calm and see if you have any advantages against Jiang Tianxing, and whether the other faction heads genuinely support you. Having said everything, the cooperation matter was settled, and the dismissal order was directly issued. Alright, I still don't believe Big D will lose. If it really comes to that, I'll consider my options. Liang Kuan knew that Lin Chi told him so much for his own good. After all, the two of them had no entanglements in interests. Being able to share so much with him, he truly felt Lin Chi's goodwill. Regardless, our cooperation will not be a problem. Boss Lin, arrange your people well. We can head to Mongkok at any time. Liang Kuan stood up, bid farewell to Lin Chi, and left Tun Mun. At the Wanchai Huai Ji Hospital, Chun Haonan was taking to Tian Air Chow Pai, and Bao Pai to pick up Shanji from discharge. As they entered with laughter, Shanji's belongings were already packed. However, the normally cheerful Shanji was slumped by the bedside, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Upon entering, Bao Pai chuckled, "Hey Shanji, we brothers are here to pick you up." Hearing the voice, Shanji snapped back to reality, wearing his usual smile once more. "Damn, I've been waiting for you guys for ages. Hurry up and help me with my things." Chun Haonan and De Tian entered first. As soon as they walked in, they noticed Shanji's demeanor. Unlike Bao Pai and Chao Pai, who were a bit more careless, they could guess the reason for Shanji's silence considering his injuries. Seeing Shanji smile, the two didn't say much and just greeted him. "Shanji, how's your hand? Can you still chop people?" Chao Pai and Bao Pai approached Shanji, joking with him. "Chopping you two is no problem at all." Shanji shook the hand that Lin Chi had broken, moving it up and down to indicate that he was completely fine. Chun Haonan smiled at Shanji's antics. "Haonan, today in being discharged, do you have any exciting plans to celebrate?" As he casually pushed Bao Pai onto the hospital bed, Shanji asked Chun Haonan. De Tian replied loudly, "Of course. Brother Nan said that today, since you're being discharged, you can choose any beautiful girl from Causeway Bay." However, before the two could finish, De Tian kicked them, saying, "Hey, if you want girls, you pay for it yourself." Bao Pai and Chao Pai whimpered playfully, "Brother Ji, can you pick a few pretty girls? I can help you out, but after you're done, can I get some action too?" Shanji kicked Bao Pai off the bed, and then gave Chao Pai a nudge. After playing around in the hospital room for a while, the group laughed and exited the hospital. The five of them squeezed into Chun Haonan's MR2. Amidst Bao Pai and the others' shouts, Chun Haonan drove away from Huaiji Hospital. In Causeway Bay on Lockhart Road, at the Dongman Bar. This was a venue provided to Chun Haonan by Debi. Everyone in Causeway Bay knew that Shanji was being discharged today, so the bar was filled with many gangsters. As Chun Haonan led Shanji and the others in, they were met with enthusiastic cheers. "Brother Nan, Brother Ji." Numerous younger brothers approached to greet them. In Causeway Bay, everyone knew that Chun Haonan was Debi's prized possession, so anyone mingling there would show him respect. These people had been invited by Chun Haonan in advance. Although he didn't pay for their drinks, he had instructed the bar owner to give these gangsters a discount. Chun Haonan did this to give Shanji a surprise. Sure enough, after entering the bar, the lively atmosphere kept Shanji smiling non-stop. Everyone who came to support Chun Haonan came over to congratulate Shanji on his discharge. Of course, there were plenty of beautiful women. Chun Haonan had arranged for many gorgeous girls at the bar, who immediately surrounded Shanji, calling him handsome. Already a womanizer, Shanji quickly lost himself in the whirlwind of excitement, soon wrapping his arms around two girls and heading to a booth. Once seated, the attentive girls poured drinks. Chun Haonan pulled Shanji onto the table and loudly announced to everyone in the bar, "Today is the day my brother Shanji is discharged. Everyone raise your glasses to celebrate Shanji's return to the world." As soon as Chun Haonan finished speaking, everyone in the bar raised their glasses, shouting cheers to brother Shanji. Shanji's eyes were already squinting with laughter as he took a bottle of beer and downed it in one go. Afterward, those gangsters who came to support Chun Haonan rushed to their booth to toast Chun Haonan and Shanji. Happy times always fly by. Before long, Shanji was feeling tipsy and could barely stand. Seeing that it was about time, Chun Haonan patted De Tian and Bao Pai, then stood up. Chun Haonan had two girls help support Shanji, and the group returned to the Tong Lao, where the five of them were renting a room. "Brother Nan, the rules are this: since we sisters are out tonight, regardless of whether he plays or not, the payment must be full," one of the girls said as they helped Shanji into the room. The meaning was clear. Given Shanji's drunken state, it was uncertain if he would be able to perform, but the payment could not be less. Chun Haonan took out a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it in the woman's hand. "I know the rules. Make sure to take good care of my brother tonight. As long as he's happy, everything can be discussed." "Thank you, Brother Nan," the girl replied, accepting the money and placing it in her red purse. "Brother Nan, do you want to come in and sit for a while?" After securing the money, the girl threw Chun Haonan a flirtatious glance. Shanji was too drunk to function, likely unable to play tonight. However, having received the money, the girl still had some professional ethics and thought about offering Chun Haonan some free service. "There will be a chance. Just take good care of my brother today." Chun Haonan smiled. "Beautiful girl, if Shanji falls asleep, feel free to come look for us. We're staying in that room and we won't close the door tonight." As soon as Chun Haonan finished speaking, Bao Pai's voice rang out from behind, pointing at a nearby room. "All right, brother Bao Pai," the girl winked at Bao Pai and Chao Pai. "Go on, hurry up and get some sleep." Chun Haonan kicked Bao Pai and led everyone back to their respective rooms. "Take care, brother." And the beautiful girl stood at the door of Shanji's room, waiting until everyone had entered their rooms before going inside. After locking the door, the girl glanced at Shanji, who was sound asleep on the bed. She took out the cash Chun Haonan had just given her and pulled out a few bills to give to her friend. "Damn, he's from the Causeway Bay 5 Tigers, the next leader of Causeway Bay, and he doesn't even leave a tip. The girl counted the money with a disdainful look. Sister, don't go around saying things. We can't afford to mess with them, another girl said. Damn, if it weren't for Sister Mice orders, I wouldn't be here working today. The girl continued in dissatisfaction. Enough already, let's rest for tonight. Looking at him like this, what can he do? This shabby room only has one bed. Where are we supposed to sleep? Well, just make do on the sofa, or you can climb into bed with that drunk. Ugh, I don't want to. They can't even afford a hotel. A bunch of poor guys. They might as well go to a fast food place. The girl expressed her disdain. Stop talking, let's rest for a bit. I just helped him. I'm exhausted. The two girls slumped onto the sofa, leaning against each other as they slowly drifted off to sleep. The mountain rooster was smiling when he drunkenly fell asleep, and as the alcohol dissipated in the middle of the night, he slowly opened his eyes. With just a glance, he recognized that he was in the Tang building he rented. After a brief moment, he recalled that today, or rather yesterday, he had just been discharged from the hospital, and Chen Haonan had organized a very warm welcome for him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the mountain rooster's face. It was his fortune to meet a brother like Haonan. Feeling a bit thirsty, he sat up from the bed, preparing to pour himself some water. As he turned on the light, the mountain rooster stood up and saw two beautiful girls sleeping on the sofa, leaning against each other. His hungover mind instantly cleared. He, brother Nan, knows me well. The mountain rooster wore a lecherous grin, rubbing his hands together as he slowly walked towards the sofa. The two girls leaning against each other on the sofa were in deep sleep, but suddenly felt something unusual. Upon opening her eyes, one of the girls was startled to see the lecherous mountain rooster standing in front of them. Just as she was about to get angry, she seemed to remember something and quickly changed her tone. Oh, brother G, you're awake. Why didn't you wake us up? A sweet voice rang out. Unbeknownst to the mountain rooster, the two girls rolled their eyes in unison, indicating their disdain and helplessness at him waking up so late. Hee, I've seen those action movies from the cherry blossom country. Don't you think this kind of nighttime ambush is more exciting? The mountain rooster said, his actions not stopping and his expression lecherous. Brother G, you're so annoying. One girl put on a professional sweet smile, lightly punching the mountain rooster's chest. Oh, with that punch my chest is injured. The mountain rooster playfully pounced onto the girl, resting his head on her shoulder, enjoying the moment with a lecherous smile. Hurry up and feel it for me, you should blow on it too. This injury was caused by you. Brother G, you're just bullying me. Then do you like it? The mountain rooster asked with a smile. Annoying. Soon both girls exhibited a strong sense of professionalism. In no time they had the mountain rooster laughing heartily, filling the room with joyous laughter. While the three were playfully teasing each other, one girl seemed to touch something unexpected, almost losing her professional smile, her face stiffening for a moment, but she quickly regained her smile. This girl felt disdain in her heart. Seeing the mountain rooster's eager expression just now, she thought he would be something special. Unexpectedly, after an accidental touch, it turned out to be this kind of situation. Ugh. Suppressing her inner disgust, the girl retracted her hand and leaned forward to kiss the mountain rooster's face with a beaming smile. Remembering the earlier touch and the recent rumors around Causeway Bay and Portland Street, her expression changed dramatically. What? So the rumors in Causeway Bay were true? The girl screamed, internally realizing that the mountain rooster, known as one of the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, had really turned into a single Kowloon. And now it was impossible. This explosive news made her heart scream. The girl was thinking about finishing today's business quickly and rushing back to Portland Street to share this gossip with the other sisters. However, thinking about her current situation, she managed to maintain her composure through her exceptional professionalism. Fortunately, the mountain rooster hadn't discovered her just now, otherwise she felt she would die. She subtly retracted her hand and once again wore a smile, although it held a hint of glee. Indeed, after playing around for more than 10 minutes, the room that had been filled with laughter fell silent. At this moment, the mountain rooster sat on the bed with a dejected expression, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. The two girls saw him like this, and although they felt disdain and schadenfreude inside, their faces showed concern and awkwardness, but the downcast mountain rooster didn't notice. The two girls exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. After all, this matter was rather embarrassing. The other party was a gangster, and his temper shouldn't be very good. Brother G, our sisters from Portland Street asked us to return early. We might still have work. After a few minutes of silence, one girl cautiously asked. She was worried that if they stayed any longer they might get beaten. Generally, those who didn't perform well there were quite sensitive. The mountain rooster raised his head, looking at the girl with a fawning smile, feeling furious inside and embarrassed. Get lost, all of you, get out of here. The mountain rooster shouted angrily at the two, then carelessly threw an ornament from the bedside table onto the floor. The mountain rooster's voice was loud and hysterical, turning on the voice-activated lights in the entire corridor. Then Brother G will leave. The sisters are still waiting for us to work. The two hurriedly picked up their things and opened the door to slip out, but on the way down the stairs they seemed to hear the sound of doors opening in other rooms. They didn't pay much attention to it and hurriedly went downstairs. Fortunately, this Tang building wasn't far from Portland Street, or otherwise in the middle of the night, they wouldn't be able to get back. The Mountain Rooster's shout also woke up Chun Haonan and his companions, who quickly got up and arrived at the Mountain Rooster's room together. As soon as Chan Haonan and the others entered, they saw the Mountain Rooster sitting dejectedly by the bed, his eyes vacant. Mountain Rooster, what happened? Chun Haonan and Daishoner exchanged glances and asked the Mountain Rooster. Seeing the Mountain Rooster like this, Baopi and Chaopi also lost their playful demeanor, looking at him with serious expressions. At this moment, the Mountain Rooster was extremely furious. After all, among the 5 brothers, he was the most lecherous. Now that he could no longer enjoy women, this was as devastating to him as losing his life. However, this was indeed as good as taking the Mountain Rooster's life, as little Mountain Rooster now had no other function apart from drainage. Haonan, I want to kill that guy named Lin Chi. After a moment of silence, they heard the Mountain Rooster's suppressed roar. When the Mountain Rooster looked up, Chun Haonan and Daishoner were startled, because they saw the Mountain Rooster's bloodshot eyes and tightly clenched fists. As he spoke these words, the anger in the Mountain Rooster's chest erupted like ignited gasoline bursting forth in a fiery explosion. Every blood vessel felt like it was boiling. His knuckles turned white from gripping his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Only the surge of blood from his throat mixing with the tremors of gritting his teeth. At this moment, the Mountain Rooster's brow furrowed sharply like 2 sharp knives twisted together, seemingly piercing through the last shred of rationality in his eyes. If Lin Chi were in front of the Mountain Rooster at that moment, Chun Haonan believed he would charge forward without hesitation and take Lin Chi down. Mountain Rooster, what exactly happened? Despite his suspicions, Chun Haonan still couldn't believe it was truly what he feared. Haonan, I'm not responding down there. Looking at his brothers before him, the Mountain Rooster seemed to use up his last bit of strength to say this, you will avenge me, right? Of course. Before Chun Haonan could speak, Daishoner angrily said, Mountain Rooster, we will definitely avenge you. Hearing the Mountain Rooster say he was done for, Baopi and Chaopi also felt anger for him. After all, they knew what kind of character the Mountain Rooster had, and now that he couldn't play with the girls, it was surely a blow he couldn't accept. Mountain Rooster, don't worry, we brothers will support you to the end. Once we gather our forces, we will go take down that guy named Lin Chi with you. Chaopi shouted along with Daishoner. Haonan, what do you say? Shanji looked excitedly at Tian, and Bao Pai Chao Pai, but seeing Chun Haonan remain silent, his eyes turned red as he stared at Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan had actually anticipated the current situation. The doctor had warned him before Shan Jis surgery that Shan Jis egg had been shattered by Lin Chi, which could likely affect its future function. However, to comfort Shan Ji, the doctor told him it was possible that as long as he took good care of himself, there wouldn't be any major issues. After the surgery, the doctor reported that Shan Jis' condition was good, and that he should not face such issues. After all, 1 egg could still be used. So after being discharged, Chun Haonan arranged for 2 beautiful girls for Shan Ji, knowing well his personality, but unexpectedly Shan Jis' condition proved to be truly ineffective. Of course, brother, I'll support you to the end. Chun Haonan placed a hand on Shan Ji's shoulder. Good brother. Shan Ji slapped Chun Haonan's shoulder forcefully. When dawn breaks, we'll go find Brother B. I refuse to believe that, with the entire Kowloon Hall mobilized, we can't take down that Lin Chi. Shan Ji said fiercely. Right, with hundreds of us from Kowloon, I don't believe a few of them can withstand us. Tian also placed a hand on Chun Haonan's shoulder, saying, Haonan, we must avenge Shan Ji. Of course, this matter cannot just be brushed aside. Chun Haonan said firmly. Seeing the attitude of the brothers, Shan Ji's expression finally eased a bit. Then tomorrow we'll go find Brother B. Shan Ji. Chun Haonan looked at Shan Ji, hesitating to speak. Haonan, what's wrong? Shan Ji asked Chun Haonan. Shan Ji, I told Brother B about going to find trouble with Lin Chi, but he didn't agree. Chun Haonan pondered for a moment before speaking. However, with just the 5 of us, we definitely cannot deal with that Lin Chi, not to mention his underling, the Wolf-Tooth Abu, whom we cannot even defeat. At this moment, everyone remembered the power of Lin Chi. If it were really only the 5 of them, forget about revenge. Rushing in would be like delivering themselves to death. Let's not forget Lin Chi also has an Abu by his side, who has recently gained fame in Saigon, known in the local underworld as the God of War Abu. At that time, Big B led 20 or 30 elites from Kowloon to confront the gang, and they were almost single-handedly taken down by Abu. If Big B does not agree to deal with Lin Chi, their revenge would be completely hopeless. If Brother B doesn't agree, we brothers will take action ourselves. I don't believe Lin Chi can have 3 heads and 6 arms. The hot-tempered Tian shouted. Tian listen to me, Chun Haonan said to Tian. Last time at the gang meeting you all didn't go, Brother B took me there. He Tu Ba Bai was selling goods in our Hing territory, and was caught by the police. The gang has to take action. Brother B fought for this opportunity for me, and later I met Mr. Jiang with Brother B. He agreed that as long as I take down Ba Bai, the gang would make me a red stick. Chun Haonan's eyes burned with passion. Shan Ji, this is our opportunity. As long as I become a red stick, I can start taking in little brothers. Moreover, being recognized by Mr. Jiang as a red stick means he will support our operations. By then a mere Lin Chi will not be facing just the 5 of us but the whole Hing. He won't be able to stir up any waves. Chen Haonan had no confidence in their ability to take down Lin Chi themselves. The kick Lin Chi, delivered to his chest, made him think he was about to meet his demise. He too Ba Bai. Isn't he a sworn brother of Liang Kuan? Will Liang Kuan help Ba Bai? Shanji asked, now gradually calming down, knowing the strength of their 5-man group. If they really went to confront Lin Chi, it would be akin to seeking death. To take down Lin Chi and vent their anger, more people would be needed. If Chen Haonan really could eliminate Ba Bai and ascend relying on the Kowloon territory, many would definitely flock to them. With their strength boosted, they would have a better chance against Lin Chi. However, this Ba Bai is Liang Kun's sworn brother, and even if they had issues with Liang Kuan, it would be unwise to offend him. After all, Liang Kuan is currently the most powerful hall master in Hing, and the Mong Kok Hall is also the most influential one in Hing. Liang Kuan has thousands of underlings. If it weren't for Jiang Tianshang's pressure, life would be quite difficult for them in Kowloon. No way. Chen Haonan was aware of Shanji's concerns, and replied directly. This matter with Ba Bai was brought up at the hall meeting, and Liang Kuan agreed at that time. I know Liang Kuan, even though he doesn't want Ba Bai dead, as the hall master of Hing, he cannot afford to offend other hall masters for Ba Bai. Ba Bai's actions threaten the entire Hing. Liang Kuan has recently been courting other hall masters, and at this time he cannot step in to save Ba Bai. As long as we 5 brothers take action against Ba Bai, it will definitely be effortless. Nangu, your position as a red stick is secure. Hearing Chen Haonan say Liang Kuan wouldn't defend Ba Bai, De Tian patted his chest and said boastfully. After that, the so-called 5 tigers of Kowloon huddled together, discussing how to take down Ba Bai. Chen Haonan wondered if once he rose to red stick status, Brother B would grant them more territory, allowing them to recruit more little brothers. At this moment, Ba Bai was wandering around the Wan Chai area, completely unaware that his life was about to reach its end. Having borrowed 20 million from Liang Kuan during this period, he had dismissed everyone sent by Liang Kuan with various excuses. Liang Kuan, considering his reputation in the underworld, and to avoid suspicion, did not personally seek Ba Bai for the money, which made it difficult for Liang Kuan to give him any leeway or news. Perhaps because Shanji had been kicked by Lin Chi, shattering one of his eggs. When the 5 of them received intelligence from Big B to ambush Ba Bai, it went much smoother than described in the movies. Shanji was not late to meet the beauties. Instead, he became even fiercer during this operation due to losing his function. They cornered Ba Bai in a bathhouse with the Tian Bao Pai and Chao Pai distracting Ba Bai's underlings, while Chen Haonan struck Ba Bai off guard with a hot hairdryer. Seizing the opportunity, Shanji pulled out a knife and stabbed Ba Bai in the kidneys, plunging the knife 4 times, all aimed at Ba Bai's most vulnerable areas. Perhaps it was the pain from Ba Bai's earlier teasing of the waitress that deeply hurt Shanji's fragile heart. When Shanji struck, his target was directly aimed at Ba Bai's most vulnerable areas. After Ba Bai collapsed, Shanji even stepped on Ba Bai's genitals. It wasn't until Chen Haonan reminded him that he finally stabbed through Ba Bai's chest. Thus, the notorious Red Stick Ba Bai was taken down by Chen Haonan and Shanji, and he died a truly tragic death. When the police arrived at the scene, many onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. These gangsters were already notorious for their brutality. Why did they turn Ba Bai's manhood into a pile of minced meat? Isn't that just plain sick? In a hospital in Wanchai, Liang Kuan, accompanied by Shai Chong de Bunxiang, and his fire extinguisher, went to see Ba Bai's body. This was of course a charade for others, as Ba Bai was Liang Kun's sworn brother. Upon seeing Ba Bai's lower half, Liang Kuan shuddered in shock. Fortunately, such a thing would never happen to him. Those little punks were indeed ruthless. Brother Kuan, he's already dead. Don't be too sad. The fire extinguisher said, noticing Liang Kuan covering Ba Bai's body again, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief and immediately stepping forward to comfort him. Sad. What does Ba Bai's death have to do with me? But he still owes me 20 million. Who am I supposed to ask for that money? He tossed the handkerchief aside and fiercely pulled the fire extinguisher closer. Just now Ba Bai's lower half was quite an eyesore. My Kuan guess eyes couldn't handle it, shedding 2 drops of tears. Damn it, everyone knows Ba Bai is my Liang Kun's brother. Chen Haonan and those punks actually dared to kill Ba Bai. Liang Kuan pressed the fire extinguisher's head down, saying, I'm really angry right now. Shai Chong and de Bunxiang wisely turned around, looking up at a corner of the morgue. Heh! A few minutes later, as Liang Kuan let out a relaxed groan, the fire extinguisher took out a tissue from the bag, wiped his mouth, and slowly stood up. Shai Chong, how's the situation? Liang Kuan asked casually with a gloomy face. Brother Kuan, we have already taken over Ba Bai's venues. His subordinates have all been chased out of Ba Bai's territory, or rather our territory. However, Ba Bai didn't leave much cash, only 6 million HKD. Shai Chong replied. Knowing that Ba Bai was beyond saving, Liang Kuan directly arranged for his men to keep an eye on Ba Bis venues and secretly snooped around Ba Bis territory. As soon as news of Ba Bis incident spread, they would quickly take over Ba Bis territory and seize his assets. Brother Kuan, now that Ba Bai is dead, taking over his venues. Won't that be a bit inappropriate? Shai Chong asked. Damn it, everyone knows Ba Bai owes me 20 million, and he used his venues as collateral. Now that he's dead and can't repay, what's the problem with me taking over his venues? Liang Kuan said angrily to Shai Chong. What about he too? Shai Chong still hesitated. Let the people from He too find Jiang Tiansheng. If they want to take revenge for Ba Bai, they should go find Sai Bi and Chun Haonan in Causeway Bay. What does it have to do with me, Liang Kuan? Liang Kuan placed an arm around the fire extinguisher's waist and said, as a good brother of Ba Bai, I'm just looking after the venues he left behind. What's wrong with that? Due to his prior preparations, Liang Kuan did not recover the 20 million debt from Ba Bai. However, a few million in cash along with Ba Bis bathhouse and several venues didn't seem like a huge loss. Liang Kuan's mood was not as bad as expected. Just as Liang Kuan wanted to lean closer to the fire extinguisher, he noticed a bit of white at the corner of her mouth, instantly losing interest. His throat even churned a bit, and he quickly withdrew his hand from the fire extinguisher. Go find a few peripheral blue lanterns to create some trouble for Chun Haonan's venues. Let's annoy them a bit but make it noticeable. Liang Kuan said as he draped his arm over Shai Chong's shoulder. Okay, Brother Kuan, Shai Chong replied. Should we smash their venues? Are you out of your mind? Are you really planning to take revenge for Ba Bai? Just do it for show. Let people know it was us, but don't let them catch us, got it? Liang Kuan slapped Shai Chong on the head. After all, Ba Bai was his sworn brother. He had to let the world know that Liang Kuan did something after Ba Bis' death. However, harming fellow sect members would incur family rules, and Liang Kuan wouldn't let Jiang Tiansheng have any leverage. In this incident concerning Ba Bai, Liang Kuan actually didn't suffer much in terms of profit. However, Jiang Tiansheng's actions indeed impacted his reputation, especially since his sworn brother was directly killed by Chun Haonan. Many people began to think that Liang Kuan from Mongkok wasn't capable of handling everything. Even with such a sworn big brother, Ba Bai still ended up dead. Hey, weren't you here to claim the body? As Liang Kuan and the others exited the morgue, someone in a white coat shouted. Are you out of your mind? What does the deceased have to do with us? Contact his family. Liang Kuan replied, mockingly spitting on the ground and leaving the hospital with a disregard for relations. On Liang Kuan's side, due to Ba Bis' death, he was dealing with the aftermath and preparing to cause some trouble for Jiang Tiansheng and to be at the next hall meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Chi was recruiting a large number of new subordinates to prepare for the upcoming expansion of their business. However, when Jimmy brought someone to find Lin Chi, it startled Lin Chi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Do you want him to help you? Lin Chi looked at Jimmy with a strange expression. Yes, boss, he's the most noticeable among the new recruits. Although he can fight, it's a bit of a waste to put him in the security department. Jimmy said with a smile. Are you sure? Lin Chi asked Jimmy. Of course. Over the past few days, he's been following me and has already signed several contracts. Plus, he's very familiar with the government departments on Hong Kong Island, making him most suitable for the business department. Jimmy said. Lin Chi looked at Jimmy, then at the sycophantic Washang, and turned to look at Gang Shang Chiu Ti and Jian Gua, only to find no signs of unusual reactions on their faces. Lin Chi was certain they saw Jimmy and Washang as completely different. What surprised Lin Chi was that Washang should have returned to the police force after the deaths of the three brothers in Vietnam and the dissolution of the Vietnamese gang. How did he end up here? Was he an undercover? Anshin Property is a legitimate company. Is there really a need for an undercover here? Washing, right? I remember you were from the Vietnamese gang. Why aren't you mixing with them anymore? Lin Chi asked Washang. Boss Lin, I used to make a living in the Vietnamese gang, but ever since the three leaders of the Vietnamese gang died under mysterious circumstances, the gang dispersed. So I'm here to Anshin to earn a meal. Washang said with a sycophantic grin, secretly observing Lin Chi's reaction, as he mentioned the deaths of the three brothers. Alright, since Jimmy thinks you're good, just follow his arrangements. As long as you're at Anshin, work hard. There's no future in mixing with gangs. Anshin Property is developing vigorously, and here you can at least ensure you have food to eat. What disappointed Washang was that Lin Chi showed no reaction upon hearing about the deaths of the three brothers. Lin Chi knew that Washang was an undercover agent, but these movie protagonists still had some abilities. Having him around wasn't a problem. After all, Anshin Property is a legitimate company, and he wasn't worried. During this time, Anshin Property was about to expand and they were short on manpower. Wasn't this Washang a gift sent to him? Alright, Washang, you can go out first. I still have some matters to discuss with Jimmy and the others. Lin Chi agreed to let Washang work with Jimmy and allowed him to go out first. Hey, the two Mr. Gu were standing together, quite a sight. After confirming that Washang had left, Lin Chi beckoned for Jimmy to come closer. This Huashang is an undercover from the police, so be careful when you're with him in the future. Lin Chi said to Jimmy. Ha! Not only was Jimmy surprised, but Gang Shang Qiu Ti and Wang Jiangwo also showed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. Calm down, he's just a police officer, right? Lin Chi reassured them not to be overly cautious. The company is looking to expand its business, and if someone is useful, who cares if they're a police officer? We are a legitimate company, so what's there to fear? I'm just reminding you to be cautious to avoid any unexpected incidents, Lin Chi said. What do you mean, boss? Jimmy asked. A police officer can rise to be the top aide of the 3 bosses in Vietnam, which surely speaks to his abilities. Don't you think he's quite capable? Lin Chi said to Jimmy. Where can we find someone like him? Since the police department has sent him over, we should make good use of him. Especially for matters related to the Hong Kong government, we can just arrange for him to work like an ordinary employee. We are on the right path. Let him be undercover and see what he can do. After Lin Chi finished speaking, Jimmy realized that this kind of person was indeed useful, far better than ordinary thugs. Boss, I know what to do now. Yeah, just be aware. Although we don't have anything that would attract police attention, we do occasionally exploit some loopholes in Hong Kong law, so just be a bit cautious when interacting with Huashang. Lin Chi said to Gang Shang Qiu Ti and Wang Jiangwo. After leaving Lin Chi's office, Huashang casually wandered around Anshin Properties. After putting on the standard uniform of Anshin Properties, he walked out onto the street, patrolled for a while, and found an unoccupied spot to pull out his phone and make a call. Hello, muscle man, it's me. Huashang said directly once the call connected. Have you discovered anything? Ma Jun asked directly. Damn, is it a discovery that a few old ladies are having a fierce argument inside Anshin Properties. What a waste of time. Since I got here, I've been patrolling the streets every day, helping old ladies deal with those unsanitary short mules, or watching over the bar parking cars, or following others for training. Huashang said impatiently, Muscle man, how reliable are you? What does Lin Chi have to do with the deaths of Tony and the others? If you suspect him, why not invite him to the police station for tea? Instead you sent me undercover. Are you out of your mind? Damn, you return to the police station and get into conflicts with the other guys. And then you blame me. The case is lost and I can't get promoted either. Ma Jun shouted back at Huashang. Muscle man, let me tell you, the treatment at Anshin Properties is quite good. If I don't find anything, I might just work here from now on. Huashang said with a nonchalant expression. Suit yourself, just keep an eye on Lin Chi. My intuition tells me that the deaths of the 3 brothers from Vietnam are closely related to him. Ma Jun said. Keep an eye on him, keep an eye on your mother. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. After venting his frustration, Huashang hung up the phone and happened to see someone in a similar suit walking by. He tossed a cigarette to the other person. Egg tart, after today, I'm going to the business department to hang out with brother Jimmy. Tonight I'll treat you all. Damn Shanggu, I said you're the most alert. Don't forget about your brother when you get rich later, egg tart, said taking Huashang's cigarette with a playful grin. Come on, you're earning quite a bit every month. We work in the same company, so there's no need to be polite, Huashang said, while punching egg tart lightly, and the two of them walked toward the brilliant bar together. After the deaths of the 3 brothers in Vietnam, Ma Jun was harshly reprimanded by the leaders of the major crimes unit. After all, they had invested a lot of resources over a long period, and now everything was gone, wasting a lot of resources. Ma Jun, unwilling to let the case he had followed for so long go to waste, secretly investigated the cause of the deaths of the 3 brothers from the Vietnam gang. After looking into everyone who had conflicts with the Vietnam gang, he finally placed suspicion on Lin Chi. According to Ma Jun's investigation, Lin Chi hadn't left the housing estate for 2 days before the deaths of the 3 brothers in Vietnam, and only appeared after they were dead. It was during those 2 days that a major fire occurred in Nanxing district, and shortly after the 3 brothers in Vietnam died. However, on the surface, Lin Chi was in Tuen Mun and hadn't gone downstairs, so no one knew if he had left Tuen Mun or what he was doing during that time. Even if they invited Lin Chi for tea, it was likely they wouldn't find out anything. However, Ma Jun's intuition told him that Lin Chi was not simple and had significant suspicion. However, the police department leadership ordered that Ma Jun should not get involved with the case of the 3 brothers from Vietnam anymore, so he could only investigate secretly. Just as Huashang returned to the police station, not only did the leaders dislike him, but even the other officers were wary of him, which made Huashang quite unhappy. Ma Jun seized the opportunity to suggest sending Huashang undercover at Anshin Properties. On one hand, this undercover assignment posed little danger and offered financial benefits. On the other hand, it reduced Huashang's contact with the police officers, minimizing conflicts. The police leadership was so worn down by Ma Jun's persistence that they directly agreed to the undercover suggestion, as they also didn't know how to arrange for Huashang. Thus, leveraging his superior skills compared to ordinary thugs and his ability to read people, Huashang successfully joined Anshin Properties and became an undercover agent beside Lin Chi. After arranging everything, Lin Chi dismissed Jimmy and Wang Jiangwo. Let's go out for dinner tonight and catch a movie while we're at it. Lin Chi pinched Gang Shang's cheek. Sure, let's bring Chiu Ti along. Gang Shang cheered. Ha! Lin Chi momentarily didn't react. Are we really bringing Chiu Ti along on our date? What are you thinking, girl? Lin Chi looked at Chiu Ti and found her burying her head in her chest, her face flushed, tugging at Gang Shang's shirt, too shy to look Lin Chi in the eye. After establishing a more intimate relationship with Lin Chi, Gang Shang had become much more confident, presenting herself like a big sister in front of others. Perhaps noticing Lin Chi's confusion, Gang Shang pulled Chiu Ti's hand away from the shirt hem and stealthily approached Lin Chi, pulling him aside. What's up? Lin Chi gently asked Gang Shang. Gang Shang glanced at Chiu Ti, signaling Lin Chi to keep his voice down. Don't you like them big? Chiu Ti is quite well endowed, Gang Shang whispered in Lin Chi's ear. And you've been secretly looking at Chiu Ti, haven't you? Ha! Lin Chi was startled by Gang Shang's words. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Be careful or I'll hit you. You've been hitting me every day these past few days. It's mainly because I can't take a hit, but Chiu Ti should be able to handle it. She has a good physique. Gang Shang rolled her eyes at Lin Chi. Indeed, after becoming intimate, neither of them had any reservations. Lin Chi had been quite vigorous lately, and perhaps due to his robust physique, Gang Shang had fainted several times. Lin Chi was rather fierce. Last night Gang Shang was too scared to sleep in Lin Chi's room, or even alone, so she went to sleep in Chiu Ti's room, leaving Lin Chi at a loss. Gang Shang was seeking comfort from Chiu Ti, and just then her voice sounded in Lin Chi's ear. I talked to Chiu Ti, and she likes you too, she's willing. Really? Lin Chi's mind exploded with joy, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Lin Chi's reaction, Gang Shang landed a playful punch on his chest. I knew you'd had ulterior motives all along. What's wrong with me? Lin Chi hadn't expected Gang Shang to possess such shrewdness. It felt like entrapment, yet he remained utterly unflustered. Isn't it obvious what's lacking? His gaze drifted pointedly toward Gang Shang's front. His meaning unmistakable. Wasn't this sheer self-humiliation? How could hers possibly compare with Chiu Ti's? Next time you won't be touching my legs. Gang Shang pinched a small fold of flesh at Lin Chi's waist with her right hand and twisted it sharply, making him inhale sharply in pain. Let go. Let go. You're going to pinch the skin right off. Lin Chi grabbed her wrist and gently massaged the spot where she'd pinched. How did this woman master that skill so effortlessly? He was utterly defenseless. Gang Shang struggled to pull her hand free but failed. She glared at Lin Chi, pouting, her expression clear. You'd better appease me or this won't end well. Lin Chi rolled his eyes. No indulgence allowed. He seized Gang Shang, swept her into his arms, and kissed her deeply. Time dissolved. Only when Gang Shang gasped for air, light-headed from oxygen deprivation, did she forget all grievances against him. With her last ounce of strength, Gang Shang pushed Lin Chi away and rushed to Chiu Ti's side, dragging her toward Lin Chi's Mercedes-Benz. Hurry up and drive. We're going out for Western food. Lin Chi scoffed inwardly. What on earth was so appealing about Western cuisine? Even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Yet seeing Gang Shang and Chiu Ti climb into the car, cheeks flushed, he sensed advantage, and shrugged. Fine. Tonight they dine on Western fare. For Lin Chi, Gang Shang held special significance. She'd been the first person he'd met after his transmigration. A quiet affection had taken root. So their relationship progressed slowly, consistent with his naturally reserved, slow-burning nature. Chiu Ti, however, stirred in him something far more visceral. Pure, unapologetic desire. He made no secret of it. His attentiveness left little room for misinterpretation. Everyone at Anshin property knew the arrangement. Whenever they saw Gang Shang or Chiu Ti, they addressed them both as senior sister-in-law. Lin Chi drove his Mercedes-Benz through Tsuanwan and Sham Shui, across the Hungham Tunnel onto Gloucester Road, and finally arrived at the Renaissance Harborview Hotel. The three dined on Western fare while gazing across Victoria Harbour, a uniquely enchanting ambience. Though Lin Chi remained steadfast in his conviction that the food itself was unremarkable, he could not deny the spellbinding atmosphere. Yet the bill proved intoxicating in its own way. Lin Chi left hungry, yet several thousand Hong Kong dollars had vanished. Utterly absurd. After dinner, Lin Chi held one hand in each of theirs as they strolled along the seaside, letting the ocean breeze carry whispers of romance, the very essence they longed for. Then, without warning, the two women tugged Lin Chi toward the cinema. He complied, though he wondered what films of this era could possibly hold merit. But Gang Shang and Chiu Ti had clearly done their research. Hand in hand, they marched straight to the ticket counter, leaving Lin Chi alone, idly waiting. Handsome young man, want DVDs? A middle-aged woman materialized beside Lin Chi, startling him. Were bootleg DVD vendors already operating in this era? Handsome, you've got two girlfriends. Want to see this film? Absolutely brilliant. Spotting Lin Chi flanked by two stunning women, and dressed impeccably, the vendor seized the opportunity, thrusting a recommendation forward. No thank you. I don't need anything. Lin Chi declined hastily. Anything recommended by her couldn't possibly be worthwhile. Just take a look. It's excellent. She pressed a disc in cobalt blue packaging directly into his chest. As Lin Chi reached to return it, the title arrested his attention. Frenzied Whipping 3000 Strikes. Was such a film even real? His hand paused mid-retraction. He decided he had to watch it. How much? He asked, slipping the disc into his pocket. The vendor grinned, unervingly sly. 50 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Chi paid swiftly, then spotted Gangsheng and Shou Ti approaching hand in hand, and hurriedly stepped away from the vendor. Which film did you get tickets for? Lin Chi asked. Here Gangsheng handed him the ticket. I Love Night Blooming Serious. Starring who? Lin Chi glanced at the ticket. Bridget Lin. Gangsheng replied, eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chi had never heard of the film, but Gangsheng and Shou Ti were radiant with delight, declaring Bridget Lin their idol. Armed with popcorn and lemonade, the trio joined the queue into the cinema, a high-end venue in Central. Having grown accustomed to the theaters of his past life, Lin Chi found the viewing environment of this era jarringly unfamiliar. Within minutes of the film's opening, Lin Chi slumped into his seat and fell asleep. When Gangsheng roused him, the credits were rolling, but neither she nor Shou Ti paid Lin Chi any mind. They sat side by side, hands clasped, animatedly dissecting the plot, chirping with unrestrained enthusiasm. After walking a short distance back to the car, Lin Chi felt the disc in his pocket and instantly perked up. Sit tight. I've got something amazing waiting for you at home, he urged. Back home, Lin Chi instructed Gangsheng and Shou Ti to shower first and wait for him in the living room. Once they emerged fresh and fragrant, Lin Chi quickly washed up. They sat side by side on the sofa, watching him furtively lock every door, draw every curtain, and seal the room. A shared flush rose to their cheeks, as if intuition had whispered what came next. Lin Chi, here in the living room, isn't that inappropriate? Gangsheng asked, voice trembling slightly. Relax. It's spacious enough. Having secured the room, Lin Chi slipped into the bedroom and retrieved the disc. Heh. Hear this, I've got something special for you. His grin was shamelessly lecherous. Gangsheng and Shou Ti, likely unfamiliar with romantic action films, regarded the disc with innocent curiosity, though Gangsheng, catching the glint in Lin Chi's eye, shot him a discreet, exasperated roll of her eyes. What kind of disc is this? Shou Ti asked. You'll see soon enough, Lin Chi replied, his smile dripping with suggestive warmth, his burning gaze making even Shou Ti blush. He gave Gangsheng a knowing glance, but she responded with an impatient, dismissive eye roll. Half an hour later, silence reigned in the living room, broken only by the rhythmic tap-tap-tap emanating from the television. This is what you called something special? Gangsheng stared at Lin Chi, speechless. Shou Ti looked equally bewildered. Only Lin Chi sat slumped on the sofa, soul crushed. Damn it, I've been scammed. Frenzied Whipping 3000 Strikes. What grand spectacle had he imagined? It was nothing but a tutorial on playing arcade games. Worse, it taught Japanese arcade gaming. Not a single word was intelligible. Lin Chi screamed inwardly, what on earth did Frenzied Whipping 3000 Strikes, emblazoned in bold characters alongside scantily clad women on the cover, have to do with this? Shou Ti watched the Japanese language tutorial on arcade gameplay, then turned to Lin Chi, whose face was etched with profound devastation, and burst into laughter. What happened to him? Gangsheng couldn't understand. She thought Lin Chi was just trying to show them how to play the arcade. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Gangsheng asked. Shou Ti continued to smile, remaining silent, but her expression left Gangsheng puzzled. She truly didn't understand why Lin Chi was acting this way. Lin Chi, what's wrong with you? She didn't understand why men liked playing games and why he suddenly lost interest in the game introduction. It's nothing. I thought it was in Chinese, but it turns out to be in Japanese. I can't understand a word. Lin Chi forced a smile to save face. I can't say I initially wanted to show them something a bit more colorful and then, well. However, given the awkward situation now, I can't say that. Well, it seems there's nothing to see here. Let's all take a break. The fiery excitement Lin Chi had just felt was doused by this disc like a bucket of cold water, and he waved his hand, telling the two to go to sleep. Once the two had entered their respective rooms, Lin Chi took out the disc and forcefully broke it in half before tossing it into the trash can, saying, "Trash playing with my feelings, damn it, refund spit." Lin Chi recalled a time he spent an entire night downloading a long romance movie, only to find out it was actually a children's show. Lin Chi's current mood was akin to that moment. Damn, I even took off my pants, and this is what you show me. After sulking for a while, Lin Chi finally stood up from the sofa, took a deep breath, and prepared to go to sleep. Passing by Kyuta's room, he noticed her door was open. Lin Chi's eyes brightened. He glanced at Gangsheng's room, which was closed. He wondered if it was locked. He hesitated for a second outside Kyuta's room, then steeled himself and walked in. Shou Ti had actually prepared for this. When Lin Chi took out the disc and acted so eagerly, she had her suspicions. She just didn't expect Lin Chi to be tricked and that the disc turned out to be nothing. After entering the room, Chody didn't close the door. However, after a long time without any sound of someone entering, she wondered if Lin Chi had backed out at the last moment. Just as she closed her eyes, Chody heard footsteps entering the room, instantly waking her up. She tightly clutched the blanket, a flush creeping up her cheeks. "Chody, are you asleep?" Lin Chi's voice called out. "Yes. Yes. What does that mean? Are you asleep or not?" Hearing Kyuta's voice from under the blanket, Lin Chi momentarily didn't react. However, thinking that this was the chubby version of Chody, his previously simmering passion flared up. "Yes, I'm asleep, but at your age, it should be reasonable to have some rather lively dreams." Lin Chi whispered softly in Kyuta's ear, then slowly lay down beside her. "Hey, does Chody sleep on her stomach? With those two big pillows underneath, isn't she worried about them getting squished? Moreover, it's not good for her health." Lin Chi, being kind-hearted, worried that Kyuta's pillows might get damaged, directly turned her over. However, as he turned her over, the snow-white pillows bounced up, swaying, causing Lin Chi to swallow hard. She wasn't wearing a bra. But thinking about sleeping, not wearing a bra seemed reasonable. However, Kyuta's hands were tightly clenched into fists, and when Lin Chi's hand touched her, her whole body trembled, goosebumps rising on her skin. Lin Chi noticed that Kyuta's tightly closed eyelids were twitching. Oha, her acting skills at pretending to be asleep were too poor. After turning Chody over, Lin Chi lay directly beside her, wrapping his left arm around her, and seeing her increasingly flushed face, he leaned in to peck her cheek. The kiss made Kyuta's body tremble again. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her face flushed with embarrassment, causing Lin Chi to chuckle. Seeing Chody like this, Lin Chi kissed her lips again, this time delivering a long French kiss. He felt Kyuta's body once more erupt in goosebumps, and she kept trembling. Just as Chody was about to run out of breath, Lin Chi lifted his head, revealing a foolish grin. As Kyuta's breathing calmed down, Lin Chi kissed her lips again. After a while, Kyuta's breathing became rapid, her previously closed eyes opened, though they were filled with confusion. Not pretending to be asleep anymore, Lin Chi gently asked, nibbling on Kyuta's ear. "You're annoying," Chody shyly replied, reaching out her right hand to grab Lin Chi's misbehaving hand. "Gangsheng said you don't resist." Lin Chi asked Chody. "If I hadn't met Gangsheng, I wouldn't even know what it would be like in a place like a bar right now." As Chody spoke, feeling discomfort in her body, she directly punched Lin Chi in the chest. Go on." Lin Chi awkwardly removed his hand. "Being with you is quite nice. In a place like Hong Kong, women always need someone to rely on." At this moment, Chody regained some clarity and hit Lin Chi's hand that was exploring downward. "You're good to Gangsheng and nice to Angshan's employees. If I follow you, I believe you'll treat me well too," Chody said. "With no title, you don't mind?" Lin Chi kissed Kyuta's face, asking with a smile. "Who can you give a title to? Although you seem quite honest, who knows how many women you'll have in the future? You're just shy yet passionate, and a woman who follows you, you wouldn't let her leave." Chody could see that Lin Chi was not an honest man. At least you see clearly." Lin Chi kissed from Kyuta's face to her neck. "I can't guarantee anything, but I will definitely treat you well." Chody let out a soft moan, her body softening. Lin Chi let out a strange cry and rushed forward. The night was beautiful, but Kyuta's room was full of passionate heat. Even though it was their first time, Kyuta's body was ready. Her fighting ability was not something Gangsheng could compare to. For a while she could match Lin Chi blow for blow. However, Lin Chi's body had been enhanced and his stamina was much stronger than Kyuta's. By the late hours, Chody began to falter. Since it was their first time, Lin Chi didn't dare to go too far. It wouldn't be good if he hurt her. "No wonder Gangsheng told me she couldn't handle you alone." Chody lay on the bed, her gaze dazed, her face flushed, reproaching Lin Chi. Lin Chi just chuckled. "Without some strength, I wouldn't dare provoke you." Whether or not you have strength, don't all men fall in love with every woman they see?" Chody said, rolling her eyes, panting heavily. "Isn't it because you're too charming?" Having tasted sweetness, Lin Chi complimented Chody, realizing he had been a bit rough earlier and Chody had indeed suffered quite a bit. After chatting for a while, Chody felt Lin Chi's hand becoming restless again. She closed her eyes and slapped his mischievous hand, saying, "I can't go on anymore, I'm very tired. You should go find Gangsheng, I want to sleep." I'm not going, we're going to sleep." Lin Chi lay down beside Chody, holding her in his arms, wrapping his right hand around her body, resting his head on her, and closing his eyes with a satisfied expression. The next morning, Lin Chi woke up and saw Chody still fast asleep. He pecked her on the lips, gently pulled his numb hand from under her head, and after a while he finally felt sensation in his hand before sitting up from the bed. Stepping out from Chody's room, Lin Chi went straight to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, he casually threw on some clothes and went downstairs to buy breakfast. After Lin Chi closed the door, Gangsheng stealthily emerged from his own room, his eyes showing dark circles, as he tiptoed to open the door to Chody's room. Gangsheng jumped onto Chody's bed and quickly shook her awake. "What are you doing?" It's early in the morning, go find Gang Sheng. I'm still injured. Qiu Ti squinted her eyes and mumbled. It's me Gang Sheng. Gang Sheng, why are you here? Qiu Ti opened her eyes, enduring the discomfort in her body, and sat up, instantly feeling much more awake. You told me last time to close the door, but you didn't close it either, and I couldn't sleep well all night. Gang Sheng said to Qiu Ti. The door wasn't closed again. Qiu Ti sat up, but a twinge of pain in her lower body made her gasp. You just gave yourself away, didn't you? Gang Sheng asked. What could I do? He came into my room. He came in, and you just gave yourself away. You didn't hold back at all. Qiu Ti replied, if he wants it, I give it. It was only a matter of time. At least I'm better off than you. Didn't you send yourself over? Besides, didn't you say you couldn't handle it alone? Gang Sheng asked. I didn't say anything wrong. You try it yourself. Can you handle it alone? He was like a raging bull, and am still in pain down there. Qiu Ti rolled her eyes. When Lin Qi returned with breakfast, he saw Gang Sheng and Qiu Ti animatedly chatting in the room. Hurry up and wash up, it's time for breakfast. Come over and help support Qiu Ti, Gang Sheng said, with a puffed-up face, addressing Lin Qi. Lin Qi knew Qiu Ti was injured, so he quickly placed the breakfast on the table, jogged into Qiu Ti's room, kissed her, and picked her up. As he passed by Gang Sheng, he also gave him a peck on the cheek, earning a roll of the eyes from Gang Sheng. The three of them sweetly finished breakfast, and Lin Qi headed downstairs alone, letting Gang Sheng accompany Qiu Ti for the day. Lin Qi arrived at the Anshin property office, and after a while, he saw Jian Guo running over. Seventh brother, I have news from my brother. Jian Jun is coming back, Lin Qi asked. Yes, today my brother is bringing mom over, then he will head back immediately and come back tonight with others. He found people. Lin Qi's eyes lit up at the news. He found about 10 people, all skilled and quite a few good brothers. When are he and auntie coming? Lin Qi asked. They've already set off from there, and should be through customs in about 2 hours. Let's go pick them up, Lin Qi said, pulling out the keys to his tiger head car, and heading outside with Wang Jianguo quickly following. On the way, Lin Qi called Jimmy Zai to confirm the hospital they had arranged, planning to drive auntie directly to the hospital. He contacted 2 hospitals, Mingxin Hospital and St. Mary's Hospital. Jimmy Zai recommended Mingxin Hospital, but upon hearing its name, Lin Qi immediately dismissed it, ultimately deciding on St. Mary's Hospital. Mingxin Hospital is quite notorious. Apparently behind its morgue lies a weapons depot belonging to Johnny Wang. Though unsure when the plot would unfold, Lin Qi thought that having Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo's mom stay above a weapons depot would be risky. If something happened, he feared he couldn't stop the 2 brothers from going crazy. If these 2 brothers went mad, Lin Qi wondered if the arms dealers on the island could handle it. Lin Qi drove for over an hour until he saw Wang Jianjun supporting his mother as they approached. Brother, over here. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand, and then Lin Qi ran over to Wang Jianjun with Wang Jiangwo. Lin Qi saw the mother of Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. Long-term illness had taken a toll on her complexion. After exchanging greetings, Lin Qi drove her directly to St. Mary's Hospital. Most hospitals in Hong Kong are private, and with enough money, auntie was given a premium hospital room with a team of specialists scheduled for the afternoon. Auntie's lung condition wasn't serious. It just needed time. Their home could also treat it, but Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo lacked funds, causing delays. The doctor's diagnosis reassured the brothers that there was nothing wrong. Since they had already sold themselves to Lin Qi, their mother was immediately arranged for hospitalization, and a premium caregiver was found, allowing the brothers to take turns caring for her. While Lin Qi and Wang Jiangwo were still at the hospital, Wang Jianjun had already returned, planning to bring a group of brothers over from the sea that night. That night, Lin Qi, along with Wang Jiangwo and Huang Mao, arrived at the wild pier where he first came to the island. How much longer until they arrive? Lin Qi asked Huang Mao, cigarette in mouth. Fatty and the others went out 2 hours ago. They should be close now, Huang Mao replied. Is it going to be okay? Lin Qi felt some worry, as many smuggling boats had been caught by the water police recently. Lin Qi had also always told Fatty and the others that without full confidence it was best to refrain from such actions. They could manage to transport a few small goods to Pengcheng with just 2 boats, ensuring their food would be covered. However, Fatty and the others still wanted to earn a bit more, as making a night trip could equal their monthly income. Lin Qi didn't stop them. After all, if they didn't do it, others would. Plus, with Lin Qi's backing, these newcomers to the island were much better off than when they were at Shizaiwei. At least the women wouldn't be abused as soon as they landed, and they wouldn't be sold into brothels, nor would the men be forced into illegal labor. As for their development after landing, Lin Qi couldn't manage that. Seventh brother, there's movement. Wang Jiangwo stood by the shore scanning the dark sea, and soon spotted something approaching. Wait until they get closer, then signal them, Huang Mao instructed one of his subordinates. Lin Qi extinguished his cigarette and walked towards the shore. After a while, Lin Qi saw a pitch-black boat slowly appear on the sea. Huang Mao nodded to his underling, who produced a flashlight and walked toward the shore. The underling gauged the distance, waited a moment, switched on the flashlight, and waved it a few times in one direction. Soon a light spot appeared on the water, blinking with a steady rhythm. The underling sheathed the torch and ran to Lin Chi. "Boss, it's Fei Lao." Lin Chi nodded, scanned the surroundings, and said, "Get ready to pick them up." "Okay, boss, I'll prepare," the underling replied. The underling called a few men and headed to the shore. Lin Chi and Wang Jiangwo followed them forward. Soon Fei Lao's little black boat drifted toward the beach. Wang Jianjun, clad in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the cabin and stood at the bow looking coolly toward the shore. "Boss," Wang Jiangwo called to his elder brother, raising his hand. Wang Jianjun nodded, jumped from the boat, strode to Lin Chi, and nodded in greeting. "How many brothers?" Lin Chi asked. "Time's tight. I only reached about a dozen brothers. They are all capable hands who know the ropes," Wang Jianjun answered. Wang Jianjun spoke and Lin Chi punched him lightly in the chest. "I trust you to handle it. If anything goes wrong, I'll come to you." "With me here nothing will happen," Wang Jianjun said coolly. Soon Fei Lao and two underlings approached Lin Chi and Wang Jianjun. "Boss, Brother Jun," they greeted. Lin Chi nodded and took out a large roll of cash, handing it to Fei Lao. "Thank you for your trouble. Take this and buy the brothers some tea." Seeing such a large roll of cash, Fei Lao's chubby cheeks trembled with delight. Not hard, not hard. We've done this before. No trouble at all." Soon 13 men emerged from the cabin. The moment they stepped ashore, Lin Chi's own street thugs were struck with fear. The aura these men carried was terrifying. As they walked, they gradually fell into step, and that synchronized march sent those inexperienced short ruffians' legs trembling. Seeing all had arrived, Wang Jianjun went forward to bring the men over. "This is Lin Chi. You should have heard of him. Formerly of the XX Company, he is our boss," he said. "Lin Chi, Im Shan Yifeng, XX Army, XX Company. Seventh brother, it's me, Chan Saida, 6th Company." Others introduced themselves in turn. Wang Jianjun's men introduced themselves one by one and greeted Lin Chi. "Ha, we're all brothers. Now that we're on the island, I won't make promises, but I will ensure the brothers have enough to eat," Lin Chi said. Lin Chi exchanged pleasantries until he reached the last man. This one seemed especially familiar, but in the dim light Lin Chi could not make out his face. This man did not introduce himself like the others and kept his head lowered. Lin Chi glanced at Wang Jianjun, but Wang Jianjun said nothing. Still wearing sunglasses, he gave nothing away. "Brother." Lin Chi reached out his right hand to shake. His hand received no response and a frown gradually creased his brow. Just as he was about to ask Wang Jianjun what was happening, a whoosh sounded by his ear. Lin Chi's outstretched right hand rose and swept left to block, and a tremendous force coursed along his arm. He stepped back 2 paces. Lin Chi had just begun to turn to Wang Jianjun when he saw Wang Jianjun and his men retreat several steps, their faces amused, as if watching a spectacle. Before Lin Chi could finish his question, the man lunged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The man was tall, his right arm like a white ape's outstretched limb. His elbow struck straight for Lin Chi's throat. The blow seemed reckless but concealed 3 variations. The palm edge, the wrist bone, and the elbow tip could all deliver force, embodying Tongbei Fist's essence of cold, snapping, crisp swiftness. At the instant the attack came, Lin Chi took a taiji step, his body turning in a graceful arc. His left palm, like parting clouds to reveal the sun, casually deflected the opponent's momentum. Lin Chi then bent his frame and moved with swift footwork. With both hands, he seized the probing arm and drove his shoulder into the man's chest, knocking him back 2 or 3 paces. "Tongbei," Lin Chi said. The man lifted his head and Lin Chi recognized him. Wasn't this the martial arts star Wen Zhua from the old films? Lin Chi had thought the figure resembled yet another character from island cinema, and as he pondered, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Yao Zuj," Lin Chi blurted. A hearty voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, Aki, take this," as the figure closed in once more. This time Wang Yao's moves grew even more uncanny and varied. He unleashed Tongbei Fist's succession of throw, strike, penetrate, chop, and drill. Palm shadows filled the air, obscuring truth and feint. Lin Chi responded with Taiji's circular rotations, his hands cradling an invisible orb and guiding each attack into a rounded trajectory. Yet Wang Yao's assault was like a great river, relentless and unbroken, forcing Lin Chi at times to shatter the pattern with the brutal power of Baji Fist. The two fought fiercely, while Wang Jianjun and his men leaned together, watching with relish. The grass and shrubs underfoot were swept aside and snapped by their fists and feet. A millstone-sized boulder was dislodged by the aftershock, rolled down the slope, and thundered into the sea, sending up a great spray. Wang Yaozu seized an opening, or his right palm struck like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Lin Chi's Danzhong acupoint. If it connected, even Lin Chi's fortified body would suffer grievous injury. "Damn, Brother Yaozu, don't go for a killing blow," Lin Chi cried out. At the critical instant, Lin Chi sank his body and unleashed Baji's sinking, collapsing force. Simultaneously his left hand became a blade, and with Taiji's subtle dotting technique, he precisely struck the Taiyuan acupoint at the wrist. Wang Yaozu hastily changed tactics, their techniques interlaced, and they were locked in close-quarters struggle. In the clinch, Tongbai's agility and Baji's raw ferocity met, and produced dazzling sparks. Wang Yaozu rained elbow strikes, knee jabs, and shoulder checks, each blow finding its mark. Tongbei fist's cold snapping swiftness fully revealed. Lin Qi answered with close-range short strikes, Baji's close burst complemented by Taiji's sticking and following. Both men breathed hard sweat, soaking their garments, eyes fixed intently on one another. Neither hand relaxed, and hands, elbows, and legs collided ceaselessly over their bodies. Lin Qi's labored breathing, however, was a ruse. Though the violent exertion had drawn real sweat, his enhanced physique forced him to feign strain, just enough to conceal the truth. The exchange of fists and feet between Lin Qi and Wang Yaozu continued, stoking a feverish excitement among the circle of onlookers. After an indeterminate time, Wang Yaozu fainted and stepped back. He panted heavily, his eyes sharpening, but almost immediately his expression softened. Wang Yaozu laughed heartily. "Ha! You begged me to teach you Tongbei, and I refused, yet you went and learned Baji and Taiji." Lin Qi moved before Wang Yaozu, landing a light blow on his chest with a proud grin. "Of course. If you would not teach me, others would." Wang Yaozu said, "You are indeed a promising martial student, but my Tongbei fist is a family legacy. To teach you even a few formal techniques would be breaking with tradition." Wang Yaozu chuckled with a simple air. "Come on, let's walk and talk." Lin Qi called to the group. "Why didn't you tell me earlier to bring brother Yaozu over?" Lin Qi said this to Wang Jianjun. "Consider it a surprise," Wang Jianjun replied coolly. "Brother Yaozu's sneak attack almost caught me off guard. You know how powerful his blows are. I'd be black and blue all over otherwise." Lin Qi kicked at Wang Jianjun, but he dodged. "Brother Yaozu, weren't you serving as the company instructor? Why did you step down?" Lin Qi was puzzled. "I had no choice. If I had stayed, the few promising young men in my family would have had to leave. I can make a living anywhere. Those youngsters are still too young. In the military, they have brighter futures than I do." Wang Yaozu said this, and the crowd fell silent. Everyone knew staying in the army was preferable, yet the sweep of events left many things beyond one's control. From memory, Lin Qi knew something of Wang Yaozu's situation. The Wang family was a middling clan in Sangzhou, a martial lineage, whose Tongbei fist carried some influence in that hometown of martial arts. According to Wang Yaozu's past boasts, his ancestors once produced a martial champion in the Qing dynasty. In the Qianlong years, an ancestor even served as a high official at Juman Taidu. But the family's former glory had faded. The best path for those who practice combat was to enlist. Most of the Wang clan's able young fighters had joined the military. Lin Qi could think of 3. The other 2 were Wang Yaozu's cousins, several years younger yet skilled in Tongbei fist. "Brother Yaozu, why didn't you return home after leaving the army?" Lin Qi asked, unable to understand why Wang Yaozu had come to Gangdao. "I went back, but I could not stay," Wang Yaozu said, his face dim. "All the able-bodied men at home enlisted, and many died in the war. Now the household is strained and barely has enough to eat." Wang Yaozu sighed. "You know our family trains in martial arts, poor in letters, rich in martial skill. Passing these techniques on demands substantial resources. In this age, continuing to cultivate the younger generation is unrealistic. They raised me when I was a child. Now the older generation cannot labor as they once did, so I must stand up. I am the leader of my generation. I must shoulder the Wang family's Tongbei banner. I have no choice but to go out and find work." Wang Yaozu said this. "So you mean you must support more than just yourself?" Lin Qi asked. "Do you think I am like you, able to eat my fill while the whole family goes hungry? What I have was carved out by the elders. They managed to train me under harsh times. Now that we can at least eat, I must provide a better environment for those who come after. Although firearms dominate the age, I will still inherit what the elders passed down. The Wang family's Tongbei fist must not vanish." Wang Yaozu sighed. "Didn't Jianjun tell me you could make good money here? I consider myself capable. What do you say? Are you welcoming?" "Welcome or not. Brother Yaozu with you here, a true figure of stature. I would be more than glad," Lin Qi said, delighted. This was the company instructor, a man accomplished both in culture and combat. With him helping to manage the men, Lin Qi felt he had little to worry about. Lin Qi knew Wang Yaozu had a singular talent for managing people. The most stubborn hotheads were either reformed by his relentless tongue or silenced by his iron Tongbei fists. Although Wang Yaozu usually wore a genial, simple expression, and sometimes put on glasses to look scholarly, when his face went cold, even the company commander grew uneasy. "Jianjun has roughly explained the situation in Gangdao to me, and I have a general idea of what must be done," Wang Yaozu said. "Putting other matters aside, as for fighting with these brothers at my side, I am confident. Besides, we have weapons. With such means in hand, not only in Gangdao but anywhere, we can charge forward with you." Wang Yaozu said calmly, "Indeed. I have recruited over 100 men and am ready to act. With you joining, my confidence only deepens. Lin Chi laughed, slinging an arm around Wang Yaozu's shoulder. Wait, what did you just say? He suddenly asked, stopping and looking puzzled at Wang Yaozu. Weapons? What weapons? Wang Yaozu also paused. Didn't Jianjun tell you? Tell me what? Lin Chi asked, turning to Wang Jianjun. I told them Gangdao is dangerous with gangs running rampant. We must build more strength to protect ourselves, Wang Jianjun said coldly. And then, Lin Chi felt an uneasy premonition. Then I had them procure a batch of weapons and bring them over for protection, Wang Jianjun replied. Wang Jianjun said this. Lin Chi scratched his head. Did I tell you that? I don't remember. Lin Chi glanced at Huang Mao and the others. They were held back by some brothers at the periphery and had not heard much of the conversation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jianjun signaled to Lin Chi, and only then did he notice two men behind Wang Yaozu, each carrying a large black bag. How much did it cost? Lin Chi asked quietly. You only gave me less than a third of the money, Wang Jianjun replied. So cheap. Lin Chi's eyes brightened as an illicit thought rose in his mind. He quickly snuffed it out. Weapons are scarce nowadays. These 2 packs were actually bought in a village. Inspections are not strict now and many people possess such items, Wang Yaozu explained. Wang Yaozu said this. Lin Chi looked at Wang Jianjun. Do you think we will need these things in Gangdao? Just against those syndicates? Better safe than sorry. Remember those 3 Vietnamese men in the bar last time? They had weapons. I don't believe you didn't notice, Wang Jianjun said calmly. Of course I noticed. But you also saw that even after you beat Tony so badly they never pulled any weapons. Using such things in Gangdao is very troublesome, Lin Chi said. Wang Jianjun shot him a cold look. We are professionals. As long as we are careful, no one will be able to trace anything back to us. Besides, we've all left the military. At home it's one thing, but here without these items you have no sense of security, Wang Yaozu added. Wang Yaozu cut in. I don't believe you don't have any, though I don't know where you hid them. Brother Yaozu at most will clash with other groups. There's really no need, Lin Chi replied. Lin Chi said this. Wang Yaozu glanced at him. When I handle things, rest assured. The remark left Lin Chi without a retort. Watching Wang Yaozu's serene face, Lin Chi felt a chill run through him. Would this not bring a heap of trouble? In the public housing of Tunmun, Lin Chi rented 4 suites for 13 people, planning to let the extra person stay in the suite with Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. However, upon seeing Wang Yaozu, it was clear that he needed to rent a separate room for him based on his abilities. Soon a group of people was brought back to the Tunmun public housing in 2 Toyota Hiace vans, after which Lin Chi let Huang Mao and the others leave. In the room of Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, Lin Chi had already arranged for Huang Mao to bring a large amount of food. Soon the group devoured the mountain of food piled on the table like ravenous wolves. After eating, one person picked up a bottle of beer, and the room soon became filled with smoke. Let's see what you've got. Lin Chi had been eager to see what good items this group had brought, but he refrained from asking when Huang Mao was present. Haha, I knew you couldn't resist. Wang Yaozu chuckled foolishly and nodded at someone. The table in the living room of the Wang brothers was cleared, and that person lifted a large black bag from the corner and gently placed it on the table. When the bag was placed on the table, Lin Chi clearly felt the table shake a bit. It was quite heavy. That brother cheerfully unzipped the bag, revealing a treasure trove. At a glance, there were over a dozen 54 semi-automatic pistols, Big Black Star, all wrapped in oiled paper, along with several 67-style silenced pistols. Even more surprisingly, there were several 56 assault rifles, 56-style semi-automatic rifles, and 63 automatic rifles. Just this one package could arm a small assault team. The key was that all these items were very well maintained, with some even being brand new. What about the other package? Lin Chi picked up a 56 assault rifle and lovingly disassembled the magazine and working bolt. That package contains bullets and accessories. This should be enough. Wang Yaozu said. Brother Yaozu, in Hong Kong we mainly need to deal with those gang members. I just want to make some money. This feels a bit excessive. We're not planning to attack the garrison of foreigners. Lin Chi chuckled. Wang Yaozu looked at Wang Jianjun. Didn't you say Hong Kong is quite dangerous? Wang Jianjun remained silent, sitting coolly on the side. Anyway, there isn't much money. Just leave some trump cards for ourselves. Lin Chi rolled his eyes. He had observed that the 13 people brought over were all carrying something at their waists, and if the police in Hong Kong discovered these 2 bags, they would surely go crazy. I would love to wield these items to wreak havoc, but alas, what a pity. Lin Chi reassembled the 56 assault rifle he had just taken apart and put it back in the bag. In Hong Kong, under normal circumstances, these items won't be used. The things you have should suffice in emergencies. He'll take these 2 bags away and hide them. If anyone finds out, we will all be in danger. Lin Chi said. No one opposed. They had come to earn money with Wang Jianjun, so they followed whatever the boss said. Moreover, Lin Chi was one of their own, having come from the same army. He had some reputation before leaving, as that incident had caused quite a stir. Alright, you can keep these items since you paid for them, Wang Yaozu said. By the way, where did you get all these things? Lin Chi zipped up the bag and asked Wang Yaozu. He, a friend of mine, is the local militia commander. Wang Yaozu replied, omitting the details. Lin Chi understood. He remembered being taken by his father to train at the local militia training grounds when he was young. There were indeed a lot of items back then, but he hadn't seen them since. He also realized that, at this time, which village back home didn't have such items, so Lin Chi did not ask further. Brothers, come help me. I'm very happy. My time in Hong Kong has not been long, but since I can bring Jianjun to recruit you, I will definitely help you get what you want. Lin Chi said while holding a cigarette. I don't know if Jianjun has told you, but the salary I offer Jianjun and Zhang Wo is 20,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. If action is needed, the appearance fee is also substantial. As soon as Lin Chi finished speaking, heavy breathing filled the room. It wasn't that Lin Chi's offer was too low, but rather that they had never imagined such treatment. Everyone please quiet down. You all know the capabilities of the brothers Jianjun and Zhang Wo, and brother Yaozu's treatment is the same as Jianjun's. From now on, your direct leaders will be Wang Yaozu, Wang Jianjun, and Wang Zhang Wo. However, I guarantee that everyone's salary will not be less than 15,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. The specifics need to be discussed by Yaozu Jianjun and Zhang Wo. Soon the other 12 people's eyes lit up as they looked at Wang Yaozu, Wang Jianjun, and Wang Zhang Wo, even though 15,000 Hong Kong dollars a month far exceeded their expectations. However, who wouldn't want to earn more? Humph. Wang Yaozu's expression turned cold as he snorted, causing the other 12 to fall silent immediately. First, rest well. Tomorrow Jianjun and Zhang Wo will assess each of you one by one to see how capable you are. If you are stronger than the three of us, I will speak to a Chi to ensure your salary exceeds ours. Wang Yaozu said, then looked at Lin Chi. Lin Chi nodded in agreement. If there were truly such formidable individuals, it was only fair to pay them more. Jianjun, take them to rest first. The daily necessities are already in their rooms. Brother Yaozu will squeeze in with you tonight, and I'll arrange a room for him tomorrow. I've arranged for someone to handle the ID issue, but since there are quite a few people this time, it might take a little longer. So for the next couple of days, be careful when going out. Try to stay inside until you get your IDs. Lin Chi reminded Wang Jianjun before leaving. After speaking, he handed him a stack of cash. Brothers, fulfill any needs as much as possible. Lin Chi left the suite of the Wang brothers carrying 2 large black bags. Once he was in a secluded area, he opened one of the bags, finding it neatly filled with boxes of bullets. To Lin Chi's surprise, atop the bullets in this bag, he also spotted several pineapples. He truly didn't know what to say. After checking everything, he tossed the 2 large bags into his storage space. No matter where these items were placed, it wasn't safe. Only in the storage space could he feel at ease. Everyone has settled down without any unexpected incidents, which made Lin Chi breathe a sigh of relief. As he pushed open the door to his suite, the lights in the living room were already off, and Gang Shang and Qiu Ti must have fallen asleep. Lin Chi quietly opened the bathroom door, quickly washed up, and then opened the door to his room. However, as Lin Chi sat on the bed, he noticed something was off. There was someone on his bed. Hey, the initially tired Lin Chi immediately became alert and hurriedly burrowed into the blankets. As soon as Lin Chi reached out, he felt the prickly sensation of a body, and he knew it was Gang Shang. Gang Shang was awakened by a series of jolting sounds. Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Chi pressing down on her, and the unusual sensation in her body made her realize what was happening. You naughty one, I was already asleep, Gang Shang complained. Who told me to find someone in my bed as soon as I returned? Lin Chi directly kissed Gang Shang on the lips, and the night of joy was needless to elaborate. Early in the morning, Lin Chi took Gang Shang and Qiu Ti for breakfast before heading to the Brilliant Bar with Huang Mao and Hong Mao. With Lin Chi's side fully staffed, a slight arrangement would make them a force to be reckoned with on the island. Meanwhile, the underworld of the island has become tumultuous recently. This was primarily due to the recent election of the new leader of Shing, where Lin Huailu from the Jordan faction emerged as the new head. This outcome caught everyone by surprise, leading to widespread discussions throughout the underworld. The defeated Didi from Tsuan Wan made a big scene in the underworld. Everyone in Tsuan Wan knew that during the election, Didi had booked the largest hotel in Tsuan Wan to prepare for a victory banquet. However, when the results came out and Didi was not elected, it left him furious and humiliated. After the election of He Liansheng's elder generation, several elder members who had received bribes were invited to the hotel, while the anti-corruption team on the island got wind of it and invited them for tea. Lin Chi and his group saw this report on television, as it was around this time that the former head of He Liansheng Chueji was abruptly killed in a car accident. Didi's arrogant demeanor was showcased on TV, making Lin Chi furrow his brows. Is Didi out of his mind? As someone in the underworld, he exploded in public facing a group of island media not afraid of ruining himself even faster. Truly brainless. No wonder Lin Huai played him so hard, ultimately leading to Didi's downfall, due to not wearing a helmet while fishing, resulting in a very embarrassing death. Shortly after Didi's group was arrested, the police also summoned several gang leaders for questioning. This news was conveyed to Lin Chi by Liang Kuan, as Zhang Tiansheng was also invited for tea. Liang Kuan mentioned that Didi shouted the new He Lianqing slogan at the police station, which alarmed the island police, prompting them to quickly invite leaders of other major gangs to warn them not to stir trouble during this period. One election for the He Lianqing leadership has already caused turmoil in the entire underworld, and now with Didi shouting the new slogan, everyone was taken aback. The island does not wish to create a big mess at this time. If other gangs take advantage to mess with He Lianqing, it could lead to serious problems, so the police warned the leaders of larger gangs. What you said is right, Liang Kuan said over the phone. How did you figure that out? Lin Chi asked. I thought that Chen Yao would support me after taking my money, but he had already informed Zhang Tiansheng about it. Liang Kuan said. Bastard, dare to play me. What do you plan to do, kill Chen Yao? Lin Chi laughed. Knowing about this is a good thing. If you really trusted Chen Yao, who knows what the consequences would be? Humph, I can't swallow this anger. Liang Kuan roared on the phone. And what about Ba Ji and Fei Lao Li? You gave them so much, do they really stand by your side? Lin Chi scoffed. They are veterans of the gang, having been in the gang for so long it's hard to gauge their true thoughts. Damn, in the entire Hing, I looked around and found that aside from Chao Gu, not a single person truly stands by me, Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan spoke somewhat frantically. Haha, so what made you think you had the strength to bring Zhang Tiansheng down and sit in the leader's position? Upon hearing Lin Chi's question, Liang Kuan fell silent. He had become arrogant. The strength of the Mong Kok faction was undeniable, and almost everyone in the faction supported him, which made him a bit cocky. Moreover, Liang Kuan looked down on Zhang Tiansheng and Debi, which gave birth to his idea of becoming the leader. Think about the other faction leaders. What were they doing after Zhang Tiansheng became the leader? Lin Chi asked. Did they show any desire to become the leader? Them? Liang Kuan pondered for a moment, suddenly raising his voice. Damn, they just kept making money for themselves. Damn it, they've taken a lot from me. At this moment, Liang Kuan realized he was being naive ever since Zhang Tiansheng took power and proposed the 12-leader system. Hing's development had entered the fast lane. The strength of each faction had greatly increased, yet the members of these factions, while waving the Hing flag, were all just filling their own pockets. It seemed that only his Mong Kok faction truly treated Hing as their own. If any issues arose in other factions, Liang Kuan would certainly be the first to step up. Everyone says you brother Kuan are smart. Now you realize that the ones who can become leaders are not fools, right? Lin Chi said. Even that Debi, who seems to be Zhang Tiansheng's lackey, isn't soft when it comes to making money for himself. Indeed, Causeway Bay is a lucrative area. The amount he pays to the gang is not as much as one would expect. He always finds excuses, and Zhang Tiansheng never questions it. How did I not notice this before? Liang Kuan was truly getting angry. So brother Kuan, this is how it is in the gang? In the gang, there's no such thing as loyalty, it's all about making money. I think being the leader of Mong Kok is great. You can keep the Hing name while doing your own thing. Just pay the dues, but the amount doesn't need to be overly honest. With your strength, Zhang Tiansheng wouldn't dare to turn against you directly. So have I wasted these years? Liang Kuan felt a bit reluctant. He still had some aspirations for the leader position. Is being the leader really that great? Lin Chi said. Once you become the leader, you'll be under constant scrutiny by the Oracord's Anti-Corruption Serious Crime Unit's Commercial Investigations and the Independent Commission Against Corruption on the island. It's no exaggeration to say that you'll be called in for tea over the slightest issue. As a faction leader, let Zhang Tiansheng handle the major issues above, while you, like everyone else, focus on making your own money. Why not? Just like Han Bin from Kwai Tsing in that area, how much income can a regular gang generate? But he is involved in smuggling. You've heard of the profits from the sea. Do you think he has no strength? His subordinates are all heavily armed. He has no ambition towards the leader position, yet you keep jumping around. Damn Han Bin. Liang Kuan was taken aback. Yes, Han Bin, the three brothers occupy three factions, all following his lead. And with Bo Lan Street's 13th sister, do you think his strength in Hing is weaker than yours? In my view, Zhang Tiansheng truly fears not you but this Han Bin. However, I guess Han Bin has never given Zhang Tiansheng any leverage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this way. No wonder Han Bin hardly speaks during meetings. He acts like a mascot, Liang Kuan said. That's the real smart one, brother Kuan. Lin Chi laughed heartily. You, an old hand in the game, still have much to learn. Lin Chi analyzed Han Bin's strength for Liang Kuan, leaving him speechless. After much commotion, Liang Kuan realized that his single Wong Kok Hall was indeed unique within Hongxing, but in terms of strength Han Bin was certainly much stronger. No wonder every time they held a meeting Jiang Tianxing always asked Han Bin if he had any questions. It was clearly a test making him feel like a clown before these people. Damn, everyone says Liang Kuan from Hongxing is arrogant, cunning, and ruthless, yet, compared to Jiang Tianxing and the others, I seem like a novice just starting out. Liang Kuan chuckled at his own situation. Haha, that's good. To be honest, if it were anyone else from Hongxing wanting to do business with me, I would be extremely cautious, but with Brother Kuan I trust you, Lin Chi. Lin Chi laughed heartily on the phone. Damn, others retreat at the mere mention of Liang Kun's name. Be careful or I might just take you down completely. Liang Kuan retorted, ha ha ha, Brother Ku, and you wouldn't do that. Lin Chi replied, speaking of business, my people are ready. Jimmy will bring them over, and for those bosses on your turf, it all depends on you, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan said with confidence, rest assured, I still call the shots in Wong Kok. Our security fee is 10% less than the protection fee. No one dares to disrespect me. Liang Kuan spoke with authority. Brother Kuan is impressive. However, since we are a legitimate property company, those bosses are our partners. We should minimize the underworld tactics and show more smiles. After all, it's about making money. Lin Chi suggested. Damn, rest assured, what kind of person do you think I am? Liang Kuan casually replied. During this period, Wong Kok Chenkuan Property Company has been officially established. Jimmy has been running between Tun Mun and Wong Kok, and Liang Kun's subordinates have already signed employment contracts. However, Liang Kuan issued strict orders that until the company officially opens, these matters must remain confidential. Wang Jianjun brought a team of brothers over, and they have almost recruited enough manpower. Once the Wong Kok Property Company opens on, Sheen will also start competing for territory. Not just that, but expanding their business empire. Just as Lin Chi was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly heard Liang Kuan say, Boss Lin, be cautious in the next few days. What's going on? Lin Chi asked. Liang Kuan quickly relayed the information he had received, but after listening, Lin Chi merely chuckled. It's fine, let them come. It turned out that after Ba Bai was taken down by Chun Haonan, and the others, Chun Haonan was successfully pushed by De Bi and Jiang Tianxing to the position of the Red Stick in the Causeway Bay Hall. The battle against Ba Bai restored Chun Haonan's previously declining reputation in the underworld. Especially after he became the Red Stick of Causeway Bay, he regained the territory that had been lost along with Shanji and the others, and the title of the Five Tigers of Causeway Bay was once again shouted out. In the fight for territory against Dongxing, Shan Dan Kuan shone brightly, displaying a ruthless approach that was even more formidable than Chen Haonan. For this reason, De Bi once again allocated a bar for Chun Haonan and his team to manage filling the pockets of these poor guys. Now that Chun Haonan has risen to power and has the qualification to recruit subordinates thanks to his and Shandan Kun's recent notoriety coupled with the backing of two bars, he has indeed gathered quite a few followers. However, based on Liang Kun's planted spies in Causeway Bay, it seems that after Chun Haonan and Shandan Kun's strength has significantly increased, they are preparing to seek revenge against Lin Chi. Upon learning of this matter, Lin Chi stated that they could come. The previous encounter was just a lesson for them. If these people want to seek death, Lin Chi wouldn't mind sending them off. Tun Mun is adjacent to Tsuan Wan, and afters with Dun Lin Huai Lu took over and led Lianqing, the entire Tsuan Wan underworld began to stir. Even Tun Mun was affected as the blue lanterns that once roamed the streets had significantly decreased. Lin Chi learned from Huang Mao that in recent days the blue lanterns were either called over by people from Tsuan Wan or were summoned by others from Lianqing. It seems that as long as the new banner of D is raised, Lianqing, this old-school gang, is set to engage in a large-scale internal conflict. There are now many military police patrolling the streets. If Tun Mun is like this, one can only imagine how it is in Tsuan Wan and Jordan. The underworld is in a state of alarm, but Lin Chi is completely uninterested in these matters. He has Wang Yaozu and Wang Jianjun rigorously training the newly recruited employees, waiting for the storm to pass before Anshin Property starts its operations. By evening, a light rain began to fall. Lin Chi, along with Gangshang Qiu, the Wang brothers Wang Yaozu, Jimmy, and Huang Mao were having barbecue by the street when they saw a group of people with machetes appearing aggressively at the street corner. As soon as they appeared, Lin Chi and his group noticed them, but they didn't pay much attention. Such occurrences were common on the island at night. Are they looking for us? Lin Chi asked, holding a skewer of squid, somewhat surprised to see them heading directly towards them. Lin Chi looked at the group, noting the leader with a buzz cut, dressed in a silver suit and wielding a machete. He looked familiar. Is that Brother Jia Qian? Lin Chi wasn't entirely sure. Huang Mao and the others stood up nervously watching the group, but Lin Chi, Wang Yaozu, and Wang Jianjun remained seated, showing no signs of concern. Quickly the group surrounded the shelter where Lin Chi and his friends were eating. Brother Jia Qian approached their table, scanning everyone before his gaze finally landed on Lin Chi. Anshin Property, Lin Chi, Boss Lin. Brother Jia Qian asked. That's me. Who are you? Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. I'm a Wu from the number help. What do you want? Someone paid me to deal with you. Brother Jia Qian, a Wu said. Oh, be my guest. Damn, Lin Chi thought Chun Haonan and Shan Ji would take action themselves. Turns out they are hiring someone to cause trouble for him. You're not a gang member, just a small boss. They'll show you some respect and won't attack right away. Step out yourself and I won't touch the others. Brother Jia Qian said, raising the machete in his hand. Damn, if we're going to fight, let's just get on with it, no need to drag this out. Wang Jiangwo stood up ready to deal with these people. However, just as he was about to step forward, a hand stopped him. I'm full now and I've had enough to drink. Let me stretch a bit. It was Wang Yaozu who stopped Wang Jiangwo. He stood up, took off his flat glasses, and placed them on the table, leisurely rolling up his shirt sleeves. What result do you want? Wang Yaozu asked. Break an arm or a leg? Just make sure they can't get back up. Lin Chi casually replied as he took a squid skewer from Gangshang. Hey, you need to hold back a bit. Wang Yaozu said with some regret, as he couldn't go all out, feeling a bit disappointed. As Wang Yaozu stood up, Ao shifted his attention from Lin Chi to Wang Yaozu. Listening to Wang Yaozu's words, Ao remained silent, fiddling with the machete in his hand, its blade glinting coldly under the neon lights, as he pointed the tip directly at Wang Yaozu. As Wang Yaozu rolled up his sleeves, he sneered, Who do you think you are? You seem so refined, yet you want to intervene for others. Ao raised his knife and his followers immediately brandished their weapons, erupting in a wave of arrogant laughter. Wang Yaozu smiled at the surrounding mocking figures, leisurely tucking the hem of his white shirt into his belt. When he turned back to Ao, his expression had changed. At that moment, upon seeing Wang Yaozu, Awa's heart sank, cursing under his breath. No one mentioned that this Lin Chi had such a formidable expert by his side. Indeed an expert. Ao had been in the underworld for so long, relying on his formidable skills, honed on the streets, but upon seeing the change in Wang Yaozu's gaze, he realized he was in deep trouble. This job was usually handled by the younger brothers who followed him. It was only a few tens of thousands in payment, which he thought would be straightforward. Now he encountered an expert. Damn it, he had to increase the payment. Although he sensed the person across from him was indeed an expert, Ao felt no fear. After such a long time in the underworld of Hong Kong, he had yet to meet a true opponent. As he adjusted his sleeves and shirt, Wang Yaozu's palm began to warm slightly. A unique reaction developed from years of training. Kid, it seems you have something in your hands. Let's see if you can stop us. Awa's expression grew serious. Seeing Awa's expression, the younger brothers following him realized the person opposite was no simple foe, and they all retracted their earlier disdain, gripping their weapons tightly. As the battle was about to erupt, one of the younger brothers brandished an iron rod and charged first. Wang Yaozu sidestepped and the iron rod whistled past his ear. Taking advantage of the momentum, he moved forward, striking with his right arm, in a Tongbei Shuangzhang directly to the opponent's chest. With a dull thud, the younger brother flew backward, crashing into a garbage bin on the roadside. Awa's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, the other younger brothers immediately surrounded Wang Yaozu in a fan formation. Wang Yaozu stood before the barbecue stalls, awning his gaze sharp, taking in every movement of his enemies. Two men on his left swung their machetes simultaneously. He tapped his toes to the ground and leapt like a nimble cat, spinning in midair, clamping down on both men's wrists with palms like iron pincers. Using their strength against them, he pushed down, and with two crisp cracks, the men's wrists broke with a snap. The machetes fell to the ground, producing a sharp clinking sound. In the melee, an iron rod came from behind in a surprise attack. Without turning his head, Wang Yaozu suddenly swung his left arm back, striking the assailant's temple with an elbow. The man grunted and collapsed on the ground. Yaogu, take it easy, don't kill anyone. Seeing Wang Yaozu's elbow strike the thug's temple startled Wang Jiangwo. However, Lin Chi noticed that when Wang Yaozu delivered that elbow strike, he had completely restrained his strength. Otherwise, the thug who had just attacked with the iron rod would already be in deep trouble. Even so, Wang Yaozu's elbow strike had knocked the thug out cold. Seeing his few younger brothers taken down by Wang Yaozu in such a short time, Ao no longer hesitated and decided to step in himself. The machete in his hand danced like a whirlwind, flashing coldly as he charged straight at Wang Yaozu. Wang Yaozu, fully aware of the weapon's danger, did not dare to meet it head-on. He alternated between various footwork techniques, such as Cici Bu Guabu and Shan Bu, skillfully dodging through Awa's blade's shadows. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu spotted a flaw and closed in on Ao. Despite Ao having slashed out dozens of times in less than half a minute, he hadn't managed to touch even the corner of Wang Yaozu's clothing. At this moment, Awa's blade had lost its momentum, and unable to retract it in time, Wang Yaozu delivered a Tong Tian Pao, his right fist striking Awa's jaw like a rocket. Ao was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the hood of a car, parked by the roadside, producing a loud thud. The remaining younger brothers, seeing this, displayed fear, but were still unwilling to back down, brandishing their weapons and charging forward again. Wang Yaozu grew bolder with each fight, the power of the Tongbei Chuan unleashed to its fullest in the confined space. At times he executed Bai Shi to Xin, pointing his fingertips at the enemy's vital spots, while at other times he employed Hei Xiong Fan Bei, sweeping with elbow strikes. Wherever his fists and feet landed, wails of despair rang out. On this street, the sounds of shattering glass, clashing metal, and wailing cries intertwined, forming a stark contrast to the distant clamor of Mong Kok. Wang Yao's white shirt was already stained with blood, but his gaze grew increasingly sharp. The last remaining younger brother swung, his machete wildly advancing rather than retreating. He closed in, gripping Wang Yao's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand became a palm pressing against Wang Yao's chest. With a downward push, that younger brother flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the wall and collapsing to the ground. Ao struggled to rise from the ground, looking at his younger brothers wailing all around him. He clutched his chest, his eyes filled with anger, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I have to increase the payment. How can a job like this be worth only a few tens of thousands?" At this moment, Ao was consumed with thoughts of how much he would lose on this job, knowing that since he started taking jobs, he had never suffered a loss before. This was the first time. First, the target strength wasn't clearly communicated when the task was assigned. A person like this was definitely not worth just a few tens of thousands. For this alone, Ao planned to have a serious talk with the boss who assigned the task. Furthermore, all the younger brothers he brought along, including himself, would need to go to the hospital. This hefty medical bill would certainly have to be compensated by the task's boss. Lastly, this was the first time the Haoma gang experienced a failed mission, and since the reason wasn't his fault, he would definitely seek compensation for the loss of reputation from the boss who assigned the task. With these thoughts in mind, Ao supported himself with his machete, repeatedly mumbling, "Increase the payment, increase the payment." Now he was no longer thinking about how to complete this business deal. He was focused on how to find the boss who assigned the task and get him to increase the payment otherwise. Wang Yaozu initially thought Ao would stand up and exchange a few more moves with him, but unexpectedly Ao directly half-kneeled on the ground, propping himself up with the machete, his facial expression shifting several times as he muttered something. Does he not take himself seriously? Did my previous strike not convince the so-called Haoma gangs? Ao? Thinking this, Wang Yaozu rubbed his hands together. Had he been too gentle just now? Just as he was about to step up and deliver a decisive blow to the leader Ao, he saw Lin Chi stand up and wave at him. Wang Yaozu sighed, returning to his seat and wiping the blood on his hands with a tissue, then picked up a bottle of beer and started to drink. Haoma gang Ao, right? Lin Chi approached Ao and asked. When the scuffle subsided, Lin Chi rose and courteously ushered Ao into the Anshin property office. Jia Qinggu had never considered himself a good man, yet as he looked across at Lin Chi, he could not help feeling that Ao by Jianghu standards was a decent fellow. After Huang Mao conveyed Lin Chi's meaning, Ao exploded in anger, protesting that asking him to pay compensation was not how people of the Jianghu handled things. He had barely slammed his palm on the table when he noticed Wang Yaozu in gold-rimmed glasses looking at him with benign courtesy, Wang Jianjun in dark shades wearing a murderous gaze, and the three-edged military bayonet at Wang Jianjun's waist made his face go slack. Lin Chi smiled and said that they were not members of any gang and did not follow its rules, that in his premises only his rules applied. Gang Shang handed Lin Chi a cup of tea and Shou Ti offered him a cigarette. Lin Chi pointed out that after a day's work the company's staff had been eating barbecue together when Haoma Bang led by Ao arrived with a group to attack people. He suggested that such matters should properly be handled by the police, though he noted that Ao and his men did not seem inclined to take that route. Ao retorted angrily that this was gang business and calling the police was out of the question. Lin Chi replied that they were legitimate businessmen, not gang members, and that what Awas group had done ranged from armed robbery at best to attempted murder at worst. Sipping his tea with a look of concern, Lin Chi swept his gaze around and said that he had numerous witnesses and abundant physical evidence, and if this went to the station, Awas group would not escape. Ao hesitated, but seeing his men carried back and writhing on the ground, he drew a deep breath and conceded, asking Lin Chi to name his price. Lin Chi nodded approvingly, and Huang Mao briskly produced a contract. Lin Chi said he had not wanted to settle privately, but that he respected Awas' reputation, so he would give him the face of a private settlement. He argued that although the attack had failed, a respectable businessman like him had been frightened, and he had 100 or 200 employees who relied on him for their meals. That fright could affect his business and his workers might not receive wages, so he insisted that Ao pay for the resulting psychological damages. Pointing to an item on the contract, Lin Chi said it was not much and suggested 50,000, saying that ought to give Ao some face since his company, though small, still earned about 100,000 a day. Ao winced at his jaw injury and the prospect of losing money, but stood and declared that he would pay the 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Chi stopped him and told him to sit, teasing that there were additional items to discuss while asking Gang Shing to serve tea to Brother Wu. This was an unexpected windfall, Lin Chi thought, and the principal should be well attended to. Lin Chi pointed out that it was evening and after work, so his security had been forced to protect him. That would count as overtime. Anshin Property was a legitimate company and overtime required overtime pay, he said, asking whether that sum should not be covered as well. Ao wanted to argue that on Gangdao nobody worried about overtime, yet he nodded nonetheless. Lin Chi explained that the first to act had been Mr. Wang Yaozu, manager of the security department, a man with a high salary, and an even higher appearance fee, a superb fighter whom Ao had just experienced. Ao looked at the smiling Wang Yaozu and nodded in agreement at his prowess. Lin Chi suggested awarding Yaoga 30,000 as overtime pay for the fight. Ao erupted again, slamming the table and shouting that 30,000 was nearly enough to buy his head, while Wang Yaozu asked with a smile that had gone cold whether Ao meant to say his single strike was not worth 30,000. Wang Yaozu smiled as he spoke to the enraged Ao, though his eyes had hardened. Ao, having felt Wang Yaozu's strength, sat back down. The man was a genuine trained fighter and not to be provoked. Reluctantly, Ao agreed to add another 30,000, his heart bleeding at the blow, while Lin Chi praised him for yielding to the situation and pretended admiration for the notorious Ao. When Ao accepted, Lin Chi gave him a thumbs up. Lin Chi noted that although Yaoga took the overtime pay, there had been more people present, and if only Ao received compensation, the rest of his employees would be displeased. Although the others had not struck, Lin Chi said Yaoga had snatched the chance to act from them, and he looked toward Wang Jiangwo, then Wang Jianjun. Lin Chi suggested giving those men a bit of overtime as well to keep the team together, which prompted Ao to leap up again and slam the table, protesting that he had been beaten by Yaoga, while the others had not moved. Lin Chi urged Brother Wu to calm down and introduced the sunglass-clad posed Wang Jianjun as the next man to consider. Lin Chi explained that Wang Jianjun was as strong as Wang Yaozu, even knocking Tony of the Yuananbang unconscious with a single kick. At that, Ao realized these were the men who had humiliated the Yuananbang and seized the bar owner they had been after. They had no grounds to complain, coming here without understanding their opponents. Ao and his crew had been lucky simply to have escaped alive. Ao relented, telling Boss Lin to stop the introductions and just name the figure, for he accepted the guilt. Having admitted defeat, Ao was thoroughly cowed. He resolved to reclaim whatever sum he paid from the job hirer, for otherwise Jiaqin Gu Ao could not survive in Gangdao's underworld. Clutching the contract and supporting several still unconscious comrades, as they left Anshin property, Jiaqin Gu Ao was dazed and stunned. They had come to do a job and earn money. He thought so. How had the job failed? His men been beaten, and now they were being threatened and forced to compensate for the others' losses. He could accept charges like psychological damages, lost wages, overtime, or medicinal expenses. But why should they even be billed for cleaning fees? Huang Mao explained that Anshin property managed the cleaning for these 2 streets, and the day's work had been nearly finished. Only a few people had been left to tidy up, but because of Awis Group's actions, everything now had to be recleaned and they would be charged for it. Fighting back his rage, Ao cursed Lin Chi inwardly. He had thought himself ruthless in squeezing money, but Lin Chi's tactics were even more odious. At least Ao always demanded money openly. For the Anshin property boss to exact fees in this manner was more contemptible than murder. One henchman supporting his broken arm complained that their machetes had not yet been retrieved. Ao looked back and saw Huang Mao washing the machetes and steel pipes they had brought, packing them into a sack and carrying them toward Anshin property. Ao tapped the henchman on the head and jeered that if he had the nerve he could go and take the machetes back. Then the group quickly melted into the street. "Achi, is this how you make money in the harbor?" Wang Yaozu asked. "How could that be? I came from the disciplined forces. How could I possibly make money like this?" Lin Chi directly denied it. "Look, a formal contract. That number was signed by Wu Zhao Nan. You recognize it, right? He acknowledged his mistake and compensated us." Lin Chi flicked the contract with his fingers, speaking with a smug expression. "You got 20,000 just for one fight. Money flows this quickly in the harbor." Wang Yaozu gazed at the 2 large stacks of Hong Kong dollars just delivered by Wu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This was unexpected. Others insisted on giving it. I had no choice." Lin Chi smiled somewhat arrogantly. "Unexpected? You seem quite skilled in this business." Wang Yaozu glanced at Huang Mao, and Huang Mao standing aside, ready to present the contract, telling him it was unexpected. "All right, since there's unexpected wealth, Gangshang, distribute the money. Yao Ge will give 20,000 Jianjun, and Jian Guo 5,000 each, and 2,000 for the others." Lin Chi instructed Gang Shang to distribute the money, and everyone was beaming with joy. Wang Yaozu held the 20,000 Hong Kong dollars in his hand, his calm demeanor slightly shaken. In a place Lin Chi could not see, his eyes seemed to light up. "This method is quite good." As Jiaqian Gu Wu returned to their car with a group, he asked the person who took the job who assigned the task. "Hong Shing, Causeway Bay. I only know it's someone from Hong Shing in Causeway Bay, but I don't know who specifically." The brother who took the job also wore an angry expression. They said it was about dealing with a small boss in Tunmun, but didn't explain the situation and only put up 50,000. "I didn't bother to investigate this small job in detail." The little brother lowered his head as he spoke. "First go to the hospital, carefully investigate the boss of Anshin property, gather information, and see what's happened with Hong Shing in Causeway Bay recently." Wu frowned, instructing the little brothers on what needed to be done. In Causeway Bay at Dongman, Barchen Haonan and Shanji along with a group of little brothers were drinking. This time after taking down Ba by Chun Haonan fulfilled his wish to be a red stick under the Tonko, but Jiang Tiansheng balanced it out by assigning others for the task so none of Shan Jis group became red sticks. After Chun Haonan became a red stick they naturally fell under his command. Haonan, how is the arrangement going? After drinking for a while, Shan Ji whispered in Chun Haonan's ear. Don't worry, I didn't expect this matter to be taken on by the number gang's Wu. With Wu's strength Lin Chi is definitely finished. Chun Haonan said confidently. It wasn't confidence in himself but in Wu from the number gang. As long as the money was in place no matter the opponent's strength, there was no one he couldn't handle. The news should have spread quickly by now. They've been working on this for several days. The previous Shan Ji seemed to have vanished. The current Shan Ji appeared somewhat gloomy. Don't worry, no news is good news. Jia Qian helped Wu and he has never failed. Chen Haonan smiled, patting Shan Ji on the shoulder, urging him not to be too anxious. I've heard of Wu from the number gang. They say that once for a single job, he wielded a knife and took out half a street, killing the target despite being surrounded by a dozen guards. Shan Ji's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. That's him. Chen Haonan took a sip of wine and smiled. Haonan, thank you. You must have spent quite a bit, right? Shan Ji said gratefully. You and I are brothers. There's no need to count these things. Chun Haonan patted Shan Ji's shoulder generously, but inwardly he found it strange that this task fell into Wu's hands. In Shan Ji's impression, to hire Wu, one would have to spend quite a bit, especially since the target is a master like Lin Chi, and he has many skilled people around him. Since Wu has taken action, then he must know these things. Given Wu's character in the number gang, if he took it on he must have a good degree of confidence. But no one expected that this job would be taken by Wu's little brother, and the person arranged by Chun Haonan did not inform him of Lin Chi's strength, and only offered 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. This led to Jia Qiangu Wu taking a severe tumble at Lin Chi's place. Wu recovered quickly and left the hospital early. That day he arrived at his turf and asked the little brothers below how the matters were handled. Brother Wu, we've found out everything. As soon as Wu walked in, a little brother directly approached him. Wu nodded, sitting on a chair looking solemnly at this little brother. This little brother didn't hesitate and directly recounted all the news he had gathered during this time. So you mean the person who issued the task is the new red stick of Hongxing Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan? Wu asked. That's right, it's that Chun Haonan. The little brother confirmed. Now the rumors in Wanchai are spreading. His brother Shan Ji was kicked by Boss Lin of Anshin property, and Kuan is no longer useful. After Chun Haonan became a red stick, he sought revenge for Shan Ji and released this task in the underworld, the little brother said, full of conviction. So you're saying Chun Haonan and the others have hit a wall and Hongxing won't back them up? The people from Causeway Bay, who couldn't handle this, offered us only 50,000 to take it on. Wu's face turned grim. The little brother who took the job lowered his head, not daring to meet the furious Wu's gaze. This is being played for a fool. A character so formidable could single-handedly take down 30 elite fighters from the Red Star in Causeway Bay and knock out Tony with a single kick, and you offer 50,000. The key is this matter fell into Wu's hands. The job wasn't done right and we lost 20,000 for your medical expenses, equipment costs, and information gathering fees. Wu muttered. Remembering something, Wu's eyes brightened, and also lost wages, emotional distress compensation, and reputational damage fees and deception fees. Add it up, or I won't let this go with you. Tell me, how much should we ask from the new red stick in Causeway Bay? Wu looked at several little brothers. At least 300,000, a little brother said. Fool, Anshin property demands 20,000 for one person. We're so many people and you only want 300,000. Wu shouted. I'll set a figure. Wu extended a hand. 500,000. If we can't get it, I won't let Chen Haonan go. Wu go, what should we do? When they heard 500,000, the eyes of several little brothers lit up. Humph, this time we can't mess up like we did at Anshin property in Tunmun. Wu stood up, addressing the group of little brothers. If you go to Causeway Bay, keep a close eye on that Chen Haonan. I want to know everything he does during this time. Wu instructed. The two little brothers nodded vigorously, indicating no problem. You few keep an eye on the Hongxing Causeway Bay's leader, and you few keep an eye on that Shan Ji. This time I want to leave no room for error. Wu said, clenching his fists tightly. 500,000, I must have it. Brother Wu, after we deal with Chun Haonan from Copper Pot Bay, should we go back to Tunmun to find that Anshin property? We haven't completed the task yet. As Jia Qiango held his hand and made a serious statement, a little brother chimed in. Dude, are you out of your mind? Can you take on Yao Gu from Anshin property? Wu slapped the little brother on the head and shouted, but we took the job. If we don't complete it, it will make us look unprofessional and damage our reputation. The little brother covered his head and said, my reputation is tied to the money you pay me. Whether I do the job or not, you can't shortchange me. Wu slapped the little brother's face and said seriously, once we find Chun Haonan and collect the compensation, well, make him tell Lu Gu that the job is done and settle the balance. Who would dare say we didn't do our work? What about Anshin property? The little brother felt wronged. Under Ah Wu's leadership, they had never been so humiliated. Yes, humiliated. It was fine to get beaten and not do the job well, but they had also signed that so-called compensation agreement. It felt like they were being urinated on. How many of us are there? There are still several people lying in the hospital. We can't take them on. The key is no one is paying us. Are we just working for free? Ah Wu said, Brother Wu, we can't fight them with knives, but don't we still have this? The little brother made a gesture as if pulling a trigger with his right hand. You fool, do you want me to go to Qizhu with firearms? Ah Wu slapped the little brother again. Besides, do you think they don't have those things? Although Ah Wu was beaten by Wang Yaozu, he recalled that he still had a few men around Wang Jianjun who were not ordinary people. Did such people not have weapons? Alright, forget about Anshin property for now. Let's first settle the matters in Copper Pot Bay. Ah Wu made a firm decision not allowing the little brothers to create trouble for Lin Qi. Jia Qiangu. Ah Wu loved money and would risk his life for it, but a mere few $100,000 without assurance was not enough for him to gamble his life and that of his little brothers. In Copper Pot Bay, after Ba Bai was dealt with, Liang Kuan did not cause trouble, allowing Chen Haonan to smoothly take charge of the red sticks at the Tonko. During this time they were quite spirited. Although there were occasionally some blind blue lanterns coming to their territory to cause trouble under the leadership of Chen Haonan and Shan Ji, they resolved all the troublemakers. Many short mules who mingled in Copper Pot Bay were drawn to Chen Haonan's fame and joined him. During this time Chen Haonan gained quite a few little brothers. Successful in their careers, Chen Haonan and his friends were also successful in romance. After the car theft incident, Chen Haonan got together with Shi Shili while De Tian started dating De Fei's sister KK. However, because Shan Ji lost his manly dignity and couldn't get together with Ba Dao Guest's daughter Kuan, he ended up hanging out with Bao Pai and Chao Pai every day, watching Chen Haonan and De Tian embrace their girlfriends, feeling sour inside. Bao Pai and Chao Pai were doing well, their venues had increased and they had some money. After their group disbanded, the two of them could still go to Bo Lan Street or Feng Lu to have some fun. But Shan Ji could only return to the rented Tang Lu alone, drinking himself to sleep every day. One day the so-called Five Tigers of Copper Pot Bay, along with Shi Shi Li and KK, inspected the venue with a group of little brothers. After gathering at the bar, Chen Haonan waved his hand embracing Shi Shi Li and headed to her place. De Tian laughed and left with KK while Bao Pai and Chao Pai teased De Tian, sharing a chuckle together, and told Shan Ji they had something to do as they walked toward Bo Lan Street. Shan Ji watched his brothers leave with a smile, but as they disappeared from his sight, the smile on his face slowly faded. Feeling gloomy, Shan Ji pushed away the little brothers surrounding him, picked up a bottle of whiskey in disappointment, and gulped down half the bottle before unsteadily walking back. Shan Ji, holding the bottle, reached the corner at the bottom of their rented Tang Lu, seemingly having discovered something. However, the alcohol dulled his senses, and he muttered before moving on. Suddenly a baseball bat smashed hard against the back of his head. Shan Ji reflexively turned around and saw three figures in black behind him. Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground. In the darkness, the three men appeared behind Shan Ji, looking around before directly binding him with rope and putting a sack over his head, then carried him toward the street. There a van was parked. The three threw Shan Ji into the van, glanced around, and then got in, leaving the scene. De Tian dropped KK off at her place. After fooling around for half an hour, he happily went downstairs. On the way back, passing through an empty alley, De Tian sensed something was wrong. The rusty street lamp flickered in the night, illuminating the pile of decaying cardboard boxes at the alley's entrance. De Tian removed the toothpick from his mouth, and the sudden sound of footsteps behind him made him turn sharply. For hooded figures emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley, the sound of metal clashing echoing harshly in the damp air. At this moment footsteps sounded again behind him. He cautiously turned his head and four more figures appeared, each holding a baseball bat or a steel pipe. Who are you? De Tian slightly shifted his stance, taking a defensive position. He knew these people were here to cause him trouble, but he still wanted to inquire about their origins. However, these people did not respond to De Tian's question. I am from Hongxing and Chen Haonan from Copper Pot Bay is my boss. De Tian tried to scare them off using the name of Hongxing. Without a reply, the 8 people charged towards him simultaneously. De Tian had decent combat skills. When the first steel pipe swung toward him, he ducked and sidekicked the attacker in the knee. The man screamed and fell to his knees, his steel pipe narrowly missing his ear as it struck the wall. Another thug swung his baseball bat horizontally, but De Tian seized his wrist, using his leverage to spin and strike the man's temple with his elbow. The thuds of 2 bodies hitting the ground made the air momentarily freeze. A scar-faced man chuckled sinisterly, raising his baseball bat high while De Tian blocked another attacker. The intense pain exploded in his temple as De Tian felt his nostrils fill with the taste of iron. The impact of the back of his head hitting the ground sent flashes of white light before his blurry vision revealed countless dark figures swirling above him. The cold nylon rope tightened around his wrists as he struggled and kicked, but a steel pipe struck heavily against his calf. When the iron door of the van slid open, rainwater dripped into his eyes, mixing with blood and obscuring the last glimmer of light at the alley's entrance. In de Tian Air's days, he seemed to see several bound individuals in the van, but his vision was too blurry to recognize that the three lying inside were Shanji Bao Pai and Chow Pai. "There are for already just one more to go," said a young thug from the van. "That one is from Causeway Bay, known to be quite formidable in fights." Another person chimed in, "Formidable? Can one take on 10? He laughed heartily, "But there are not just 10 of us." "Ha ha ha ha." The others joined in the laughter. They had already figured out the situation in Causeway Bay during this period. This Chun Haonan could indeed fight, but he was only slightly stronger than that Shanjiao and Daishoner. In a place filled with gangs like Hong Kong, they had seen many such gang members. "Let's go back to work," said one of the leaders. "Brother Wu is still waiting for us." Two vans stopped not far from the rented house of Zixalai. It was already past 1 in the morning, and there was almost no one on the street, only the streetlight at the corner flickered dimly. Inside the van, a dozen people with bright eyes were all looking in one direction, which was the rented house of Zixalai. "Are you sure Chun Haonan will leave his woman?" asked a man with a scar on his face. "Definitely, we've been tailing Chun Haonan for several days. It seems he's trying to accommodate that useless Shanjiao's feelings. They'll all return to their rented place and won't stay overnight with the women." A young thug said, "Oh, very brotherly, huh? If he really valued brotherhood, Chun Haonan shouldn't have taken this red stick position." Someone scoffed. "What do you mean?" a gossip listener asked. "I used to hang out in Causeway Bay. The best fighter under Big B was Datu. Now half of the territory of the Hongqing Causeway Bay faction was seized by Datu. Later Big B was targeted by the police for some issues. To avoid going to Chiju, Big B found Datu to take the blame, promising him the position of a red stick once Datu got out." The young thug said, "TSK tisk, but now Datu has been inside for 2 years and Big B and Chun Haonan haven't visited him. You know, when Chun Haonan first became Big B's underling, Datu helped them settle a lot of issues." The one familiar with Causeway Bay looked down on Chun Haonan's so-called brotherhood. "See, this is what they call brotherhood. Brother Wu is right, or in Hong Kong only money matters." After one person finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. "Enough chit-chat, someone's coming out." One person noticed a long-haired handsome guy coming down and quickly alerted everyone. Everyone stopped chatting, leaving 3 people in the car watching Daishoner and Shanjiao while the others took out their weapons and got out of the van. Chun Haonan came down from Zixalai's place, holding a lighter, flicking it in his hand with a very carefree demeanor. After killing Ba Bai, Chun Haonan had been on a smooth path, not only becoming the red stick of the faction, but also accumulating over 100 younger brothers and gaining several venues. Even when Brother B was talking with him, he mentioned that after a while Brother B would step down, and then Chun Haonan would be pushed up to the position of the leader of Causeway Bay. With a faint smile on his lips, Chun Haonan casually flicked the silver lighter as he strolled into a narrow alley. Is it raining?" Chun Haonan looked at the drizzling rain in the sky and smiled. Just as he turned back, the smile on his face vanished and the lighter in his hand also stopped flicking. Causeway Bay. Chun Haonan, the leader with dyed yellow hair, waved a baseball bat, the metal tip scraping the ground with a piercing sound. "I heard you're quite good at fighting. I wonder if we're enough for you to fight." The people behind him all laughed. The sounds of steel pipes hitting the walls, echoing the noisy sounds, seemed to mock Chun Haonan. "You know I'm Chun Haonan, and you still dare to cause trouble." Chun Haonan frowned as he looked at the dozen or so people surrounding him. It was common to be blocked while out and about. Having been in Causeway Bay for so long, Chun Haonan didn't believe these 10 or so short thugs could do anything to him. The rain grew heavier. Chun Haonan wiped the rain from his face, and at this moment he saw the gleaming weapons closing in on him. He took a deep breath, and suddenly his right leg kicked out toward the nearest thug. His boot splashed water in the puddle, and the moment his knee collided with the other's ribs, he heard the sharp crack of bones dislocating. The narrow alley turned into a natural battlefield. Chun Haonan dodged a steel pipe coming at him and struck his elbow hard against the attacker's temple, making the man collapse without a sound. His movements were as fast as lightning. His left fist hooked another person's chin, and his right hand snatched the baseball bat from the opponent, sweeping it horizontally. 3 thugs stumbled into a garbage bin, splattering rotten food all over themselves. "Damn it, all of you, get on him." The thug who stood up from the garbage bin sniffed the stench on his body and shouted loudly. A group of people swung steel pipes and baseball bats at Chun Haonan. In the chaos, someone's shoes slipped, and at the moment Chun Haonan lost his balance, he was slammed from the side, his back crashing heavily against a fire hydrant, blood filling his throat. Before he could steady himself, steel pipes fell like rain, and he could only shield his vital points with his arms. The sleeves of his black leather jacket echoed with painful thuds. "Beat him to death." The yellow-haired thug's roar pierced through the rain curtain. Chun Haonan seized an opportunity to kick one person down, but he didn't notice someone behind him raising a baseball bat, preparing to strike. The metal pipe hit the back of his head with a solid thud, and the world suddenly tilted at a strange angle. He staggered forward and in a daze saw countless shadows flickering before his eyes. The pain from the punches felt distant and blurred. Not knowing how long it had been, cold ropes bound his wrists. Chen Haonan struggled to open his eyes, but all he saw was the wet cement floor and muddy shoes. Someone roughly put a hood over his head. The pungent smell of gasoline filled his nostrils. When the iron door of the van slid open, he heard the yellow-haired thug sneering in his ear, "Is this all you 5 tigers from Causeway Bay?" Chen Haonan's body was violently thrown into the van, and with the black hood over his head, he felt several people pressing down on him. Although he was somewhat dazed, recalling the words just spoken in his ear, Chen Haonan felt something was very wrong. Could it be that Shan Jiao and the others had also been captured? "Hey Brother Wu, we've caught the people, but a few brothers are injured." A person sitting in the passenger seat of the van made a phone call. "Okay, make sure to ask for more medical fees." He continued speaking on the phone. All right, bring them back right away." After hanging up the call, he rolled down the window and waved his hand. The 2 vans drove away from Causeway Bay into the dark rainy night. Yuan Long, inside an abandoned factory. Chen Haonan woke up. The hood over his head had been removed, but his hands were tightly bound behind him with thick hemp ropes. Looking up, he saw Shan Ji de Tianair and Bao Pai all similarly tied up kneeling beside him. "So you're Chen Haonan?" Chen Haonan's anger had not yet shown on his face when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Turning around, he saw a Wu dressed in a silver suit looking at him with a playful expression. Seeing a Wu's gaze, Chen Haonan felt a headache coming from the beating he had received yesterday. "Who are you? Why have you tied us up here?" Chen Haonan asked. "Let us go quickly, or I'll have hundreds of my brothers from Kowloon chop you to pieces," De Tianair shouted from the side. Bao Pai and Xiao Pai also joined in shouting. "You should know you have offended Hongxing, and offending us will not end well for you." Just as the 3 finished speaking, several slaps echoed, and each of them received a few hard hits from a Wu's subordinates. With a few cries of pain, De Tianair, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai were silenced. Though their faces were filled with indignation, they no longer uttered a sound. "Enough! Who exactly are you?" Chen Haonan shouted, seeing De Tianair, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai beaten to a pulp. Looking at the enraged Chen Haonan, A Wu brushed his hair back. "Chen Haonan, right? I'm a Wu from the number gang." "It's you." Both Chen Haonan and Shan Ji were taken aback. "Now do you understand what's happening?" A Wu asked. "A Wu, are you crazy? You took our job, why are you tying us up instead of going after Lin Chi?" Shan Ji shouted at A Wu, his hands bound behind him. A Wu kicked Shan Ji to the ground. "So you admit you were the ones who were supposed to deal with Boss Lin of Anshin property?" A Wu squatted down looking at Chen Haonan. "Before releasing you, have you forgotten something?" "What?" "We pay you work, that's the rule of the Jianghu. Is this how you do things?" Chen Haonan, somewhat understanding, still stubbornly replied. "That's how the process goes, but when setting the target, shouldn't you tell me about the target's general strength?" A Wu stared at Chen Haonan with a sinister expression. "What did your little brother say? Just a small boss in Tunmun, not much strength." A Wu stood up and kicked Chen Haonan in the chest, knocking him to the ground. "A small boss, no strength. Then how did we end up in the hospital with more than 10 of our little brothers, and how did I lose 200,000? A Wu shouted while kicking. Hearing that they also compensated Lin Chi, and seeing the kicks landing on Chen Haonan, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai flinched, lowering their heads to avoid a Wu's gaze. "Do you know how much I've lost because of this job?" A Wu stopped kicking and sat down on a stool. "Because of the false information you provided, we've lost so much. How are you going to resolve this?" A Wu looked at Chen Haonan and asked. "I know it's our fault for not being clear. Regardless of whether you did the job well or not, we will pay you," Chen Haonan said. "Just that 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. A Wu looked at Chen Haonan with disdain. "So how are you going to compensate us for this loss?" Chen Haonan was a bit bewildered. "What does your loss have to do with us?" But looking at his bound hands, and then at Shan Ji lying on the ground, he understood. A Wu was looking to make up for the loss he suffered from Lin Chi. "Brother Wu, it was our fault this time. I'll take out an extra 50,000 Hong Kong dollars to treat you and your brothers to tea." "When under someone's roof, you have to be sensible," Chen Haonan said. "Hee 50,000. A Wu slapped Chen Haonan across the face. 50,000. "Not even enough for my brother's medicine. 500,000. Otherwise I'll throw all 5 of you into the sea." A Wu didn't want to waste time arguing with Chen Haonan. You have to know that there are countless gangs on Hong Kong Island and their business is thriving. He didn't want to spend too long on Chen Haonan. 500,000. "Why don't you go rob someone?" Chen Haonan retorted. "Hee, we are robbing. You can refuse us." A Wu said with his head held high. "You." Chen Haonan struggled to stand up. "You're not following the rules of the Jianghu." "Humph, how much is the rule of the Jianghu worth? This is how we do things. You can call your little brothers to come and kill us if you want." A Wu said nonchalantly. On Hong Kong Island, although the number gang is a society, it is filled with various leaders, and you may encounter someone from the number gang anywhere. And these people do whatever they want. Just like a Wu who hangs under one of the leaders of the number gang and takes a few little brothers to do jobs for money. He doesn't have any territory to look after like Chun Haonan and the others. A Wu could appear in Yuan Long today and be in Sai Kung tomorrow. But if Chun Haonan offends someone like a Wu, they won't be able to sleep at night. After all, people like this who have no territory and work for money can show up at their territory anytime to cause trouble. A Wu's combat power ranks among the top on the entire Hong Kong Island. Being targeted by such a person means they won't dare to step out without a dozen little brothers in tow. Chun Haonan felt a Wu's words sounded familiar. Didn't Lin Chi say something similar? Brother Wu, we indeed don't have that much money. I can give 10,000, how about that? Chun Haonan proposed. 10,000. Hong Sing's Tongluowen red stick, can't you come up with 50,000? A Wu looked at Chun Haonan with disdain and waved to his little brothers. Soon a little brother brought over a large phone. Here, if you don't have money, just ask the Tongluowen boss. After Chun Haonan dialed the number, a Wu snatched the phone away. Hello, Hongxing Tongluowen boss Big B. A Wu said after the call connected. It's me, who are you? As a Wu was on the phone, the entire room fell silent. The quality of this large phone didn't seem very good and Big B's voice came through with some distortion. Hee, who am I? A Wu laughed. I'm just a debt collector. Debt collector? I don't know who Big B owes money to. Big B felt something was off. He hadn't owed any debts during this period. You don't owe me, but your newly appointed red stick Chun Haonan owes me 50,000. It seems he can't pay, so I found you the big boss. What do you mean? Chun Haonan owes you 50,000. A sound came from the other end, seemingly Big B slapping the table. Big B now felt like he had been slapped by a dog. Chun Haonan had just helped him earn face recently, and now he had caused trouble. Where are you from? 50,000. You'd better have a life to spend it. Big B said. You don't need to worry about that, Big B. A Wu said casually, then kicked Chun Haonan in the chest. Haonan? Hearing Chun Haonan scream over the phone, Big B was left stunned. Brother B, it's me. Shanji and De Tianair are here too. As Ah Wu handed the brick phone to his ear, Chun Haonan hurriedly spoke, though his voice sounded oddly strained. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's words, Brother B fell momentarily speechless. How long had it even been? Were all 5 of them kidnapped again? You? Brother B asked after a pause. We've been kidnapped, Chun Haonan replied. As he spoke, Chun Haonan's cheeks flushed faintly. Yes, though he loathed admitting it, the so-called 5 tigers of Causeway Bay had once more been taken captive. Hearing this, Brother B's heart sank. Of course, these 5 young men had stumbled yet again. Ever since they'd pledged loyalty to him, he'd covered for them countless times, cleaning up mess after mess. On the other end of the line, Brother B rubbed his forehead wearily, utterly resigned. Were it not for the recent prestige Chun Haonan and his crew had brought to the Causeway Bay branch, and the fact that Jiang Tianxing, the Hung dragon head himself, held Chun Haonan in high regard, he would have severed ties with them altogether. Who's behind this? Brother B demanded. Surely not that Lin boss again. He'd already warned Chun Haonan repeatedly, leave Lin Chi alone. Had his words vanished into thin air. It's... Chun Haonan glanced at Ah Wu, who remained expressionless, then stammered. It's Ah Wu of the number gang. What the hell were you thinking? How dare you cross that madman? And owe him money? Don't you know he'll kill for cash? Brother B roared down the line. Fine. I'll front the 50,000. Deduct it from your bar's security fees. With a heavy sigh, Brother B accepted the debt. He couldn't afford to install Chun Haonan as a rising leader only to lose him before he'd even taken root. Everyone across Hong Kong's underworld knew Ah Wu of the number gang cared more for money than his own life. Truly worthy of being Causeway Bay's top enforcer. Magnanimous indeed. Ah Wu said, taking the brick phone. I trust Brother B will have the funds ready. I'll send men to collect once payment is confirmed. Chun Haonan and his men walk free back to Causeway Bay. Send them to Brother B bar, Brother B replied, and hung up. Ah Wu nodded to a nearby underling who stepped forward. Brother Wu, our men are already stationed near Brother B bar. I'll dispatch them immediately to retrieve the money. Looks like your boss values you highly. 50,000 without blinking an eye. Impressive. Ah Wu beamed, turning to Chun Haonan and the others. Oh, and don't forget the remaining 30,000. Hand it to 6th brother, the intermediary. The job wasn't done, but the fee still stands. Ah Wu added suddenly. Chun Haonan stared dumbfounded. Truly Ah Wu. Demanding 50,000, then chasing down every last 30,000. What? You refuse? Ah Wu's gaze turned razor-sharp. No one has ever dared default on a debt owed to Ah Wu of the number gang. I'll pay, don't worry. I'll settle the balance the moment I return. Chun Haonan blurted, unnerved by Ah Wu's lethal stare. Sharp lad. You've got real potential, Ah Wu said, giving him a thumbs up. With wits like yours you'll rise far within Hing. Moments later tires screeched outside. A junior member entered clutching a large duffel bag. Brother Wu, the money's secured. He handed the bag to Ah Wu. Noticing Ah Wu's questioning look, the underling added, "Don't worry. No tails followed us." Ah Wu nodded, unzipped the canvas bag, counted the bills meticulously, and inhaled deeply beside the stack. This scent, the unmistakable aroma of money. He zipped the bag shut. "Take them. Let's go." Within moments junior members shoved Chen Haonan and the others into a white van, while Ah Wu and his entourage climbed into another. The two vehicles sped off in opposite directions, vanishing into the city's labyrinthine streets. An hour later a silver-white van pulled up before the Eastman Bar in Causeway Bay. The door swung open. Chen Haonan and the four others were unceremoniously shoved out. The engine revved and the van vanished around the corner in a blur. The five scrambled upright and darted inside the bar. Fortunately, it was daytime. Few patrons lingered outside. Had this happened at night, news of their abduction would have shredded their credibility across the underworld. What in the world happened? You owed Ah Wu of the number gang, and let him capture you? Do you even know who he is? Do you grasp his methods? Brother B slammed his fist on the table, glaring at the bruised and battered quintet in his bar. Brother B, here's how it went. Chen Haonan stepped forward and recounted the entire incident. So, you didn't actually owe him money. You were simply extorted again. Brother B looked utterly drained. This scenario echoed the earlier clash with Lin Chi, and disturbingly Lin Chi appeared somehow entangled in it. Didn't I forbid you from provoking Lin Chi? Brother B demanded. But Shan Ji he. Chen Haonan retorted, urgency sharpening his tone. Brother B turned his gaze upon Shan Ji. His furious expression softened. He approached and gently placed his right hand on Shan Ji's shoulder. I know what happened to Shan Ji, but confronting Lin Chi with just the five of you, impossible. He settled back into his chair, eyes steady on Chen Haonan and the others. You faced him yourselves. He's a master martial artist. Alone he could dismantle all five of you. And he commands a lieutenant named Abu, a peerless warrior. Even 20 or 30 seasoned thugs couldn't subdue him. Such men lie beyond our reach, for now. But we're Hing. Prince Tai of Tsim Sui is hailed as Hong Kong's strongest fighter. Surely we shouldn't fear mere individuals. De Tian interjected. If we mobilized Hing openly against him, yes, we could crush them. Brother B sighed. But we lack just cause. Shan Ji instigated the conflict, Lin Chi responded lawfully. Whether judged by police standards or underworld codes, we hold no moral ground. Should word spread, the Triad won't shield you. It will condemn you for tarnishing its honor. Punishment may follow instead. Brother B's voice hardened, his small frame radiating formidable authority. Yet many already know. Rival gangs mock us openly, Chen Haonan admitted. Yes, they know. But silence preserves dignity. Speak it aloud and the Triad abandons you. Enemies like Liang Quan will seize the chance to strike. They'll exploit this humiliation, not defend you. So treat it as if it never occurred. Brother B's words bowed the five heads low, though Shan Ji's face remained defiant. I know your pride, rebels. But without strength, patience is your only weapon. When one of you ascends to branch leader, or even dragon head, you'll confront such foes without restraint. Ah Nan, I believe in you, Mr. Jiang believes in you. My years grow long. Prove yourself further, and when I step aside, Causeway Bay's throne shall be yours. Once you command Causeway Bay's hundreds, will Lin Chi truly remain beyond your reach? Will vengeance for Shan Ji elude you? Brother B asked Chen Haonan, offering not just counsel but a promise written in ambition. Chen Haonan and his companions had followed De B for a long time, growing up under the promises he painted. In the bar, De B opened his heart, quickly restoring the confidence of Chen Haonan and his five companions, who vowed to regroup and serve the gang, aiming to become the leaders. De Tian Shan Ji and Bao Pai Chao Pai also expressed their determination to work hard, striving for achievements that would secure their positions as decision-makers in the organization. By then, each of them from the five tigers of Causeway Bay would hold a decision-making position. Would they still fear a mere small boss from Tun Mun? As for now, Chen Haonan handed over the hard-earned hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars to De B, while the others stated they needed to ensure the venue's safety and return the money to De B as soon as possible, as all tasks shouldn't fall on the leader alone. De B watched Chen Haonan and his companions leave the bar with satisfaction, but after they disappeared, his smiling face instantly turned cold. Damn it, a bunch of fools always causing me trouble. However, thinking about the profits Chen Haonan and his crew had brought to Causeway Bay, Mr. Jiang seemed to have some use for Chen Haonan, so to be endured. In Tun Mun, Anshin Property Company, due to personnel and business expansion needs, Lin Chi had acquired all the shops around his original premises, even though those two shops were initially reluctant to move. After all, these streets now belonged to Anshin property, and in this area being adjacent to Anshin property was the safest. However, after Huang Mao explained the situation to the two shop owners, they immediately realized their mistake and moved out overnight. Naturally, Lin Qi helped them find new premises, ensuring they wouldn't suffer losses. When Lin Qi heard about this matter, he merely patted Huang Mao's head, lightly saying, "Don't threaten others next time." Now the office area of Anshin Property Company had expanded more than threefold, and the backyards of the three shops were also provided for free use by Anshin Property. From a distance, Anshin Property barely resembled a legitimate company. In the conference room, Lin Qi was surprised to see a Wu come looking for him. Lin Qi knew that given a Wu's personality, he would definitely seek trouble with Chen Haonan and his crew during this time, especially since he was losing money. Getting money back from Lin Qi should be out of the question, but seeking some compensation from Causeway Bay shouldn't be a problem. Why was he coming to find him? Boss Lin Wu greeted Lin Qi as he entered the conference room. During this time, he had done some digging into Lin Qi and Anshin Property, making him astonished at the money Lin Qi was raking in. Although Lin Qi and Anshin Property were only known around a few streets, their actions had opened a Wu's eyes. This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, directly confronting the flourishing Hong Shing of Causeway Bay, and with just 2 or 3 people, they had taken down dozens of elite fighters from Causeway Bay. Then they faced the notorious Vietnam gang, where Lin Qi's men knocked out Tony with a single kick. A Wu had encountered Tony before and knew he couldn't win, and now one of Lin Qi's men could defeat Tony effortlessly, making him feel fortunate that he had only been beaten up. Lin Qi hadn't ordered his men to kill, or a Wu would have been finished. "Boss Lin, you know what I do," a Wu stated directly. "So?" Lin Qi was somewhat unclear about a Wu's intentions. "Once we take the money, we must get things done. I know Boss Lin is formidable, but a Wu cannot back down without facing Boss Lin first." "What do you mean?" Lin Qi furrowed his brow, confused. "I want to have a match with Boss Lin. Regardless of the outcome, a Wu will never interfere with any deals related to Boss Lin and Anshin Property again." A Wu said. "All right." Lin Qi had no ill feelings towards a Wu. People like him were quite straightforward in the underworld of Hong Kong. Seeing Lin Qi's prompt agreement, a Wu was a bit surprised. "Let's find a place. Right here, don't worry, it will be quick," Lin Qi said with a smile. Before long, a Wu left Anshin Property Company, clutching his chest. Indeed, it was quick. As soon as a Wu set up his stance, Lin Qi appeared before him, after which a Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying, landing on the sofa. With just one move, Lin Qi's elbow strike to a Wu's chest caused him to gasp for air and break 2 ribs. However, a Wu knew Lin Qi had held back, or otherwise he would already be finished. A Wu took a moment to catch his breath on the sofa, slowly sitting up, shaking his head to clear his mind, and stood up in shock. No wonder that Wang Yaozu, Wang Jiangwo, and Abu could all stay safely under Lin Qi's command. Lin Qi's strength surpassed that of Wang Yaozu. "Boss Lin, I apologize for the embarrassment." A Wu clutched his chest and slightly bent forward, initially wanting to say something, but realizing Lin Qi's strength, he felt that anything he said would be inappropriate and ultimately left with a complex expression. "Gang Shang, where is he?" Lin Qi was puzzled as he watched Gang Shang and several business department personnel running around. Hadn't we not started competing for territory yet? How could the business volume increase so much? Wang Yaozu and Wang Jiangwo had also been absent for days. They went out to work. "If you have nothing to do, go play at the bar." "I'm busy," Gang Shang said, holding a stack of contracts, directly addressing Lin Qi as he hurried past, giving him a quick glance. Other personnel from the business department were also busy, as if Lin Qi was the only one with leisure time. Lin Qi observed the bustling scene before him, rubbed his head, and reluctantly returned to his office. Just as he sat down, the office door was suddenly slammed open. Lin Qi stared blankly as Wang Yaozu, Wang Jiangwo, and Wang Jiangwo swaggered in with a large travel bag. Then, with a thud, the oversized travel bag was thrown onto the desk, and the three settled onto the sofa, lighting up cigarettes. Wang Jiangwo even took a can of tea from the cabinet next to Lin Qi and expertly began brewing tea. "What are you doing?" Lin Qi asked, looking at the 3 bandits who treated his office like their own home. "Open it and see," Wang Yaozu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said with a faint smile, nodding towards the travel bag on the desk. "Yes, the compensation." Wang Yaozu blew on his teacup and took a slow sip of tea, speaking calmly. "Here, this is the list." Wang Yaozu tossed a file bag over, and Lin Qi hurriedly opened it. "Oh, there are also the signed compensation contracts inside. After you finish reading, please hand them over to Gang Shang for filing." Lin Qi opened the file bag, and when he saw the stack of contracts, his lips twitched slightly. He was somewhat familiar with the names on the contracts. They belonged to the leaders of several small groups around the public housing. As he flipped through the contracts one by one, Lin Qi fell silent. "You guys." Lin Qi found himself at a loss for words. "During this time, I've gathered some understanding of our Anshin Properties situation." Wang Yaozu spoke up. "Before we arrived, you had already hired 200 to 300 employees, having Jiangwo and the others lead their training. I guess your next step is to expand the company's business scope. I thought you were just waiting for us brothers to arrive. With manpower, you would initiate the next moves. A few days ago, that number brought trouble to a Wu, and this compensation matter has allowed the brothers to earn quite a bit. Wang Yaozu said with a smile. With the money in hand, I went back and told the 12 brothers about this matter, and they all expressed a desire to make a fortune and improve themselves. Later, we will divide the recruited employees into 12 teams and wander around others' territories. Wang Yaozu slowly said after taking a sip of tea. You know, the people from these mixed groups in Hong Kong Island don't have very good tempers. Wang Yaozu paused. Hey, our Anshin property is a legitimate company, and our employees are all respectable people. They have work and spend in these areas. Never would I have thought that they would repeatedly bully our employees, physically assaulting them. Is there still the law? Wang Yaozu said this with a face full of indignation, though his acting was lacking, making his expression somewhat fake. Ahem, Yao Gu, who taught you to speak like that? Lin Qi looked at Wang Yaozu, feeling speechless. Then Wang Yaozu, Wang Jianjun, and Wang Jiangwo all turned to look at Lin Qi, making him feel a bit awkward. Damn, what kind of eyes are you giving me? Can't be that I'm the one who taught him, right? Lin Qi nearly jumped up. I learned it from Huang Mao and the others, but they said you taught it. Wang Yaozu said. Impossible, I didn't teach him. It wasn't me. Lin Qi denied it 3 times, speaking somewhat guiltily. All right, you continue. Where was I? Wang Yaozu was interrupted by Lin Qi and asked Wang Jiangwo. There's still the law, right? Wang Jiangwo replied. Oh, the law. Wang Yaozu adjusted his expression. Our Anshin property is a legitimate company, and our employees have faced unjust treatment. Of course, we must stand up for them. Wang Yaozu's voice remained steady. Therefore, we will take our company's security personnel to help seek justice. You know, when I was in the army, I was an instructor and had a knack for ideological work. Wang Yaozu adjusted his glasses. Lin Qi and Wang Jiangwo exchanged eye rolls. If we didn't know who you were, we might actually believe it. You have a way with ideological work, and if that doesn't work, you also have another method to enlighten people, right? Under my earnest persuasion, those who assaulted and bullied our employees suddenly realized their mistakes. They sincerely apologized, stating that it was just some minor friction, and that there was no need to involve the Hong Kong police as they were quite busy. Later, to demonstrate their remorse, they rushed to sign the compensation contracts with us, offering these as compensation to soothe our Anshin property employees. After doing all this, many of them, feeling regretful for their past bullying behavior, expressed a desire to leave Tunmun, repent, and start anew. Look, these young men from the mixed groups just took a wrong turn for a moment. They are not beyond saving. Wang Yaozu finally exclaimed, finding the people from Hong Kong Island's groups somewhat endearing. So this is how you make money and improve? Lin Qi asked, looking at the excitement in Wang Yaozu's eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. They just arrived in Hong Kong Island for a few days, and they've already gone astray. Who thought of offering compensation? Oh, it seems it was him, so it's no problem. As Lin Qi asked this question, the 3 Wang brothers looked at him again, making Lin Qi feel a bit guilty. Lin Qi strategically took a sip of tea to mask the embarrassment on his face. Here, this is the account book. During this time, we have already distributed the money to all the working employees. Wang Yaozu handed Lin Qi another account book. Lin Qi placed the account book with the contracts without opening it, looking at Wang Yaozu with a smile. Yao Gu, how much have you earned during this time? Not much. We only fought a dozen or so battles and received several $100,000 in appearance fees plus a cut from property contracts. Altogether around 500,000 to 600,000. While saying this, despite Wang Yaozu's emotions remaining steady, a glimmer of excitement still shone in his eyes. Lin Qi turned to look at Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. We're about the same. Wang Jianjun said calmly. What about the other brothers who came over? Lin Qi asked, knowing there were still 12 brothers who came along. Haha, the least one of them earned 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. When they go back home, each will be a wealthy figure. Wang Jiangwo said excitedly. In this place called Port Island, no one collects protection fees, and no one provides cover, making business unstable for the merchants. The changing of the ruling banner is easily accepted by them when the local power shifts. In the end, the so-called security and property fees are just protection fees. Signing is inevitable, and since they are now collecting a little less, why not take advantage of it? So what is our business scope now? Lin Qi asked Jiangua. Just a moment, 7 brother Wang Jiangua replied as he rushed out of Lin Qi's office. Before long, he hurried back with a map in hand and spread it out on the desk. 7 brother, look here, this is the Tunmun public housing going east to Shingsai Street, north to Daxing Garden, and west to Tunmun Secondary School. This entire area is now under the domain of our Anshin property. What do you mean, our domain? This is our company's business scope, Lin Qi said to Wang Jiangua. Isn't it the same? Wang Jiangua scoffed. It's not the same. The banner is important and reputation matters. We are not a gang, and even if we make money like one, we cannot openly say so. Lin Qi said. In half a month, how could we only rake in this little bit across a dozen streets? Tunmun is too poor. If we were in the Yao Tsim Mong area, the profits from even 1 or 2 streets would surpass that of these dozen streets by more than 3 times. Are there enough personnel? Lin Chi asked. As the saying goes, conquering a territory is easy but maintaining it is difficult. With the combat prowess of Wang Yaozu and Wang Jianjun, Lin Chi had no doubt they could seize several streets in a day, but managing the territory afterward would likely require more than 100 people. We have over 200 new employees who have contacted their friends and relatives. There are enough people for cleaning services, but we still lack patrols, venue watchers, and valet parking attendants. Wang Yaozu said, I came to discuss this matter today to see if we need to hire more people. Anshin property has already gained a great reputation in this area. Whether for profit or for the sake of reputation, as long as Anshin property calls for recruits, we can get as many as we need. This large area is enough for us to digest for a while. Let's not expand for now, Lin Chi said, looking at the map. Dozens of streets, not too big nor too small. Money must be secured and contracts need to be signed quickly. Once everything is settled here, we can discuss further. Lin Chi said, and now due to the situation with Liansheng's leader, the underworld is brewing with storms. We should keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Currently their core members number only a dozen or 20, while the others are small subordinates collected from Port Island. Lin Chi was not very reassured about using them. Moreover, cooperation with Liang Kun's side is about to begin and this territory is too large to control. I think the same. I've arranged for a brother to oversee each street. As long as no large or medium-sized gangs come through, they can handle it. Once they adapt for a while, we can look for expansion opportunities again. The recruitment will continue. You take this to find Jimmy and see how many more people we need. He is more familiar with the situation in Port Island than we are. After discussing for a while, Wang Yaozu and the others left eager to explore the prosperity of Port Island after their sudden wealth. Lin Chi put the contracts and account books into a black travel bag, then picked it up and headed out. Finding Jimmy, Lin Chi handed the bag over, saying, here are the account books and contracts. Please process them. Jimmy accepted the bag and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yaozu and the others had already mentioned this to him, and now it was just a formality. Handing it over to Lin Chi was to ensure he got his share, but it was necessary due to the contracts and account books. This money can be considered clean. Lin Chi had almost a small target's dirty money in his space. He wouldn't care for such useful clean money. On the contrary, he took out several million from his space and placed it in the travel bag as the performance bonus for Wang Yaozu and Wang Jianjun during this period. He explained the situation to Jimmy, stating that once this money is accounted for, it would be clean money, making it easier than laundering money outside. The company has been developing rapidly lately, and we might be short on manpower. Discuss with Yao Gu Jianjun and Zhang Wo about how many people to recruit this time. Jimmy nodded, indicating that this matter could be easily resolved. There aren't many people in Port Island, just a lot of short laborers at 1 or 2,000 a month. We can recruit as many as we want. Lin Chi has a lot of dirty money in his space, and recruiting a few hundred subordinates is completely feasible. If it runs out, we can always get more. There are many opportunities in this topsy-turvy world. The key is that the money in the company account is increasing, and this is all clean money. We can find more methods to gradually distribute dividends and enjoy the luxury of swiping cards. Thinking of this, Lin Chi instructed Jimmy to find some professional accountants and lawyers, as they would be needed for the company. In a neighborhood on Chongqing Road in Yuanlong, Hua Shang returned to his rented apartment after work. As soon as Hua Shang entered the room, he threw his suit onto the sofa and sat down with a cigarette. What the hell are you doing here? Hua Shang, who had just sat down, nearly jumped up upon seeing someone sitting on the sofa. Why can't I be here? This apartment was still rented by someone I found for you. Seeing Hua Shang's reaction, Ma Jun's mouth twitched. Turn on the lights when you come in. Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly? Hua Shang rolled his eyes at Ma Jun. I didn't want to be discovered, did I? Ma Jun chuckled. Discovered? Do you think I'm still undercover in Vietnam? Boss Lin wouldn't send someone to keep an eye on me like Zhagu, would he? Since following Jimmy, Hua Shang had been utilized due to his strong business acumen. During this time, he bore the titles of business manager and deputy director of the office, signing contracts daily with the business department. In just half a month, Wang Yaozu and the others seized over a dozen streets, accumulating hundreds or even thousands of shops, neighborhoods, and vendors. All of them required the business department's personnel to negotiate, which left Hua Shang quite exhausted. However, he earned a commission for every contract signed, resulting in tens of thousands of income in just half a month. This was more than he earned at the police station. The key was that his salary and undercover fees from the police station were still being paid, giving him a double income. This made Hua Shang feel that if this continued, he would soon be able to buy a flat. Where did all this money come from? Ma Jun, being observant, noticed the suit Hua Shang tossed on the sofa had bulging pockets clearly containing a large stack of Hong Kong dollars. It's my business commission, Hua Shang said proudly. What business do you have at Anshin property that earns so much commission? Ma Jun pulled out the money and his expression changed. It was all big bills. This stack must be at least 50,000. Did Huashang gain Lin Qi's trust and join the core business? Thinking of this, Ma Jun's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the shady dealings, it would be impossible to accumulate such commissions in such a short time. What business? Huashang glanced at Ma Jun, well acquainted with him, and knew exactly what Ma Jun was thinking the moment he shifted in his seat. The contract signing fee. Huashang exhaled a puff of smoke. Haven't you heard of it? Aren't you concerned that I've been sent undercover at Anshin property? Huashang said somewhat angrily. Hey, right now with Lianxing Di making announcements about a new collaboration, all the police stations are on high alert. I've been too busy to pay attention to Anshin property's situation. Ma Jun explained. In just half a month, our security department at Anshin property has taken control of over 10 streets around Tunmun. Didn't you know that? What? Ma Jun exclaimed, jumping up. Why didn't you tell me such important information? Wait, how come I didn't catch wind of such a major event? Ma Jun asked. What information could I give you? Do you think Anshin property operates like other gangs fighting for territory at night? Huashang mocked. Then Huashang recounted the bold moves made by Lin Qi at Anshin property from top to bottom and introduced the several experts under Lin Qi's command. After hearing Huashang's introduction, Ma Jun was astounded, his mouth agape. So they haven't violated any laws in Hong Kong. Ma Jun was a bit confused. This doesn't seem right. Can it really be done this way? Lin, the owner of Anshin property, hired about 10 intern lawyers who train employees daily. As long as they provoke someone verbally on another's territory and fall down when the other party strikes, they're in the clear. Then the security department sends someone to reason with them, and as they talk, the other side will definitely strike first. Of course, they can't compete with our property company's people. Huashang said, getting a bit excited himself. After that, it's about signing compensation contracts and getting expelled from the territory. So Anshin property hasn't done anything illegal at all. Ma Jun was stunned. If all gangs operated this way, the O Squad could disband. You've been undercover at Anshin property for so long and haven't found anything suspicious? Ma Jun asked, somewhat frantic. I told you the deaths of the Vietnamese brothers have nothing to do with Lin Qi. You insist he has major suspicions. Have you lost your mind? Huashang retorted. Lin Qi is just a boss who spends his days either flirting with his two mistresses or playing at bars or sleeping at the office. What could possibly be wrong with him? Huashang was getting annoyed. At this moment, Ma Jun also began to doubt his previous thoughts. Could it be that the deaths of Tony and the others really had nothing to do with Lin Qi? There is one piece of news. Huashang's voice rang out again as Ma Jun quickly turned to look at him. It seems our boss has made contact with Liang Kuan from Mongkok. They should be collaborating to make money, but I don't know what their exact relationship is. Liang Kuan, what are they collaborating on? Ma Jun asked. Of course they are collaborating to open a property company. Based on how Anshin property operates, this is just a legal protection fee. Anyone slightly clever would be interested. Liang Kuan isn't foolish. Aren't they colluding for other gains? Ma Jun was somewhat reluctant. Could it be that Lin Qi truly has no issues at all? Come on, let's go out for drinks. I've already told you Lin Qi is fine. Huashang felt that he couldn't reason with Ma Jun and pulled him out for drinks. Hey boss Lin, can I borrow that guy Abu from your team for a bit? While Ma Jun and Huashang were at the bar discussing Lin Qi received a call from Liang Kuan. What's going on, brother Kuan? Lin Qi was somewhat surprised that Liang Kuan wanted to borrow someone from him. Something must have happened. Damn it, everyone has been played by Liansheng's people. From Liang Kun's tone, Lin Qi sensed that he was quite angry at this moment. What happened? Lin Qi should know what happened, but how is this related to Liang Kuan? During this period, the power shift in Liansheng had thrown the entire Hong Kong underworld into a state of tension, but internally Liansheng had already settled their differences. The new leader of Liansheng, Lin Huailu, is quite skilled at PUA. He negotiated with Di for a long time and reached a settlement. It seems they agreed to share the profits gained from entering Tsim Sha Sui, and promised the position of the next leader, leading Di to abandon the idea of a new Liansheng. Liansheng used the slogan of entering Tsim Sha Sui to secretly gather forces, while the underworld thought they were about to wage an internal war. Just yesterday, Liansheng assembled thousands of foot soldiers charging directly from Sha Tin and Sham Shui Per to Yao Ma Ti. Liansheng's target was directly the Hing's stronghold in Tsim Sha Sui, which was caught completely off guard. If it weren't for the prince's formidable strength leading his Jim's younger brothers to staunchly hold the two streets of their territory, Hing's Tsim Sha Sui stronghold would have been taken over by Liansheng that night. Now Liansheng has occupied more than half of Hing's territory in Tsim Sha Sui, and Jiang Tiansheng urgently called everyone for a meeting. He declared that they must drive Liansheng's people out, yet last night's losses were so severe that given Hing's strength, recovering their lost territory would be akin to chasing a dream. After all, Liansheng is a long-established major gang in Hong Kong, reputed to have the largest number of members. Even today, while Lianqing may have dwindled, being expelled from areas rich in resources like Yao Ma Ti, last night's actions demonstrated to the underworld why Lianqing is known for having the most members. Attacking a Hing stronghold in Tsim Sha Sui, they casually mobilized thousands of foot soldiers, utterly overwhelming the so-called strongest members of Hing. However, before Jiang Tiansheng could mobilize his forces, Hing received news that thousands more of Liansheng's members had entered Tsim Sha Sui. At this rate, if Hing didn't exhaust all their strength, not to mention reclaiming the lost territory in Tsim Sha Sui, they might even see their Mongkok stronghold flooded by Lianqing. After the meeting, Jiang Tiansheng called Deng Bo, but unfortunately the old man completely ignored his calls, openly tearing their relationship apart. To maintain the integrity of Lianqing, they could only sacrifice a bit of Hing. After all, Hing has multiple strongholds. Giving up a bit of territory in Tsim Sha Sui is manageable. Lianqing is advancing into Tsim Sha Sui. Why aren't they attacking elsewhere? Why are they targeting Hing? Lin Qi was somewhat puzzled. Though he knew Lianqing was entering Tsim Sha Sui, due to the collaboration between Di and Alu, he didn't know on whose territory they were planting their flag, and the movie didn't explain. Damn, the largest territory in Tsim Sha Sui belongs to the Ni family, but they operate with firepower and are well-armed. Liansheng's members are numerous, yet they also fear death. The best remaining territory is with the prince, who is just a brute. If Lianqing isn't attacking him, who else would they target? Liang Kuan remarked. Understood. But why don't they just hit my Mongkok territory directly? Lin Qi asked. Do you take me, Liang Quan, for a pushover? Liang Quan rolled his eyes on the other end of the line. Yes, the Hing crown prince is formidable in personal combat, but as for the collective strength of his Tsim Sha Sui branch, it pales far behind my Mongkok branch. If Brother Quan's power is so great, why are you still asking me for manpower? Lin Qi asked with a wry smile. One must remain vigilant. Last night the Walin-Shang alliance possessed the capability to uproot the Hing's presence entirely from Tsim Sha Sui. Yet, they chose not to do so. Liang Quan said. Oh, is there more to it? Lin Qi asked. They left 2 streets untouched. The Hing's Tsim Sha Sui branch still stands. To drive Hing completely out of Tsim Sha Sui would leave no room for retreat. The Walin-Shang alliance is clearly unprepared for full-scale war with Hing. Liang Quan appeared unusually shrewd at that moment. Perhaps later they'll even return a few streets to the crown prince. But as for my Mongkok, that's uncertain. Liang Quan sighed. Last night they deployed nearly 3,000 enforcers. The crown prince's few hundred men were utterly overwhelmed. Today another 2,000 have poured into Tsim Sha Sui. With time so short, Hing simply cannot mobilize sufficient manpower in such haste. The crown prince has lost ground, and he won't reclaim it. I fear they'll turn their sights on my Mongkok territory. Liang Quan said to Lin Qi. Why aren't you joining Hing's counteroffensive into Tsim Sha Sui? Lin Qi asked him. Hell no. My Mongkok territory borders Tsim Sha Sui directly. Well, Liansheng knows that well, and they're certainly watching me closely. Attack Tsim Sha Sui. Don't be absurd. I'll secure my own turf first. Lately, Liang Quan had found Lin Qi's words strikingly perceptive. He prided himself on loyalty to his brothers within the Triad. Yet recent investigations revealed only one elder brother remained truly loyal to him. The rest showed not a shred of righteousness. That betrayal cut deep. Hing's treachery had wounded Liang Quan to the core. With loyalty abandoned, Liang Quan felt no obligation to uphold it either. Earlier today at the emergency meeting, Jiang Tiansheng had specifically ordered the Mongkok branch to dispatch men to aid the crown prince in reclaiming Tsim Sha Sui. In the past, Liang Quan might have agreed. He'd long held genuine admiration for the crown prince. Whenever trouble arose in Tsim Sha Sui, Liang Quan was always the first to send reinforcements. And since the crown prince lacked business acumen and funds, Liang Quan had repeatedly covered expenses out of his own pocket. Within Hing, the crown prince controlled Tsim Sha Sui, the most lucrative district, yet it sat at the crossroads of constant conflict. Without Liang Quan's support, even Gan Zitai's prowess could not have secured such stability. Yet the moment Liang Quan signaled ambitions to ascend as the Triad's supreme leader, the crown prince severed ties, cold and deliberate. Though their territories lay adjacent, the crown prince withdrew all closeness. Now that Liansheng has planted its flag upon Tsim Sha Sui soil, they dare ask Liang Quan for troops. Not a chance. At today's emergency meeting, Liang Quan flatly refused to commit any forces. His reasoning was simple: with Liansheng deploying such overwhelming numbers, if he led his men into Tsim Sha Sui, they might strike Mongkok in his absence. Who would bear the loss? Now Liang Quan focused solely on safeguarding his Mongkok domain and amassing wealth. Should Hing require anything else, token gestures would suffice. No more selfless valor as before. Thus, no matter how Jiang Tiansheng and others pleaded during the meeting, Liang Quan stood firm, unyielding. Let Jiang Tiansheng try stripping him of his title as Mongkok's headman if he dared. He knew better than to try. Liansheng commands 4,000 to 5,000 men. they've planted their flag for good. Holding Tsim Sha Sui is now certain. Whether the crown prince loses his ground or not is none of my concern. But I fear they'll come after me next. So tell me, Mr. Lin, will you lend me your men? Liang Quan asked. Ha ha ha. Truly the Yao Tsim Mong Trio Mong Kok Yao Ma Ti and Tsim Sha Sui. The richest districts of Hong Kong Island. With such a spectacle unfolding, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Or risk ridicule later when boasting about it. Lin Chi laughed heartily. Brother Quan, I'll lead my men personally to reinforce you. Surely you won't turn us away. Excellent, Mr. Lin. You're formidable and righteous, unlike those spineless fellows inside the Triad. Liang Quan eagerly awaits your arrival. Hearing Lin Chi's pledge, Liang Quan beamed with delight. After hanging up, Lin Chi immediately began rallying his people. A historic clash between Hing and Lin Shang involving over 1,000 fighters. He hadn't witnessed anything like it in all his time on Hong Kong Island, and this promised raw, visceral intensity surpassing any cinematic spectacle. Yellow hair. Do we have binoculars? Fetch several quickly. Lin Chi suddenly called out loudly to Huang Mao, who had just returned. Huang Mao dashed out of an Xian property management again to purchase binoculars. Soon after, everyone Lin Chi had contacted assembled in the conference room. Brother Seven, what's the matter? Wang Jiangui asked cheerfully, having heard there'd be action tonight. The others turned expectantly toward Lin Chi. You may already know. Last night 3,000 Lin Shang members invaded Tsim Sha Sui, nearly seizing every inch of Hung Hing's foothold there. Today over 2,000 more descended upon Tsim Sha Sui. As you note, Tsim Sha Sui is Hong Kong Island's most lucrative district. Tonight 2 of the island's 4 great triads, Lin Shang and Hung Hing, will surely clash in an epic confrontation. Just now Liang Quan of Hung Hing's Mong Kok branch asked me to reinforce him there. He fears Lin Shang may seize his territory, while consolidating control over Tsim Sha Sui. If fortune smiles, we'll merely observe the spectacle in Mong Kok. If not, we may need to stretch our limbs a bit. Lin Chi finished speaking, and Wang Jiangui leapt up exhilarated. 1,000-man brawl. Hand-to-hand combat. I've never seen anything like it. We absolutely must go. Wang Yaozhu and Wang Jianjun remained silent, but their eyes already gleamed with fierce excitement. They'd lived in Hong Kong for months, yet never witnessed a triad battle of such magnitude. We 16 plus Huang Mao and Hong Mao. Each of you select 1 or 2 reliable individuals to accompany you. Keep numbers minimal. Lin Chi instructed them. Given the scale, Hong Kong police will certainly be present. As a precaution, if we must act, wear masks. He placed a stack of black masks onto the conference table for distribution. Isn't this overly cautious? Wang Jiangui asked. Though unlikely, if we intervene and accidentally kill someone, exposure would be disastrous. Caution is never misplaced. Lin Chi replied. Drive our 2 vans. Conceal them en route, swap license plates. And should anyone inquire later, deny ever leaving Tuen Mun. Firmly and unanimously. Lin Chi spoke sternly. Also, leave weapons behind. If anything is needed on site, tell me then. Lin Chi added. All right. Prepare quietly. Depart for Mong Kok in 1 hour. Lin Chi waved his hand, decisively sending them off to ready themselves. 2 Toyota Hiace vans quietly left Tuen Mun, carrying 30 to 40 people from Anshin property. Lin Chi felt that they might return late tonight or perhaps not at all, so he informed Gangsheng and Chodi. Unexpectedly, Gangsheng wanted to join them for some fun, but Lin Chi gave him a hard slap on the backside, causing Gangsheng to abandon the idea of joining in the merriment, indicating that he would wait at home for Lin Chi to return. In Mong Kok at Chengquan Film Company, Liang Kuan smiled widely upon seeing Lin Chi arrive with his entourage. Liang Kuan embraced Lin Chi tightly in front of their company. Hey, where's Abu? Liang Kuan glanced at the people behind Lin Chi, and not seeing Abu, asked with some surprise. Don't worry, they're just as good as Abu. Lin Chi reassured him, patting Liang Kuan on the shoulder. I'm very afraid of death. I would never go without bringing skilled fighters along, Lin Chi said with a hearty laugh. If Brother Kuan doesn't believe me, I can let your horse try them out. Though Liang Kuan was eager to have Sha Chong or De Bunxiang test the skills of Lin Chi's companions, he decided to give Lin Chi some face since he had said so. Well, there's really no need. These guys look like experts, and my underlings are definitely no match for them, Liang Kuan said with a hearty laugh. Liang Kuan was joking when he spoke, but upon closely observing Wang Jianjun and Wang Yaozhu, he was taken aback. Damn, that stance, that aura. Could it be that Lin Boss was right? They really are experts. Are they from the north? When Liang Kuan looked up at Wang Yaozhu and Wang Jiangwo, both wore smiles and showed no other signs. However, when he glanced at Wang Jianjun, who was wearing black sunglasses, his body froze momentarily. Liang Kuan, the leader of Mong Kok, seemed to sense a deadly intent piercing through the sunglasses, landing squarely on himself. Damn, this guy must have blood on his hands and not just one life. Liang Kun's heart screamed. He had killed before and not just one person. But Liang Kuan did not exude the same murderous aura as Wang Jianjun. He had only felt this sensation from cold-blooded felons inside Chai Wan. Lin boss, let's go, it's time to eat. He'll take care of everything. Liang Kuan, sensing the aura from Wang Jianjun, realized Lin Qi was right and immediately wrapped his arm around Lin Qi, heading towards a nearby restaurant. Liang Kuan indeed had a generous spirit, treating Lin Qi and his dozen or so companions to a grand feast with all kinds of fresh seafood laid out on the table. However, except for Lin Qi, Wang Jianjun and Wang Yaozu, the others embarrassed Lin Qi with their awkward dining manners. Lin Qi noticed that when Liang Kuan was settling the bill, his gaze towards Lin Qi was quite profound. At the moment Liang Kuan turned around, Lin Qi, Wang Yaozu and Wang Jianjun quickly kicked out their legs, sending Wang Jiangwo, Huang Mao, and an old comrade tumbling to the ground. Were they not fed at home? They really embarrassed themselves. After finishing their showers at the bathing house, Liang Kuan took Lin Qi and the others to KTV for some fun, and soon it was deep into the night. Crossing the street, you'll reach Tsim Sha Sui. Over there is Wan Chai and Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan said, as he stood on the rooftop of a building in Mongkok, holding a cigar pointing across the street, and then in another direction. Lin Qi held a cigarette in his right hand, and a pair of binoculars in his left, gazing towards the direction Liang Kuan indicated. This spot Liang Kuan found was excellent, offering a broad view, making it a great place to watch the show. Seeing Liang Kuan's fixed gaze on him, Lin Qi waved his hand behind him, and Huang Mao quickly brought over a pair of binoculars which Lin Qi took and handed to Liang Kuan. As expected of Lin boss, I didn't even think of using binoculars, Liang Kuan said eagerly as he took the binoculars and began looking around. Tsim Sha Sui, being one of Hong Kong's most prosperous commercial districts, is home to countless luxury boutiques, high-end restaurants, and entertainment venues with cash flow surging like a tide every day. For the gangs on Hong Kong Island, controlling Tsim Sha Sui, which only requires a small street, means controlling a continuous flow of wealth and an elevated status in the underworld. Previously, there had been numerous disputes over the territory division in Tsim Sha Sui, resulting in constant conflicts and repeated breakdowns of negotiations at the negotiating table. After continuous struggles, the biggest faction in Tsim Sha Sui is now the Anai family. They are backed by the Triads, with their underlings wielding large black stars and AKs which deter other gangs with smaller weapons from competing against them. Next is the Hing gang, which is solidly backed by their prince, the strongest fighter, ensuring their territory, though small, is stable. The rest are various small and unremarkable gangs occupying one or two bars and bathhouses, living comfortably. However, just yesterday the leader of Lianshang from Tsuanwanda Di and the newly appointed leader of Jordan Alak collaborated to ambush Tsim Sha Sui, successfully planting their flag and seizing most of Hing's territory, catching the entire underworld off guard. Whether for profit or face, Hing would undoubtedly make a significant move tonight to reclaim the lost territory. After a while, Liang Kuan's phone rang. He picked it up, walked aside, and began talking to someone on the other end. Afterward, he instructed Sha Chong and Ben Xiang on something, and the two went downstairs. Damn, a few hundred people from Lianshang have crossed the Haifeng Road, and Hing's fighters are ready. Jiang Tianxing still wants me to send people to help the prince. How ridiculous. As he approached Lin Qi, Liang Kuan spat on the ground without regard for his image. Does he not see all those little mules from Lianshang blocking the street over there? Damn. Sure enough, a large number of little mules appeared on the opposite street, clearly Lianshang's people blocking those from Mongkok. However, Liang Kuan's underlings were also armed, vigilantly watching the other side from across the street, as if any party crossing that street would face a brutal counterattack. Under the night sky, Tsim Sha Sui, once a bustling street, had become eerily quiet, resembling the calm before a storm. Before long, in Tsim Sha Sui, Causeway Bay, Wan Chai, and other corners, Hing's forces began to gather, with van after van and motorcycles roaring out, their occupants wielding iron rods and cleavers, wearing fierce expressions. Meanwhile, Lianshang's people also appeared at the street corner, also armed with iron rods and cleavers, watching Hing's people with predatory eyes. Is that the prince? Lin Qi asked Liang Kuan through the binoculars. Liang Kuan looked over, spotting a muscular man in a brown suit with a crew cut, wielding a cleaver, leading his followers with over 100 younger brothers closely following behind. That's Gan Zitai, and over there is Didi from Lianshang. That guy in the ponytail behind Didi is quite the fighter. Liang Kuan's voice rang in Lin Qi's ear. Lin Qi shifted the angle of the binoculars slightly, and Didi's arrogant face appeared in view. The ponytail behind him wore glasses and stood tightly behind him with a cleaver. To Lin Qi's surprise, he also spotted Dongguan Zai, the hurdle champion, and Feiji nearby. It seemed Lianshang knew that the prince was formidable, and they had sent all their capable fighters to this side. For the time being, neither side made a move. It seemed Didi and the prince were standing across the street, hurling threats at each other, with their underlings raising their weapons and shouting loudly. Even from a distance, Lin Qi could hear the chaotic sounds. The sea breeze from Waijualiagang carried a briny tang across Jianshazui's neon signs, the lights bleeding into vivid patches in the humid air, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. At the intersection where Midden Dao met Wodaleo Dao in Jianshazui, thousands of Liansheng's men jammed Midden Dao Didi, a cigarette between his lips, stood at the forefront amid the throng of followers like Moe tilting his head with brazen arrogance. Both sides had erected roadblocks before them. Didi posed behind his barricade, his swagger driving the Hongxing men wild with irritation. Opposite them, Gon Zitai, the boss of Hongxing's Jianshazui branch, stood with over 1,000 Hongxing fighters glaring at Didi. A white bandage wrapped his left hand, proof of wounds from last night's fight. The prince shouted at Didi, asking what Didi, and He Lianxing intended, insisting that Hongxing had no grudge against them. Seeing the prince's fury, Didi waved his hand to hush his men, plucked at his ear with his right hand and sneered, "Prince of Hongxing, is this your first day out? Is Jianshazui your family home? What kind of underworld rules are you talking about? You Hongxing plant flags here, and we He Lianxing cannot." The prince thought that they dragged out so many men to plant flags that he had barely had time to react. If they had the guts, let them fight him unknown. The prince was hot-headed by nature, but he knew that saying such things aloud would make him a laughingstock. Underworld rules. So we can't plant a flag. Seeing the prince remain silent for a moment, Didi grew even more arrogant and raised his right hand. "Brothers, we've planted our flag in Jianshazui. No one will take it from us. Today whoever flinches is a coward." As Didi finished, He Liansheng's men behind him roared in unison, "Plant the flag in Jianshazui." The prince glared at Didi, gripping his machete tightly, and asked if there was to be any discussion at all. "Discuss? With my men." Didi jabbed a finger forward, and his lieutenants, Toma Maui Dengguanzai Feiji, and others surged toward the Hongxing side. "Hongxing! Hongxing!" The 1,000 Hongxing fighters behind the prince shouted as He Lianxing made their move. The sound shook the nearby shop signs, and they stormed toward He Liansheng's ranks alongside the prince. A sudden thunderous crash split the crossroads as 2 modified vans from He Lianxing smashed through the barricades. Dozens of thugs leapt from the beds wielding machetes and steel pipes and charged the Hongxing men on the curb. The 2 forces collided in an instant, faced with the seemingly endless tide of He Liansheng's men. Hongxing's brothers were ready. Apart from the 1,000 followers the prince led on the street, reinforcements from other branches poured out from alleys and shop back doors. The combatants engaged in brutal, close quarters on the avenue. The prince led the charge, plunging into the crowd and swinging his machete, its cold flash driving He Liansheng's thugs backward. For a moment the clash of iron rods against blades rang through the night, cries and shouts of killing rising and falling like waves. The prince brandished his long blade with a fierce glare, cutting at anyone in sight. His ruthless technique toppled several of He Liansheng's men within a few strikes. Yet He Liansheng's numbers quickly surrounded Hongxing's vanguard. The prince fought desperately, while constantly gauging the changing situation around him. "You He Lianxing dogs, none of you leave today." Seeing fighters from his gyms fall behind him, the prince roared and cleaved a thug's face, blood spraying as the man collapsed. The street swiftly turned into a battlefield of carnage. Thousands fought in chaotic melee. Blades flashed, flesh was torn, car windows were smashed, and shopfront glass shattered. Destroyed in the crossfire and ignored amid the violence. Some from He Lianxing even hurled improvised firebombs into the Hongxing ranks. Flames spread rapidly, and thick smoke billowed. On He Liansheng's side, Dengguanzai and Feiji lived up to their notorious reputations. Within minutes their machetes had knocked down 7 or 8 men, blades stained with blood. "Prince, if you've got the nerve, face me unknown," Feiji yelled after felling a Hongxing thug, watching as a dozen of He Liansheng's men fell beside the fierce prince. The prince's eyes hardened at the shout. Leading 20 or so brothers from his gym, he charged toward Feiji. Yesterday Feiji and others had ambushed and injured him. At last the 2 met on the narrow stretch, each backed by a cluster of followers. The prince, famed as the top fighter in the underworld, needed no demonstration of his skill. Although Feiji was ruthless, he appeared inexperienced before the seasoned prince. After parrying Gon Zitai's opening blows, he soon lost the upper hand, and the prince sliced into his arm. After barely blocking one of the prince's downward swings, Feiji took an elbow to the head and saw stars. Before he fully recovered, the prince's machete drove toward his chest. At the critical moment, Dengguanzai burst in and with a clang intercepted the thrust aimed at Feiji. At the same time, Moe charged with a cleaver, and together they forced the prince to fall back. Snapped awake between life and death, Feiji realized he could not match the prince alone. Grateful to Dengguanzai and Moe for saving him, he shook his head, felled an attacking Hongxing thug, and surged toward the prince. Tisk tisk, the prince is formidable, a pity. If had been a beat quicker, that He Lianxing thug would have died. Lin Chi and his companions stood on the rooftop elated as they watched the great brawl on Midden Dao. Liang Kuan watched and offered commentary. "Is that all Hongxing has? They're being shoved around by He Lianxing?" Lin Chi asked casually without lowering his binoculars. "There are more fighters of course, but this is Jianshazui. The prince's men will be on the front lines." Liang Kuan understood how the other branch leaders thought. Although the prince was the de facto authority in Jianshazui and unrivaled in combat, he lacked any real talent for managing turf. Aside from the prince's own boxing gym and a bar, most of the territory was managed by the headquarters, by Jiang Tiansheng's men. Thus, when He Lianxing pushed into Jianshazui and seized much of Hongxing's ground, the greatest victim was not the prince but Jiang Tianxing. The prince held the two streets where his gym and bar stood, while the rest of the territory had been wrested away by He Lianxing. Jiang Tianxing was therefore urgent and ordered every branch to send men. They were determined to drive He Lianxing out of Jianshazui. Most branch leaders had a general understanding of Jianshazui's situation. Aside from Liang Kuan, the others agreed to dispatch forces, but certainly would not let their own people be the ones to take the lead. The prince's anger stemmed largely from wounded pride. He Lianxing had entered Jianshazui, and instead of picking some other target had struck directly at Hongxing's turf, and seized most of it in a single night. Was this not treating him, the vaunted #1 fighter of the underworld, as nothing more than a soft squeezable fruit? Look, aren't the reinforcements from Hongxing here? Liang Kuan pointed in a direction. Lin Qi turned to look in the direction Liang Kuan indicated, understanding the situation. Several groups of people entered Lin Qi's telescope business, with the vanguard of Hongxing's Causeway Bay faction led by Shan Ji, and over 200 men advancing rapidly along Nathan Road. As they approached the Peninsula Hotel, suddenly the ambush from He Lianxing surged out from various alleys. In an instant, the sound of iron rods clashing with cleavers echoed through the night, accompanied by cries of battle. Shan Ji swung his long knife fiercely, his gaze ruthless, slashing at anyone in sight. His knife skills were sharp, and within a few moves he had taken down several of He Lianxing's underlings. However, He Lianxing's numbers were also considerable, quickly surrounding Hongxing's vanguard. Shan Ji fought desperately, while shouting something loudly. "Tsk, tsk, tisk." This Shan Ji has become much more ruthless now. He wasn't this fierce before. Liang Kun's voice rang out. Hearing this, Lin Qi laughed. A man without his manhood would have some perverse tendencies. Isn't it normal to be a bit ruthless? Meanwhile, Shan Ji led over 200 men, advancing quickly. At a corner, de Tian-er, accompanied by Bao Pai and Chao Pai with 200 to 300 more men, also charged in. Although Bao Pai and Chao Pai weren't great fighters, they skillfully evaded in the midst of the chaos. De Tian-er led the way, and the two blended in with Hongxing's fighters, creating a deafening uproar. At the next alley, Chun Haonan led the main forces from Causeway Bay and the headquarters to provide support. At this point, Nathan Road had turned into a chaotic mess, with streetlights, shattered glass shards scattered everywhere, and the shops along the street tightly shut. Business owners who hadn't returned home listened in fear to the sounds of battle from within their stores. The arrival of Chun Haonan and his men from Causeway Bay and the headquarters greatly boosted Hongxing's morale. Chan Haonan, wielding a cleaver, charged into the enemy ranks, swinging the cleaver through the air, creating a whistling sound as He Lianxing's underlings hurriedly dodged. Once the forces from Causeway Bay entered the battlefield, Hongxing's Defei was not to be outdone. He drove a modified off-road vehicle, shouting loudly and crashing into the fray, while his underlings threw Molotov cocktails, igniting a fiery spectacle. Afterward, the bases from Hongxing's Kwai Chung faction, Kowloon City faction, Tunmun faction, and Boring Street faction each brought their underlings from various streets to join the battlefield. The brawl gradually spread across the entire Tsim Sha Sui. Near the Avenue of Stars, a fresh batch of He Lianxing's forces encountered another group from Hongxing. The two sides engaged in fierce combat by the seaside, with the sounds of crashing waves intertwining with battle cries. Some underlings, after being wounded, fell directly into the sea, their blood staining the surface. On Guangdong Road, the two major factions took cover behind streetside trash bins and lampposts, throwing stones and bottles at each other, as the sounds of shattering glass and people's screams echoed through the streets. As time passed, casualties on both sides continued to rise, with injured underlings sprawled across the streets, blood flowing into the drainage system. There were rumors in the underworld that Hongxing was fighting thugs, Dongxing was handling druggies, and He Lianxing was dealing with chicken essence. In this large-scale confrontation affecting half of Tsim Sha Sui, He Lianxing's numbers were twice that of Hongxing. Yet Hongxing's men could still hold their ground against He Lianxing's forces, but ultimately they were at a disadvantage due to their numbers, and were soon suppressed by He Lianxing. Liang Kuan continued to watch with interest through his binoculars. He even saw Chun Yao leading men into the battlefield, but it still had little impact. Given the current situation, it seemed that Hongxing was destined to lose this big showdown. Kuan, go downstairs and have the underlings get ready. Liang Kuan, who was enjoying the sight of the Causeway Bay thugs being chased by He Lianxing, suddenly heard Lin Qi's voice. Liang Kuan put down his binoculars, looking at Lin Qi with confusion. What's going on? Something feels off. He Lianxing's forces should not be limited to just this many. Lin Qi frowned and said, what you're worried about might be happening. Damn, does He Lianxing really have plans for my Mong Kok? Liang Kun's previously joyful expression instantly turned dark. Right now, He Lianxing's leader has just taken over, and leading the gang into Tsim Sha Sui is exactly his campaign slogan. The battle is fierce, but have you noticed anything? Noticed what? Liang Kuan asked. Haven't you noticed that there are no men from their Jordan faction among He Lianxing's forces? Lin Chi shot Liang Kuan a glance and replied that new Helian Shang leader A Lu is not present nor are his men. Damn, all of Helian Shang's other factions' red poles are here, but I really haven't seen anyone from Ali's crew. His best fighter Huanyo is also missing. Liang Kuan picked up the binoculars and scanned the area, indeed not spotting anyone from Jordan. So you mean Helian Shang is not satisfied with just planting their flag in Tsim Sha Sui, they also want to stake a claim in my Mong Kok? Liang Kuan looked incredulous. Do they really have such grand ambitions? Their ambitions are not grand. Without sufficient benefits they cannot move to D. Lin Chi said, let's go take a look. Now that Hongxing is at a disadvantage, they might launch a surprise attack on Mong Kok at any moment. Damn, do they think my Mong Kok is a soft persimmon? If they dare to plant their flag on my turf, I'll make sure they come and go without a trace. Liang Kuan followed Lin Chi downstairs filled with indignation. However, just as they reached the ground floor, they saw Sha Chong running over. Boss, something's not right. More and more of Helian Shang's men are gathering across the street. Upon hearing Sha Chong's words, Liang Kun's face darkened. He had been in the underworld for so long. Who didn't know that Liang Kuan from Mong Kok had money, power, and strength? Now Helian Shang was planting their flag in Tsim Sha Sui and wanted to encroach on his territory. Liang Kuan secretly resolved that this time he would show Helian Shang and the underworld that the power he had today was carved out one knife at a time. Moreover, today he had Lin Chi's men with him. Liang Kuan glanced at the cool-looking Wang Jianjun and felt reassured. With experts by his side and countless underlings, could they really allow Helian Shang to step into their territory? Make sure the brothers are alert, the other side might be crossing the line. If they come over, hit them hard and let them know the power of Mong Kok. Liang Kuan instructed Sha Chong and Ben Xiang. Got it, Kuan Gu. As long as Helian Shang dares to cross the street, we'll make sure they come and go without a trace. Sha Chong replied fiercely. Haha, that's the spirit. Liang Kuan patted Sha Chong on the shoulder, but when he reached to pat Ben Xiang's shoulder, he found he couldn't reach and ended up scratching below his waist. Liang Kuan led Lin Chi toward the intersection. As they arrived, they saw Helian Shang's underlings parting to create a gap. Soon Lin Chi saw a familiar figure smiling. As he walked to the front of Helian Shang's hundreds of underlings surrounded by a crowd. This person was none other than the new leader of Helian Shang, the former master of the Jordan faction Lin Huailu. Yo, isn't this the new leader of Lianxing's Wadun A Lu? Upon seeing Lin Huailu walk out, Liang Kuan swaggered over with an arrogant stride, smiling as he addressed Lin Huailu. Brother Kuan, forgive me for laughing, I didn't expect Tsim Sha Sui to be like this. As the most formidable branch of Hongxing, why didn't you come to help? Lin Huailu smiled sarcastically at Liang Kuan, but internally, he found it strange that Liang Kuan was actually in Mong Kok and hadn't gone to Tsim Sha Sui. This is not what I imagined. Didn't I hear that Liang Kuan was always the first to lend a hand whenever there was trouble in the nearby branches of Hongxing? How could such a big incident happen in Tsim Sha Sui, yet Liang Kuan and his crew are still in Mong Kok? However, when Lin Huailu's gaze landed on the people beside Liang Kuan, his previously smiling face suddenly froze. Liang Kuan, noticing Lin Huailu's expression, felt a bit puzzled and turned to follow Lin Huailu's line of sight. At the moment Liang Kuan casually turned his head, his eyes widened in shock, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground in surprise. It turned out that after coming downstairs, Lin Chi discovered that when Lin Huailu walked out, he directly put on a black hood, and the people Lin Chi brought also donned hoods upon seeing Lin Chi's actions. Amidst the thousands of gang members on both sides, these few dozen people wearing black hoods suddenly became strikingly conspicuous. Boss Lin, what are you doing? Liang Kuan, regaining his senses, leaned closer to Lin Chi and whispered. From now on I am the leader of the Zhatian gang, Kuan Quan Wudi Kai Kuan, remember that? Lin Chi replied softly. Kuan Quan Wudi, Zhatian gang. Liang Kun's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Brother Kuan, these brothers, they don't seem to be from Hongxing, do they? Lin Huailu had just been momentarily taken aback by Lin Chi's group, but quickly regained his composure and asked Liang Kuan. The Hongmen is one family. These people are my good brothers Zhatian gang. As Liang Kuan mentioned the Zhatian gang, he felt a bit embarrassed, forcing himself to mentally prepare before speaking smoothly. As he finished these words, not only was Lin Huailu stunned, but even the people from Anshin property were taken aback. Are we still Zhatian gang members? Why has seventh brother changed his name? But what the hell is Kai Kuan? Wang Jiangwo muttered to himself, wondering what seventh brother was thinking. Kuan Quan Wudi. Upon thinking of this name, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but smile under his hood, though he dared not laugh out loud, his body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing his silly brother's distorted expression, Wang Jianjun swiftly kicked him, and Wang Jiangwo finally steadied himself. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and others also started to laugh, but noticing Wang Jiangwo being kicked, they quickly composed themselves and stood straight. So you are friends from the Zhatian gang? A characteristic smile appeared on Lin Huailu's face, but beneath this smile lay deep vigilance. All right, put away your sneaky smile. You brought so many people here, isn't it just to plant your flag in Mongkok? Come on, as long as you defeat my people, this territory of mine in Mongkok will belong to you. Stop dilly-dallying. If you want to fight, then fight. Liang Kuan felt a bit nauseated by Lin Huailu's smile because the face of Hong Xing's leader Jiang Tianxing always wore a similar smile. Lin Huailu had initially wanted to engage in some polite banter with Liang Kuan, but to his surprise Liang Kuan was so blunt about it, causing Lin Huailu's expression to turn cold. He had just become the leader of Lianqing, which should have been a moment of pride, yet the recent incident with Di at Tsuan forced him to give up much of the benefits from Jordan, leaving his reputation in tatters. He and Deng Wei had to cede more than half of the interests from Jordan to stabilize Lin Huailu's position as leader of Lianqing. They even agreed to give a large portion of Tsim Sha Sui's interests to Di's Tsuan branch and promised the position of the next leader to appease the aggressive Di. Even if he managed to secure Tsim Sha Sui's territory, Lin Huailu wouldn't gain much profit, as it had already been divided among Di and other branches. Otherwise Lianqing wouldn't be so united, gathering so many people to attack Hong Xing's territory in Tsim Sha Sui. The flag planting would be led by the powerful Di, while he secretly gathered all the Jordan members and others he had promised benefits to prepare to plant the flag in Mongkok when the gang attacked Tsim Sha Sui. What surprised Lin Huailu was that Liang Kuan, who used to be righteous and always eager to help other gangs in such matters, was surprisingly indifferent to the situation in Tsim Sha Sui. Although he gathered his subordinates, none of the Mongkok members went to assist in Tsim Sha Sui. Brother Kuan, since we're at this point, let's not beat around the bush. Today Lianqing is going to plant its flag in Mongkok, so let's see if you can stop us. After finishing, Lin Huailu waved his right hand and slowly retreated, ultimately disappearing among the thousands of Lianqing subordinates. Plant a flag in my territory. Today I will ensure that you never return. Brothers, let's chop down these Lianqing scum. Liang Kuan also shouted loudly, taking the machete handed to him by Sha Chong and charging towards the Lianqing members. At the moment when the two waves of people collided, Liang Kuan dodged a swinging machete, and the knife in his hand pierced like a viper into the opponent's armpit. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, followed by a surge of warm blood flowing over Liang Kuan's hand. The thug holding his wound fell to the ground, but his screams were drowned out by the deafening cries of battle. Hey, this Liang Kuan isn't bad. He can fight pretty well. Lin Qi watched the unfolding scene with great interest, hearing Wang Yao's voice beside him. Of course, after all, he is a leader of an established gang who has fought his way up from the streets. Do you think that in Mongkok, as the strongest branch of Hongxing, Liang Kuan could hold his position without any skill or ability? Lin Qi observed Liang Kuan leading the charge, wielding a machete, cutting through the crowd with ease, leaving no one able to block him. Normally Liang Kuan was extremely arrogant with a casual demeanor, but now holding the machete his eyes revealed determination and ferocity. This was the true essence of a gang leader, and Lin Qi watched Liang Kuan's figure with admiration. On the other side, Liansheng's members were equally unyielding. The Hongxing elite led by Zhou Dun and the Hongxing thugs in Mongkok engaged in fierce combat. Huan Yo swung a steel pipe, each strike carrying immense power, forcing back the Mongkok thugs in front of him. The fight intensified, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Injured individuals lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, their groans filling the air. The air was thick with the acrid smell of blood, making one feel nauseated. However, neither side showed any signs of retreat as the flames of hatred burned within them, driving them to continue fighting. Under Liang Kuan's leadership, the Mongkok thugs quickly suppressed the Lianqing members, primarily because Liang Kuan, Sha Chong, and Ben Xiang were too fierce. Leading the charge, they pierced through the sea of Lianqing members like a sharp sword. Behind the three, the Mongkok thugs directly broke through Liansheng's encirclement. After passing through, the once bright orange suits had transformed into tattered dark red rags. Kill those Lianqing bastards! Liang Kuan raised his machete, and all the Mongkok thugs erupted in cheers, their momentum soaring. Liang Kuan, accompanied by his subordinates, was engaged in a fierce fight with the members of Lianqing, with almost all the thugs from Mongkok rushing across the street. At the peak of his pride, Lin Qi noticed a large group of people from Lianqing approaching from the alleys, wielding machetes and steel pipes surrounding them. The people from Lianqing are not bad. They even know how to feign weakness and then stage a counter-surround. Wang Yao's voice rang out. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. That's all they can do? Did you think they could play tricks like us? So Liang Kuan is surrounded. Can we make a move now? Wang Jiangwo asked, swinging his iron rod, feeling an itch to join the fray upon seeing such a large scene. Of course, Brother Kuan is our partner, and I have been eyeing this bustling place in Mongkok for quite a while, Lin Qi replied. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo, and the 13 brothers from the north changed their demeanor, each waving to gather their selected thugs, and together they raised their iron rods. Go, let them see how to fight. Lin Qi waved his hand, and a group of individuals wearing black hoods split into 13 small teams, charging towards the encirclement of Lianqing. Wait a moment. Just as Wang Jiangwo and Wang Yaozu were about to charge forward, they were stopped by Lin Qi, who handed them 2 silenced pistols from the shadows. These have silencers. Keep an eye on Liang Kuan. That Alu is quite treacherous and I'm afraid he might set someone to ambush us with black wooden warehouses. Wang Yaozu and Wang Jiangwo exchanged a glance and nodded, charging into the crowd. Liang Kuan hadn't felt this way in a long time, as he rarely got his hands dirty after his rise to fame. Tonight, with the clash between the 2 old-school gangs Hongxing and He Lianxing, Liang Kuan found a long-lost feeling, just as he had wielded a watermelon knife from Hong Kong to Tsim Sha Sui, step by step establishing his position in the underworld. Today, even as he spoke of the knife, Liang Kuan remained one of the most formidable thugs in Hongxing. However, weren't he and Sha Chong along with De Benxiang supposed to have broken through He Liansheng's ranks? Why were there even more people now? After swiftly taking down 2 of He Liansheng's thugs, Liang Kuan sensed something was amiss. Raising his head, he saw they had already been surrounded by layers of He Liansheng's subordinates. Damn, this bunch is playing dirty. Sha Chong, De Benxiang, charge with me. Liang Kuan yelled as he brandished his machete, preparing to carve a way out of the encirclement and return to Mong Kok. Sha Chong and De Benxiang also felt a bit fatigued after the previous charge. Sensing the situation was dire, they guarded Liang Kuan closely and pushed towards the direction of Mong Kok. However, there were too many people from He Lianxing and their thugs in Mong Kok were scattered. The 3 fought valiantly, yet their efforts had little effect. Suddenly Liang Kuan was caught off guard and felt a knife slice across his back, causing him to stumble. Damn! Liang Kuan chopped down the person in front of him and thrust backward, stabbing the He Lianxing thug who had ambushed him. Brother Kuan, are you okay? Seeing Liang Kuan injured, Sha Chong and De Benxiang hurried over to support him. Damn, I wasn't paying attention. How come there are so many of these bastards? Liang Kuan looked at the thugs from Mong Kok who were being attacked by more than twice as many enemies, and a rare seriousness appeared on his previously confident face. Liang Kuan shrugged off Sha Chong and De Benxiang's support, his expression fierce, as he sliced down 2 of He Liansheng's thugs in front of him. Let's go, push through with the brothers. Sha Chong and De Benxiang also took down the approaching He Lianxing thugs, and the 3 of them charged towards Mong Kok together. Damn, it is today the day I, Liang Kuan, meet my end here. After a fierce struggle, Liang Kuan had exhausted most of his strength and bore several wounds on his body. Brother Kuan, we will help you push through. De Benxiang said, his broad frame blocking Liang Kuan, staunchly preventing the relentless thugs from He Lianxing. Get out of the way, I'm not at the point of needing you to block blades. Liang Kuan kicked De Benxiang aside, thrusting his watermelon knife into a He Lianxing thug's kidney and kicking another to the ground. Seeing Liang Kuan charge ahead, De Benxiang hurriedly followed closely behind him, while Sha Chong guarded Liang Kuan's other side. Several core thugs from Mong Kok surrounded Liang Kuan staunchly, keeping the He Lianxing members at bay. However, there were too many members of He Lianxing, and their advance was considerably slow. Looking at the He Lianxing thugs surrounding them, Liang Kuan felt a bit of pressure. There were simply too many enemies, and while they might push through, it seemed that Mong Kok would lose this round. Where are Boss Lin and the others? Liang Kuan asked Sha Chong. Sha Chong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Liang Kuan lowered his head, but felt no discomfort after being in the underworld for so long. He understood that at this moment Lin Chi's choice to protect himself was a normal one. Liang Kuan shook his head, giving a bitter smile before his expression turned grim, gripping his knife tightly. Having faced countless storms, Liang Kuan knew this was just about territory being encroached upon. He did not believe that the people from He Lianxing could hold Mong Kok. After this battle, he would show everyone that Mong Kok was not a place just anyone could touch. Yet before Liang Kuan could charge forward again, he noticed chaos emerging behind the thugs surrounding them. What's going on? Liang Kuan asked. Both Sha Chong and De Benxiang shook their heads in confusion, but at that moment the He Lianxing thugs surrounding them began to turn back, shouting as they rushed away. Reinforcements have arrived. Where did they come from? Liang Kuan muttered. However, Liang Kuan's confusion did not last long, as he saw 3 figures in black hoods, standing together, their steel pipes descending in a flurry, creating afterimages in Liang Kuan's eyes. Especially the leader. Each time the steel pipe dropped, a He Lianxing thug would fall to the ground. Soon from all angles figures in black hoods appeared like bulldozers, knocking down the He Lianxing thugs. Bang bang bang, as the number of small teams breaking through the encirclement increased from 1 to 6, then 7 and 8. Liang Kuan even observed that the thugs under Lin Chi were swinging their steel pipes in sync. Bang bang bang, 3 strikes in 1 second, the first strike to the wrist, the second to the ankle, and the third to the head. The He Lianxing thugs in front of them fell over like chives. When all 13 teams in black hoods arrived, Liang Kuan saw a large area of open ground before him with the previously crowded He Lianxing thugs all lying on the ground, clutching their heads and wailing. Liang Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he followed Lin Chi's reinforcements towards Mong Kok, surrounded by De Benxiang and Sha Chong. The figures in hoods not only stunned Liang Kuan and his crew, but also frightened many of the numerous He Lianxing thugs, causing them to feel a twinge of fear. The scene fell into an eerie silence, filled only with the cries of the downed thugs and the sounds of steel pipes striking flesh. Brother Kuan, what's wrong? It's not over yet. Why are you standing there like a statue? When Liang Kuan was helped to Lin Chi's side by Shu Kung and to Ben Xiong, he still hadn't regained his composure. Mr. Lin, are these your men? Liang Kuan asked. Pretty impressive, aren't they? The Zhatian gang. Lin Chi joked lightly, then swung a steel pipe in one smooth motion, knocking down a Ho Lin Shang enforcer, who had just risen behind Liang Kuan preparing to strike from ambush. Truly awe-inspiring, Zhatian indeed. You've chosen your gang's name well. Liang Kuan laughed heartily. By now, though the Ho Lin Shang men had surrounded them, not a single one dared rush forward. It was simply that these so-called Zhatian gang members exuded an unnerving lawless ferocity. Moving in tight trios with flawless coordination, 3 of them fought as effectively as 10. Especially the 13 leaders who held the front line, no matter how many blows rained upon them, none landed. Their own strikes, by contrast, were brutally economical, often felling opponents in a single exchange, leaving them sprawled and unable to rise for minutes. But tell me, Kuan Fist invincible? I've heard of countless martial styles. But what exactly is Kuan Fist? Having recovered his wits, Liang Kuan gazed hungrily at Lin Chi's fighters. Kuan Fist. It's the most celebrated martial art in the Gung Circle, boasting legions of devoted practitioners. Lin Chi delivered this outright fabrication with solemn gravitas, barely suppressing a grin. The Gung Circle? A place? Where is it? Liang Kuan asked suspiciously. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Brother Kuan, would I ever deceive you? The Gung Circle is omnipresent, yet only revealed when one attains true understanding. Lin Chi forced back his mirth and spoke with deliberate, enigmatic profundity. Though Liang Kuan suspected Lin Chi was weaving nonsense, the sheer number of elite fighters under his command, pummeling Ho Lin Shang enforcers thrice their number as effortlessly as fathers disciplining sons, combined with Lin Chi's cryptic, almost oracular tone, left him deeply uncertain whether to trust him. Then might Li Chen Kuan have the honor of witnessing this Kuan Fist firsthand? Enough hesitation. Lin Chi commands too many masters. For now, Brother Kuan will place his faith in him. Allow me to demonstrate immediately. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chi spotted Chiu Niao, Jordan's senior enforcer and Red Pole, charging toward them, and addressed Liang Kuan directly. Really? Liang Kuan's words of excitement froze mid-sentence as his mouth fell agape. In that very instant, Lin Chi vanished from Liang Kuan's sight, reappearing before Chiu Niao, whose cleaver was already raised high overhead. Yet even as Chiu Niao lifted the blade, Lin Chi seized his wrist in one fluid motion, then dropped low, pivoted sideways, and drove his body forward in an uncanny angular thrust aimed squarely at Chiu Niao's chest. What followed astonished Liang Kuan. Lin Chi's shoulder struck Chiu Niao's sternum in rapid succession, 3 sharp, thunderous thuds echoing across the street. With each impact, Chiu Niao's body convulsed violently. After the 3rd blow, he collapsed unconscious to the ground, his limbs still twitching uncontrollably. Lin Chi dispatched Chiu Niao in mere seconds, a style Liang Kuan had never encountered. Not only was Liang Kuan stunned into disbelief, but Wang Yuchou and Wang Qin also stared at Lin Chi with unnerved, almost haunted expressions. This is Kuan Fist? Liang Kuan asked skeptically. Though Head never formally trained in martial arts, decades navigating Hong Kong's underworld had honed his instincts and his eye for combat. Lin Chi's demonstration bore 9 parts suspicion and only 1 part plausibility, yet the result lay stark and undeniable before him. Lin Huailu had secured his foothold in Jordan not merely on Ho Lin Shang's reputation, but on Chiu Niao's fearsome prowess. Such a red pole meant little to Liang Kuan personally, yet a genuine confrontation would demand serious effort. Yet moments ago, Lin Chi, using the so-called Kuan Fist, had rendered Chiu Niao utterly helpless, within seconds knocking him out cold. Of course, this is Kuan Fist, Lin Chi declared with unblinking seriousness. Pfft. You think him daft? Liang Kuan dismissed Kuan Fist as nonsense. Though Lin Chi's technique resembled the Iron Mountain Crush, it was distorted, neither orthodox nor coherent. Yet from Chiu Niao's swift, brutal defeat, Liang Kuan grasped one undeniable truth: Lin Chi himself was an extraordinary master. 13 trios from Anshin property smashed through the front lines with percussive force, while Wanglei Tonkus enforcers hastily regrouped for counterattack. Moreover, Chiu Niao's humiliating instantaneous collapse as he charged Wanglai's territory had sown deep hesitation among the Ho Lin Shang ranks. Within minutes, over 1,000 Ho Lin Shang enforcers lay scattered across the ground, unable to rise, while the remaining 400 or 500 were driven entirely from Wanglai's turf. Hey, where's your boss? Run off. Liang Kuan swaggered to the forefront of his Wanglei men and mocked the Ho Lin Shang forces with brazen contempt. Nearly 2,000 of you couldn't best our few hundred in Wanglei. This is the caliber of Ho Lin Shang enforcers. Tell Lin Huailu this isn't over. Jordan lies close to Wanglei. Let your new boss know Brother Kuan intends to care for Ho Lin Shang's Jordan territory. Very, very carefully. Liang Kuan scanned the retreating Ho Lin Shang men, Aside from the unconscious Chiu Ngao, not a single familiar face appeared among them. Instantly the victory felt hollow, even tedious. Damn it! Beat them senseless. Liang Kuan flicked his fingers with theatrical flair, then spun away with practiced swagger. But as he turned, Lin Chi swept his leg out, sending Liang Kuan crashing to the ground. The kick struck precisely where Liang Kuan was wounded. Before he could react, 2 gunshots cracked, sparks flaring where heads stood moments before. Liang Kun's furious expression hardened instantly into grim focus. He dropped flat onto the pavement and rolled sideways, just as a nearby underling cried out in agony, clutching a bullet-wounded arm. At that moment, Liang Kuan saw 2 masked figures draw compact firearms from their waists, each raising their weapon towards separate targets before sprinting forward. At the first gunshot, chaos erupted, both sides scattering wildly. With Lin Chi's support, Liang Kuan rose and barked orders: scatter. Cops are coming. Evacuate the wounded, prepare cleanup. Liang Kuan knew the gunfire sealed the end of this clash. He urgently signaled his Wanglei men to withdraw. Moments later, the 2 pursuers returned. Wang Yuchou and Wang Qin Gun. Targets eliminated. Only 2. Wang Yuchou reported to Lin Chi. No loose ends. Lin Chi asked. Whether the men lived or died mattered less than ensuring no trace remained to implicate them. Wang Yuchou shot Lin Chi a withering look, clearly conveying, you underestimate us. When we act, no evidence remains. That scoundrel Lin Huailu, daring to fire black shots at this moment. Brother Kuan won't let this pass. Liang Kuan snarled through gritted teeth as he strode back. Just then sirens wailed from every direction. Liang Kuan swiftly organized his men's retreat. By the time they reached the rooftop of the building, where they'd begun, police cars arrived. But both Wanglei and Ho Linsheng forces had vanished completely. The timing of the police's arrival at this harbor island is quite impeccable. This is the tacit understanding built over many years between the gangs and the harbor island police. The gang fights, the cops clean up, and in the end they arrest a few people while the gang pays the bail. Liang Kuan casually remarked, the gang relies on itself and the police earn extra cash. No one loses. Oh no, it seems the fun is over, this matter ends here. Liang Kuan suddenly started shouting. What's the matter? Lin Chi asked Liang Kuan. He knew some rules of the harbor island gangs. After marking their territory, they must hold it for 3 days. It had only been 1 day. Why was Liang Kuan saying the fun was over? Look over there. Liang Kuan pointed in a direction. Look at that fat guy in a black police uniform. That's Chief Superintendent Huang Bingyao from the West Kowloon Organized Crime Unit. Generally the gangs don't show up, but now he has come out, which means there's pressure from the foreigners. Wow, this is quite a show. Lin Chi also aimed the telescope in that direction, and indeed saw the notorious fat man who wielded the deadly scissor kick. He never expected this fat man to hold such a high position in this world. A chief superintendent. However, Lin Chi noticed that Huang Bingyao's expression was quite poor at this moment. It seemed that the disturbance caused by Lianxing and Hongxing had disrupted his pleasant conversation with those socialites. Behind him stood over 10 senior police officers, all with flowers on their shoulders, though their faces were not looking good. The officers behind them were even more numerous, a crowd holding round shields and black police batons. In Tsim Sha Sui, anyone who had been present at the scene, whether from Lianxing or Hongxing, was arrested. Si Sun Jiang Tiansheng and Deng Bo will arrive. Liang Kuan said with schadenfreude, fortunately I ran away quickly. These people's main target was Tsim Sha Sui, otherwise I would be in trouble. At this moment Liang Kuan had completely forgotten about the trouble he was supposed to cause at the Lianxing Jordan branch. He was just lucky to have withdrawn early. Fortunately, the commotion caused by those 2 gunmen from Lianxing compelled both sides to stop. If they had been surrounded by the cops a moment later, they would have to go to the police station to meet Jiang Tianxing. Liang Kuan's words were not wrong. Sure enough, after a while Lin Chi saw Jiang Tianxing arriving at Huang Bingyao's side, accompanied by Chun Yao, looking quite sycophantic. However, Huang Bingyao sat on a chair brought over by an officer, his face dark, and ignoring him, only the officers from Wanchai raised their hands to signal Jiang Tianxing to wait. Jiang Tianxing was a powerful figure in the underworld, but facing the chief superintendent of the West Kowloon Organized Crime Unit, he could only stand aside with a forced smile, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After waiting for a while, a Mercedes-Benz arrived, and Deng Bo, accompanied by Lin Weiyu, walked over. The 2 came before Huang Bingyao, also wearing sycophantic smiles. At this moment, the prominent figures from Lianxing, such as Di Chuanbao and Longan, as well as Hongxing's Prince Bigby Fatty Lai and Brother Ji, were all escorted over by a group of police officers. The once arrogant Di, upon witnessing this scene, also restrained his brash demeanor. He was arrogant, not foolish, quickly lowering his head to stand with the others. Huang Bingyao was quite displeased. He had just arranged a romantic meeting with a wealthy socialite, only to receive a call from the police department saying that the activities of Hongxing and Lianxing in Tsim Sha Sui were too disruptive, urging him to deal with it. A bunch of damned foreigners making a fuss in the middle of the night. Huang being unhappy meant none of the West Kowloon officers were happy either. They were all called in to deal with the matters of Hongxing and Lianxing. Everyone is here, take them all back. Huang Bingyao said darkly as he walked towards the police car. Alright, the show is over, I thought and the prince would be able to hold up a bit in front of the Harbor Island cops. Liang Kun remarked. Why haven't I seen Han Bin and the others? Lin Chi ignored Liang Kun's ramblings and asked him. Liang Kun put down the telescope and rolled his eyes at Lin Chi. You don't know. How would I know? Lin Chi retorted. Damn, didn't you say that Zhang Tianxing is wary of Han Bin and Han Bin is wary of Zhang Tianxing? Liang Kun said Han Bin is indeed clever. He keeps his mouth shut during meetings. When Zhang Tianxing needs men, he provides them, but he's not willing to take action himself. Damn it, hurry to the hospital for treatment. A bunch of idiots can't even protect me, the big brother, and let me get so seriously injured. Liang Kun's wound, which had only been treated lightly before, was now hurting again. Isn't it because the boss rushed forward without thinking? Otherwise, we wouldn't have been surrounded. Suddenly Lin Chi, standing beside Liang Kun, heard a very low voice, seemingly from Sha Chong. But he saw Liang Kun suddenly turn and walk towards Sha Chong, slapping him on the head. Damn, still daring to talk bad about the boss behind his back. I tell you, my ears are very sharp. Sha Chong was stunned. From so far away, he had only whispered to De Bunxiang, and he could hear that. Then he was kicked by Liang Kun, and only then did Liang Kun curse and let him go. Lin Chi was also somewhat surprised. He could hear Sha Chong's words because his body had been enhanced, but Liang Kun from that distance could also hear. He must truly have a unique gift, just as he claimed his ears were indeed sharp. Damn, Liang Kun really does have a unique talent, Lin Chi thought silently but feeling somewhat pleased. In the West Kowloon Police Headquarters conference room, Huang Bingyao sat casually in a chair with people from various major case units of the Wanchai, Tsim Sha Sui Sham Shui, Payao Ma Ti and Mong Kok police stations, watching the members of the two major gangs on the Harbor Island standing there. Zhang Tianxing Deng Bo, today's matters between your two families will end here. Take your men out on bail and each family will pay 5 million in compensation. Huang Bingyao said coldly. Deng Bo and Lin Weiyu from Lianxing did not speak. Huang Bingyao's words were favorable for them, and now that it was over, their objective of infiltrating Tsim Sha Sui had been achieved. Chief Huang, according to the rules of the Underworld, they must hold the territory for 3 days. Zhang Tianxing said with a dark expression. Damn you, what identity do you have to speak to me about Underworld rules? Huang Bingyao directly threw a teacup in front of Zhang Tianxing, mocking him. You Hongxing have such a big face. You upset the police department, so they upset me. I was called up by the police department in the middle of the night, and you talk to me about Underworld rules. Let me tell you, whether you have food to eat depends on whether I allow it. If you Hongxing are not satisfied, starting tomorrow, I will have all the officers from West Kowloon sweep your Hongxing's territory daily, and I'll even stop your valet parking. Huang Bingyao slammed his palm on the table. Inspector Huang is joking. As far as I know, there are tens of thousands of people in Hong Kong Island taking advantage of the Hongxing banner to make a living. If valet parking is stopped, just look at the chaos in places like Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok. If they have no food to eat, I can't guarantee what these short guys will do. At that time, it won't look good for you police, right? Zhang Tianxing smiled, but his eyes were dark as he spoke. Hearing Zhang Tianxing's words, Deng Bo from Lianxing smiled, but inwardly he was puzzled. Wasn't this what he said to the chief inspector of East Kowloon, when Big D created a new alliance with Lianxing some time ago? Why is Zhang Tianxing speaking to Huang Bingyao like this? Is he out of his mind? Deng Wei dared to speak like this to a chief inspector because that chief inspector still wanted to advance. But who is the person in front of you? The chief superintendent of West Kowloon Division, a senior officer at the level of a constitutional commissioner, someone who is basically at the end of his career. Do you dare to threaten Huang Bingyao? Is this Hongxing leader out of his mind? Indeed, Huang Bingyao would not be threatened by a gangster, even if this person is the leader of Hongxing. Oh, threatening me. You Hongxing people are numerous, trying to intimidate me. Huang Bingyao turned to look at the Lianxing members. According to the rules of the Underworld in Hong Kong, if a gang raises its flag, it must hold its ground for 3 days. You continue to fight and you'll see just how many people Hongxing really has. They are not fools. Huang Bingyao made it quite clear, you fight, and if Hongxing doesn't give me face, it'll have the West Kowloon police skew the situation. Let's see how long Hongxing can hold up. Inspector Huang Lianxing has always valued rules. If Hongxing wants to fight, we will accompany them. Of course, for every loss our actions cause to Hong Kong Island, Lianxing will definitely compensate. Deng Wei from Lianxing understood Huang Bingyao words and directly responded. Regardless of whether there would be a fight or not, he and Lianxing had already gained a significant advantage. Next, it all depended on whether Zhang Tianxing dared to resist. Hearing Huang Bingyao and Deng Wei's words, Zhang Tianxing's face turned red with anger. He wanted to arrogantly say that if Hongxing fell into chaos, the whole of Hong Kong would be in turmoil. Unfortunately, he knew that Hongxing was not something he could dictate alone. The Han brothers would not let their territory be chaotic, and Liang Kun, would definitely not allow Mongkok to be in disorder. Right now Tsim Sha Sui was barely being held up by the prince, and it couldn't fall into chaos. North Point Western District, Kowloon. Jiang Tianxing thought over it all and realized that if he ordered the gang to riot, only the Big B in Causeway Bay might listen to him. The other factions seemed unwilling to act against their own interests. Why aren't you speaking? Is Hongxing very arrogant? Out of your mind? You Hongxing's compensation will be increased by 1 million, otherwise none of your faction leaders and Red Sticks will be allowed bail. Tomorrow let Lianxing continue to fight. Seeing Jiang Tianxing's face turn red, Huang Bing, Yao, directly addressed him. Dare to threaten me, old Huang? You should consider your own weight first. Looking at Deng Wei, Big D and Lin Huayue who were smiling at him, and then at Chen Yao who had been hinting for him to calm down, he could only reluctantly agree to Huang Bingjio's demands. After Huang Bingyao spoke, Hongxing and Lianxing each took their people and left the police station. As for the bail and compensation, old Huang's intimidation made them too afraid to refuse. After leaving the police station, Jiang Tianxing was informed by Chen Yao that the Mongkok faction had over 1,000 people from Lianxing raise their flags, but Liang Kuan brought his subordinates and directly drove Lianxing's people away. Hearing this news, Jiang Tianxing's face darkened even more. If Mongkok had been fine, he could have made a move against Liang Kuan at the faction meeting and perhaps even made Liang Kuan bleed. Unexpectedly, just as Liang Kuan said, his territory in Mongkok was indeed attacked by Lianxing, leaving him completely helpless against Liang Kuan. Now that he lost his territory in Tsim Sha Sui, he would lose several million in revenue each month. After one fierce battle, the appearance fees and medical expenses would add up to over 10 million, all of which had to come from the Tsim Sha Sui faction and the main faction. Everyone knows that although the prince is in Tsim Sha Sui, this faction has always been quite poor. These funds wouldn't even be enough to kill the prince. They could only be paid up front by the main faction, otherwise the morale of Hongxing would crumble. Originally thinking that if Liang Kun's Mongkok was fine this time, the big dragon phoenix wouldn't have to exert itself, he planned to make Liang Kuan pay. Now it would be good enough if he didn't have to pay Liang Kuan anything. Jiang Tianxing angrily took Chen Yao back to his villa to discuss what to do next, especially since Lianxing had acted without honor, secretly gathering troops to raise their flags in Tsim Sha Sui, while outsiders thought they were going to have an internal conflict. The key issue was that he, Jiang Tianxing, was the one injured. Now he couldn't even gather manpower to reclaim the territory, which made him feel extremely frustrated. Also, what the hell is this Jia Tian gang? How come they had never heard of this gang before? If it weren't for them, tonight Liang Kuan might have gone to sell salted duck eggs, and no one in Hongxing would dare to disregard Jiang Tianxing's authority during meetings. On the other side, after seeing the police take away the Hongxing and Lianxing members, Liang Kuan and Lin Qi returned to the bathing establishment to take a comfortable bath. What does this mean? Liang Kuan looked at the note Lin Qi handed him, somewhat perplexed. It's the bill, Lin Qi replied with a smile. What bill? Liang Kuan questioned as he opened Lin Qi's note, his face filled with astonishment. Damn, you want money? What do you mean, brother Kuan? You even charge for the blue lanterns, let alone my side is full of experts, Lin Qi said, wrapping his arm around Liang Kun's shoulder. I've already given you a discount. You see, I didn't even write my appearance fee. After all, we're good brothers, so let's let this slide. However, you can't shortchange the appearance fees for my brothers. You know how formidable they are. If you don't pay, be careful, they come to you personally for it. As Lin Qi finished speaking, Wang Yaozu, Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo, and others all looked at Liang Kuan with murderous intent in their eyes. This made Liang Kuan shudder. The gazes of these people were terrifying. If he didn't pay the appearance fees, would they really come to find him? Fine. But this appearance fee is too expensive. 30,000 each for the 3 commanders, 20,000 each for the captains, and 10,000 each for the others. Liang Kuan was a bit dumbfounded. He had originally planned to give Lin Qi a big red envelope, later to thank him for lending a hand, but he didn't expect Lin Qi to be so serious and harsh with his good friend. Just tell me if it's worth that price. Lin Qi pointed at Wang Jianjun and the others. If you had a bunch of people like this under you, would you be willing to pay such an appearance fee? Hearing Lin Qi's words, Liang Kun's eyes lit up. Damn, with such a group of fierce people, this appearance fee is definitely not expensive. If Liang Kuan had such a group under him, he wouldn't even need to plot anything. Anyone who disobeyed would be eliminated directly, and why waste so much time with no results? Thinking of this, Liang Kuan immediately agreed to Lin Qi. In no time, he brought over a leather bag. Hey, race 60,000 to make it an even amount. Lin Qi took the bag and handed it to Huang Mao. Brother Kuan is generous. If you have anything you can't handle next time, just tell me. As long as the appearance fee is paid promptly, I will ensure everything is taken care of for you. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes. Hurry up and leave. If you keep coming, my Mongkok faction will be drained dry by you all. Haha, brother Kuan, you're being stingy. Lin Qi laughed heartily, patting Liang Kun's shoulder as he left with Wang Yaozu and the others.